Of destruction. The town of Seminole hit especially hard. It's located just 50 miles southeast of Oklahoma City. Several counties in Oklahoma are still under tornado watch until 4 a.m. Central this morning. More than 11,000 homes have been left without power. And this morning, 20 million people in the southern plains are under severe weather threat. Let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman with more on that threat. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, it was a long night for many of the residents, also dangerous, and we're still watching storms at this hour. We're going to continue to watch that throughout the day. This is what we saw overnight. 8 tornado reports, 19 wind reports. We saw 37 hail reports. So it was certainly active throughout Texas, also Oklahoma. This is what we're looking at right now. You can see a ton of lightning still this morning, some heavy rain. We do have a tornado watch. That's where you see that pink box until 4 o'clock Central Daylight Time. And we are concerned about flooding today. We've already seen several inches of rain. We're going to add to that today. The ground is already so saturated. Where you see the red, that's your flash flood warning. The green is your flash flood watch. And we'll be continuing to watch that throughout the day. Guys, when I come back in just a bit, we're going to time out the storms for you throughout this Thursday.
Timing is so important. Okay, Michelle. Check in with you in a bit.
Great.
Tension is mounting across the nation over the potential overturning of Roe versus Wade. Demonstrations continue to convene in front of the Supreme Court, prompting the installation of higher 8-foot fences around the building. While no major disturbances have occurred, a small confrontation took place last night between abortion rights advocates and anti-abortion supporters. 40 police officers surrounded the anti-abortion group with bicycles to separate the two gatherings. Now we turn to NBC's Bree Jackson, who joins us live from Washington with more on the impact overturning Roe could have. Bree, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Well, protests continue to grow across the nation as millions face the harrowing reality of losing access or possibly losing access to safe abortions. Now, if Roe is overturned, it would lead the decision to allow or restrict abortions up to states. Currently, 13 states have trigger bans, which would immediately outlaw abortion if the landmark decision is overturned. And many are warning if Roe versus Wade is overturned, more longstanding rights could be under threat. President Biden saying it could lead to the unraveling of a range of rights from contraception to gay marriage.
This is about a lot more than abortion. What are the next things that are going to be attacked? Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history, in recent American history.
Now, this as Senate Democrats are running out of options to uphold abortion rights, pushing to amplify the issue heading into midterms as a way to target Republicans. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is preparing to hold a vote on legislation to codify Roe v. Wade as the law of the land. But Democrats admit the chances of it passing are almost zero without the necessary votes in favor. Speaking to fellow lawmakers Wednesday, Senator Schumer stressed the urgency of the situation.
There's only one way to describe the Supreme Court's reported decision to overturn Roe v. Wade: an abomination. It is vital that we act quickly, because this is no longer an abstract exercise. This is as real as it gets, America.
And on the other side of the aisle, Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski had to say this when asked about the bill.
I did not support it last time because I felt it was overexpansive. If there is something new that is on the table today, obviously we take a look at it.
The final decision from the Supreme Court is likely to come in late June or early July, leaving many anxiously waiting for what lies ahead. Francis?
Including the investigation into the leak and so many questions surrounding that. Okay, Bree, thank you.
Now today, 71 in Russia's war on Ukraine. The UN announced more than 300 more people were evacuated Wednesday, traveling from Mariupol to 4 other eastern towns. The UN humanitarian chief in Ukraine says they will receive much needed psychological support now that they have arrived in Zaporizhia. That's where we find NBC's Matt Bradley today. Matt, I understand those evacuees, though, Wednesday did not come from the Mariupol steel plant, which has been under siege. What's the latest on those rescue efforts?
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that we've only seen a rare sighting of those evacuees coming from the actual steel plant itself. That was 2 days ago here in Zaporizhia, and it was much anticipated that they were just crowded by the global press, all of whom wanted to see these people who had been kept underground for more than 6 weeks. And so what we're seeing now are people who are coming up here to Zaporizhia from around Mariupol, and actually from around here in Zaporizhia, because the front line, the so-called line of control, which past that is very much Russian-occupied territory, that's only about 40 minutes from where I'm standing. So people who are seeing or hearing the guns fall silent, they take the opportunity. They're getting into their private cars, piling their kids in, their pets, and there were a lot of pets. They all come right here because they see it as a moment of silence, a moment of quiet, when they have the confidence to try to get out without getting shelled. And so we are seeing a lot of people, not just from Mariupol, but around the Mariupol region and around here in Zaporizhia. So we're still waiting to see more people coming out of that Mariupol plant, as you said, the Azovstal steel plant. But with 3 days now set aside by the Russian military, negotiated by the United Nations and the ICRC, we could start to see more people. The question is, will all of these people want to go? If they didn't come out in the first group that we saw here 2 days ago, then it's unclear whether they're still going to want to come out. Some of them are probably determined, like the soldiers who are down there, to stay and just fight on and maybe even die there for the sake of Ukraine. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley, thanks so much for that report.
Wall Street is rallying on the Fed's latest move to fight inflation. Stocks soared after the Federal Reserve bumped interest rates by half a point. The Dow surged over 900 points, while the S&P and the Nasdaq were both up about 3%. NBC's Jolene Kent looks at what the move means for average Americans.
With inflation skyrocketing, Willie Price tells us she's praying prices will come down soon.
Everything is high. Everything is almost unaffordable. Food is high. The gas is high. The electric bills went up.
Like the majority of Americans, she now lives paycheck to paycheck. These realities pushing the Federal Reserve to take action again, raising interest rates by half a percentage point, the biggest hike in 22 years.
Inflation is much too high, and we understand the hardship it is causing.
The Fed's goal, slow down spending to bring inflation down, which is soaring at 8.5%, a 40-year high. Prices spiking across the board from rent to groceries to gas. The national average for a gallon of regular now $4.23, 10 cents higher than just a week ago.
I have not been able to do the complete fill up because, I'm on basically a fixed income.
Now, higher interest rates will make loans more expensive, including new auto loans and credit card debt. Interest rates on mortgages hitting 5.41%, up from just under 3% a year ago.
Our business could potentially start to dip based on the fact that people are going to have to change their buying habits.
Chicago restaurant owner Terry Evans worries she'll have to pass along the higher cost of her business loans to her customers as she tries to expand.
It's not an easy discussion because we still want to do right by our customers as well.
As for fears of a possible recession, Fed Chair Powell says there's nothing to suggest one is close. He expects more half-point increases in the coming months, and the Dow rose nearly 3% on that news.
All right, thanks to Jolene Kent for that report breaking it down. All right, let's turn back to Michelle for more today's extreme weather threat. Hi again, Michelle.
Hi there. Yeah, we're watching storms even at this hour. Some heavy rain, some lightning. That threat is going to move off to the east as we go throughout the rest of today. So severe storms likely from Little Rock, Shreveport into Waco. We could see possibly severe storms, including Memphis, also Dallas. Winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, some large hail as well, and even some tornadoes as we go throughout Friday. It shifts further to the east. So now we're stretching from the Gulf Coast all the way to the Ohio Valley into the Northeast. 33 million at risk tomorrow. Rain, that's going to be a big thing. Heavy rain, even up to 3, 4, or 5 inches in some spots. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, a nice day in the Northeast. We're looking at temperatures mainly in the 60s and 70s, 75 degrees today in Philadelphia. Down to the south, it is summer-like. That's going to aid in some of the severe weather today. Dallas 82, Shreveport 85. All right, guys, we'll talk about your Mother's Day forecast coming up in a bit.
Can't wait to hear about that. Thank you, Michelle. Time for today's quick hits. Coming off her win for Best Supporting Actress at the Oscars, Ariana DeBose is set to host this year's Tony Awards. DeBose, who was nominated for a Tony in 2018, said that hosting was a dream come true.
Well, the Queen of Pop is celebrating her chart-topping hits with a 50-track album. Madonna announced Finally Enough Love will contain remixes of various #1s throughout her career. A 16-song version releases in June, but the full 50-track album drops in August.
With yesterday being National Star Wars Day, Darth Vader and a few stormtroopers took a break from taking over galaxies far, far away to visit newborns at an Orlando hospital. We'll be right back.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Being alive on the second ball. More is from Alex. Hold on. Talavera backing off. Ladero. Rui Diaz.
History made in Seattle with an exclamation point. The Sounders defeated Mexico's Pumas 3-0 to win the CONCACAF Champions League. Seattle became the first MLS squad to hoist the trophy as North America's top club team.
The United States has now surpassed more than 1 million COVID deaths. The grim milestone was reached on Wednesday, more than 2 years after the country's first confirmed case of the virus. On a global scale, America has the world's highest recorded toll from the virus. Brazil, which has recorded just over 660,000 confirmed COVID deaths, has the world's second highest.
Well, coming up after the break, dramatic testimony as Amber Heard takes the stand for the first time in the Johnny Depp defamation trial.
And even after working 9 to 5 to get her name off the list, Dolly Parton lands in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Coming up on Today, Chris Pratt is live to talk about the last film in the Jurassic World trilogy and what it was like working with stars of the original trilogy.
Actress Amber Heard has taken the stand for the first time to defend herself in the defamation suit filed by her ex-husband Johnny Depp. Heard's testimony comes just one day after lawyers representing Depp rested their case in the $50 million lawsuit. NBC's Maggie Vespa has the latest.
God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that.
Amber Heard, emotional and on the record, accusing Johnny Depp of abuse.
I turned to look at him and I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
The 36-year-old actress taking the stand in her own defense amid a $50 million defamation suit brought by her A-list ex-husband. Heard claims Depp, 58, physically and sexually abused her. Allegations he denies. The actress describing one 2013 instance in graphic detail.
He's like grabbing my breasts. He's touching my thighs. He rips my underwear off. And then he proceeds to do a cavity search. He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. Just stood there staring at the stupid light. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. While he did that, he twisted his fingers around. And I didn't say like stop or anything.
The Texas native testifying for hours, telling the jury she met Depp on the set of the 2011 movie The Rum Diary, connecting over books and red wine.
Then we fell in love. It made me feel seen, made me feel like $1 million.
The romance, a whirlwind marked by extravagant gifts from Depp, including a horse. But quickly Heard said things turned dark. She testified Depp would get angry when Heard wore low-cut dresses or booked acting roles.
He would make these comments about, whoring myself out.
Soon, she said, Depp started smashing glasses and punching walls. One day, Heard testified she laughed at a tattoo of his, and he slapped her.
I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. He said, you think it's so funny. You think it's funny. You think you're a funny. and he slapped me again.
Heard testified the abuse escalated, often fueled by drugs and alcohol. This 2013 photo showing lines of cocaine submitted by Heard's lawyers as evidence. During an argument that same year, Heard testified Depp choked her.
And slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could kill me.
The violence, Heard said, always followed by Depp apologizing and promising to stop. In 2018, Heard published an op-ed in the Washington Post describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The article never names Depp, but his lawyers argue it clearly referenced him and crippled his career, costing him millions. Depp last month testified he never abused Heard.
I've never struck Miss Heard. I've never struck a woman in my life.
But now Heard, who's countersuing for $100 million, is on the stand and will soon face cross-examination from Depp's attorneys.
Our thanks to Maggie Vespa for that report.
Well, this weekend is the Kentucky Derby and also Mother's Day. Coming up, Michelle Grossman tells us what to expect from the weather.
And history on the ball field, 2,000 victories in the making. We'll be right back. To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. Well, we are watching the Kentucky Derby this weekend, and unfortunately, we have a couple days of rain before that. We're also looking at some scattered showers on the actual day. We'll be cool, too, with temperatures in the 60s. Otherwise, looking at the weekend starting on Friday, we do have the showers stretching from the Gulf Coast states to the Ohio Valley into parts of the Mid-Atlantic. Record warmth, 95 degrees in some parts of Texas. Also looking at rain and snow into the Pacific Northwest. The rain does continue in parts of the Northeast into the Mid-Atlantic, so not a great start to your weekend on Saturday. The summer heat continuing in the middle of the country. We're looking at showers and storms in the Pacific Northwest into the Intermountain West. And then as we look towards Mother's Day, we are looking at that mountain snow continuing and also looking at another storm system bringing some rain into parts of the upper Midwest. It's going to be cool there with temperatures in the 60s. Fire danger does continue today, tomorrow into the weekend with low humidity, also really gusty winds, but looking really nice in the Northeast into the Mid-Atlantic. Back to you guys.
Yeah, the weather's not great. We've got to spoil our moms in other ways.
True.
Okay, Michelle, thanks. Sure. The groundbreaker and the home run ball that led to a major magic moment. Next.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame announced its list of new inductees for 2022, and we're not exactly seeing a whole lot of rock bands with this group after Dolly Parton's original plea to respectfully bow out of consideration for the honor. The country singer made it into the mix anyway. She joins artists including rapper Eminem, who became just the 10th hip-hop act to be inducted, along with Lionel Richie, iconic 80s acts Duran Duran, and the Eurythmics, Carly Simon and Pat Benatar. The 37th annual induction ceremony will be held on November 5th at Microsoft Theater in Los Angeles.
Well, Houston Astros skipper Dusty Baker is celebrating a historic milestone. The Houston win over the Mariners. Baker became the first black manager in MLB history to reach the 2,000 win mark. He's the 12th manager overall to hit that milestone. The 72-year-old is in his 25th season as a big league skipper and is the only manager to lead 5 different teams to the playoffs.
Now to an unforgettable moment for a young Yankees fan. A stranger rooting for the Blue Jays helped make his dream come true. Tom Llamas has the story.
A long home run for Aaron Judge.
It was the 6th inning at Rogers Centre Stadium in Toronto. Aaron Judge hit a picture-perfect home run into the upper deck. And once it landed in the stands, the priceless moment, Blue Jay fan Mike Lanzalota gives the ball to a young Yankee fan wearing an Aaron Judge shirt. That boy wrapping his arms around Mike's neck, crying tears of joy. Lanzalota had made friends with 9-year-old Derek Rodriguez earlier in the game and even promised he would get him a ball.
I picked it up, and my first instinct, I was so, I guess, overcome with adrenaline that I wanted to cheer. Right? It's a home run ball. And then right away I was like, no, I promised this kid I'm going to give him a ball. I'm like, here you go, kid.
Derek, actually named after Derek Jeter. His father, a diehard Yankees fan, bursting with emotion when his boy got his wish, a home run ball from his favorite player.
You can see on cam, but I cried a lot too with him.
A moment the Rodriguez family will cherish forever.
Thank you for me, for Derek, for our family.
But this story doesn't end here. The Yankees with their own surprise. Derek and that generous Blue Jays fan, Mike Lanzalota, getting to meet the man who hit the homer. Derek clearly emotional meeting his favorite player. For this young Yankees fan, baseball is clearly more than just a game.
And our thanks to Tom Llamas for that report. Now that is the ultimate example of sportsmanship.
That's true. A perfect way to start your Thursday. Thanks for kicking off your Thursday with Early Today. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great day. Your news continues right here on NBC. Repercussions over the leaked draft opinion on the future of abortion is hitting each and every state at the local level. We've got 2 reports straight ahead.
Inflation fighter. The Fed raises interest rates as expected, and the stock market soared rather surprisingly. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick is here to break it all down for us.
New details surrounding the frightening attack of comedian Dave Chappelle during a live stand-up show.
A band of strong storms, including tornadoes reported, swept through parts of Texas and Oklahoma overnight. Our Michelle Grossman is tracking it all.
And a first in sports, the Seattle Sounders become the first MLS squad to win the CONCACAF Champions League. A busy Thursday ahead. Early today starts right now.
A lot to get to. Thanks for joining us. I'm Stephen Romo.
Glad to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera. The nation is on edge as the fallout grows surrounding the leaked Supreme Court draft opinion to overturn Roe v. Wade. Demonstrators continue to convene in front of the Supreme Court, prompting the installation of 8-foot fences around the building. While no major disturbances have occurred, a small confrontation took place last night between abortion rights advocates and anti-abortion supporters. 40 police officers surrounded the anti-abortion group with bicycles to separate the two gathering. Now to NBC's Bree Jackson, who joins us live from Washington with more of the impact overturning the landmark decision could have. Bree, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Well, protests continue to grow across the nation as millions could face the reality of losing access to abortion. Now, if Roe v. Wade is overturned, it would lead the decision to allow or restrict abortions up to states. Currently, 13 states have trigger bans, which would immediately outlaw abortion if the landmark decision is overturned. And many are warning if Roe v. Wade is overturned, more long-standing rights could be under threat. President Biden saying it could lead to the unraveling of a range of rights from contraception to gay marriage.
This is about a lot more than abortion. What are the next things that are going to be attacked? Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history, in recent American history.
Now, this as Senate Democrats are running out of options to uphold abortion rights, pushing to amplify the issue heading into midterms as a way to target Republicans. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is preparing to hold a vote on legislation to codify Roe v. Wade as law of the land. But Democrats admit the chances of it passing are almost zero without the necessary votes in favor. Speaking to fellow lawmakers Wednesday, Senator Schumer stressed the urgency of the situation.
There's only one way to describe the Supreme Court's reported decision to overturn Roe v. Wade: an abomination. It is vital that we act quickly, because this is no longer an abstract exercise. This is as real as it gets, America.
And on the other side of the aisle, Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski had this to say when asked about the bill.
I did not support it last time because I felt it was overexpansive. If there is something new that is on the table today, obviously we take a look at it.
The final decision from the Supreme Court is likely to come in late June or early July, leaving many anxiously preparing for what lies ahead. Francis?
It could be a very tumultuous time before that. Thank you, Bree.
Well, the leaked Supreme Court draft decision creating many waves, including for states that have those so-called abortion trigger laws. Here's NBC's Blaine Alexander.
In North Dakota, women have one place to go for abortion services: Red River Women's Clinic in Fargo.
It is a very rural state, so we serve a lot of Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our center, and those are the people that would disproportionately be harmed by this ban.
That ban, not final, but after the bombshell leak of the Supreme Court draft opinion, providers like Tammy Kromenacher are preparing. She's posted on the clinic's website, letting clients know their appointments are still good. But, she says, if Roe is overturned,
it means lights out in North Dakota.
That's because the procedure would immediately be outlawed. North Dakota is one of 13 states with a trigger law. We will not go back! Across the country, it's what abortion rights advocates fear the most.
Pro-life is pro-woman!
And what anti-abortion groups are hoping for.
For almost 50 years, we've been working for this point.
Marjorie Dannenfelser, president of the Susan B. Anthony List, says in recent months she's talked to governors in about 20 states. Her message: make sure your state is ready to go.
Those conversations now are, far less conditional seeming because it looks like we may have an opportunity to build consensus and pass laws to save lives all over the country.
In Louisiana, abortion is currently legal up to 20 weeks. But if Roe were to end, Louisiana's 3 clinics would immediately shut down.
What would you say to women who are still desperate for that procedure and would still seek it out?
I would say that there are resources available to you, that we want to help you here in Louisiana. The pro-life movement is very supportive of women.
This week, Louisiana state legislature advanced a bill that would make it more difficult to challenge the state's trigger law. State Senator Cleo Field was one of just 3 lawmakers to vote against it.
Is this an insurmountable hill that you're trying to climb here?
Maybe so, but at the end of the day, you got to fight for what you feel is right. I just don't feel that a majority male legislature should be telling women what to do with their bodies.
And some states are working on the other side as well to strengthen laws that would protect abortion rights should Roe be overturned.
And our thanks to Blaine Alexander for that report.
Today marks day 71 in Russia's war on Ukraine. The United Nations says 300 more civilians were evacuated from eastern towns Wednesday. For more on the battles raging in the east, here's NBC's Kelly Kobiea.
Ukrainian officials say Russia is losing ground, despite almost constant shelling on the northeastern city of Kharkiv. Ukrainian troops say they've now regained control of at least 11 villages in the region. Soldiers finding homes in ruins, bodies of villagers, and Russian soldiers left behind. We lived in the basement for 2 months, this woman says. The Russians pointed guns at us and stole everything. In Mariupol, a new investigation from the AP using eyewitness accounts and floor plans suggests the mid-March bombing of the theater there killed close to 600 people, not the 300 initially believed, though an exact number cannot be determined. And newly released satellite images show smoke rising from the city's old steel plant, where hundreds of civilians and fighters are hiding. You guys don't understand how scary it is, this woman said. Marina's husband is fighting in that plant. When we first met her at a shelter in Dnipro, she told us, I just pray he's alive and he'll make it out. She hasn't heard from him in 5 days.
How many people, how many civilians are still there?
The Russians are still storming the plant, even though they said they wouldn't, the mayor said, telling me more than 200 civilians are still inside, including at least 20 children. Firepower from the U.S. is reaching the battlefield. A senior U.S. defense official says 90% of the howitzers promised to Ukraine are now in the country. That senior U.S. defense official says most of the Russian forces in and around Mariupol have now moved north, likely to join the fight in Donbass, and that only about 2,000 remain in the city.
Kelly, thank you.
Well, a tense situation, but comedian Dave Chappelle avoided injury when a man stormed the stage during a performance in L.A. Tuesday night. As our Miguel Almaguer reports, many are now asking how someone could get that close to the performer with a weapon.
It unfolded in seconds when a man jumped onto the stage and tackled Dave Chappelle. In video obtained by TMZ, Chappelle pops back up. The attacker chased across the stage. The chaotic scene playing out before a stunned crowd.
That was clumsy.
This man, identified as 23-year-old Isaiah Lee, was booked on suspicion of felony assault with a deadly weapon. Police say he had this replica gun, which has a blade that extends from the barrel.
He's back there getting stomped.
In recent months, Chappelle has come under fire by the trans community, which he joked about last night after the attack.
It was a trans man.
Police have not yet released a motive, with Chappelle's spokesperson saying he refuses to allow last night's incident to overshadow the magic of this historic moment. There are now questions over how someone could smuggle a weapon into LA's iconic Hollywood Bowl, where there are metal detectors and security.
The first thought was, how was there not security that was there before he even made it, to have that physical contact?
After the attack, Chappelle was joined by comedians Jamie Foxx and Chris Rock, who was infamously slapped on stage by Will Smith and broke the tension after the incident.
Was that Will Smith?
A moment of levity after an attack that was no laughing matter. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
It was an emotional day of testimony for actress Amber Heard. She took the stand for the first time on Wednesday, just 3 weeks into the $50 million defamation trial that was brought by her ex-husband, Johnny Depp. During her hours-long testimony, Heard recounted alleged physical and sexual abuse by Depp, who denies all abuse allegations.
He's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs, he rips my underwear off. And then he proceeds to do a cavity search.
The 36-year-old actress also testified that Depp would get angry when Heard wore low-cut dresses or booked acting roles. She added that the alleged abuse by the 58-year-old actor was often fueled by drugs and alcohol. Depp is suing Heard over a 2018 op-ed in the Washington Post describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Heard is also countersuing Depp for $100 million.
Well, we're keeping a close eye on some severe weather moving through the south. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman tracking it all for us. A busy time for you, Michelle.
So busy. Hi there, guys. Yeah, we had a dangerous overnight with severe weather moving through. We're still seeing strong storms at this hour, and we're going to continue to watch that today, also tomorrow and Saturday. So this is what we saw overnight. We saw 8 tornado reports throughout Texas and also Oklahoma, 20 wind reports, and we saw 37 reports of hail. And as we go throughout the day today, we're going to be watching storms once again. This is what we're seeing right now. You can see lots of lightning, some really heavy rain. That's going to be a big concern with heavy rain falling, a tornado watch until 4 o'clock Central Daylight Time. This is what we're expecting for today. 20 million at risk, winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, large hail once again, and also the chance for some tornadoes stretching from Texas all the way to Kansas, even parts of southern Indiana. And it's going to be a busy day once again. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, looking good in the Northeast. Temperatures a little below average in some spots. It's going to be 73 today in New York City. As we head to the south, it's a warm one, and that warm weather is going to aid some of the storms later on this afternoon. 82 in Dallas, 79 in Little Rock, and 85 in Shreveport. All right, guys, we'll talk more about the weekend forecast. That includes your Mother's Day.
Can't wait to hear it. Thank you, Michelle. Sure. History made in Seattle with an exclamation point.
Being alive on the second ball.
Morris from Alex rolled on. Talavera backing off. Ladero, Rui Diaz!
Raul Ruidiaz found the back of the net twice as the Sounders defeated Mexico's Pumas 3-0 to win the CONCACAF Champions League. Seattle became the first MLS squad to hoist the trophy as North America's top club team.
Well, the coronavirus pandemic reaches a troubling new milestone. We'll have details ahead.
Plus, why more than 4 million people who filed their taxes with TurboTax are getting a refund. We're back in just 60 seconds.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Leading the news, a new study is looking at trans youth and their likelihood to detransition. That's returning to live as the gender assigned at birth. According to the data published in the journal Pediatrics, transgender children who socially transition are unlikely to detransition years later. The research found that 5 years after their initial social transition, 94% of the study participants were living as either trans girls or trans boys. It also found just over 7% of youth had to retransition at least once. Researchers at Princeton University tracked over 300 kids between the ages of 3 and 12.
Well, the coronavirus has now claimed the lives of more than 1 million Americans. That disturbing milestone, which was confirmed by NBC News, comes 27 months after the country's first confirmed case of the virus. The number of deaths is equivalent to the population of San Jose, California, which is the 10th largest city in the United States.
A federal judge in Minnesota has accepted the terms of Derek Chauvin's plea agreement. This move avoids a second federal trial for the former Minneapolis police officer. The judge said he plans to sentence Chauvin to between 20 and 25 years in federal prison for violating George Floyd's civil rights. Chauvin is already serving a 22.5-year state sentence for murdering Floyd on Memorial Day of 2020. Chauvin's 2 sentences will run concurrently.
Well, it's a win for the millions of customers burned by the free version of TurboTax. The owner of that tax filing software, Intuit, will pay $141 million in restitution to nearly 4.5 million low-income customers who were, quote, unfairly charged for services that should have been free. According to the New York Attorney General, the company also agreed to reform its business practices and will suspend an advertising campaign that lured in customers with the promise of free tax preparation.
Still to come out early today, fighting inflation. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick will look at whether the Fed's rate hike will help tamp down on higher food and gas prices.
And how TikTok is taking on YouTube with its new ad revenue sharing program.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Wall Street is cheering the Fed's fight against inflation. The Federal Reserve bumped interest rates by half a point, sending stocks soaring. The Dow surged over 900 points, while the S&P and NASDAQ were both up about 3%.
But it was the Fed's language that set the markets on fire after the expected half-point interest rate hike. Here to make sense of it all and more is CNBC's Steve Cedric. Steve, good morning.
Really good morning, Francis. Good morning, Stephen. Yes, it was our very own Steve Leisman, actually, of CNBC, who asked the question to Jay Powell, is 75 basis points on the table for meetings going forward? And he said, no, that's not currently part of our thinking. Well, that sent the markets sky high. Although, having said that, we still are expecting 50 basis points rise in interest rates the next couple of meetings and some more rises by the end of the year. So is it going to abate inflation? I'm afraid to say, when you look at gasoline with a national average of 4.23, when you look at the food price concerns around the world, it's hard to see that at the moment, at least, that sky-high 40-year inflation of over 8% in the States, hard to see it coming down in the very short term. Elsewhere, fascinating story out of TikTok. It's going to start sharing ad revenue with its most successful creators. Now, they've got a new program. It's called TikTok Pulse, and it's going to allow advertisers to align their content with the top 4% of videos on the app as well. How do you get paid? I'm sure you want to know. Well, if you've got 100,000 followers or more, you're a creator, a public figure, or media publisher, you will be eligible to share some of the revenues. Although we haven't seen, though, the breakdown of how those revenues are going to be shared with the creators. Stephen and Francis, have a lovely day. Back to you both.
As long as I still get my TikTok recipes, air fryer recipes, and the makeup tips, we'll be all good when it comes to that. Steve, thank you.
Well, up next this morning, Michelle's got your Mother's Day weekend forecast.
And rapper Ludacris officially joins the class of 2022.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back on this Thursday. We are looking at some storms on Friday. We're looking ahead towards the weekend, stretching from the Gulf Coast states to the Northeast, also the Ohio Valley. Record warmth in the middle of the country. Temperatures into the upper 90s in some spots in Texas. Lingering showers throughout the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic. Looking at that summer heat continuing, and then showers in the Pacific Northwest. Mother's Day, bright sunshine up and down the East Coast. We'll be right back.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You can't run Obi-Wan! You can't escape him!
Wow, I had not seen that yet. Hold on to your lightsabers. That was our first full look at Obi-Wan Kenobi, the new Disney Plus show set 10 years after Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. Obi-Wan will face off against his former apprentice, Anakin Skywalker, also known as Darth Vader. It arrives from a galaxy far, far away, May 27th.
Cannot wait. Time for today's top stories. The FDA is permitting marketing for an Alzheimer's test. It is the first in vitro diagnostic tool for detecting early onset Alzheimer's disease. Praising the test in a statement, the FDA says it could, quote, eliminate the need for time-consuming and expensive PET scans and give safe same-day results. It tests spinal fluid for plaque associated with Alzheimer's and is intended for patients ages 55 or older who are showing symptoms of cognitive decline.
Well, some members of the LGBTQ community fear that if federal abortion rights fall, as the leaked Supreme Court draft suggests, other protections could be reversed as well. In the leaked document, which could overturn Roe v. Wade, Justice Samuel Alito lays out his interpretation of the 14th Amendment. And legal analysts say it could pave the way for reversals of other landmark decisions, such as the 2015 Obergefell ruling that legalized same-sex marriage. Although Alito, in his draft opinion, insists that abortion is in a category of its own, critics and advocates are still worried about a potential legal precedent for overturning minority rights.
Rapper Ludacris, also known as Chris Bridges, is officially a college graduate. He was enrolled at Georgia State University in 1996, but he left 2 years later to pursue his music career, signing with Def Jam Records. Well, now he has earned himself an honorary bachelor's degree in music management, which he accepted before delivering the commencement speech.
Very cool. Well, Astros skipper Dusty Baker is celebrating a historic milestone. With Houston's win over the Mariners, Baker became the first black manager in MLB history to reach the 2,000 win mark. He's the 12th manager overall to hit that milestone. The 72-year-old is the only manager to lead 5 different teams to the playoffs.
All right, today is Cinco de Mayo, and how are you celebrating? What do you think of that? The Bidens are celebrating the holiday. The President and First Lady are hosting a Cinco de Mayo reception at the White House. And here are some ideas for you. You can get in on some Cinco de Mayo deals all day long. Chili's is offering $5 margaritas. Chipotle is offering free delivery all week on orders through their app. And at Moe's Southwest Grill, reward members will get 5 times the points on all orders today. Thanks for waking up with us. This is Early Today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, unthinkable loss this morning. A grim reminder of the human cost of a pandemic. More than 1 million people across the country have now died from COVID-19, and that death toll is still rising. We look at the progress and setbacks in America's fight against the virus, plus the latest on what doctors want you to know to stay safe. Fight till the end, breaking overnight, an intensified fight underway in Ukraine. We'll bring you the latest on the bloody battle over the besieged city of Mariupol, where hundreds of civilians have already died. Fallout from the Supreme Court leak suggesting the end of Roe versus Wade as demonstrators on both sides of the abortion debate take to the streets. The president is voicing new concerns that other cases could be overturned.
This is about a lot more than abortion. What are the next things that are going to be attacked?
More on the potential decision and sharing the wealth. TikTok working on a new way to pay its top influencers. We'll tell you about the app's first of its kind program meant to split ad revenue with content creators and the changes you might notice down the line. That's if you are a big TikTok user, the changes you'll notice.
I see the videos when people put them on Instagram. Yeah. Does that count?
You got to get into it. Actually, you'll get sucked in. Maybe not. We begin, though, this morning with that grim milestone in the pandemic. More than 1 million people have now died from COVID-19 in the U.S.
It's a number few thought was possible when the pandemic began nearly 2 years ago, and it comes as cases rise across the country once again. Now, we have team coverage to mark this somber milestone. Dr. Scott Hadlin, the chief of adolescent medicine at Mass General Hospital for Children, will join us in a moment. We're going to begin with NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson, who is in Kirkland, Washington, the place where the coronavirus really first took hold here in the U.S. Steve, good to have you with us this morning. We know Kirkland was the first to deal with COVID in the U.S. We were all watching as cases started to unfold there. Walk us through what those early days were like, especially for the healthcare workers who had to deal with a virus that we'd really never seen before.
You know, Joe, there's been some revisionist disputes about where the first death was, where the worst this virus hit as far as per capita in the country. There's no discussion, as you said, about who had to deal with this first. And that was the healthcare workers right here in Kirkland. It was described to me almost as coming in waves. The problems that they had to deal with first was recognizing that this was happening and confirming that and then springing into action, which, as you would imagine, nobody even knew what this was. So doing that was this unbelievable task. By then, they realized that they needed the proper equipment to do that. So negative pressurized rooms, COVID wings, tents, and PPE, so protective equipment, basic stuff like masks and gloves. And by the time they realized that they needed that, there was a realization that healthcare workers and EMTs and nurses and doctors and firefighters were handling these patients without that proper protection for days. So then you had nurses and doctors and firefighters getting sick in droves. The nurses here, the healthcare workers at this care facility, 70 of them got sick while they're treating sick patients. Nearly the entirety of the Kirkland Fire Department had to quarantine at one point. I spoke to a doctor at nearby Evergreen Health, where a lot of these patients, after they got too sick to deal with here, went there, where one of the first confirmed deaths was. Here's what he told me about dealing with this first. Listen to this.
I don't think any of us anticipated the scope, the breadth of this outbreak. There was quite a bit of concern about perhaps taking this home to your family. And I mean, I know many people who checked into hotels until this was clearly, there was some sense of how transmissible this was.
And the doctor said essentially that, he wished it didn't happen anywhere, but he was in a way happy that it happened in the Seattle area first because they do have such a strong medical community and they did spring into action.
And
Jeff?
Steve, let's talk about the people who live there. I mean, now so many of us have been impacted by this pandemic that we're 2 years in. But since this was ground zero, what was it like for the people just living in Kirkland who had to deal with that first wave when there was so much fear?
My producer, Karen, who's standing next to me, described it as almost an epicenter of fear. Everybody described this as obviously the epicenter of the virus, but there was so much emotion in the atmosphere. Every time an ambulance whizzed by or anytime, there was activity, a press conference outside of this care facility, the entire community would sort of erupt in this fearful emotion. And remember that this is a virus where you can't really deal with this with the full force of your family because of the quarantine situation. So you may remember pictures of people on their phones with their mom and their dad outside one of these windows. One of them was a woman named Carmen Gray. We spoke to her about what it was like to have a sick parent inside this care facility. Listen to this.
Nobody knew, and fear just kept escalating, and then you saw the ambulances leaving and people not coming back. And it just kept escalating. The fear, my mom was in there, We couldn't go in, she couldn't come out. And it was just a waiting, who knew that it would become a pandemic.
1 million deaths, 1 million individual tragedies, people having to watch their loved ones die on a video screen. All of that happened here first. The community, of course, moving on from that, but in a way, never getting over it. Guys, back to you.
Steve Patterson from Kirkland, Washington. Steve, thanks so much.
Thank you. Now, with the U.S. surpassing 1 million deaths due to COVID-19, it may be difficult to grasp just how large that grim number is. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns puts it into perspective.
1 million. That's how many Americans have lost their lives to COVID-19. A ghastly milestone after 2 years of enduring a pandemic that's still disrupting communities worldwide. For every life lost, there is a story, a memory, and a grieving family. To get a sense of the scale of the tragedy, COVID-19 has now taken more American lives than World Wars I and II combined. Or, looking at it in a different way, it's like wiping out almost the entire population of Delaware. And when compared to the last deadly pandemic, the Spanish flu of 1918, which killed about 675,000 Americans, over 300,000 more lives have perished from COVID. The death toll also surpasses those of many other significant and tragic events in U.S. history. The Civil War claimed about 620,000 lives. At the peak of the AIDS crisis in the early 90s, about 43,000 people died each year, a number well below the yearly average of U.S. COVID deaths. COVID-19 remains the third leading cause of death in the United States, associated with approximately 460,000 deaths in 2021, behind heart disease and cancer, according to a CDC report. Unintentional injuries come after, with more than 219,000 deaths. Influenza, no longer in the top 10, killed almost 42,000. To put that into perspective, COVID has taken more than 10 times the number of lives as the flu in 2021. While these numbers may seem abstract or detached from your reality, this grim marker means that on average there are roughly 111 deaths per 100,000 people in the U.S., or 1 in 492 Americans, depending on where you live. In states like Texas, 1 in every 341 people has died. Hard-hit cities include LA, where 1 in every 128 people has died. And New York City remains one of the hardest hit, where 1 in every 319 people has died. Also devastating is the number of preventable deaths since vaccines were made available to adults. According to an analysis from Peterson KFF, up to 234,000 deaths since June of last year could have been prevented with vaccinations. That represents 60% of all adult COVID deaths since then. Though there is a drop in deaths in the U.S. and worldwide, experts point to a loss in the quality of data collected as more Americans get vaccinated and cities open back up. And as we approach the new normal with vaccines and boosters readily available, millions of Americans will continue to mourn the loss of so many.
Just heartbreaking. Our thanks to Dasha Burns for that report.
Let's bring in Dr. Scott Hadlin now for more on this. So, Doctor, how do you wrap your mind around this staggering loss of life? Did you think we would ever surpass this number or even get close to this number?
You know, at the outset of this, I don't think any of us thought we would get to this point. I think as we've watched the numbers progress over time, we've gained a healthy respect for this virus and the enormous impact that it's had on so many of us. You know, my colleagues on the front lines, and not just doctors, but nurses, first responders, interpreters helping families who don't speak English, social workers helping to support families, have been working tirelessly for more than 2 years now. And so it really has been just a remarkable 2 years. And I think it's important we take time to pause right now and just acknowledge what we've all been through, not just in the healthcare profession, but across this entire country.
Well, let's talk about where we are right now. I mean, most of the health guidelines and mask mandates that were put in place at the beginning of the pandemic, they're now gone. On top of that, we're seeing COVID cases, even hospitalizations rising again after they fell from the peaks during the winter Omicron surge. So in your mind, as a country, where are we at in terms of handling another potential wave of cases?
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of us are worried in the medical and public health professions, but I actually want to focus on the positive for a second. You know, we have to take stock of the fact that, you know, the majority of people in the country are fully vaccinated. 2/3 of people in the U.S. are fully vaccinated. Here in my own state of Massachusetts, 80% of people are vaccinated. Many people are continuing to choose wear masks to protect themselves and other people in their lives, especially on public transportation and out in public. And of course, we have new tools. We've got vaccine boosters that are proving effective. We have new medications to help treat people when they get infected, to help prevent them from getting worse and from being hospitalized. So we actually have a lot of tools in our arsenal right now to help support us. But you're right, infection rates continue to rise. There are new subvariants and subvariants of subvariants, and rates have risen, in particular in the last couple of weeks. And so we still need to remain vigilant.
And Doctor, quickly on this last question, when people ask you, is COVID with us for the foreseeable future? What's your answer?
I think the answer is probably yes. Time will tell, but again, we've got many tools. We have vaccination. We know that masks work. We have new medications that help us. People can test themselves at home and help protect others. So we have a lot of things that we can do to protect one another and ourselves. And I think that's really what I want to focus on as we learn how to live with this.
Dr. Scott Hadlin, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. And NBC News is creating a collection of images that represent those we have lost to the virus. If you have a loved one or someone important to you that has died because of COVID-19, you can upload a special photo of them or any image that represents a memory of the time you shared. Go to the link at the bottom of your screen there, NBCnews.com/COVID collections.
Let's turn now to the war in Ukraine, where all eyes are on the city of Mariupol this morning. Russia has announced a 3-day ceasefire on that blockaded steel plant, saying it will open a humanitarian corridor to allow civilians to evacuate the facility. That comes after the Ukrainian commander leading troops inside the plant said, quote, difficult, bloody battles are being fought there. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from an aid distribution center in southeastern Ukraine. Matt, good to have you with us again today. You've been bringing us these incredible, harrowing stories of people escaping, which I'll ask you about in just a moment. But first, let's talk about the fighting there at that steel plant. What do we know about it, and do we trust this ceasefire?
Yeah, I mean, good morning, Joe and Savannah. We've heard that actually there's been renewed fighting from city officials of Mariupol saying that this assault is ongoing. Now, that's an interesting development considering that the Russians had announced last night that as of 8 a.m. this morning, which is about 6 hours ago, that they would be implementing a sort of a ceasefire to allow people, those remaining civilians of whom there's thought to be about 600, to leave. Now, this ceasefire was supposed to be every single day during daylight hours, starting today for the next 2 or 3 days. So it's troubling that there is a renewed offensive on that plant while there was supposed to be a ceasefire to allow people to get out. So no, there isn't much trust in these evacuations. The fact is that these planned humanitarian corridors had failed in the past. We did see one successful one earlier in the week, and a lot of those people ended up here in Zaporizhia, where I am now. But it looks as though, once again, that the Russians may be scuttling their own plans for a ceasefire and humanitarian evacuations. Guys?
It's just hard to hear. Matt, we mentioned you're at an aid center for displaced people. What's the situation like for people who have fled? What stories are you hearing?
Well, actually, we haven't been speaking to as many people here. We've spoken to some people last night. This is a place, though, where a lot of the aid that the U.S. and other organizations have been donating are ending up. And you can actually see over here, this is USAID donated stuff. This is mostly geriatric hygiene materials. And this stuff over here, we've got flour, we've got canned goods. Again, you can see this USAID marker here. We're seeing Red Cross, we're seeing UN boxes. So there's a lot of goods that are coming here. And all of this is mostly for people who have come from war-scarred areas around here in Zaporizhia. It's not necessarily for the residents of this city. There are as many as 1,000 to 3,000 people who come here every day. And I spoke with the organizers. They said that actually this is for essentially first-timers. You can't really come back and depend on the goods here because they simply don't have enough. City officials and other organizations are expected to pick up the slack if you are living here for a long period of time. So this facility, while, again, it serves a huge number of people on a daily basis, those are all first-timers. So the need here remains very acute. They need to get more supplies because there are a lot of people who are coming not just from Mariupol, but from the surrounding region, the border, or the line of control, as they call it, where there is that beyond that line of control is Russian-occupied area. That's only about 30 minutes away. So Zaporizhia is the center of the relief effort and the evacuation effort for the whole region. Guys?
Matt, I want to ask you a little bit about the state of the fight. This morning, Russia's defense ministry said it killed 600 Ukrainian fighters overnight in artillery strikes. Do we have any information on those? And what's the latest on Russia's progression in that eastern Donbass region?
Yeah, I mean, to answer your second question, the progression in the eastern Donbass region has been as slow and halting as it has been since Russia announced a fresh offensive in that part of the country. If you remember, a couple of weeks ago, they withdrew from the area around Kyiv, and now it looks as though they're not making any additional progress, any real additional progress. And the Ukrainians, while the Russians have seized a couple of small towns and villages, the Ukrainians have succeeded as well in pushing them back. So there's fierce fighting all up and down the eastern part of the country. Those 600 soldiers that you mentioned, it's hard to understand how the Russians have those numbers because a lot of those people have been killed, or a lot of the airstrikes that they announced overnight were hitting munitions depots and transportation hubs in the center of the country. How the Russians will be able to get in and have intelligence on how many people they killed, it's hard to know. And the Ukrainians haven't really been commenting on that quite so much. So, you know, this is kind of maybe blue sky thinking on the part of the Russians, sort of throwing out numbers. 600 is a very round number when you're talking about artillery strikes and cruise missiles. So it's hard to know if that number is actually true. But it just goes to show that as far as the Russians are concerned, this entire country remains a target, whether it's close to the front lines in the east or whether it's in the center or in the southeast where I am now. Guys?
Absolutely. We're seeing that unfold. Matt Bradley, thank you so much for your reporting.
For more, let's bring in Medal of Honor recipient and NBC News military analyst, Colonel Jack Jacobs. Good to have you with us, Colonel. So Colorado Congressman Jason Crow, who's an Army veteran who recently visited the region, he says Ukraine is asking the Biden administration ports that have been blocked by Russia's Navy. So would that be enough? And how important is it that Ukraine take back its ports?
Well, it really wants them badly and needs to have them. The Russians have secured the coastline of the southern part of Ukraine against the Black Sea and have initiated a blockade offshore to prevent resupply of the Ukrainians, evacuation of civilians through the Black Sea, and also to establish a beachhead from which they could extend their control, the Russian control, all the way to the west. And the Ukrainians would like to have long-range anti-ship missiles so that they can prevent the blockade from continuing. and enable resupply from the Black Sea. It's really important for the Ukrainians to have them. It's really important for the Russians that the Ukrainians do not have them. The anti-ship missiles the Ukrainians have now are homegrown, many of them, or they're short-range missiles from the West, particularly those from the UK, who only have a range of about 20 or 30 kilometers. So it's important for the Ukrainians to have longer-range anti-ship missiles, Joe.
I want to ask you about the European Union, which is proposing a complete ban on Russian oil by the end of the year. I mean, beyond the fact that it would take money away from Russia, what kind of impact could that have on Russia's ability to just continue fighting this war?
Well, a big impact, except that the end of the year is a long time from now. It would be much better if they stop imports now, but of course that would create havoc in the West. And the EU has said that they want to have a ban in an orderly fashion to phase it in. The problem with instituting a ban in the EU is that it requires unanimous support from the EU. And at the moment, not everybody wants to do that, particularly Hungary, and looks like an ally of Russia, and they'll vote against it. So it's going to be difficult for the EU to institute the kind of ban we're talking about without a great deal of support from everybody else inside the EU. It's unlikely to have a direct impact on the offensive that's taking place now in the east and the south, Joe.
And Colonel, I have a very quick question for you here. We're a few days away from a significant Russian holiday. It's known as Victory Day. What could that mean for the fighting on the ground?
Well, there's a lot of speculation that Putin is going to use Victory Day, which marks the end of the defeat of the Nazis during the Second World War, use Victory Day as a day to declare war on Ukraine. Sort of superfluous at the moment, since the war has been going on for 9 or 10 weeks already. But it's a symbolic day. It's very, very important in Russia. And Putin is liable to use it to not only declare war, but to extend the attack on Ukraine, redouble his efforts to seize and control Donbass in the southern part of Ukraine. But it remains to be seen whether or not he can even do it, principally because the Russians have not been all that successful on the ground, Joe.
Colonel Jack Jacobs, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Now, to the aftermath of that draft opinion shockingly leaked from the Supreme Court that outlined overturning Roe versus Wade, we're seeing reaction from both sides of the abortion debate, something that's been a bigger motivator for Republicans historically, but now Democrats across the country are springing into action. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now from Washington. Hey, Ali, good to have you with us. So, of course, this leak comes amidst the backdrop of the impending midterm elections. Many had expected Republicans did have a chance to possibly capture the House and Senate. Is there a chance a real threat to Roe versus Wade has an impact on that?
Yeah, Savannah, well, as you mentioned, Republicans have fought for decades to get conservative justices on the court for this very reason. And now they're really talking more so about this leak and how impactful it is to the Supreme Court. They're saying it's an embarrassment to the Supreme Court. They're calling for an investigation into how this became public, saying it damages the reputation of the court. And on Capitol Hill, they're really preferring to talk about any legislation but this. And now there's a real concern looming whether this could fire up the Democratic base and distract from Republicans' midterm efforts, issues that they wanted to campaign on, like crime, inflation, the crisis at the border, among other issues. And now GOP candidates are figuring out really how to talk about this, if they are commenting on it at all. Actually, our team got our hands on some new polling as well as some National Republican Senatorial Committee talking points that were released that really provide candidates with talking points on this. And I'll read a few of them to you now. It says, it tells Republicans to, quote, be the compassionate consensus builder on abortion policy and focus on Democrats, quote, using obsession over abortion to avoid talking about their record. It says this is a draft opinion, so we will wait to see what the final decision of the Supreme Court is in the coming months. The polls findings, the NRSC polls findings, say Republicans should message that they will, quote, not take away contraception or women's health care, Savannah. So this is definitely going to be something we're watching, just how Republicans continue to figure out how to talk about this as we approach the midterm elections.
Yes, certainly. So now let's talk about kind of the divide in the country and what can be done about this. We do have some new numbers on this. It comes from a Washington Post ABC News poll taken just last week. It shows 54% of U.S. adults want to preserve the ruling of Roe versus Wade, while 28% want to overturn it. Of course, that's talking about that decision there. This is not a law. This is not a federal law. That's the whole conversation here. And Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has already said he plans to hold a vote to try to codify Roe versus Wade into law. Is it possible that move would have any Republican support?
Yeah, so we know Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is in talks with senators to try and get this to a vote on the floor next week. But the big question here is, what is that bill, what is that legislation going to look like if the first draft of this, the Women's Health Protection Act that passed in the House last February but didn't make it to the Senate, didn't garner GOP support? We know that Senators Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins have their own version of this. So our team is hearing from senators involved in this that this bill that will take the floor next week will have very minor modifications to this original bill. So it begs the question, will these two senators jump on board? We know that there is some controversy over some language, some specific language in this bill that's expected to take the floor. So this is definitely something we are watching. Perhaps the language in this bill can change. Maybe there will be some consensus agreed upon. So this is definitely something we're keeping an eye on as we approach next week. But the main issue here is, even if this does get taken to a vote, Democrats still don't have the numbers to nuke a filibuster. One thing that Democrats are hoping for is just to get all senators on the record with where they stand on this, Republicans and Democrats. So especially ahead of midterms, that will really put everyone on the record with where they stand.
All right, Ali, Rafa, thank you so much.
Time to get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means Michelle Grossman is here with us in studio. Hi,
Yay.
Michelle.
Hi there, guys. And last night we watched tornadoes, we watched severe weather. We're going to watch that once again today. Not only today, but tomorrow, also Saturday. So this is what we saw last night. 8 tornado reports through Texas, also Oklahoma. We saw 20 wind reports, and we saw 38 hail reports through many states. And we're going to see that once again today. So let's show you what we expect over the next several days. This is our 5th day of severe weather. It's only May 5th. For this month, and we're going to see this over the next several days. So today we do have an enhanced risk. That's 3 out of 5 on the scale. By tomorrow, we have a slight risk, and we're looking at a risk on Sunday and also on Monday. So let's go ahead and take a look at today, the closer look here. 20 million at risk. Once again, we're looking at the chance for tornadoes, some hail, also some damaging winds. And it looks most likely in this orange here. That's your enhanced risk. Waco, Lufkin, Shreveport, Little Rock, you are in the mix for that. But we have a slight risk that's a little bit larger, extending from Texas all the way to parts of southern Indiana, also Kentucky. And then tomorrow it slides to the east. Now 33 million people at risk for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail once again, and an isolated tornado. This stretches from the Gulf Coast all the way to parts of the Ohio Valley into parts of the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast. A flood threat. This is a big one. We've already seen a few inches of rain in some spots. Now, remember, they had storms here on Monday, so the ground's already saturated. We're adding to rain today. We're going to be seeing that throughout the day. So we do have flash flood warnings. This is what it looks like on radar right now. Still seeing some lightning. Additional rainfall, 3 to 4 inches as we go throughout the day. Look at all this rain in the eastern part of the nation, right? We're looking at a lot of rain where you see the reds and the oranges, up to 2 inches in some spots. That includes the Northeast as well. So as we go throughout time here, the May storms, flood risk due to excessive rainfall, saturated soil, strongest across Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana. And as we look towards tomorrow, there it goes off to the east. So the Northeast is going to be wet tomorrow.
Isn't it supposed to be April showers,
right?
Spring, May flowers?
I know. Yeah.
Well, we
have
had
the
snow
flowers.
in April, so does that?
That's true.
What does that bring?
We have the flowers as well. You're right. But, yeah.
All right. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
All right. Coming up on the witness stand, actress Amber Heard testifies against ex-husband Johnny Depp in that high-profile defamation trial.
And this is horrible for me to sit here for weeks and relive everything.
How she says their Hollywood love story turned violent after the break here on Morning News Now.
right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kyiv, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Welcome back now to the latest in the defamation trial against Amber Heard brought by her ex-husband, Johnny Depp. Yesterday, she took the stand for the first time since the trial started. In her testimony, she described the physical and sexual abuse she alleges she suffered during their relationship. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more on day one of Heard's testimony, and we do want to warn you, Heard's claims contain graphic descriptions and may not be appropriate for all viewers.
God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that.
Amber Heard, emotional and on the record, accusing Johnny Depp of abuse.
I turned to look at him and I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
The 36-year-old actress today taking the stand in her own defense amid a $50 million defamation suit brought by her A-list ex-husband. Heard claims Depp, 58, physically and sexually abused her. Allegations he denies. The actress today describing one 2013 instance in graphic detail.
He's like grabbing my breasts. He's touching my thighs. He rips my underwear off. And then he proceeds to do a cavity search. He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. Just stood there staring at the stupid light. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. While he did that, he twisted his fingers around. I didn't say like stop or anything.
The Texas native testifying for hours, telling the jury she met Depp on the set of the 2011 movie The Rum Diary, connecting over books and red wine.
Then we fell in love. It made me feel seen, made me feel like $1 million.
The romance, a whirlwind marked by extravagant gifts from Depp, including a horse. But quickly Heard said things turned dark. She testified Depp would get angry when Heard wore low-cut dresses or booked acting roles.
He would make these comments about, whoring myself out.
Soon, she said, Depp started smashing glasses and punching walls. One day, Heard testified she laughed at a tattoo of his, and he slapped her.
I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. He said, you think it's so funny. You think it's funny. You think you're a funny. And he slapped me again.
Heard testified the abuse escalated, often fueled by drugs and alcohol. This 2013 photo showing lines of cocaine submitted by Heard's lawyers as evidence. During an argument that same year, Heard testified Depp choked her.
And slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could kill me.
The violence, Heard said, always followed by Depp apologizing and promising to stop. In 2018, Heard published an op-ed in the Washington Post describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The article never names Depp, but his lawyers argue it clearly referenced him and crippled his career, costing him millions. Depp last month testified he never abused Heard.
I've never struck Miss Heard. I've never struck a woman in my life.
But now Heard, who's countersuing for $100 million, is on the stand and will soon face cross-examination from Depp's attorneys.
Our thanks to Maggie Vespa for that report. And now back in 2020, Depp lost a similar suit against the British tabloid The Sun for calling him a, quote, wife beater. We'll stay on that.
Take a look at what's making news around the world this morning, starting in China, where rescuers pulled a woman alive from the rubble of a building that partially collapsed almost 6 days earlier.
Yeah, Claudio Lobongo joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, that woman was the 10th survivor to be pulled alive from the rubble of that 6-story building that collapsed on April 29th. One of many buildings in China that were raised, that were brought up, ignoring completely the safety standards. Now, at least 5 people are known to have died. There are dozens more missing, but the fact that this woman was rescued alive after 6 days since the collapse, well, that gives rescuers hope that more survivors may still be under the rubble. But now let's move to Nigeria, where the country's president has thanked the Secretary General of the United Nations for his visit and said he's grateful the world has not forgotten the West African nation during the war in Ukraine. Antonio Guterres is visiting Nigeria to express his solidarity with victims of terrorism, which has killed thousands of people in the past few decades. And Real Madrid last night has staged one of the most memorable comebacks in the history of soccer. The team was losing to Manchester City in the Champions League semi-final in Madrid, but then managed to score 2 goals in the last minutes of the game. Then in extra time, they scored 1 more goal, they won the game, and now will face Chelsea in the final. I mean, I was watching the game, and it was as exciting as I just made it sound.
You made it sound very exciting too, Claudio, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, exactly. Something else you could do, another career, sports announcer. Thank you. Now coming up, safe from the violence but far from home. Ukrainians seeking refuge here in the U.S. are now facing a new challenge, why the process to get in could be a struggle.
Plus, a new mission for a former Marine. Now he's working to help Ukrainians during the war. This is Morning News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As the war in Ukraine rages on, more and more people are leaving for safer neighboring countries. But those hoping to seek refuge in the United States could face a potentially arduous application process. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with her latest reporting out this morning. So, Julia, we know in March, President Biden promised to welcome up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. What's the process actually like for Ukrainians hoping to get to the U.S.? What are some of the biggest hurdles?
Right, Joe. So they set that as their goal, as their ceiling, if you will, for the number of Ukrainians they wanted to bring here. But for about a month, there was no plan. Then last week, we had the news from President Biden. He came out to the podium and announced they were going to launch Uniting for Ukraine so that any American could sponsor a Ukrainian to come to the United States. This is a little unusual from the typical refugee resettlement process, which allows U.S. taxpayer money to initially pay for a lot of the services that are needed in those first few months for refugees coming to the United States. Instead, that would fall on Americans, many of them Ukrainian Americans living here seeking to bring their family over. Now it seems that the process in order to prove that a sponsor can actually do that is pretty arduous. I've spoken to some people who say they're required not only to show their own income, the fact that they could support family coming over, but also to get very detailed information about the worth of the Ukrainians coming over to show that the Ukrainians could support themselves. They're being asked to prove how much the Ukrainians could make when they came to the United States as an income, but also being asked for the value of their homes in Ukraine. I've been told that's very difficult since, of course, a lot of these records have been lost, and vaccination records going back to their childhoods, again, very difficult to get from a war zone.
Plus, so many of these families are fleeing with just the little that they can grab as they try and get out of their homes. I know you spoke to a woman who's been struggling to get her sister's family to the U.S. What's her experience been like?
That's right. That's Svetlana Rogers, who says she's been working on this every day, night and day, since the website launched on April 25th. Yesterday, she was finally able to submit an application for her sister, but now she has to do that again for her sister's daughter and her sister's husband in order to bring them here. And she's worried, what if she makes a mistake on one application? What if one of them is approved and not the other? Could they then face the possibility of having to separate in order to come to the United States, at least get one of them to the United States? So she's worried right now, and DHS won't say how long this process might take. She also was able, really miraculously, to call around to people who are still on the ground in Ukraine to be able to get the deed to her sister's house and to be able to get those vaccination records from their doctor.
And Julia, very quickly here, how is the U.S. responding to this?
Well, right now they say that they've gotten about 13,000 applications on this website. No news yet on how many of those have actually been approved or if any of them have been approved yet. They say they're trying to move as expeditiously as possible. They put a lot of these barriers in place in order to vet sponsors to make sure that they weren't trying to traffic anyone to the United States, that they would be able to care for people when they got here. But right now, of course, people say that it's a little confusing because there's no actual barrier. There's no income threshold. So they're trying to figure out what they can prove. DHS also says that they're trying to add more people to a hotline for people to call with questions. Svetlana told me she would spend about an hour waiting on that hotline.
All right, Julia, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Now, a U.S. Marine veteran who went to Ukraine to cover the war as a journalist says the atrocities he saw compelled him to take action and help Ukrainians. Excuse me, NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian has his story.
Andy Milburn commanded a special operations task force fighting the Islamic State in Iraq. But the retired Marine colonel says he's never seen atrocities like the ones committed by the Russians in Ukraine.
I've seen a lot of devastation and depravity of mankind in war. Bucha was something that really, it left me numb for several days. Family vehicles, every occupant killed, not just one or two, not just because soldiers were trigger happy, but clearly targeted all along that road from Irpin to Bucha. It just left me with such a feeling of contempt and anger that I never felt for the Islamic State, for instance, was one of them. I never felt that for Al-Qaeda.
Milburn traveled to Ukraine in March intending to cover the conflict as a journalist, but he quickly decided he needed to get involved.
It seemed as though just writing about stuff wasn't really at all satisfying.
He formed the Mozart Group, a team of special operations veterans training and equipping Ukrainian soldiers. The name was intended as a counterpoint to the Wagner Group, a notorious Russian mercenary organization.
As far as a full-time cadre here in country, it's probably around 10 to 15. It varies, but we rotate people through at any given time. We'll have about 50, 60 personnel in country, all of whom are volunteers, by the way, because we depend totally on donations.
They train Ukrainians in tactics and help secure them gear, but the Mozart Group doesn't fight.
But it's really important that we get guys in who are not adventurers. They're not here to get their gun on. They're here because they have moral clarity. They see a purpose here, and they want to be here for that reason.
Milburn says he's seen little evidence that the billions in military aid authorized in Washington have reached the front lines, although Ukrainian officials say U.S. weapons have made a critical difference.
They're short of individual first aid kits. They're short of body armor. They don't have gloves, they don't have eye protection. They don't have ear protection. We saw a unit the other day where they evacuated 6 guys with ruptured eardrums in one day.
He's been impressed, though, by the bravery of Ukrainian soldiers.
There are guys who, with a handheld weapon like the Javelin or the NLAW or an RPG, knock out 2 or 3 T-72s in the course of a day and not even think it was worth discussing.
Milburn believes his team has made a difference.
I can tell you without any proof that I am confident that we have probably saved Ukrainian lives. I hope inflicted more pain on the Russians because of the training that they've had.
The Mozart Group even rescued a dog named Richie.
And he was frozen and starved. He's still emaciated. We're trying to fatten him up.
Richie's hardest days may be behind him, but Milburn says Ukrainian forces are about to face their toughest challenges as the war concentrates in the east. And he plans to remain in the country trying to help.
Our thanks to Ken Delanian for that report. And according to some counts, an estimated 5,000 international volunteer fighters have reportedly headed to the war zone to support Ukrainian forces. Coming up on Morning News Now, 2 minutes of history.
California very briefly became the first to run almost entirely off the grid. Our Bill Cairns tells us how it happened in this week's Climate Control.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together? Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening. from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're back with Climate Control, our weekly series on environmental headlines and solutions.
Yeah, we've got some important ones this week. A look at the brutal heat wave affecting more than 1 billion people in South Asia. Also, a new museum is using augmented reality to show the consequences of climate change and inspire action. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has more.
Our first stop on Climate Control takes us into South Asia. And how about the warmest ever March, followed by the third warmest ever April in India? And this heat wave was just record-setting for this time of year. I mean, they went, from winter straight to summer, no spring whatsoever. Listen to some of these statistics. 1 billion people in South Asia felt like 104 degrees plus. That's like 1 out of every 7 people on the earth. 10 cities reached 113 degrees. Only 50% of India, by the way, has air conditioning, but millions were left without AC because of the power shortages. Only 50% of India's power comes from other sources besides coal. So when they have a coal shortage, that's when there are big issues. And one of the things they're learning from this is they need to rely on renewables a lot more than just coal. And coal supplies are running low. Climate change did make this heat wave worse. In India, it's already warmed 2 degrees, and now they say by the end of 2100, by the end of this century, it could be 5 degrees warmer in India at our current emissions rates. Well, now let's go to our next story on climate control. And how about this? We came so close in California on Saturday. So we in California using renewable energies, the goal is to go 100% renewable. Well, on Saturday, they were this close. The online tracker actually showed at 3 p.m. on Saturday, it was 101%. People were celebrating. The environmentalists were saying, finally, we've hit 100% of our energy coming from renewables in California. But unfortunately, on Monday, they did revise the numbers slightly to 99.9%. The old record was 97%. So yes, we still broke the record, and California was very close to hitting one of their goals of being all renewable. In other words, not using any fossil fuels for our energy. And our final climate control story, and this one's pretty cool. Have you ever tried out some immersion technology? Well, you can do this in Las Vegas, and you can also do this in New York City. This exhibit is called Acadia Earth. It's one of a kind. It's augmented reality. It immerses you on a journey through planet Earth. Now, you wear an AR headset, you download the app, and you scan QR codes as you go room to room. And these are all themed rooms, all having to do with climate change change, education, but also entertainment value with it too. You go through underwater worlds, rainbow caves, holographic forests, and a room filled with 44,000 plastic bags. Now, the whole goal of this is to educate, enlighten, and also to inspire people to get out there and to do more. Pretty different. Maybe we'll have to go try that out now. You guys want to join me?
Oh, I love that, Bill.
Good idea. Let's go for it.
Do
Where was it?
That's a yes, Bill. But you could do it here in New York, you said.
Great. Yes. All right. Coming up on Morning News Now, content for cash.
Up next, some of TikTok's top influencers could soon get a check from the billion-user app. We'll explain when we come back.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Tom Cruise arrived at the world premiere of his new movie, Top Gun Maverick, in style by helicopter. The chopper touched down at the USS Midway in San Diego before Cruise walked to the red carpet, sporting a pair of aviator shaves. Although it was reported he had flown it himself, Cruise later told Entertainment Tonight, "I do fly that helicopter, but not today." Long-awaited Top Gun sequel kicks off this summer movie season on May 27th, ahead of the Memorial Day weekend. The release was pushed back several times over the last couple of years because of the pandemic. The film comes now 36 years after the original was released in May of 1986. I mean, you think he would have flown a fighter jet in. That might have been more impressive, but I guess a helicopter's a good way to make an entrance.
It is. Wow, I do feel like we've been hearing about that movie for so long.
Yes, because it was supposed to come out 2 years ago.
Years,
so,
yeah.
Finally.
Cool, can't wait.
Yeah.
Now, TikTok's top creators will soon have a new way to make money. It's called TikTok Pulse. The program will allow marketers to buy ad space on some of the most popular videos on the platform while giving the creators a slice of the revenue. Variety digital editor Todd Spangler joins us now for more on this. Hey, Todd, good morning. So first, just how will this work? How will creators be able to make money with this, and who qualifies for it?
Yeah, so what TikTok is saying right now is they're going to open up inventory on the top 4% of content on TikTok. So what does that mean? That means the most popular stuff based on viewing and engagement and follower counts, things like that. So it's a little bit opaque. And they say that creators and publishers with at least 100,000 followers will be eligible in the initial phase of this thing, which kicks off in June.
Now, I think a lot of people in general are sort of mystified by the creator or influencer economy, people who don't sort of deal in that world, how it can actually make someone a living, or millions in many cases. How were TikTok creators making money before this, and how big of a step is this for them? How big of a win?
Sure. Yeah, this really shows, a turning point in TikTok as a business. YouTube has been sharing advertising revenue with some of their top creators since 2007. Mm-hmm. So they really pioneered this idea of a creator economy where people could sustain themselves by creating content for digital audiences exclusively. Previously, TikTokers, the big creators have done brand deals, for example, where you deal directly with, a sponsor to do a sponsored video. People like Addison Rae or Charlie and Dixie D'Amelio have done TV and movie projects, for example, to do new kinds of projects off TikTok. So this is TikTok saying, look, you can build a real income and make a living on TikTok if, they want to keep creators creating content for TikTok and not doing things off the platform. YouTube, let me just mention, has really increased its competition with TikTok with this product called YouTube Shorts, which is like TikTok.
And Todd, just super quickly, we've only got about 20 seconds here. What does this mean? Are we going to see a bunch of ads on our favorite videos?
So the short answer is TikTok users are probably not going to see any change at all. You already see interstitial ads between the videos from major advertisers. That is going to continue. And what TikTok says is this will be a better way for marketers to reach communities of interest on TikTok.
Todd Spangler, thank you so much. Interesting stuff.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, unimaginable loss. 1 million Americans have now died of COVID. That number becoming a reality more than 2 years after the first COVID death in the U.S. How we got here and what doctors are learning about this current wave as COVID cases climb in dozens of states. What happens next as Americans react to the potential overturn of Roe versus Wade? Higher fencing goes up around the Supreme Court as Washington braces for more protests. How lawmakers are gearing up for the final ruling and the impact this could have on the midterm elections. Battle for Mariupol. Russia announces a ceasefire in the besieged city, allowing people to escape. This comes after the Ukrainian military says it's facing, quote, difficult, bloody battles there. The latest on the fight to save the city and the people who are trapped inside. And Surf's Up, the lives on competitive surfers on display in a new documentary. We're going to introduce you to one of the pros profiled, how she dealt with training during the pandemic to make history on the water.
Very cool.
Sounds like fun. Maybe not this weekend because of all the rain, but
also just not for me, period. It's terrifying.
There's that too. All right, more on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with that devastating milestone now surpassed in the fight against COVID-19.
Yeah, more than 1 million people have now died from COVID here in the U.S. It's a figure that underscores the toll the pandemic has had on families and frontline workers across the country. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with more on this. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hi, Savannah and Joe. Good morning. You know, I remember when we interviewed a White House official back in March of 2020 who said that if we did everything right, we could expect anywhere from 100,000 to 200,000 COVID deaths. Well, now here we are, 1 million and counting.
It's perhaps the grimmest milestone of the pandemic. At least 1 million COVID deaths in the U.S., according to an official NBC News count.
That number is devastating, but in the modern context, 1 million deaths in a very advanced country is unthinkable.
Dr. Umesh Gidwani with Mount Sinai Hospital was on the front lines in New York City, one of the earliest epicenters of the pandemic.
It's very hard to lose a patient that you've been fighting for.
His cardiac ICU was converted into a full-time COVID unit.
Back in March of 2020, what was the worst case scenario back then?
When we started off, we were completely unawares. We were caught unawares, and we were not very clear about where this would go.
Dr. Angela Chen diagnosed the first confirmed COVID case in New York.
What I replay and recount is, the patients that I've encountered with COVID and kind of being with them in their final days.
Here in New York, new COVID hospitalizations are on the rise again, topping 2,000 for the first time since late February. There are also concerns of a possible fifth or sixth wave in some parts of the country. California cases are up 10% over the last week. But 1 million is much more than just a number for so many Americans. Lisa Wilson in Palm Beach County, Florida, lost her grandmother, Lily Mae, to COVID last summer.
It was so terrifying. My aunt called me one Sunday morning, I think, and she said something is wrong with her. She was laid across the bed, and she was like gasping for air. She was gasping for air.
In all, 6 relatives claimed by COVID.
It was very, very hard. Everyone was just confused about the whole situation. We love you.
It is just so heartbreaking, and she says that all 6 of her relatives who died were unvaccinated. And for some context, to give you some perspective on just how big that number 1 million is, it's about double the population of the city of Atlanta. And for some more perspective, Savannah and Joe, the 1918 flu pandemic killed about 675,000 people here in the U.S., obviously making COVID-19 by far the deadliest pandemic in American history. Back to you.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Dr. Bio-Curry Winchell for more on this. She is the Regional Clinical Director of Carbon Health. Doctor, good to have you with us. So that number, 1 million deaths from COVID, it's still something that's hard to comprehend. What do you think that number says about how the U.S. has handled this pandemic since the start and even now?
Good morning. So, as you mentioned, that number is so alarming, and we really have to take note of where we were and where we are now. And it really shows that we have learned a lot. We now have vaccinations, which is a wonderful gift to really protect the entire nation. So I'm hopeful that at least now we have a way to continue to protect ourselves, but still remind ourselves of where we were before is so important.
Doctor, we're now dealing with several variants of the original coronavirus that swept across the country in 2020, including this new strain of Omicron and the subvariants that come from that. What do you say to people who are worried that we continue to see this virus mutating, and what's the best advice for people to stay safe?
So the best thing, because we know viruses tend to mutate, the one thing that you can do is get vaccinated, get boosted if you are eligible, because that's going to be the way to really help protect yourself and your family. So we have the opportunity to really protect ourselves now. And so when you see these new variants, really take in the opportunity to protect yourself because it's now available.
We've been reporting on so many of these milestones since this started 2 years ago. What can we do to make sure that we don't keep hitting any more milestones, especially when it comes to deaths?
Really take note of what is happening, across different states in the nation. And so when we see an uptick in cases, we can really rely on what we know really helps, such as wearing a mask, get boosted, get vaccinated. All of those things are things that we have in our toolbox to really help protect ourselves. So really lean in on that, and that's going to really help you overall protect, yourself and your family.
Good advice. Dr. Bio-Curry Winchell, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. And NBC News is creating a collection of images that represent those who we've lost to the virus. If you have a loved one or someone important to you who died because of COVID-19, you can upload a special photo of them or any image that represents a memory of the time you shared together. To find out more, you can go to the address at the bottom of your screen. It's NBCnews.com/COVID collections.
Now for the latest political fallout over that leaked draft opinion suggesting the Supreme Court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade, a decision that would have sweeping consequences for millions of Americans on both sides of the abortion debate. NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has the latest.
Good morning. That explosive leaked draft opinion has ignited emotions across this country, sparking new security concerns, leading law enforcement to fortify the perimeter outside the Supreme Court with a new 8-foot fence, just like the one put up following the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
Overnight, this new non-scalable fencing being installed around the Supreme Court after heated clashes in recent days on the steps of the court and nationwide between Americans on both sides of the abortion battle.
My body, my choice. Pro-life is pro-life.
The question this morning, what happens next if the Supreme Court follows through on its leaked draft opinion that overturns Roe v. Wade? President Biden slamming the draft.
This is about a lot more than abortion.
Warning the conservative court could unravel other privacy rights like same-sex marriage and contraception, and taking aim at former President Trump's MAGA movement.
Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history. In recent American history.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi slamming the draft as an assault on women.
Did violence not only to women, but to the Constitution of the United States.
But Republicans like Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida are taking a wait-and-see approach, largely focusing on the leak.
You know, you can leak stuff out of a court, which was really unprecedented, but let's see when you actually have something rendered.
Overturning Roe would not outlaw abortion, but would leave it up to state legislatures to decide whether there should be restrictions. North Dakota is among the 13 states with so-called trigger laws that would ban abortion with exceptions for the health of the mother if Roe is overturned.
It means lights out in North Dakota.
Abortion rights opponents say it will be the moment they've worked toward for 50 years.
It looks like we may have an opportunity to build consensus and pass laws to save lives all over the country.
It's already heating up as a crucial issue heading into this fall's midterms, with Democrats looking to capitalize, but Republicans insisting it won't matter in November.
We're going to win in 2022, and Roe v. Wade is not going to change the outcome.
Senate Democrats right now are on track to hold a vote next week that would guarantee abortion rights nationwide, even though they don't have the votes and it's doomed to fail. But their goal here is to force every senator to put their position on this issue on the record. Back to you.
Thank you, Peter Alexander. Now, Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski said Wednesday she will look at the legislation Democrats are working on, but she noted that when the Senate voted to proceed to the bill earlier this year, she opposed it. Now, as expected, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates by 0.5 percentage point yesterday. The biggest hike in 22 years is aimed at reining in sky-high inflation and bringing down prices for both consumers and businesses. So how will this impact your bottom line financially? Well, NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent is here with some answers for you. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. This is the most aggressive step we've seen by the Fed to try to fight inflation and bring down those super high prices that we've been seeing everywhere. And it's one of several actions from the federal government in its attempt to get some relief to families and small businesses who are struggling to make ends meet.
This morning, the price of borrowing money is going up again to help bring everyday prices down.
We need to do everything we can to restore stable prices. We'll do it as quickly and effectively as we can.
On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve raised the interest rate by 0.5 percentage point, the biggest hike in 22 years. The increase makes borrowing money more expensive, from new mortgages to auto loans to credit card rates. It's designed to cool down consumer demand and curb inflation, now at a 40-year high. President Biden trying to address the problem, too, vowing to cut the federal deficit by another $1.5 trillion this year.
We reduced federal borrowing, and we help combat inflation.
Meanwhile, the new rate hike is a mixed bag for small businesses hoping to expand. Nearly a third say they're dealing with inflation by borrowing money on a regular basis. In Oklahoma City, Jeff Reagan's family business makes energy bars. But with rates going up, he says it's harder to get affordable loans to buy equipment and boost production.
It puts just even more pressure to not only try and thrive, which is our goal, but really just to survive.
In Chicago, restaurant owner Terry Evans welcomes anything that lowers inflation after surging costs forced her to raise menu prices. But now she worries higher rates may cause her customers to cut back even more on dining out.
It does present cause and concern for me that our business could potentially start to dip based on the fact that people are going to have to change their buying habits.
Experts say with the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict and supply chain issues out of China with COVID there, don't expect your food or energy prices to come down anytime soon. And as for the R word, recession fears, Fed Chair Powell says there's nothing to suggest we're close to that with unemployment so low right now. And he also ruled out raising rates more than 0.5 point at a time for now. And that actually sent the stock market soaring. And no doubt, Savannah, that the Fed will be watching tomorrow's jobs report for April April very, very closely.
Absolutely. We all will. We know you will be. Jolene, thank you. Now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather, which means that Michelle Grossman is back this hour. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, Savannah. And we are looking at a busy day once again in terms of severe weather. We're going to see that today, also Friday into Saturday. So let's talk about today's forecast. A nice day in the Northeast. It was wet yesterday. You need the umbrella, but we're looking good today. The cold front that brought that wet weather is well off the coast in the middle of the country. Once again, from Texas all the way to Kentucky, we are looking at severe weather. Again, we could see some tornadoes, certainly some hail, and also some heavy winds and some really gusty, heavy rain and some gusty winds. Off to the west, we are looking at another system making its way on shore, so we're going to see a wet west for a while. So as we look at the flood threat in the red, that's your flash flood warning. That's the most dangerous weather scenario. So we're going to be watching that throughout the day. The ground is very saturated. We're seeing rainfall rates of 2 inches per hour. So that's something we're definitely going to watch. As looking at the wet weather now shifting to the east, from the Gulf Coast all the way to the Ohio Valley into parts of the Northeast. It's going to be wet. Where you see the yellow, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain. Again, we do have the threat for severe weather here. So gusty winds, heavy rain, and also some hail, even a few tornadoes. We'll watch that on Friday. In the middle of the country, it's going to be hot, feeling like summer in many spots. Notice southern Texas near 100 degrees in some spots, and rain and snow in the Pacific Northwest. Saturday, unfortunately, we start out the weekend with lingering rain in the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast as well. So you need your umbrella. We could see up to a half of an inch of rain in some spots. So if you have things to do indoors, you might want to do it that day, because Sunday looking much, much better. Summer heat continues in the middle of the country. We do have rain in the northern plains, or at least parts of the northern plains, and that mountain snow is continuing. As we look towards Mother's Day, a bright day in the Northeast and really all up and down the East Coast. We're looking at some rain along the Great Lakes, the upper Midwest, and mountain snow continuing. The fire weather danger does continue today, tomorrow, also on Saturday into Sunday. There's a big difference in terms of temperatures. We have that jet stream kind of dividing the nation between the warm versus cold. So Chicago, you've been below average all week long, but changes are coming, I promise. Ahead of this cold front, we are looking at Atlanta, 89 degrees today. That's 12 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, Philadelphia, it's cool. We're about 7 degrees below normal for this time of year. And we'll end it by just looking at the better news in Chicago. By Monday, we're looking at 81 degrees. That's a big difference. Savannah?
Wow. Ending it on better news. I like that. Yeah. Thanks, Michelle. See you in a bit. And coming up, heavy fighting intensifies in Ukraine overnight, especially in Mariupol. The latest on the ground in Ukraine next, where we're getting a better idea of the toll of this war and how Ukrainian fighters are trying to hold up against the Russians.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. That Larry, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back. In Ukraine this morning, there are mixed messages coming out of that blockaded steel plant in Mariupol. Russia announced a 3-day ceasefire there in order to allow civilians to evacuate, but Ukrainian officials say fighting is continuing. That all comes as more American-supplied weapons arrive in the country. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin is with us from Kyiv.
Hey there, Joe and Savannah. A senior U.S. defense official says Russia's progress on the battlefield has been slow and uneven. This as more and more Western weapons have been arriving here in Ukraine every day.
This morning, American-supplied howitzers are now a part of the fight in Ukraine. A senior U.S. defense official telling NBC News 90% of the howitzers promised are now in Ukrainian hands, with some already being used on the battlefield.
The flow into the region continues at an incredible pace.
A U.S. congressman also telling NBC News Ukraine is now asking the Biden administration for anti-ship missiles to free up vital ports along the Black Sea. This despite a fresh warning from the Russian defense minister that any movement of NATO weapons inside Ukraine is considered a legitimate target. Russian forces have been attacking transportation hubs, although those strikes have had no appreciable impact on Ukraine's ability to resupply itself, according to a senior U.S. defense official. And this morning, the New York Times reports the U.S. has provided intelligence that helped the Ukrainians target and kill Russian generals, according to unnamed senior American officials. Although the sources declined to say how many generals had been killed as a result of that assistance. NBC has not independently verified those claims, and a National Security Council spokeswoman told the Times in a statement that the battlefield intelligence was not provided to the Ukrainians with the intent to kill Russian generals. It comes as fighting rages on at the besieged steel plant in Mariupol, the last Ukrainian stronghold of the devastated port city. Despite this week's harrowing rescue mission, hundreds of civilians and fighters are still trapped inside. We counted the minutes between each bombing, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, this survivor says. We expected to die any minute. An investigation by the Associated Press now estimates 600 civilians died on March 16th when the Russians bombed the Mariupol theater. The new death toll double the original Ukrainian government estimate and the product of a detailed analysis of what happened. With Russian forces now in control of most of Mariupol, there's no way to know for sure and no way to honor the dead inside the city.
With respect to that report about the United States providing Ukraine with intelligence, the New York Times also reporting, citing officials, that the United States is not providing Ukraine with intelligence with respect to Russia's most senior leaders. This morning, the Kremlin spokesperson was asked about that New York Times report and replied, quote, "The Russian military is doing everything that is necessary in this situation." Joe and Savannah?
All right, Erin McLaughlin, thank you so much. And now for more on Ukraine, we're joined by Jason Beardsley. He's the National Executive Director at the Association of the U.S. Navy. Jason, good to have you with us as always. So first, let's just talk about Mariupol. Is there a chance we're nearing the end game there with this latest bout of fighting? Do you think Russia will entirely capture the city, especially keeping in mind that Russia had essentially set a deadline of what's called Victory Day? That's this holiday. It's May 9th, just a few days away.
Yeah, that has been their intent, and boy, they've been at this for a long time. The siege for Mariupol has bled out the Russian resources. Their battalion tactical groups have been eviscerated. They may actually control the terrain at the end of this, and the Azov steel plant is not clear yet. We don't have information yet that they've cleared it. That's a very difficult fight in urban terrain, so I think the Russians are probably a little bit reluctant to go in, and when they do, they're going to deal with more casualties. So at the end of this, they'll have some nominal control, but it's really been bleeding out the Russians. And right now, the Russians are trying to focus on the upper sort of eastern area around Izium and, Kramatorsk. But they are going to have a difficult time now recovering. Making a celebration on May 9th for them is a real face-saving maneuver. It's going to be a farce, but I do see them as largely controlling the terrain now.
Jason, I want to ask you about that New York Times article that Erin mentioned just a moment ago in her report, and there's some back and forth here. So just to recap, it says American intelligence has actually been helping Ukraine, quote, kill Russian generals, citing unnamed U.S. officials. The report says the information has been critical in the deaths of some generals. Now, the National Security Council released a statement after the article was published, saying the intelligence was not provided, quote, with the intent to kill Russian generals. And in your opinion, and what do you make of this back and forth? Is there concern here that it could escalate tensions with Russia?
Well, I think the tensions with Russia are at maximal right now. I think this is very sloppy. I've been saying for a while, it is likely that Western intelligence is being downgraded to the Ukrainians, because otherwise we wouldn't see these very effective, precise strikes. The difference between me saying it and a source from the National Security Council going out and publishing this, that's a shame. It's not the best way to do intelligence. And it reminds me that this administration sometimes is a little bit more celebratory on their successes in the intel realm, when they're really kind of tilting their hand a little too much. On the front side of this, we were told for 6 months that this invasion would happen. Meanwhile, we didn't put weapons on the ground in front of the invasion. We waited till 3 and 4 weeks into it. Now we're flowing them behind time, trying to get weapons in during a hot war that's very difficult. So I'm not a real fan of seeing this published in the New York Times. It doesn't help.
Now, Jason, I do want to ask you about something concerning. Yesterday, Russia's defense ministry said it practiced simulated nuclear-capable missile strikes in the western enclave of Kaliningrad. Is Russia sending a message here? And quickly, particularly, mention this backdrop of Sweden and Finland considering an application to join NATO.
Yeah, Russia really messed up. What they wanted to do was make sure NATO didn't expand, and they wanted to capture Ukraine. On the other hand, what's going to happen now is NATO is going to expand. They are saber rattling by talking about their nuclear arsenal. They've done this before, and it's part of their attempt to try to scare off the West. But really, I think that's more saber rattling than anything. We've seen the propaganda minister on vacation in Dubai, and we know the Russian arsenal of nuclear weapons is not going to be maintained any better than their in-service trucks and their infantry that we're seeing hammered and depleted in Ukraine. So I think they've got other problems that are underneath the surface that they don't want to talk about. So I do consider this some heavy saber rattling. That being said, it's always dangerous when you're dealing with proxy wars with armed nuclear conflict at the the outset of that. So we should be careful. It's another reason why that intel report in the New York Times was not good.
Yeah, Jason Beardsley with some important context and analysis there. Thank you so much. And coming up, we're learning more about the attack on comedian Dave Chappelle at one of his shows. New video shows the moments the suspect was captured. The details we're learning about the man from his own family members. And on the run, the manhunt for an accused killer and the corrections officers police say helped him escape has now been underway for nearly a week. What investigators are now learning about the relationship the two had when the inmate was behind bars. Those details are next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We have new details this morning about that shocking attack on Dave Chappelle. The comedian released a brief statement about the onstage altercation, while the suspect, who's being held on bail, is facing assault charges. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has the very latest. Gotti, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, a lot of people are asking how that suspect, 23-year-old Isaiah Lee, was able to smuggle a weapon past security and past metal detectors at LA's iconic Hollywood Bowl. Authorities so far have not released a motive, but the suspect brother tells Rolling Stone Lee suffers from mental health issues.
Make some noise for hip-hop history.
Just seconds after being attacked by a member of the audience, Dave Chappelle was back on his feet and back to making jokes.
Thank God that was clumsy.
In eyewitness video obtained by TMZ, the suspect can be seen surrounded by security. Chappelle's close friend Jamie Foxx also on stage.
Whenever you're in trouble, Jamie Foxx will show up in a sheriff's hat.
Comedian Tehran was also nearby as the suspect approached.
If it wasn't for his clumsiness and Dave Chappelle's prowess, something worse could have happened.
The suspect, 23-year-old Isaiah Lee, appeared bloody and bruised before being booked on suspicion of felony assault with a deadly weapon.
He's back there getting stomped.
Police say Lee was carrying this replica gun with a bayonet-style blade.
Hollywood unit, suspect 2301 of Highland Avenue at the Hollywood Bowl.
The suspect's brother telling Rolling Stone Lee suffers from mental health issues and has been in and out of homeless shelters. Despite jokes later cracked on stage by Chris Rock and others,
was that Will Smith?
Industry professionals say the attack shows the need for improved security measures to protect performers.
It's almost like a Secret Service kind of type of awareness you might need to have, because we've seen so many examples of how quickly things can escalate and how quickly somebody can get to the stage.
The company that manages the Hollywood Bowl saying in a statement, the safety of our artists, visitors, and staff is our top priority. While Netflix, which sponsored the comedy festival where the attack occurred, saying, we strongly defend the right of stand-up comedians to perform on stage without fear of violence. Confrontations like this 2018 incident at a comedy club in South Carolina have become more common in recent years, according to club owners and comedians like Tehran, who says the shared connections between performers and audiences needs to be preserved.
This is a safe space not only for the comedians on stage, but for the audience as well. And it means everything for this to remain a safe space.
Now, Chappelle's representative says the comedian wants his 4-night run at the Bowl to be remembered for more than just one ugly incident, writing, the performances by Chappelle at the Hollywood Bowl were epic and record-breaking, and he refuses to allow last night's incident to overshadow the magic of this historic moment. Joe?
Gotti Schwartz. Gotti, thank you.
Now, the ongoing manhunt for an accused killer and a corrections officer who authorities believed helped him escape is now nearly a week old. This morning, NBC News has learned that deputy had been visiting the inmate behind bars for years. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Florence, Alabama, the last place their getaway car was seen. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. A nation certainly captivated by this, a community deeply concerned, and we're now learning from law enforcement officials Casey White had threatened to kill his ex-girlfriend and her sister in the event that he was able to get out of prison. Well, White has been serving now 75 years. That's the term for a series of violent crimes. He was only a few years into that. And now this manhunt pursuing a 7th day, a full week. This brief video of Vicky White and Casey White leaving an Alabama jail, the deputy holding the door for the convicted felon and accused murderer, belies an apparently lengthy relationship spanning years.
He was here in 2020 for an arraignment and preliminary hearing, and when he finished that, he went back to state prison. We do know that they remained in touch while he was in state prison.
So their relationship, in whatever parameters you would define it, is at least 2 years old?
Yes.
Maybe older.
Could be older.
The sheriff also says Vicky repeatedly drove more than 2 hours to this state prison outside Birmingham to see Casey, who he isn't sure how many times. The state telling us any logs or video of their visits aren't ready for release. It's the latest layer in a complex case.
This could happen with the best of folks. I mean, Vicky White I would trust with my life, and she's that kind of solid person.
All attention now focused squarely on finding the unlikely pair on the run since last Friday. The U.S. Marshal Service posting these sketches to demonstrate the immense height differential between the 6'9" Casey White and the 5'5" Vicky White. This new surveillance video from a gas station apparently shows the pair driving on a local road in a patrol car before ditching it in a parking lot and hopping in a Ford Edge getaway car. So far, no one has reported seeing them. Are you surprised no one noticed this 6'9" man walking out of the car?
I am surprised. And what about the cameras? He's a big guy.
Authorities not only say Casey White could have changed his clothes and his appearance, which he's done before, but the duo may be heavily armed.
She owned an AR-15, a shotgun, and another pistol. Typically, those would not be in her patrol car. They were her personal weapons, as was the duty weapon she carried. But I think the fact that she owns them, I think it's a fair assumption that they're with them.
The U.S. Marshal Service says that they have zero credible information as to where the two could be headed. A commander deputy who says he's been on this job for 20+ years has never seen a case like this until now, where they have nothing solid by way of information, guys. And it's also worth noting the sheriff's department here saying that Vicky White is no longer employed by them. We know that she was supposed to retire that last day, never got the paperwork actually in. It's not clear, though, if she's been fired. Back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much. Coming up, saving their town. People in one Tennessee community are taking on a major corporation and the state.
Why? So they can keep control of their town. What's behind this fight to avoid a corporation from taking over their small community?
Plus, avoiding burnout. A new study shows a majority of parents are feeling burned out right now. So what can be done to help working parents feeling stressed out? A doctor's advice next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. New this morning, Elon Musk has secured more than $7 billion in new funding for his Twitter takeover. That co-founder Larry Ellison and a Saudi prince. The new commitments will help Musk to cut the margin loan he's taken to $6.25 billion from the $12.5 billion announced earlier. Last week, Twitter accepted a $44 billion bid from the Tesla CEO to buy the social media giant. Musk says he plans to take the site private.
A small, predominantly black town in western Tennessee is fighting for survival after the state tried to take it over. Local leaders say the move was brought on by greed after Ford announced plans to build a massive plant in the community. The state says it's just trying to help the town after years of mismanagement. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has the story.
Far as the eye can see, a necessity for any major auto plant. But we're a long way from Detroit.
Why Tennessee?
We looked at 15, 20 different states, and this site that we're standing on really stood out above all others.
Ford is among several major automakers looking to dominate the electric vehicle market, and they're setting up shop in the South to do it.
Today, we're announcing the largest investment in American manufacturing in the history of our company.
That investment, an ambitious $5.6 billion mega campus called Blue Oval City, where the electric version of America's most popular vehicle, the Ford F-150 truck, will be built.
We needed a site that has the size, the flexibility, and the breadth of what we need in terms of the infrastructure. An electric battery plant requires 5 times the electricity that a normal assembly plant requires today.
Volkswagen, General Motors, and Nissan all churning out cars in factories across the state.
What impact do you think this will have in western Tennessee?
I think it's going to be transformational. I think it'll bring the next generation of jobs and tech jobs to this area.
Already, Ford has begun recruiting local 8th graders.
It's an amazing sight to see, though. You know, you see all these companies, big companies like Ford, here to give us an opportunity to see what our future could look like.
Ford's Blue Oval City will be one of the largest U.S. auto plants ever. The 3,600-acre campus will cover nearly 6 square miles and employ about 6,000 people. With this expected boom will come money, lots of it. The more than $1 billion the state has already committed to the area to attract Ford, just the beginning, with the potential to send property values in towns near the plant soaring. Towns like Mason. The predominantly black town of around 1,100 people has a median household income of only $35,000 a year. The median home value just under $90,000.
I think it's a good idea, you know, it's bringing in new jobs and, you know, just something new for Tennessee because they definitely need it.
I think it's going to be good for the community, you know, a lot of opportunities for a lot of people. Very excited about it. Can't wait.
I'm excited because I want to, see change.
But just when the town of Mason thought hope was on the horizon,
citizens of one small West Tennessee town are fighting to keep their community under their control.
It all started with a letter sent by the state comptroller to the town residents.
We were blindsided. We had 2 options. One was to relinquish our charter. If we did, they would come in and take over the finances of the town.
Giving up the charter would place the predominantly black and Democratic town in the hands of Tipton, the majority white and Republican-leaning county that Mason is part of.
That means that no citizen that is now in Mason will have any say-so whatsoever. They will come in and do whatever they want to any of us, however they want to do us.
For more than a century, Mason was run by white elected officials. That all changed in 2016 when almost all the town officials resigned amid fraud and mismanagement allegations. Now, all of Mason's leaders are black.
He was determined to try to divide our city by causing the people to turn against the elected officials that they had placed in office.
The comptroller says his office is only looking out for Mason's best interest, writing in that letter that the town has been poorly managed for at least 20 years, then highlighting opportunities that the new Ford plant could bring before adding, people and companies will not invest their money in a poorly run town. The comptroller denies race played any role. He declined to be interviewed on camera for this story, but a spokesperson tells NBC News that their office has worked with Mason for years to pay down the roughly $500,000 that was owed to the state when the letter was sent, adding, due to the fact that previous attempts at corrective action with the town were unsuccessful, the comptroller has taken the final step of enhanced financial supervision.
The comptroller has said, this isn't about race, there's no bias. He just wants to best position Mason so that they can reap all the benefits when Blue Oval City comes.
That's bull. These people laying here, the value is going to skyrocket. So yes, you want to take control of the land and the money that's coming down the line because you don't want us to have control of it.
Last month, the NAACP got involved, suing the state to stop the financial takeover.
When we looked across the state, cities and towns that had problems with their finances, they were never asked to give up their charter. We saw it as clear discriminatory practices.
But a judge ruled the comptroller has broad authority over local government operations, including requiring state approval for any town expenses over $100, writing, the court recognizes the harsh realities imposed upon an administration that did not contribute to the financial burden of the town. But the court must also take into account the state's interest in moving the town towards financial stability and a balanced budget.
If this debt is not paid off by the time Blue Oval is up and running, by the time those businesses and people do start coming, what then?
Well, it's going to be paid. We're going to do it. I just believe God's going to make a way.
Thanks to Priscilla Thompson for that report. The two sides have reached a preliminary agreement in which Mason will drop the lawsuit. The town used part of its American Rescue Plan funding to pay down $150,000 they still owe.
Now, we've all felt the stress of the pandemic, but if you're a working parent, that's likely especially true, and you might feel overwhelmed and exhausted at this point. Well, you're not alone. A new study out this morning shows 66% of parents report feeling burned out right now. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford joins us with more. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Good to see you this morning. Look, that's why the authors of the study are now sounding the alarm, saying that we've reached epidemic levels of parental burnout and exhaustion. They're even calling it a major public health issue. And the researchers say this may just be the beginning, that we haven't even seen the full range of long-term effects that this burnout has had on parents and even kids. But the side effects, well, they're likely still hitting many families today. But there is some good news, Savannah. They have also shared some very real and practical ways to help.
I'd say we do, we feel a little burnt out.
It's a daily struggle.
Some days it's just total chaos.
Playing out for parents nationwide.
Had to do everything on top of your normal duties and then some.
Sit down on your bottom. Parental burnout, feeling overwhelmed, overworked, and plain exhausted over long periods of time. A challenge Kate Golick knows firsthand.
Okay, you can.
As a working mother of 4 living near Columbus, Ohio, and a professor at The Ohio State University's College of Nursing.
There was one point during the pandemic where I really felt like I was being forced to be this superhuman. I had to be an elementary school teacher. I had to be a caregiver. I had to be a spouse, a cook, a cleaner. I had to be emotional support for everyone. And it's not feasible for you to have to take on so many different roles. And it's inevitable almost that there's not some degree of burnout present.
Which is why she co-authored a new study just released today that found that out of more than 1,200 parents surveyed in the middle of the pandemic, 66% of them reported burnout, a phenomenon that was more common among women and in homes with 2 or more children.
When we talk about burnout, how do you distinguish that from just a pretty rough day or being tired one day?
Burnout in parents is that physical, emotional, over-exhaustion and that feeling of just, I need a break. And I think it's very shaming for parents to think that they can be burned out in this role of being a parent. you know, because obviously we all love our kids and it's too much on us to be asked to do all of these different things.
What happens as a society if we do not address this problem?
I do feel like it's a public health problem. It's not that I'm depressed. It's not that I'm anxious. It's actually that I'm just burned out in this role.
And it can manifest in harmful ways. In some cases, the research shows anxiety and increased alcohol consumption for parents, along with increased likelihood of insults or even physical harm through spanking aimed at children. As for the kids, parents experiencing burnout reported they saw more signs of unhappiness, more trouble concentrating, and increased difficulty interacting with other children. The good news, says Dean Bernadette Melnick, who co-authored the study with Golick, is that there are also strategies that can help. Things like being kind to yourself and lowering expectations, asking for help or talking to someone you trust, and self-care, even something as small as 5-minute recovery breaks.
For parents who are struggling with this feeling of burnout every single day, what can they do?
Take 2 minutes, make a hot drink, sit, sip it slowly, focus on the present moment, count your blessings, not what you don't have. Just 4 to 5 abdominal deep breaths can so relieve stress. It's these types of simple practices that can make a big difference for anybody who's stressed.
A tiny bit of advice for parents everywhere, taking it one step at a time.
And check this out. Those researchers also included a really helpful self-check survey in their study. It's a 10-point checklist, and it basically lets you know where you are on a scale of 1 to 10 when it comes to burnout. It also gives you really usable steps that you can take depending on where you are on that scale to really help you manage those feelings. And they also underscore that there is real courage in asking for help because they say simply, you cannot pour from an empty cup. Savannah?
Wow, isn't that true? And that survey is very neat. It seems like a really good way to actually narrow down what you're going through. All right,
Definitely.
Morgan, thank you so much.
Of course.
Coming up, catching the biggest wave, we're getting a glimpse at what life is like for some of the world's professional surfers.
One of them is actually joining us live. The history she's making for women in her sport. That's up next.
Plus, Dolly is in, as we told you yesterday, despite initially trying to get her name out of the running for the... What she is saying about the honor. You're watching Morning News Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Get your pretzels and your hot sausages ready because NFL is heading to Germany. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers will face the Seattle Seahawks in Munich on November 13th, the fourth matchup in a series of 5 international NFL games scheduled for 2022. Now get this, NFL data showed that Germany has a strong football fan base, specifically for the Seahawks as the second most popular franchise in the country. And now between Buccaneers quarterback Tom Brady's return from retirement, of course, and the Seahawks losing longtime quarterback Russell Wilson, the game won't be one to miss.
Now I want to know which the #1 most popular team.
I know, right? How come they didn't get them? Hopefully, sorry.
The Seahawks are great.
Yeah.
They'll have a great time. All right. A new documentary series on Apple TV Plus is going into the deep end, following some of the world's best surfers as they aim to become world champions.
Yeah, it's called Make or Break, and it takes the total wipeouts. These athletes put everything on the line and on their boards. Take a look.
My job is professional surfer.
The best job in the world.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
Guys, if you're listening, we're lost.
This is the first time ever the women are at Pipeline.
We have never been given an opportunity like that.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
He saw every bit of this.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
And he goes for it.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
We're joined now by professional surfer Sage Erickson. She's one of the surfers featured in the docuseries that you just saw there. Also, apparently superhuman, because I do not understand how this is possible and how it's not just so scary to see the size of those waves and just head towards it. But Sage, thanks for being with us. So this is a pretty in-depth series on the realities of professional surfing. What was it like for you to be followed during competition? And what do you hope viewers take away from a series like this and kind of seeing behind the scenes of what you do?
Yeah, well, good morning. You know, really, this is the first big insight on what it's like to be a professional surfer. You know, we sometimes are often looked at, we have these casual lifestyle and we live by the beach and our toes are in the sand. And this really shows the intensity of what each of us go through. Performing under pressure, seeing what it's like to deal with relationships, the dramatic effects between us and other competitors. And just, I hope people, you know, become inspired that this is a true profession. It's a beautiful one. It's hard. And that they just, you know, one day either hope to be a pro surfer or they love what we do and encourage an active lifestyle.
I mean, it is hard to begin with, and then this was filmed in the middle of the pandemic during a time when really mental health in sports started to come more into the national spotlight. Surfing not immune to either of those issues. How'd you deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, especially with our tour starting off in Australia, you know, what I do and what we do is on an international platform. So we entered a country really strict, and the way we were allowed to do that was because we followed protocols. We made sure that we protected ourselves and others, and we were out in the ocean, somewhere that is really active. And just, you know, prioritizing doing what we love within the restraints that we knew was safest for us and who was around us. So, I mean, it was stressful for sure. I think we all felt that and we all connect on that point. And yeah, it just, it worked out. We have world champions and we have this amazing series. And so it just couldn't have gone better.
Yeah. Now, Sage, in the trailer there, we heard a little bit about some of the history that was made in this last season. You just touched on some of it. And for the first time, women were included in the pipeline competition on the famed North Shore of Oahu, which is just so amazing. But I know there were some scary events leading up to that. Walk us through that day and what it was like to be one of the first women to surf that championship tour event.
Yeah, it brings back so many emotions. One, just the fact that the World Surf League has brought the women to equal pay. And with that, we surf equal conditions, which, you know, as you pointed before, big and scary waves, powerful. With the element of being in nature, there's sharks. And so there's going to be a glimpse into a shark attack that ultimately led us to pipe earlier than possibly we were thinking. And that is something that we have to consider, but it's also a part of nature and we take that chance to do what we love. So There's incredible heroics. There's us getting past really big hurdles and just committing to what we love and what we do, and that's chasing after a world title. And you get to see all of that on this series, which has never been seen. So
so cool. You make it sound and look easy, which is just so incredible. Sage Erickson, thank you for joining us. We're so excited about this. It's a 7-part documentary series called Make or Break Again. It's already been picked up for a 2nd season, and right now season 1 is available for streaming only on Apple TV+. Thanks again, Sage.
Country music legend Dolly Parton says she's honored to learn she's going to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She told Billboard that when she initially asked to bow out of consideration, she didn't mean to cause trouble or stir up any controversy. Now she says, I guess I'm a rock star. Dolly Parton, the queen of country, will take her seat among rock royalty with her induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class of 2022. Parton posted on social media, I am honored and humbled by the fact that I have been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Of course, I will accept it gracefully. It comes after a 2-month back and forth between the self-described backwoods Barbie and the organization. Hits include Jolene, I Will Always Love You, and 9 to 5, originally said she would respectfully bow out of the process, adding that she felt she had not earned that right. But the Hall of Fame sent out its 1,200 ballots days before Dolly said she wanted to drop out. And last week, Parton changed her previous stance, telling NPR she would accept if chosen.
I would just say thanks and I'll accept it. But when I said that, it was always my belief that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was for the people in rock music. And I have found out lately that it's not necessarily that. She told Billboard Wednesday that when people have called her a rock star, I thought they just meant that I was cool. But now I'm going to have to take it literally. This is not the first time Parton has turned down a major honor. Parton revealed to Hoda and Jenna she declined the Presidential Medal of Freedom not once, but twice. I don't work for those awards. It'd be nice, but I'm not sure that that I even deserve it.
Now the country music legend is punching her ticket to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, adding to a long list of achievements during her remarkable career. Dolly says she doesn't yet know if she's going to the induction ceremony, but if she does, she told Billboard she's going to sing the hardest rock and roll style song she can muster to prove she can do it. And yeah, she still also wants to produce a rock album.
I hope we see her there.
I know. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, unthinkable loss this morning. A grim reminder of the human cost of a pandemic. More than 1 million people across the country have now died from COVID-19, and that death toll is still rising. We look at the progress and setbacks in America's fight against the virus, plus the latest on what doctors want you to know to stay safe. Fight till the end, breaking overnight, an intensified fight underway in Ukraine. We'll bring you the latest on the bloody battle over the besieged city of Mariupol, where hundreds of civilians have already died. Fallout from the Supreme Court leak suggesting the end of Roe versus Wade as demonstrators on both sides of the abortion debate take to the streets. The president is voicing new concerns that other cases could be overturned.
This is about a lot more than abortion. What are the next things that are going to be attacked?
More on the potential decision and sharing the wealth. TikTok working on a new way to pay its top influencers. We'll tell you about the app's first of its kind program meant to split ad revenue with content creators and the changes you might notice down the line. That's if you are a big TikTok user, the changes you'll notice.
I see the videos when people put them on Instagram. Yeah. Does that count?
You got to get into it. Actually, you'll get sucked in. Maybe not. We begin, though, this morning with that grim milestone in the pandemic. More than 1 million people have now died from COVID-19 in the U.S.
It's a number few thought was possible when the pandemic began nearly 2 years ago, and it comes as cases rise across the country once again. Now, we have team coverage to mark this somber milestone. Dr. Scott Hadlin, the chief of adolescent medicine at Mass General Hospital for Children, will join us in a moment. We're going to begin with NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson, who is in Kirkland, Washington, the place where the coronavirus really first took hold here in the U.S. Steve, good to have you with us this morning. We know Kirkland was the first to deal with COVID in the U.S. We were all watching as cases started to unfold there. Walk us through what those early days were like, especially for the healthcare workers who had to deal with a virus that we'd really never seen before.
You know, Joe, there's been some revisionist disputes about where the first death was, where the worst this virus hit as far as per capita in the country. There's no discussion, as you said, about who had to deal with this first. And that was the healthcare workers right here in Kirkland. It was described to me almost as coming in waves, the problems that they had to deal with. First was recognizing that this was happening and confirming that and then springing into action, which, as you would imagine, nobody even knew what this was. So doing that was this unbelievable task. By then, they realized that they needed the proper equipment to do that. So negative pressurized rooms, COVID wings, tents, and PPE, so protective equipment, basic stuff like masks and gloves. And by the time they realized that they needed that, there was a realization that healthcare workers and EMTs and nurses and doctors and firefighters were handling these patients without that proper protection for days. So then you had nurses and doctors and firefighters getting sick in droves. The nurses here, the healthcare workers at this care facility, 70 of them got sick while they're treating sick patients. Nearly the entirety of the Kirkland Fire Department had to quarantine at one point. I spoke to a doctor at nearby Evergreen Health, where a lot of these patients, after they got too sick to deal with here, went there, where one of the first confirmed deaths was. Here's what he told me about dealing with this first. Listen to this.
I don't think any of us anticipated the scope, the breadth of this outbreak. There was quite a bit of concern about perhaps taking this home to your family. And I mean, I know many people who checked into hotels until this was clearly, there was some sense of how transmissible this was.
And the doctor said essentially that, you know, he wished it didn't happen anywhere, but he was in a way happy that it happened in the Seattle area first, because they do have such a strong medical community and they did spring into action.
And
Joe?
Steve, let's talk about the people who live there. I mean, now so many of us have been impacted by this pandemic that we're 2 years in. But since this was ground zero, what was it like for the people just living in Kirkland who had to deal with that first wave when there was so much fear?
My producer, Karen, who's standing next to me, described it as almost an epicenter of fear. Everybody described this as obviously the epicenter of the virus, but there was so much emotion in the atmosphere. Every time an ambulance whizzed by, or anytime, you know, there was activity or a press conference outside of this care facility, the entire community would sort of erupt in this fearful emotion. And remember that this is a virus where you can't really deal with this with the full force of your family because of the quarantine situation. So you may remember pictures of people on their phones with their mom and their dad outside one of these windows. One of them was a woman named Carmen Gray. We spoke to her about what it was like to have a sick parent inside this care facility. Listen to this.
Nobody knew, and fear just kept escalating. And then you saw the ambulances leaving and people not coming back. And it just kept escalating. The fear, you know, my mom was in there, you know. We couldn't go in, she couldn't come out. And it was just a waiting, you know, who knew that it would become a pandemic.
1 million deaths, 1 million individual tragedies, people having to watch their loved ones die on a video screen. All of that happened here first. The community, of course, moving on from that, but in a way, never getting over it. Guys, back to you.
Steve Patterson from Kirkland, Washington. Steve, thanks so much.
Thank you. Now, with the U.S. surpassing 1 million deaths due to COVID-19, it may be difficult to grasp just how large that grim number is. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns puts it into perspective.
1 million. That's how many Americans have lost their lives to COVID-19. A ghastly milestone after 2 years of enduring a pandemic that's still disrupting communities worldwide. For every life lost, there is a story. a memory, and a grieving family. To get a sense of the scale of the tragedy, COVID-19 has now taken more American lives than World Wars I and II combined. Or, looking at it in a different way, it's like wiping out almost the entire population of Delaware. And when compared to the last deadly pandemic, the Spanish flu of 1918, which killed about 675,000 Americans, over 300,000 more lives have perished from COVID. The death toll also surpasses those of many other significant and tragic events in U.S. history. The Civil War claimed about 620,000 lives. At the peak of the AIDS crisis in the early 90s, about 43,000 people died each year, a number well below the yearly average of U.S. COVID deaths. COVID-19 remains the third leading cause of death in the United States, associated with approximately 460,000 deaths in 2021, behind heart disease and cancer, according to a CDC report. Unintentional injuries come after, with more than 219,000 deaths. Influenza, no longer in the top 10, killed almost 42,000. To put that into perspective, COVID has taken more than 10 times the number of lives as the flu in 2021. While these numbers may seem abstract or detached from your reality, this grim marker means that on average there are roughly 111 deaths per 100,000 people in the U.S., or 1 in 492 Americans, depending on where you live. In states like Texas, 1 in every 341 people has died. Hard-hit cities include LA, where 1 in every 128 people has died. And New York City remains one of the hardest hit, where 1 in every 319 people has died. Also devastating is the number of preventable deaths since vaccines were made available to adults. According to an analysis from Peterson KFF, up to 234,000 deaths since June of last year could have been prevented with vaccinations. That represents 60% of all adult COVID deaths since then. Though there is a drop in deaths in the U.S. and worldwide, experts point to a loss in the quality of data collected as more Americans get vaccinated and cities open back up. And as we approach the new normal with vaccines and boosters readily available, millions of Americans will continue to mourn the loss of so many.
Just heartbreaking. Our thanks to Dasha Burns for that report.
Let's bring in Dr. Scott Hadlin now for more on this. So, Doctor, how do you wrap your mind around this staggering loss of life? Did you think we would ever surpass this number or even get close to this number?
You know, at the outset of this, I don't think any of us thought we would get to this point. I think as we've watched the numbers progress over time, we've gained a healthy respect for this virus and the enormous impact that it's had on so many of us. You know, my colleagues on the front lines, and not just doctors, but nurses, first responders, interpreters helping families who don't speak English, social workers helping to support families, have been working tirelessly for more than 2 years now. And so it really has been just a remarkable 2 years. And I think it's important we take time to pause right now and just acknowledge what we've all been through, not just in the healthcare profession, but across this entire country.
Well, let's talk about where we are right now. I mean, most of the health guidelines and mask mandates that were put in place at the beginning of the pandemic, they're now gone. On top of that, we're seeing COVID cases, even hospitalizations rising again after they fell from the peaks during the winter Omicron surge. So in your mind, as a country, where are we at in terms of handling another potential wave of cases?
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of us are worried in the medical and public health professions, but I actually want to focus on the positive for a second. You know, we have to take stock of the fact that, you know, the majority of people in the country are fully vaccinated. 2/3 of people in the U.S. are fully vaccinated. Here in my own state of Massachusetts, 80% of people are vaccinated. Many people are continuing to choose to wear masks to protect themselves and other people in their lives, especially on public transportation and out in public. And of course, we have new tools. We've got vaccine boosters that are proving effective. We have new medications to help treat people when they get infected to help prevent them from getting worse and from being hospitalized. So we actually have a lot of tools in our arsenal right now to help support us. But you're right, infection rates continue to rise. There are new subvariants and subvariants of subvariants, and rates have risen, in particular in the last couple of weeks. And so we still need to remain vigilant.
And Doctor, quickly on this last question, when people ask you, is COVID with us for the foreseeable future? What's your answer?
I think the answer is probably yes. Time will tell, but again, we've got many tools. We have vaccination. We know that masks work. We have new medications that help us. People can test themselves at home and help protect others. So we have a lot of things that we can do to protect one another and ourselves. And I think that's really what I want to focus on as we learn how to live with this.
Dr. Scott Hadland, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. And NBC News is creating a collection of images that represent those we have lost to the virus. If you have a loved one or someone important to you that has died because of COVID-19, you can upload a special photo of them or any image that represents a memory of the time you shared. Go to the link at the bottom of your screen there, NBCnews.com/COVID collections.
Let's turn now to the war in Ukraine, where all eyes are on the city of Mariupol this morning. Russia has announced a 3-day ceasefire on that blockaded steel plant, saying it will open a humanitarian corridor to allow civilians to evacuate the facility. That comes after the Ukrainian commander leading troops inside the plant said, quote, "Difficult, bloody battles are being fought there." NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from an aid distribution center in southeastern Ukraine. Matt, good to have you with us again today. You've been bringing us these incredible, harrowing stories of people escaping, which I'll ask you about in just a moment. But first, let's talk about the fighting there at that steel plant. What do we know about it, and do we trust this ceasefire?
Yeah, I mean, good morning, Joe and Savannah. We've heard that actually there's been renewed fighting from city officials of Mariupol saying that this assault is ongoing. Now, that's an interesting development considering that the Russians had announced last night that as of 8 a.m. this morning, which is about 6 hours ago, that they would be implementing a sort of a ceasefire to allow people, those remaining civilians of whom there's thought to be about 600, to leave. Now, this ceasefire was supposed to be every single day during daylight hours, starting today for the next 2 or 3 days. So it's troubling that there is a renewed offensive on that plant while there was supposed to be a ceasefire to allow people to get out. So no, there isn't much trust in these evacuations. The fact is that these planned humanitarian corridors had failed in the past. We did see one successful one earlier in the week, and a lot of those people ended up here in Zaporizhia, where I am now. But it looks as though, once again, that the Russians may be scuttling their own plans for a ceasefire and humanitarian evacuations. Guys?
It's just hard to hear. Matt, we mentioned you're at an aid center for displaced people. What's the situation like for people who have fled? What stories are you hearing?
Well, actually, we haven't been speaking to as many people here. We've spoken to some people last night. This is a place, though, where a lot of the aid that the U.S. and other organizations have been donating are ending up. And you can actually see over here, this is USAID donated stuff. This is mostly geriatric hygiene materials. And this stuff over here, we've got flour, we've got canned goods. Again, you can see this USAID marker here. We're seeing Red Cross, we're seeing UN boxes. So there's a lot of goods that are coming here. And all of this is mostly for people who have come from war-scarred areas around here in Zaporizhia. It's not necessarily for the residents of this city. There are as many as 1,000 to 3,000 people who come here every day. And I spoke with the organizers. They said that actually this is for essentially first-timers. You can't really come back and depend on the goods here because they simply don't have enough. City officials and other organizations are expected to pick up the slack if you are living here for a long period of time. So this facility, while, again, it serves a huge number of people on a daily basis, those are all first-timers. So the need here remains very acute. They need to get more supplies because there are a lot of people who are coming not just from Mariupol, but from the surrounding region, the border, or the line of control, as they call it, where there is that beyond that line of control is Russian-occupied area. That's only about 30 minutes away. So Zaporizhia is the center of the relief effort and the evacuation effort for the whole region. Guys?
Matt, I want to ask you a little bit about the state of the fight. This morning, Russia's defense ministry said it killed 600 Ukrainian fighters overnight in artillery strikes. Do we have any information on those? And what's the latest on Russia's progression in that eastern Donbass region?
Yeah, I mean, to answer your second question, the progression in the eastern Donbass region has been as slow and halting as it has been since Russia announced a fresh offensive in that part of the country. If you remember, a couple of weeks ago, they withdrew from the area around Kyiv, and now it looks as though they're not making any additional progress, any real additional progress. And the Ukrainians, while the Russians have seized a couple of small towns and villages, the Ukrainians have succeeded as well in pushing them back. So there's fierce fighting all up and down the eastern part of the country. Those 600 soldiers that you mentioned, it's hard to understand how the Russians have those numbers, because a lot of those people have been killed, or a lot of the airstrikes that they announced overnight were hitting munitions depots and transportation hubs in the center of the country. How the Russians will be able to get in and have intelligence on how many people they killed, it's hard to know. And the Ukrainians haven't really been commenting on that quite so much. So, you know, this is kind of maybe blue sky thinking on the part of the Russians, sort of throwing out numbers. 600 is a very round number when you're talking about artillery strikes and cruise missiles. So it's hard to know if that number is actually true. But it just goes to show that as far as the Russians are concerned, this entire country remains a target, whether it's close to the front lines in the east or whether it's in the center or in the southeast where I am now. Guys?
Absolutely. We're seeing that unfold. Matt Bradley, thank you so much for your reporting.
For more, let's bring in Medal of Honor recipient and NBC News military analyst, Colonel Jack Jacobs. Good to have you with us, Colonel. So Colorado Congressman Jason Crow, who's an Army veteran who recently visited the region, he says Ukraine is asking the Biden administration ports that have been blocked by Russia's Navy. So would that be enough? And how important is it that Ukraine take back its ports?
Well, it really wants them badly and needs to have them. The Russians have secured the coastline of the southern part of Ukraine against the Black Sea and have initiated a blockade offshore to prevent resupply of the Ukrainians, evacuation of civilians through the Black Sea, and also to establish a beachhead from which they could extend their control, the Russian control, all the way to the west. And the Ukrainians would like to have long-range anti-ship missiles so that they can prevent the blockade from continuing and enable resupply from the Black Sea. It's really important for the Ukrainians to have them. It's really important for the Russians that the Ukrainians do not have them. The anti-ship missiles the Ukrainians have now are homegrown, many of them, or they're short-range missiles from the West, particularly those from the UK, who only have a range of about 20 or 30 kilometers. So it's important for the Ukrainians to have longer-range anti-ship missiles, Joe.
I want to ask you about the European Union, which is proposing a complete ban on Russian oil by the end of the year. I mean, beyond the fact that it would take money away from Russia, what kind of impact could that have on Russia's ability to just continue fighting this war?
Well, a big impact, except that the end of the year is a long time from now. It would be much better if they stop imports now, but of course that would create havoc in the West. And the EU has said that they want to have a ban in an orderly fashion to phase it in. The problem with instituting a ban in the EU is that it requires unanimous support from the EU. And at the moment, not everybody wants to do that, particularly Hungary, and looks like an ally of Russia, and they'll vote against it. So it's going to be difficult for the EU to institute the kind of ban we're talking about without a great deal of support from everybody else inside the EU. It's unlikely to have a direct impact on the offensive that's taking place now in the east and the south, Joe.
And Colonel, I have a very quick question for you here. We're a few days away from a significant Russian holiday. It's known as Victory Day. What could that mean for the fighting on the ground?
Well, there's a lot of speculation that Putin is going to use Victory Day, which marks the end of the defeat of the Nazis during the Second World War, use Victory Day as a day to declare war on Ukraine. Sort of superfluous at the moment, since the war has been going on for 9 or 10 weeks already. But it's a symbolic day. It's very, very important in Russia. And Putin is liable to use it to not only declare war, but to extend the attack on Ukraine, redouble his efforts to seize and control Donbass in the southern part of Ukraine. But it remains to be seen whether or not he can even do it, principally because the Russians have not been all that successful on the ground, Joe.
Colonel Jack Jacobs, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Now, the aftermath of that draft opinion shockingly leaked from the Supreme Court that outlined overturning Roe versus Wade. We're seeing reaction from both sides of the abortion debate, something that's been a bigger motivator for Republicans historically, but now Democrats across the country are springing into action. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now from Washington. Hey, Ali, good to have you with us. So, of course, this leak comes amidst the backdrop of the impending midterm elections. Many had expected Republicans did have a chance to possibly capture the House and Senate. Is there a chance a real threat to Roe versus Wade has an impact on that?
Yeah, Savannah, well, as you mentioned, Republicans have fought for decades to get conservative justices on the court for this very reason. And now they're really talking more so about this leak and how impactful it is to the Supreme Court. They're saying it's an embarrassment to the Supreme Court. They're calling for an investigation into how this became public, saying it damages the reputation of the court. And on Capitol Hill, they're really preferring to talk about any legislation but this. And now there's a real concern looming whether this could fire up the Democratic base and distract from Republicans' midterm efforts, issues that they wanted to campaign on, like crime, inflation, the crisis at the border, among other issues. And now GOP candidates are figuring out really how to talk about this, if they are commenting on it at all. Actually, our team got our hands on some new polling as well as some National Republican Senatorial Committee talking points that were released that really provide candidates with talking points on this. And I'll read a few of them to you now. It says, it tells Republicans to, quote, be the compassionate consensus builder on abortion policy and focus on Democrats, quote, using obsession over abortion to avoid talking about their record. It says this is a draft opinion, so we will wait to see what the final decision of the Supreme Court is in the coming months. The polls findings, the NRSC polls findings, say Republicans should message that they will, quote, not take away contraception or women's health care, Savannah. So this is definitely going to be something we're watching, just how Republicans continue to figure out how to talk about this as we approach the midterm elections.
Yes, certainly. So now let's talk about kind of the divide in the country and what can be done about this. We do have some new numbers on this. It comes from a Washington Post ABC News poll taken just last week. It shows 54% of U.S. adults want to preserve the ruling of Roe versus Wade, while 28% want to overturn it. Of course, that's talking about that decision there. This is not a law. This is not a federal law. That's the whole conversation here. And Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has already said he plans to hold a vote to try to codify Roe versus Wade into law. Is it possible that move would have any Republican support?
Yeah, so we know Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is in talks with senators to try and get this to a vote on the floor next week. But the big question here is, what is that bill, what is that legislation going to look like if the first draft of this, the Women's Health Protection Act that passed in the House last February but didn't make it to the Senate, didn't garner GOP support? We know that Senators Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins have their own version of this. So we're hearing, our team is hearing from senators involved in this, that this bill that will take the floor next week will have very minor modifications to this original bill. So it begs the question, will these two senators jump on board? We know that there is some controversy over some language, some specific language in this bill that's expected to take the floor. So this is definitely something we are watching. Perhaps the language in this bill can change. Maybe there will be some consensus agreed upon. So this is definitely something we're keeping an eye on as we approach next week. But the main issue here is, even if this does get taken to a vote, Democrats still don't have the numbers to nuke a filibuster. One thing that Democrats are hoping for is just to get all senators on the record with where they stand on this, Republicans and Democrats. So especially ahead of midterms, that will really put everyone on the record with where they stand.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you so much.
Time to get a check on your morning news now weather.
Which means Michelle Grossman is here with us in studio. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. And last night we watched tornadoes, we watched severe weather. We're going to watch that once again today. Not only today, but tomorrow, also Saturday. So this is what we saw last night. 8 tornado reports through Texas, also Oklahoma. We saw 20 wind reports, and we saw 38 hail reports through many states. And we're going to see that once again today. So let's show you what we expect over the next several days. This is our 5th day of severe weather. It's only May 5th. For this month, and we're going to see this over the next several days. So today we do have an enhanced risk. That's 3 out of 5 on the scale. By tomorrow, we have a slight risk, and we're looking at a risk on Sunday and also on Monday. So let's go ahead and take a look at today, the closer look here, 20 million at risk. Once again, we're looking at the chance for tornadoes, some hail, also some damaging winds, and it looks most likely in this orange here. That's your enhanced risk. Waco, Lufkin, Shreveport, Little Rock, you are in the mix for that. But we have a slight risk that's a little bit larger, extending from Texas all the way to parts of southern Indiana, also Kentucky, and then tomorrow it slides to the east. Now 33 million people at risk for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail once again in an isolated tornado. This stretches from the Gulf Coast all the way to parts of the Ohio Valley into parts of the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast. A flood threat. This is a big one. We've already seen a few inches of rain in some spots. Now, remember, they had storms here on Monday, so the ground's already saturated. We're adding to rain today. We're going to be seeing that throughout the day. So we do have flash flood warnings. This is what it looks like on radar right now. Still seeing some lightning. Additional rainfall, 3 to 4 inches as we go throughout the day. Look at all this rain in the eastern part of the nation, right? We're looking at a lot of rain where you see the reds and the oranges, up to 2 inches in some spots. That includes the Northeast as well. So as we go throughout time here, the May storms, flood risk due to excessive rainfall, saturated soil, strongest across Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana. And as we look towards tomorrow, there it goes off to the east. So the Northeast is going to be wet tomorrow.
Isn't it supposed to be April showers,
right?
Spring, May flowers?
I know. Yeah.
But we
have
had
the
snow
flowers.
in April, so does that?
That's true.
What does that bring?
We have the flowers as well. You're right. But, yeah.
All right. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
All right. Coming up on the witness stand, actress Amber Heard testifies against ex-husband Johnny Depp in that high-profile defamation trial.
And this is horrible for me to sit here for weeks and relive everything.
How she says their Hollywood love story turned violent after the break here on Morning News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state house.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back now to the latest in the defamation trial against Amber Heard brought by her ex-husband, Johnny Depp. Yesterday, she took the stand for the first time since the trial started. In her testimony, she described the physical and sexual abuse she alleges she suffered during their relationship. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more on day one of Heard's testimony, and we do want to warn you, Heard's claims contain graphic descriptions and may not be appropriate for all viewers.
God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that.
Amber Heard, emotional and on the record, accusing Johnny Depp of abuse.
I turned to look at him and I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
The 36-year-old actress today taking the stand in her own defense amid a $50 million defamation suit brought by her A-list ex-husband. Heard claims Depp, 58, physically and sexually abused her. Allegations he denies. The actress today describing one 2013 instance in graphic detail.
He's like grabbing my breasts. He's touching my thighs. He rips my underwear off. And then he proceeds to do a cavity search. He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. Just stood there staring at the stupid light. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. While he did that, he twisted his fingers around. I didn't say like stop or anything.
The Texas native testifying for hours, telling the jury she met Depp on the set of the 2011 movie The Rum Diary, connecting over books and red wine.
Then we fell in love. You know, it made me feel seen, made me feel like $1 million.
The romance, a whirlwind marked by extravagant gifts from Depp, including a horse. But quickly Heard said things turned dark. She testified Depp would get angry when Heard wore low-cut dresses or booked acting roles.
You know, he would make these comments about, whoring myself out.
Soon, she said, Depp started smashing glasses and punching walls. One day, Heard testified she laughed at a tattoo of his, and he slapped her.
I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. He said, you think it's so funny? You think it's funny? You think you're funny? And he slapped me again.
Heard testified the abuse escalated, often fueled by drugs and alcohol. This 2013 photo showing lines of cocaine submitted by Heard's lawyers as evidence. During an argument that same year, Heard testified Depp choked her.
And slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could kill me.
The violence, Heard said, always followed by Depp apologizing and promising to stop. In 2018, Heard published an op-ed in the Washington Post describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The article never names Depp, but his lawyers argue it clearly referenced him and crippled his career, costing him millions. Depp last month testified he never abused Heard.
I've never struck Miss Heard. I've never struck a woman in my life.
But now Heard, who's countersuing for $100 million, is on the stand and will soon face cross-examination from Depp's attorneys.
Our thanks to Maggie Vespa for that report. And now back in 2020, Depp lost a similar suit against the British tabloid The Sun for calling him a, quote, wife beater. We'll stay on that.
Let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning, starting in China, where rescuers pulled a woman alive from the rubble of a building that partially collapsed almost 6 days earlier.
Yeah, Claudio Labonga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, that woman was the 10th survivor to be pulled alive from the rubble of that 6-story building that collapsed on April 29th. One of many buildings in China that were raised, that were brought up, ignoring completely the safety standards. Now, at least 5 people are known to have died. There are dozens more missing, but the fact that this woman was rescued alive after 6 days since the collapse, well, that gives rescuers hope that more survivors may still be under the rubble. But now let's move to Nigeria, where the country's president has thanked the Secretary General of the United Nations for his visit and said he's grateful the world has not forgotten the West African nation during the war in Ukraine. Antonio Guterres is visiting Nigeria to express his solidarity with victims of terrorism, which has killed thousands of people in the past few decades. And Real Madrid last night has staged one of the most memorable comebacks in the history of soccer. The team was losing to Manchester City in the Champions League semi-final in Madrid, but then managed to score 2 goals in the last minutes of the game. Then in extra time, they scored 1 more goal, they won the game, and now will face Chelsea in the final. I mean, I was watching the game, and it was as exciting as I just made it sound.
You made it sound very exciting too, Claudio, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, exactly. Something else you could do, another career, sports announcer. Thank you. Now coming up, safe from the violence but far from home. Ukrainians seeking refuge here in the U.S. are now facing a new challenge. Why the process to get in could be a struggle.
Plus, a new mission for a former Marine. Now he's working to help Ukrainians during the war. This is Morning News Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As the war in Ukraine rages on, more and more people are leaving for safer neighboring countries. But those hoping to seek refuge in the United States could face a potentially arduous application process. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with her latest reporting out this morning. So, Julia, we know in March, President Biden promised to welcome up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. What's the process actually like for Ukrainians hoping to get to the U.S.? What are some of the biggest hurdles?
Right, Joe. So they set that as their goal, as their ceiling, if you will, for the number of Ukrainians they wanted to bring here. But for about a month, there was no plan. Then last week, we had the news from President Biden. He came out to the podium and announced they were going to launch Uniting for Ukraine so that any American could sponsor a Ukrainian to come to the United States. This is a little unusual from the typical refugee resettlement process, which allows U.S. taxpayer money to initially pay for a lot of the services that are needed in those first few months for refugees coming to the United States. Instead, that would fall on Americans, many of them Ukrainian Americans living here seeking to bring their family over. Now it seems that the process, in order to prove that a sponsor can actually do that, is pretty arduous. I've spoken to some people who say they're required not only to show their own income, the fact that they could support family coming over, but also to get very detailed information about the worth of the Ukrainians coming over to show that the Ukrainians could support themselves. They're being asked to prove how much the Ukrainians could make when they came to the United States as an income. They're also being asked for the value of their homes in Ukraine. I've been told that's very difficult since, of course, a lot of these records have been lost, and vaccination records going back to their childhoods, again, very difficult to get from a war zone.
Plus, so many of these families are fleeing with just the little that they can grab as they try and get out of their homes. I know you spoke to a woman who's been struggling to get her sister's family to the U.S. What's her experience been like?
That's right. That's Svetlana Rogers, who says she's been working on this every day, night and day, since the website launched on April 25th. Yesterday, she was finally able to submit an application for her sister, but now she has to do that again for her sister's daughter and her sister's husband in order to bring them here. And she's worried, what if she makes a mistake on one application? What if one of them is approved and not the other? Could they then face the possibility of having to separate in order to come to the United States, at least get one of them to the United States? So she's worried right now, and DHS won't say how long this process might take. She also was able, really miraculously, to call around to people who are still on the ground in Ukraine to be able to get the deed to her sister's house and to be able to get those vaccination records from their doctor.
And Julia, very quickly here, how is the U.S. responding to this?
Well, right now they say that they've gotten about 13,000 applications on this website. No news yet on how many of those have actually been approved or if any of them have been approved yet. They say they're trying to move as expeditiously as possible. They put a lot of these barriers in place in order to vet sponsors to make sure that they weren't trying to traffic anyone to the United States, that they would be able to care for people when they got here. But right now, of course, people say that it's a little confusing because there's no actual barrier. There's no income threshold. So they're trying to figure out what they can prove. DHS also says that they're trying to add more people to a hotline for people to call with questions. Svetlana told me she would spend about an hour waiting on that hotline.
All right, Julia, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Now, a U.S. Marine veteran who went to Ukraine to cover the war as a journalist says the atrocities he saw compelled him to take action and help Ukrainians. Excuse me, NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian has his story.
Andy Milburn commanded a special operations task force fighting the Islamic State in Iraq. But the retired Marine colonel says he's never seen atrocities like the ones committed by the Russians in Ukraine.
I've seen a lot of devastation and depravity of mankind in war. Bucha was something that really, it left me numb for several days. Family vehicles, every occupant killed, not just one or two, not just because soldiers were trigger happy, but clearly targeted all along that road from Irpin to Bucha. It just left me with such a feeling of contempt and anger that I never felt for the Islamic State, for instance, was one of them. I never felt that for Al-Qaeda.
Milburn traveled to Ukraine in March, intending to cover the conflict as a journalist, but he quickly decided he needed to get involved.
It seemed as though just writing about stuff wasn't really at all satisfying.
He formed the Mozart Group, a team of special operations veterans training and equipping Ukrainian soldiers. The name was intended as a counterpoint to the Wagner Group, a notorious Russian mercenary organization.
As far as a full-time cadre here in country, it's probably around 10 to 15. It varies, but we rotate people through at any given time. We'll have about 60 personnel in country, all of whom are volunteers, by the way, because we depend totally on donations.
They train Ukrainians in tactics and help secure them gear, but the Mozart Group doesn't fight.
But it's really important that we get guys in who are not adventurers. They're not here to get their gun on. They're here because because they have moral clarity. They see a purpose here, and they want to be here for that reason.
Milburn says he's seen little evidence that the billions in military aid authorized in Washington have reached the front lines, although Ukrainian officials say U.S. weapons have made a critical difference.
They're short of individual first aid kits. They're short of body armor. They don't have gloves, they don't have eye protection. They don't have ear protection. We saw a unit the other day where they evacuated 6 guys with ruptured eardrums in one day.
He's been impressed, though, by the bravery of Ukrainian soldiers.
There are guys who, with a handheld weapon like the Javelin or the NLAW or an RPG, knock out 2 or 3 T-72s in the course of a day and not even think it was worth discussing.
Milburn believes his team has made a difference.
I can tell you without any proof that I am confident that we have probably saved Ukrainian lives. I hope inflicted more pain on the Russians because of the training that they've had.
The Mozart group even rescued a dog named Richie.
And he was frozen and starved. He's still emaciated. We're trying to fatten him up.
Richie's hardest days may be behind him, but Milburn says Ukrainian forces are about to face their toughest challenges as the war concentrates in the east. And he plans to remain in the country trying to help.
Our thanks to Ken Delanian for that report. And according to some counts, an estimated 5,000 international volunteer fighters have reportedly headed to the war zone to support Ukrainian forces. Coming up on Morning News Now, 2 minutes of history.
California very briefly became the first to run almost entirely off the grid. Our Bill Cairns tells us how it happened in this week's Climate Control.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with Climate Control, our weekly series on environmental headlines and solutions.
Yeah, we've got some important ones this week. A look at the brutal heat wave affecting more than 1 billion people in South Asia. Also, a new museum is using augmented reality to show the consequences of climate change and inspire action. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has more.
Our first stop on Climate Control takes us into South Asia. And how about the warmest ever March, followed by the third warmest ever April in India? And this heat wave was just record-setting for this time of year. I mean, they went, from winter straight to summer, no spring whatsoever. Listen to some of these statistics. 1 billion people in South Asia felt like 104 degrees plus. That's like 1 out of every 7 people on the earth. 10 cities reached 113 degrees. Only 50% of India, by the way, has air conditioning, but millions were left without AC because of the power shortages. Only 50% of India's power comes from other sources besides coal. So when they have a coal shortage, that's when there are big issues. And one of the things they're learning from this is they need to rely on renewables a lot more than just coal. And coal supplies are running low. Climate change did make this heat wave worse. In India, it's already warmed 2 degrees. And now they say by the end of 2100, by the end of this century, it could be 5 degrees warmer in India at our current emissions rates. Well, now let's go to our next story on climate control. And how about this? We came so close in California on Saturday. So we in California using renewable energies, the goal is to go 100% renewable. Well, on Saturday, they were this close. The online tracker actually showed at 3 p.m. on Saturday, it was 101%. People were celebrating. The environmentalists were saying, finally, we've hit 100% of our energy coming from renewables in California. But unfortunately, on Monday, they did revise the numbers slightly to 99.9%. The old record was 97%. So yes, we still broke the record, and California was very close to hitting one of their goals of being all renewable. In other words, not using any fossil fuels for our energy. And our final climate control story, and this one's pretty cool. Have you ever tried out some immersion technology? Well, you can do this in Las Vegas, and you can also do this in New York City. This exhibit is called Acadia Earth. It's one of a kind. It's augmented reality. It immerses you on a journey through planet Earth. Now, you wear an AR headset, you download the app, and you scan QR codes as you go room to room. And these are all themed rooms, all having to do with climate change, education, but also entertainment value with the two. You go through underwater worlds, rainbow caves, holographic forests, and a room filled with 44,000 plastic bags. Now, the whole goal of this is to educate, enlighten, and also to inspire people to get out there and to do more. Pretty different. Maybe we'll have to go try that out now. You guys want to join me?
Oh, I love that, Bill.
Good idea. Let's go for it.
Do it.
Where was it?
That's a yes, Bill. But you could do it here in New York, you said.
Great. Yes. All right. Coming up on Morning News Now, content for cash.
Up next, some of TikTok's top influencers could soon get a check from the billion-user app. We'll explain when we come back.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Tom Cruise arrived at the world premiere of his new movie, Top Gun Maverick, in style by helicopter. The chopper touched down at the USS Midway in San Diego before Cruise walked to the red carpet sporting a pair of aviator shaves. Although it was reported he had flown it himself, Cruise later told Entertainment Tonight, "I do fly that helicopter, but not today." Long-awaited Top Gun sequel kicks off this summer movie season on May 27th, ahead of the Memorial Day weekend. The release was pushed back several times over the last couple of years because of the pandemic. The film comes now 36 years after the original was released in May of 1986. I mean, you think he would have flown a fighter jet in. That might have been more impressive, but I guess a helicopter is a good way to make an entrance.
Wow, I do feel like we've been hearing about that movie for so long.
Yes, because it was supposed to come out 2 years ago.
Years,
so,
yeah.
Finally.
Cool, can't wait.
Yeah.
Now, TikTok's top creators will soon have a new way to make money. It's called TikTok Pulse. The program will allow marketers to buy ad space on some of the most popular videos on the platform while giving the creators a slice of the revenue. Variety digital editor Todd Spangler joins us now for more on this. Hey, Todd, good morning. So first, just how will this work? How will creators be able to make money with this, and who qualifies for it?
Yeah, so what TikTok is saying right now is they're going to open up inventory on the top 4% of content on TikTok. So what does that mean? That means the most popular stuff based on viewing and engagement and follower counts, things like that. So it's a little bit opaque. And they say that creators and publishers with at least 100,000 followers will be eligible in the initial phase of this thing, which kicks off in June.
Now, I think a lot of people in general are sort of mystified by the creator or influencer economy, people who don't sort of deal in that world, how it can actually make someone a living, or millions in many cases. How were TikTok creators making money before this, and how big of a step is this for them? How big of a win?
Sure. Yeah, this really shows, a turning point in TikTok as a business. YouTube has been sharing advertising revenue with some of their top creators since 2007. So they really pioneered this idea of a creator economy where people could sustain themselves by creating content for digital audiences exclusively. Previously, TikTokers, the big creators have done brand deals, for example, where you deal directly with, a sponsor to do a sponsored video. People like Addison Rae or Charlie and Dixie D'Amelio have done TV and movie projects, for example, to do new kinds of projects off TikTok. So this is TikTok saying, look, you can build a real income and make a living on TikTok if they want to keep creators creating content for TikTok and not doing things off the platform. YouTube, let me just mention, has really increased its competition with TikTok with this product called YouTube Shorts, which is like TikTok.
And Todd, just super quickly, we've only got about 20 seconds here. What does this mean? Are we going to see a bunch of ads on our favorite videos?
So the short answer is TikTok users are probably not going to see any change at all. You already see interstitial ads between the videos from major advertisers. That is going to continue. And what TikTok says is this will be a better way for marketers to reach communities of interest on TikTok.
Todd Spangler, thank you so much. Interesting stuff.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, unimaginable loss. 1 million Americans have now died of COVID. That number becoming a reality more than 2 years after the first COVID death in the U.S. How we got here and what doctors are learning about this current wave as COVID cases climb in dozens of states. What happens next as Americans react to the potential overturn of Roe versus Wade? Higher fencing goes up around the Supreme Court as Washington braces for more protests. How lawmakers are gearing up for the final ruling and the impact this could have on the midterm elections. Battle for Mariupol. Russia announces a ceasefire in the besieged city, allowing people to escape. This comes after the Ukrainian military says it's facing, quote, difficult, bloody battles there. The latest on the fight to save the city and the people who are trapped inside. And Surf's Up, the lives on competitive surfers on display in a new documentary. We're going to introduce you to one of the pros profiled, how she dealt with training during the pandemic to make history on the water.
Very cool.
Sounds like fun. Maybe not this weekend because of all the rain, but
Also, just not for me, period. It's terrifying.
There's that too. All right, more on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with that devastating milestone now surpassed in the fight against COVID-19.
Yeah, more than 1 million people have now died from COVID here in the U.S. It's a figure that underscores the toll the pandemic has had on families and frontline workers across the country. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with more on this. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hi, Savannah and Joe. Good morning. You know, I remember when we interviewed a White House official back in March of 2020 who said that if we did everything right, we could expect anywhere from 100,000 to 200,000 COVID deaths. Well, now here we are, 1 million and counting.
It's perhaps the grimmest milestone of the pandemic. At least 1 million COVID deaths in the U.S., according to an official NBC News count.
That number is devastating, but in the modern context, 1 million deaths in a very advanced country is unthinkable.
Dr. Umesh Gidwani with Mount Sinai Hospital was on the front lines in New York City, one of the earliest epicenters of the pandemic.
It's very hard to lose a patient that you've been fighting for.
His cardiac ICU was converted into a full-time COVID unit.
Back in March of 2020, what was the worst case scenario back then?
When we started off, we were completely unawares. We were caught unawares, and we were not very clear about where this would go.
Dr. Angela Chen diagnosed the first confirmed COVID case in New York.
What I replay and recount is, the patients that I've encountered with COVID and kind of being with them in their final days.
Here in New York, new COVID hospitalizations are on the rise again, topping 2,000 for the first time since late February. There are also concerns of a possible fifth or sixth wave in some parts of the country. California cases are up 10% over the last week. But 1 million is much more than just a number for so many Americans. Lisa Wilson in Palm Beach County, Florida, lost her grandmother, Lily Mae, to COVID last summer.
It was so terrifying. My aunt called me one Sunday morning, I think, and she said something is wrong with her. She was laid across the bed, and she was like gasping for air. She was gasping for air.
In all, 6 relatives claimed by COVID.
It was very, very hard. Everyone was just confused about the whole situation. We love you.
It is just so heartbreaking, and she says that all 6 of her relatives who died were unvaccinated. And for some context, to give you some perspective on just how big that number 1 million is, it's about double the population of the city of Atlanta. And for some more perspective, Savannah and Joe, the 1918 flu pandemic killed about 675,000 people here in the U.S., obviously making COVID-19 by far the deadliest pandemic in American history. Back to you.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Dr. Bio-Curry Winchell for more on this. She is the Regional Clinical Director of Carbon Health. Doctor, good to have you with us. So that number, 1 million deaths from COVID, it's still something that's hard to comprehend. What do you think that number says about how the U.S. has handled this pandemic since the start and even now?
Good morning. So, as you mentioned, that number is so alarming, and we really have to take note of where we were and where we are now. And it really shows that we have learned a lot. We now have vaccinations, which is a wonderful gift to really protect the entire nation. So I'm hopeful that at least now we have a way to continue to protect ourselves, but still remind ourselves of where we were before is so important.
Doctor, we're now dealing with several variants of the original coronavirus that swept across the country in 2020, including this new strain of Omicron and the subvariants that come from that. What do you say to people who are worried that we continue to see this virus mutating, and what's the best advice for people to stay safe?
So the best thing, because we know viruses tend to mutate, the one thing that you can do is get vaccinated, get boosted if you are eligible, because that's going to be the way to really help protect yourself and your family. So we have the opportunity to really protect ourselves now. And so when you see these new variants, really take in the opportunity to protect yourself because it's now available.
We've been reporting on so many of these milestones since this started 2 years ago. What can we do to make sure that we don't keep hitting any more milestones, especially when it comes to deaths?
Really take note of what is happening, across different states in the nation. And so when we see an uptick in cases, we can really rely on what we know really helps, such as wearing a mask, get boosted, get vaccinated. All of those things are things that we have in our toolbox to really help protect ourselves. So really lean in on that. And that's going to really help you overall protect, yourself and your family.
Good advice. Dr. Bio Curry-Winchell, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. And NBC News is creating a collection of images that represent those who we've lost to the virus. If you have a loved one or someone important to you who died because of COVID-19, you can upload a special photo of them or any image that represents a memory of the time you shared together. To find out more, you can go to the address at the bottom of your screen. It's NBCnews.com/COVID collections.
Now for the latest political fallout over that leaked draft opinion suggesting the Supreme Court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade, a decision that would have sweeping consequences for millions of Americans on both sides of the abortion debate. NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has the latest.
Good morning. That explosive leaked draft opinion has ignited emotions across this country, sparking new security concerns, leading law enforcement to fortify the perimeter outside the Supreme Court with a new 8-foot fence, just like the one put up following the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Overnight, this new non-scalable fencing being installed around the Supreme Court after heated clashes in recent days on the steps of the court and nationwide between Americans on both sides of the abortion battle.
My body, my choice. Pro-life is pro-woman.
The question this morning, what happens next if the Supreme Court follows through on its leaked draft opinion that overturns Roe v. Wade? President Biden slamming the draft.
This is about a lot more than abortion.
Warning the conservative court could unravel other privacy rights like same-sex marriage and contraception, and taking aim at former President Trump's MAGA movement.
Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history, in recent American history.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi slamming the draft as an assault on women.
Did violence not only to women, but to the Constitution of the United States.
But Republicans like Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida are taking a wait-and-see approach, largely focusing on the leak.
You know, you can leak stuff out of a court, which was really unprecedented, but let's see when you actually have something rendered.
Overturning Roe would not outlaw abortion, but would leave it up to state legislatures to decide whether there should be restrictions. North Dakota is among the 13 states with so-called trigger laws that would ban abortion with exceptions for the health of the mother if Roe is overturned.
It means lights out in North Dakota.
Abortion rights opponents say it will be the moment they've worked toward for 50 years.
It looks like we may have an opportunity to build consensus and pass laws to save lives all over the country.
It's already heating up as a crucial issue heading into this fall's midterms, with Democrats looking to capitalize, but Republicans insisting it won't matter in November.
We're going to win in 2022, and Roe v. Wade is not going to change the outcome.
Senate Democrats right now are on track to hold a vote next week that would guarantee abortion rights nationwide, even though they don't have the votes and it's doomed to fail. But their goal here is to force every senator to put their position on this issue on the record. Back to you.
Thank you, Peter Alexander. Now, Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski said Wednesday she will look at the legislation Democrats are working on, but she noted that when the Senate voted to proceed to the bill earlier this year, she opposed it. Now, as expected, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates by 0.5 percentage point yesterday. The biggest hike in 22 years is aimed at reining in sky-high inflation and bringing down prices for both consumers and businesses. So how will this impact your bottom line financially? Well, NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent is here with some answers for you. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. This is the most aggressive step we've seen by the Fed to try to fight inflation and bring down those super high prices that we've been seeing everywhere. And it's one of several actions from the federal government in its attempt to get some relief to families and small businesses who are struggling to make ends meet.
This morning, the price of borrowing money is going up again to help bring everyday prices down.
We need to do everything we can to restore stable prices. We'll do it as quickly and effectively as we can.
On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve raised the interest rate by 0.5 percentage point, the biggest hike in 22 years. The increase makes borrowing money more expensive, from new mortgages to auto loans to credit card rates. It's designed to cool down consumer demand and curb inflation, now at a 40-year high. President Biden trying to address the problem, too, vowing to cut the federal deficit by another $1.5 trillion this year.
We reduced federal borrowing, and we help combat inflation.
Meanwhile, the new rate hike is a mixed bag for small businesses hoping to expand. Nearly a third say they're dealing with inflation by borrowing money on a regular basis. In Oklahoma City, Jeff Reagan's family business makes energy bars. But with rates going up, he says it's harder to get affordable loans to buy equipment and boost production.
It puts just even more pressure to not only try and thrive, which is our goal, but really just to survive.
In Chicago, restaurant owner Terry Evans welcomes anything that lowers inflation after surging costs forced her to raise menu prices. But now she worries higher rates may cause her customers to cut back even more on dining out.
It does present cause and concern for me that our business could potentially start to dip based on the fact that people are going to have to change their buying habits.
Experts say with the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict and supply chain issues out of China with COVID there, don't expect your food or energy prices to come down anytime soon. And as for the R word, recession fears, Fed Chair Powell says there's nothing to suggest we're close to that with unemployment so low right now. And he also ruled out raising rates more than 0.5 point at a time for now. And that actually sent the stock market soaring. And no doubt, Savannah, that the Fed will be watching tomorrow's jobs report for April very, very closely.
Absolutely. We all will. We know you will be. Jolene, thank you. Now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather, which means that Michelle Grossman is back this hour. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, Savannah. And we are looking at a busy day once again in terms of severe weather. We're going to see that today, also Friday into Saturday. So let's talk about today's forecast. A nice day in the Northeast. It was wet yesterday. You need the umbrella, but we're looking good today. The cold front that brought that wet weather is well off the coast in the middle of the country once again. From Texas all the way to Kentucky, we are looking at severe weather. Again, we could see some tornadoes, certainly some hail, and also some heavy winds and some really gusty, heavy rain and some gusty winds. Off to the west, we are looking at another system making its way onshore, so we're going to see a wet west for a while. So as we look at the flood threat in the red, that's your flash flood warning. That's the most dangerous weather scenario. So we're going to be watching that throughout the day. The ground is very saturated. We're seeing rainfall rates of 2 inches per hour. So that's something we're definitely going to watch. As looking at the wet weather now shifting to the east, from the Gulf Coast all the way to the Ohio Valley into parts of the Northeast. It's going to be wet. Where you see the yellow, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain. Again, we do have the threat for severe weather here. So gusty winds, heavy rain, and also some hail, even a few tornadoes. We'll watch that on Friday. In the middle of the country, it's going to be hot, feeling like summer in many spots. Notice southern Texas near 100 degrees in some spots, and rain and snow in the Pacific Northwest. Saturday, unfortunately, we start out the weekend with lingering rain in the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast as well. So you need your umbrella. We could see up to a 1/2 inch of rain in some spots. So if you have things to do indoors, you might want to do it that day, because Sunday looking much, much better. Summer heat continues in the middle of the country. We do have rain in the northern plains, or at least parts of the northern plains, and that mountain snow is continuing. As we look towards Mother's Day, a bright day in the Northeast and really all up and down the East Coast. We're looking at some rain along the Great Lakes, the upper Midwest, and mountain snow continuing. The fire weather danger does continue today, tomorrow, also on Saturday into Sunday. There's a big difference in terms of temperatures. We have that jet stream kind of dividing the nation between the warm versus cold. So Chicago, you've been below average all week long, but changes are coming, I promise. Ahead of this cold front, we are looking at Atlanta, 89 degrees today. That's 12 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, Philadelphia, it's cool. We're about 7 degrees below normal for this time of year. And we'll end it by just looking at the better news in Chicago. By Monday, we're looking at 81 degrees. That's a big difference. Savannah?
Wow. Ending it on better news. I like that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michelle. See you in a bit. And coming up, heavy fighting intensifies in Ukraine overnight, especially in Mariupol. The latest on the ground in Ukraine next, where we're getting a better idea of the toll of this war and how Ukrainian fighters are trying to hold up against the Russians.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. In Ukraine this morning, there are mixed messages coming out of that blockaded steel plant in Mariupol. Russia announced a 3-day ceasefire there in order to allow civilians to evacuate, but Ukrainian officials say fighting is continuing. That all comes as more American-supplied weapons arrive in the country. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin is with us from Kyiv.
Hey there, Joe and Savannah. A senior U.S. defense official says Russia's progress on the battlefield has been slow and uneven. This as more and more Western weapons have been arriving here in Ukraine every day.
This morning, American-supplied howitzers are now a part of the fight in Ukraine. A senior U.S. defense official telling NBC News 90% of the howitzers promised are now in Ukrainian hands, with some already being used on the battlefield.
The flow into the region continues at an incredible pace.
A U.S. congressman also telling NBC News Ukraine is now asking the Biden administration for anti-ship missiles to free up vital ports along the Black Sea. This despite a fresh warning from the Russian defense minister that any movement of NATO weapons inside Ukraine is considered a legitimate target. Russian forces have been attacking transportation hubs, although those strikes have had no appreciable impact on Ukraine's ability to resupply itself, according to a senior U.S. defense official. And this morning, the New York Times reports reports the U.S. has provided intelligence that helped the Ukrainians target and kill Russian generals, according to unnamed senior American officials. Although the sources declined to say how many generals had been killed as a result of that assistance. NBC has not independently verified those claims, and a National Security Council spokeswoman told The Times in a statement that the battlefield intelligence was not provided to the Ukrainians with the intent to kill Russian generals. It comes as fighting rages on at the besieged steel plant in Mariupol, the last Ukrainian stronghold of the devastated port city. Despite this week's harrowing rescue mission, hundreds of civilians and fighters are still trapped inside. We counted the minutes between each bombing, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, this survivor says. We expected to die any minute. An investigation by the Associated Press now estimates 600 civilians died on March 16th when the Russians bombed the Mariupol theater. The new death toll double the original Ukrainian government estimate and the product of a detailed analysis of what happened. With Russian forces now in control of most of Mariupol, there's no way to know for sure and no way to honor the dead inside the city.
With respect to that report about the United States providing Ukraine with intelligence, the New York Times also reporting, citing officials, that the United States is not providing Ukraine with intelligence with respect to Russia's most senior leaders. This morning, the Kremlin spokesperson was asked about that New York Times report and replied, quote, "The Russian military is doing everything that is necessary in this situation." Joe and Savannah.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much. And now for more on Ukraine, we're joined by Jason Beardsley. He's the National Executive Director at the Association of the U.S. Navy. Jason, good to have you with us as always. So first, let's just talk about Mariupol. Is there a chance we're nearing the end game there with this latest bout of fighting? Do you think Russia will entirely capture the city, especially keeping in mind that Russia had essentially set a deadline of what's called Victory Day? That's this holiday. It's May 9th, just a few days away.
Yeah, that has been their intent, and boy, they've been at this for a long time. The siege for Mariupol has bled out the Russian resources. Their battalion tactical groups have been eviscerated. They may actually control the terrain at the end of this, and the Azov steel plant is not clear yet. We don't have information yet that they've cleared it. That's a very difficult fight in urban terrain, so I think the Russians are probably a little bit reluctant to go in, and when they do, they're going to deal with more casualties. So at the end of this, they'll have some nominal control, but it's really been bleeding out the Russians. And right now, the Russians are trying to focus on the upper sort of eastern area around Izium and, Kramatorsk. But they are going to have a difficult time now recovering. Making a celebration on May 9th for them is a real face-saving maneuver. It's going to be a farce, but I do see them as largely controlling the terrain now.
Jason, I want to ask you about that New York Times article that Erin mentioned just a moment ago in her report, and there's some back and forth here. So just to recap, it says American intelligence has actually been helping Ukraine, quote, kill Russian generals, citing unnamed U.S. officials. The report says the information has been critical in the deaths of some generals. Now, the National Security Council released a statement after the article was published, saying the intelligence was not provided, quote, with the intent to kill Russian generals. And in your opinion, and what do you make of this back and forth? Is there concern here that it could escalate tensions with Russia?
Well, I think the tensions with Russia are at maximal right now. I think this is very sloppy. I've been saying for a while, it is likely that Western intelligence is being downgraded to the Ukrainians, because otherwise we wouldn't see these very effective, precise strikes. The difference between me saying it and a source from the National Security Council going out and publishing this, that's a shame. It's not the best way to do intelligence. And it reminds me that this administration sometimes is a little bit more celebratory on their successes in the intel realm when they're really kind of tilting their hand a little too much. On the front side of this, we were told for 6 months that this invasion would happen. Meanwhile, we didn't put weapons on the ground in front of the invasion. We waited till 3 and 4 weeks into it. Now we're flowing them behind time, trying to get weapons in during a hot war. That's very difficult. So I'm not a real fan of seeing this published in the New York Times. It doesn't help.
Now, Jason, I do want to ask you about something concerning. Yesterday, Russia's defense ministry said it practiced simulated nuclear-capable missile strikes in the western enclave of Kaliningrad. Is Russia sending a message here? And quickly, particularly, mention this backdrop of Sweden and Finland considering an application to join NATO.
Yeah, Russia really messed up. What they wanted to do was make sure NATO didn't expand, and they wanted to capture Ukraine. On the other hand, what's going to happen now is NATO is going to expand. They are saber rattling by talking about their nuclear arsenal. They've done this before, and it's part of their attempt to try to scare off the West. But really, I think that's more saber rattling than anything. We've seen the propaganda minister on vacation in Dubai, and we know the Russian arsenal of nuclear weapons is not going to be maintained any better than their in-service trucks and their infantry that we're seeing hammered and depleted in Ukraine. So I think they've got other problems that are underneath the surface that they don't want to talk about. So I do consider this some heavy saber rattling. That being said, it's always dangerous when you're dealing with proxy wars with armed nuclear conflict at the the outset of that. So we should be careful. It's another reason why that intel report in the New York Times was not good.
Yeah, Jason Beardsley with some important context and analysis there. Thank you so much. And coming up, we're learning more about the attack on comedian Dave Chappelle at one of his shows. New video shows the moments the suspect was captured. The details we're learning about the man from his own family members. And on the run, the manhunt for an accused killer and the corrections officers police say helped him escape has now been underway for nearly a week. What investigators are now learning about the relationship the two had when the inmate was behind bars. Those details are next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We have new details this morning about that shocking attack on Dave Chappelle. The comedian released a brief statement about the onstage altercation, while the suspect, who's being held on bail, is facing assault charges. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has the very latest. Gotti, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Yeah, a lot of people are asking how that suspect, 23-year-old Isaiah Lee, was able to smuggle a weapon past security and past metal detectors at LA's iconic Hollywood Bowl. Authorities so far have not released a motive, but the suspect brother tells Rolling Stone Lee suffers from mental health issues.
Make some noise for hip-hop history.
Just seconds after being attacked by a member of the audience, Dave Chappelle was back on his feet and back to making jokes.
Thank God that was clumsy.
In eyewitness video obtained by TMZ, the suspect can be seen surrounded by security. Chappelle's close friend Jamie Foxx also on stage.
Whenever you're in trouble, Jamie Foxx will show up in a sheriff's hat.
Comedian Tehran was also nearby as the suspect approached.
If it wasn't for his clumsiness and Dave Chappelle's prowess, something worse could have happened.
The suspect, 23-year-old Isaiah Lee, appeared bloody and bruised before being booked on suspicion of felony assault with a deadly weapon.
He's back there getting stomped.
Police say Lee was carrying this replica gun with a bayonet-style blade.
Hollywood unit, suspect 2301 of Highland Avenue at the Hollywood Bowl.
The suspect's brother telling Rolling Stone Lee suffers from mental health issues and has been in and out of homeless shelters. Despite jokes later cracked on stage by Chris Rock and others,
was that Will Smith?
Industry professionals say the attack shows the need for improved security measures to protect performers.
It's almost like a Secret Service kind of type of awareness you might need to have, because we've seen so many examples of how quickly things can escalate and how quickly somebody can get to the stage.
The company that manages the Hollywood Bowl saying in a statement, the safety of our artists, visitors, and staff is our top priority. While Netflix, which sponsored the comedy festival where the attack occurred, saying, we strongly defend the right of stand-up comedians to perform on stage without fear of violence. Confrontations like this 2018 incident at a comedy club in South Carolina have become more common in recent years, according to club owners and comedians like Tehran, who says the shared connections between performers and audiences needs to be preserved.
This is a safe space not only for the comedians on stage, but for the audience as well. And it means everything for this to remain a safe space.
Now, Chappelle's representative says the comedian wants his 4-night run at the Bowl to be remembered for more than just one ugly incident, writing, the performances by Chappelle at the Hollywood Bowl were epic and record-breaking, and he refuses to allow last night's incident to overshadow the magic of this historic moment. Joe?
Gotti Schwartz. Gotti, thank you.
Now, the ongoing manhunt for an accused killer and a corrections officer who authorities believed helped him escape is now nearly a week old. This morning, NBC News has learned that deputy had been visiting the inmate behind bars for years. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Florence, Alabama, the last place their getaway car was seen. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. A nation certainly captivated by this, a community deeply concerned, and we're now learning from law enforcement officials that Casey White had threatened to kill his ex-girlfriend and her sister in the event that he was able to get out of prison. Well, White has been serving now 75 years. That's the term for a series of violent crimes. He was only a few years into that. And now this manhunt pursuing a 7th day, a full week.
This brief video of Vicky White and Casey White leaving an Alabama jail, the deputy holding the door for the convicted felon and accused murderer, belies an apparently lengthy relationship spanning years.
He was here in 2020 for an arraignment and preliminary hearing, and when he finished that, he went back to state prison. We do know that they remained in touch while he was in state prison.
So their relationship, in whatever parameters you would define it, is at least 2 years old?
Yes.
Maybe older.
Could be older.
The sheriff also says Vicky repeatedly drove more than 2 hours to this state prison outside Birmingham to see Casey, who he isn't sure how many times. The state telling us any logs or video of their visits aren't ready for release. It's the latest layer in a complex case.
This could happen with the best of the folks. I mean, Vicky White I would trust with my life. And she's that kind of solid person.
All attention now focused squarely on finding the unlikely pair on the run since last Friday. The U.S. Marshal Service posting these sketches to demonstrate the immense height differential between the 6'9" Casey White and the 5'5" Vicky White. This new surveillance video from a gas station apparently shows the pair driving on a local road in a patrol car before ditching it in a parking lot and hopping in a Ford Edge getaway car. So far, no one has reported seeing them.
Are you surprised no one noticed this 6'9" man walking out of the car?
I am surprised. And what about the cameras? He's a big guy.
Authorities not only say Casey White could have changed his clothes and his appearance, which he's done before, but the duo may be heavily armed.
She owned an AR-15, a shotgun, and another pistol. Typically, those would not be in her patrol car. They were her personal weapons, as was the duty weapon she carried. But I think the fact that she owns them, I think it's a fair assumption that they're with them.
The U.S. Marshal Service says that they have zero credible information as to where the two could be headed. A commander deputy who says he's been on this job for 20-plus years has never seen a case like this until now, where they have nothing solid by way of information, guys. And it's also worth noting the sheriff's department here saying that Vicky White is no longer employed by them. We know that she was supposed to retire that last day, never got the paperwork actually in. It's not clear, though, if she's been fired. Back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much. Coming up, saving their town. People in one Tennessee community are taking on a major corporation and the state.
Why? So they can keep control of their town. What's behind this fight to avoid a corporation from taking over their small community?
Plus, avoiding burnout. A new study shows a majority of parents are feeling burned out right now. So what can be done to help working parents feeling stressed out? A doctor's advice next.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. New this morning, Elon Musk has secured more than $7 billion in new funding for his Twitter takeover. That co-founder Larry Ellison and a Saudi prince. The new commitments will help Musk to cut the margin loan he's taken to $6.25 billion from the $12.5 billion announced earlier. Last week, Twitter accepted a $44 billion bid from the Tesla CEO to buy the social media giant. Musk says he plans to take the site private.
A small, predominantly black town in western Tennessee is fighting for survival after the state tried to take it over. Local leaders say the move was brought on by greed after Ford announced plans to build a massive plant in the community. The state says it's just trying to help the town after years of mismanagement. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has the story.
Far as the eye can see, a necessity for any major auto plant. But we're a long way from Detroit. Why Tennessee?
We looked at 15, 20 different states, and this site that we're standing on really stood out above all others.
Ford is among several major automakers looking to dominate the electric vehicle market, and they're setting up shop in the South to do it.
Today, we're announcing the largest investment in American manufacturing in the history of our company.
That investment, an ambitious $5.6 billion mega campus called Blue Oval City, where the electric version of America's most popular vehicle, the Ford F-150 truck, will be built.
We needed a site that has the size, the flexibility, and the breadth of what we need in terms of the infrastructure. An electric battery plant requires 5 times the electricity that a normal assembly plant requires today.
Volkswagen, General Motors, and Nissan all churning out cars in factories across the state. What impact do you think this will have in western Tennessee?
I think it's going to be transformational. I think it'll bring the next generation of jobs and tech jobs to this area.
Already, Ford has begun recruiting local 8th graders.
It's an amazing sight to see, though. You know, you see all these companies, big companies like Ford, here to give us an opportunity to see what our future could look like.
Ford's Blue Oval City will be one of the largest U.S. auto plants ever. The 3,600-acre campus will cover nearly 6 square miles and employ about 6,000 people. With this expected boom will come money, lots of it. The more than $1 billion the state has already committed to the area to attract Ford, just the beginning, with the potential to send property values in towns near the plant soaring. Towns like Mason. The predominantly black town of around 1,100 people has a median household income of only $35,000 a year. The median home value just under $90,000.
I think it's a good idea, you know, it's bringing in new jobs and, you know, just something new for Tennessee because they definitely need it.
I think it's going to be good for the community, you know, a lot of opportunities for a lot of people. Very excited about it. Can't wait.
I'm excited because I want to, you know, see change.
But just when the town of Mason thought hope was on the horizon,
citizens of one small West Tennessee town are fighting to keep their community under their control.
It all started with a letter sent by the state comptroller to the town residents.
We were blindsided. We had two options. One was to relinquish our charter. If we didn't, they would come in and take over the finances of the town.
Giving up the charter would place the predominantly black and Democratic town in the hands of Tipton, the majority white and Republican-leaning county that Mason is part of.
That means that no citizen that is now in Mason will have any say-so whatsoever. They would come in and do whatever they want to any of us, however they want to do us.
For more than a century, Mason was run by white elected officials. That all changed in 2016 when almost all the town officials resigned amid fraud and mismanagement allegations. Now, all of Mason's leaders are black.
He was determined to try to divide our city by causing the people to turn against the elected officials that they had placed in office.
The comptroller says his office is only looking out for Mason's best interest, writing in that letter that the town has been poorly managed for at least 20 years, then highlighting opportunities that the new Ford plant could bring, before adding, people and companies will not invest their money in a poorly run town. The comptroller denies race played any role. He declined to be interviewed on camera for this story, but a spokesperson tells NBC News that their office has worked with Mason for years to pay down the roughly $500,000 that was owed to the state when the letter was sent, adding, due to the fact that previous attempts at corrective action with the town were unsuccessful, the comptroller has taken the final step of enhanced financial supervision.
The comptroller has said, this isn't about race, there's no bias. He just wants to best position Mason so that they can reap all the benefits when Blue Oval City comes.
That's bull. These people laying here, the value is going to skyrocket. So yes, you want to take control of the land and the money that's coming down the line because you don't want us to have control of it.
Last month, the NAACP got involved, suing the state to stop the financial takeover.
When we looked across the state, cities and towns that had problems with their finances, they were never asked to give up their charter. We saw it as clear discriminatory practices.
But a judge ruled the comptroller has broad authority over local government operations, including requiring state approval for any town expenses over $100, writing, the court recognizes the harsh realities imposed upon an administration that did not contribute to the financial burden of the town. But the court must also take into account the state's interest in moving the town towards financial stability and a balanced budget.
If this debt is not paid off by the time Blue Oval is up and running, by the time those businesses and people do start coming, what then?
Well, it's going to be paid. We're going to do it. I just believe God's going to make a way.
Thanks to Priscilla Thompson for that report. The two sides have reached a preliminary agreement in which Mason will drop the lawsuit. The town used part of its American Rescue Plan funding to pay down $150,000 they still owe.
Now, we've all felt the stress of the pandemic, but if you're a working parent, that's likely especially true, and you might feel overwhelmed and exhausted at this point. Well, you're not alone. A new study out this morning shows 66% of parents report feeling burned out right now. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford joins us with more. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Good to see you this morning. Look, that's why the authors of the study are now sounding the alarm, saying that we've reached epidemic levels of parental burnout and exhaustion. They're even calling it a major public health issue. And the researchers say this may just be the beginning, that we haven't even seen the full range of long-term effects that this burnout has had on parents and even kids. But the side effects, well, they're likely still hitting many families today. But there is some good news, Savannah. They've also shared some very real and practical ways to help.
I'd say we do, we feel a little burnt out.
It's a daily struggle.
Some days it's just total chaos.
Playing out for parents nationwide.
Had to do everything on top of your normal duties and then some.
Sit down on your bottom. Parental burnout, feeling overwhelmed, overworked, and plain exhausted over long periods of time. A challenge Kate Golick knows firsthand.
Okay, you can.
As a working mother of 4 living near Columbus, Ohio, and a professor at The Ohio State University's College of Nursing.
There was one point during the pandemic where I really felt like I was being forced to be this superhuman. I had to be an elementary school teacher. I had to be a caregiver. I had to be a spouse, a cook, a cleaner. I had to be emotional support for everyone. And it's not feasible for you to have to take on so many different roles. And it's inevitable almost that there's not some degree of burnout present.
Which is why she co-authored a new study just released today that found that out of more than 1,200 parents surveyed in the middle of the pandemic, 66% of them reported burnout, a phenomenon that was more common among women and in homes with 2 or more children.
When we talk about burnout, how do you distinguish that from just a pretty rough day or being tired one day?
Burnout in parents is that physical, emotional, over-exhaustion and that feeling of just, I need a break. And I think it's very shaming for parents to think that they can be burned out in this role of being a parent, because obviously we all love our kids and it's too much on us to be asked to do all of these different things.
What happens as a society if we do not address this problem?
I do feel like it's a public health problem. It's not that I'm depressed. It's not that I'm anxious. It's actually that I'm just burned out in this role.
And it can manifest in harmful ways. In some cases, the research shows anxiety and increased alcohol consumption for parents, along with increased likelihood of insults or even physical harm through spanking aimed at children. As for the kids, parents experiencing burnout reported they saw more signs of unhappiness, more trouble concentrating, and increased difficulty interacting with other children. The good news, says Dean Bernadette Melnick, who co-authored the study with Golick, is that there are also strategies that can help. Things like being kind to yourself and lowering expectations, asking for help or talking to someone you trust, and self-care, even something as small as 5-minute recovery breaks.
For parents who are struggling with this feeling of burnout every single day, what can they do?
Take 2 minutes, make a hot drink, sit, sip it slowly, focus on the present moment, count your blessings, not what you don't have. Just 4 to 5 abdominal deep breaths can so relieve stress. It's these types of simple practices that can make a big difference for anybody who's stressed.
A tiny bit of advice for parents everywhere, taking it one step at a time.
And check this out. Those researchers also included a really helpful self-check survey in their study. It's a 10-point checklist, and it basically lets you know where you are on a scale of 1 to 10 when it comes to burnout. It also gives you really usable steps that you can take depending on where you are on that scale to really help you manage those feelings. And they also underscore that there is real courage in asking for help because they say simply, you cannot pour from an empty cup. Savannah?
Wow, isn't that true? And that survey is very neat. It seems like a really good way to actually narrow down what you're going through. All right,
Definitely.
Morgan, thank you so much.
Of course.
Coming up, catching the biggest wave, we're getting a glimpse at what life is like for some of the world's professional surfers.
One of them is actually joining us live. The history she's making for women in her sport. That's up next.
Plus, Dolly is in, as we told you yesterday, despite initially trying to get her name out of the running for the... What she is saying about the honor. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Get your pretzels and your hot sausages ready because NFL is heading to Germany. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers will face the Seattle Seahawks in Munich on November 13th, the fourth matchup in a series of 5 international NFL games scheduled for 2022. Now get this, NFL data showed that Germany has a strong football fan base, specifically for the Seahawks as the second most popular franchise in the country. And now between Buccaneers quarterback Tom Brady's return from retirement, of course, and the Seahawks losing longtime quarterback Russell Wilson, the game won't be one to miss.
Now I want to know which the #1 most popular team.
I know, right? How come they didn't get them? Hopefully, sorry.
The Seahawks are great.
Yeah.
They'll have a great time. All right. A new documentary series on Apple TV Plus is going into the deep end, following some of the world's best surfers as they aim to become world champions.
Yeah, it's called Make or Break, and it takes the total wipeouts. These athletes put everything on the line and on their boards. Take a look.
My job is professional surfer.
The best job in the world.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
Guys, if you're listening, we're lost.
This is the first time ever the women are at Pipeline.
We have never been given an opportunity like that. We've had a shark attack. Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
He saw every bit of this.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
And he goes for it.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
We're joined now by professional surfer Sage Erickson. She's one of the surfers featured in the docuseries that you just saw there. Also, apparently superhuman, because I do not understand how this is possible and how it's not just so scary to see the size of those waves and just head towards it. But Sage, thanks for being with us. So this is a pretty in-depth series on the realities of professional surfing. What was it like for you to be followed during competition? And what do you hope viewers take away from a series like this and kind of seeing behind the scenes of what you do?
Yeah, well, good morning.
You know, really, this is the first big insight on what it's like to be a professional surfer. You know, we sometimes are often looked at, we have these casual lifestyle and we live by the beach and our toes are in the sand. And this really shows the intensity of what each of us go through. Performing under pressure, seeing what it's like to deal with relationships, the dramatic effects between us and other competitors. And just, I hope people, you know, become inspired that this is a true profession. It's a beautiful one. It's hard. And that they just, you know, one day either hope to be a pro surfer or they love what we do and encourage an active lifestyle.
I mean, it is hard to begin with, and then this was filmed in the middle of the pandemic during a time when really mental health in sports started to come more into the national spotlight. Surfing not immune to either of those issues. How'd you deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, especially with our tour starting off in Australia, you know, what I do and what we do is on an international platform. So we entered a country really strict, and the way we were allowed to do that was because we followed protocols. We made sure that we protected ourselves and others, and we were out in the ocean, somewhere that is really active. And just, you know, prioritizing doing what we love within the restraints that we knew was safest for us and who was around us. So, I mean, it was stressful for sure. I think we all felt that and we all connect on that point. And yeah, it just, it worked out. We have world champions and we have this amazing series. And so it just couldn't have gone better.
Yeah. Now, Sage, in the trailer there, we heard a little bit about some of the history that was made in this last season. You just touched on some of it. And for the first time, women were included in the pipeline competition on the famed North Shore of Oahu, which is just so amazing. But I know there were some scary events leading up to that. Walk us through that day and what it was like to be one of the first women to surf that championship tour event.
Yeah, it brings back so many emotions. One, just the fact that the World Surf League has brought the women to equal pay. And with that, we surf equal conditions, which, you know, as you pointed before, big and scary waves, powerful. With the element of being in nature, there's sharks. And so there's going to be a glimpse into a shark attack that ultimately led us to pipe earlier than possibly we were thinking. And that is something that we have to consider, but it's also a part of nature and we take that chance to do what we love. So there's incredible heroics. There's us getting past really big hurdles and just committing to what we love and what we do, and that's chasing after a world title. And you get to see all of that on this series, which has never been seen. So
so cool. You make it sound and look easy, which is just so incredible. Sage Erickson, thank you for joining us. We're so excited about this. It's a 7-part documentary series called Make or Break Again. It's already been picked up for a 2nd season, and right now season 1 is available for streaming only on Apple TV+. Thanks again, Sage.
Country music legend Dolly Parton says she's honored to learn she's going to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She told Billboard that when she initially asked to bow out of consideration, she didn't mean to cause trouble or stir up any controversy. Now she says, I guess I'm a rock star. Dolly Parton, the queen of country, will take her seat among rock royalty with her induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class of 2022. Parton posted on social media, I am honored and humbled by the fact that I have been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Of course, I will accept it gracefully. It comes after a 2-month back and forth between the self-described backwoods Barbie and the organization. Hits include Jolene, I Will Always Love You, and 9 to 5, originally said she would respectfully bow out of the process, adding that she felt she had not earned that right. But the Hall of Fame sent out its 1,200 ballots days before Dolly said she wanted to drop out. And last week, Parton changed her previous stance, telling NPR she would accept if chosen.
I would just say thanks, and I will accept it. But when I said that, it was always my belief that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was for the people in rock music. And I have found out lately that it's not necessarily that.
She told Billboard Wednesday that when people have called her a rock star, I thought they just meant that I was cool. But now I'm going to have to take it literally. This is not the first time Parton has turned down a major honor. Parton revealed to Hoda and Jenna she declined the Presidential Medal of Freedom not once, but twice.
I don't work for those awards. It'd be nice, but I'm not sure that that I even deserve it.
Now the country music legend is punching her ticket to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, adding to a long list of achievements during her remarkable career. Dolly says she doesn't yet know if she's going to the induction ceremony, but if she does, she told Billboard she's going to sing the hardest rock and roll style song she can muster to prove she can do it. And yeah, she still also wants to produce a rock album. All right,
I hope we see her there.
I know. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
On NBC News Now, a tragic milestone. America officially surpassing 1 million COVID-related deaths. The threat the latest surge is now posing more than 2 years into the pandemic.
And breaking news, aid from America. New U.S.-made weapons arrive in Ukraine, and they're already being used on the battlefield. How much more firepower could be coming to the front lines?
Supreme fury and more Americans expressing outrage over the leaked Supreme Court draft opinion set to overturn Roe v. Wade. How lawmakers on both sides are making this a key factor ahead of the midterms.
And attacked on stage. New details emerge about the suspect who targeted Dave Chappelle during his stand-up show. How the comedian is responding to what happened. Happy Thursday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with the pandemic and a sobering milestone that a lot of people thought wasn't possible. More than 1 million people in the United States have now died as a result of COVID-19. The World Health Organization saying today the global death toll is nearing 15 million.
Now, this is all happening as the number of new COVID cases continues to rise nationwide. In fact, nearly 100,000 new cases were confirmed just yesterday. The U.S. has seen a 60% increase in cases in just the last 2 weeks alone. Deaths, however, are down a little more than 17% in that same time frame.
Now, we're going to talk to Dr. Bob Lahida about all this in just a moment here. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, though. Gabe, bring us up to speed.
Hi, Aaron. Good morning. You know, back in March of 2020, we interviewed a White House official who back then said that we should expect anywhere from 100,000 to 200,000 COVID-related deaths if we did everything right. Well, now here we are, 1 million deaths and counting.
It's perhaps the grimmest milestone of the pandemic. At least 1 million COVID deaths in the U.S., according to an official NBC News count.
That number is devastating, but in the modern context, 1 million deaths in a very advanced country is unthinkable.
Dr. Umesh Gidwani with Mount Sinai Hospital was on the front lines in New York City, one of the earliest epicenters of the pandemic.
It's very hard to lose a patient that you've been fighting for.
His cardiac ICU was converted into a full-time COVID unit.
Back in March of 2020, what was the worst case scenario back then?
When we started off, we were completely unawares. We were caught unawares, and we were not very clear about where this would go.
Dr. Angela Chen diagnosed the first confirmed COVID case in New York.
What I replay and recount is, the patients that I've encountered with COVID and kind of being with them in their final days.
Here in New York, new COVID hospitalizations are on the rise again, topping 2,000 for the first time since late February. There are also concerns of a possible fifth or sixth wave in some parts of the country. California cases are up 10% over the last week. But 1 million is much more than just a number for so many Americans. Lisa Wilson in Palm Beach County, Florida, lost her grandmother, Lily Mae, to COVID last summer.
It was so terrifying. My aunt called me one Sunday morning, I think, and she said something is wrong with her. She was laid across the bed, and she was like gasping for air. She was gasping for air.
In all, 6 relatives claimed by COVID.
It was very, very hard. everyone was just confused about the whole situation. We love you.
You know, Gabe, here we are now with these more aggressive variants and subvariants out there. Pandemic fatigue is at an incredibly high level. People are trying to get on with their lives. What is the CDC expecting to happen now in the next few weeks with new cases in this country?
Well, Aaron, the CDC is forecasting that over the next 4 weeks, deaths will rise at least slightly in this country. But we're already starting to see, as you heard in the piece, rising cases in places like New York, California, and actually just spoke with the superintendent of a school in Maine where, get this, 30% of this elementary school of students and staff have just come down with COVID just in the last few days, forcing the school to go back to virtual learning. So in the coming weeks, with this very contagious subvariant that we're seeing, at least here in the Northeast, expect more cases, Aaron.
All right, here we go again. Gabe Gutierrez for us today. Gabe, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Bob Lahita, a professor at the Hackensack Meridian School of Medicine there in New Jersey. Dr. Bob, it's great to see you this afternoon. And just first up, you know, there are 2 new subvariants of Omicron out there right now. We're talking BA4 and BA5. But how worried are you as a medical professional about this? I mean, how do we respond sort of as a nation? Is this something that we should just continue to expect to see?
You're going to continue to expect to see these, Morgan, because these subvariants arise very, very quickly, and we must not let our guard down. First of all, these are very infective, but they're not very severe, thank goodness. They're very evasive. They're evasive of the vaccinations that most of us have had. So if you were infected before Omicron, you don't have much immunity to BA4 and 5. If you were infected with Omicron but had no vaccination, you are definitely at risk and should be vaccinated.
Which is interesting because, you know, we're sort of seeing the spike in COVID cases now across the country. In Washington state, for example, there's news of a COVID outbreak on a Carnival cruise ship that just docked there. I mean, I guess my question to you, Dr. Bob, is should we be concerned about any of this? I mean, how are you sort of advising your own patients to navigate this new normal?
Well, it's very difficult to navigate. First of all, you have to know that Omicron is very immune evasive. That means that if you've been vaccinated, you're still at risk. Regarding the cruise ships, the CDC has a very interesting scale of variability and infectivity going from green to red. And of the 74 of the 92 ships are not green, which means they are either meeting the CDC profile very, very scarcely, or they're not meeting the CDC profile at all and have infectivity within that ship. Grayscale are foreign ships that have no adherence to CDC policy. So before you take a cruise, I suggest you get on the web and look at the CDC profile for your cruise ship. Very important. Very important, especially as people try to get away this summer after being locked up for nearly 2 years inside their homes. Dr. Bob Lahita, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it as always. Thank you.
Let's turn to breaking news now in the war on Ukraine, where fighting is escalating in the city of Mariupol. Russian forces are zeroing in on that steel plant we've been talking about all week here. It's the last remaining holdout in that key port city. One official there saying shelling on the facility went on nonstop overnight. Ukrainian forces say Russia is planning a parade next week to mark Victory Day. That's when it defeated the Nazis in 1945. Fighters and civilians remain trapped in the plant, with Russia saying it would pause military activity today to let more people evacuate. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying more than 300 people were rescued from that area yesterday, and he vowed to save those still left behind. We have a team of correspondents following the latest developments for you. We'll begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella in Ukraine for us again today. You know, Kelly, it's not just Mariupol that we're talking about here facing this shelling. The Donetsk region north of Mariupol is also seeing this right now. Where do things stand today in Ukraine?
Yes, that's right, Aaron. Some intense fighting in Donbass. In fact, some of the most intense fighting in the country is in that Donbass region where the Russian forces are continuously shelling villages, cities, trying to break the defenses of the Ukrainians along that front line, trying to get through to that magic goal of conquering all of the Donbass, which is one of the goals that President Putin set when he declared this, what the Russians call not an invasion, but a special military operation. They're still struggling to get through those front lines, according to the Ukrainians and according to a senior U.S. defense official, but it still is having a massive impact on civilians there, as you can imagine. Scores of people killed over the past couple of weeks. People are fleeing, and they're coming to places like this, to Dnipro. At that steel plant as well, as you mentioned, the fight is continuing there. There's meant to be a ceasefire, according to the Russians, but we haven't had any confirmation that the fighting has stopped there yet. And 300 more people being evacuated from the city of Mariupol, not from the steel plant, but the city itself. It just underscores once again the massive displacement that this war has caused. 12 million Ukrainians have had to flee their homes. We've been talking to them over the past week, and the stories are just absolutely devastating. People who have nothing to go back to, Aaron.
Yeah, it's hard. I want to bring in our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce here. Dan, Ukraine is asking the Biden administration for anti-ship missiles to try to secure these port cities we've been talking about blocked by Russia's Navy. What do you know about that effort?
Aaron, President Zelensky told a U.S. congressional delegation that visited Kyiv last weekend that Ukraine desperately needs anti-ship missiles so it can open up those ports that have been blocked by Russia's Navy. Ukraine is desperate to export millions of tons of grain and foodstuffs for the sake of its economy. And then, of course, also in the Middle East and Africa, you have food shortages already and price spikes because of that blockade. Ukraine is also asking for more advanced drones and multiple rocket launchers. They believe that would help them strike Russian forces at a longer distance in that battle now underway in the country's east. But it's unclear if the Biden administration is ready to provide these weapons. The White House has previously indicated that it's not ready to give them those Harpoon anti-ship missiles. They said they weren't a good fit for the Ukrainian Navy, but pressure is growing on both sides of the aisle in Congress, Aaron.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in Washington, Kelly Kobiela in Ukraine. Thank you both.
Meanwhile, the Russian Orthodox Church is pushing back on Pope Francis's comments criticizing him over the war in Ukraine. In a recent interview with an Italian newspaper, the Pope says the head of the church can't, quote, transform himself into Putin's altar boy. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome. Claudio, talk to us first about these comments from the Pope. I mean, what was he sort of intending to say? What was his message here?
Hey, Morgan, yes, this is an interview that was published in an Italian newspaper on Tuesday, and the Pope essentially was saying that during a Zoom call that himself and the Patriarch, the leader of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill, had after the start of the war, he said that Kirill, for the first 20 minutes of that conversation, just read from a piece of paper a very long list of justifications for the war, which kind of reflected the rhetoric that has been used by Vladimir Putin and Russia to justify the war. And that is the main reason why the Pope said that Kirill should not act as Vladimir Putin's altar boy and that spiritual leaders like them should not talk politics, but peace, Morgan.
Which is interesting, Claudio. I mean, what has the Russian Orthodox Church sort of said in response to all of this?
Well, they didn't take it well. Yesterday, they issued a statement saying that the Pope's words were regrettable, that was the wrong tone, and that it certainly does not help the dialogue between the Russian Orthodox and Catholic Church. And a demonstration and proof of that is that the two leaders were meant to meet in Jerusalem in the middle of June. Well, that meeting has been canceled, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Claudio Lavanga for us there. Claudio, as always, thank you so much.
We are still bracing for the Supreme Court's final opinion in that case that potentially overturns Roe v. Wade. An 8-foot-high fence was installed around the Supreme Court building overnight. You can see some of the video here. Now, this comes following days of sometimes tense demonstrations. The leaked draft opinion says the issue of abortion should fall to the states. It does not make abortion illegal. The draft is written as the majority, but justices can still potentially change their votes. We're looking at the political fight over abortion rights this hour. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake is in Texas. We'll begin in Washington, though, with Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. So, Ali, NBC News has some new reporting today on the Republican messaging surrounding the abortion issue. Where is it coming from? What are some of the key points there?
Yeah, Aaron, so one ripple effect of this leaked draft that we're seeing is this weight that up until now candidates did not feel as much on exactly where they stand on abortion rights. Now we're seeing that whatever they say will definitely stick with them into the midterm elections. So now we're seeing Democrats and Republicans put each other into positions on abortion that they know won't play well in November. We saw that the National Republican Senatorial Committee came out with new polling as well as new messaging for candidates this week, urging them to act as a, quote, compassionate consensus builder. They say that Republicans should target Democrats for, quote, extremist views and having an obsession over abortion rights. And according to this memo, the committee also wants candidates to say they will, quote, not take away contraception or women's health care and would prioritize the mother's health. So, Aaron, there's no guarantee that any of this messaging will work, but one thing that is for certain that this has shined a brand new light on abortion messaging that we have not seen for decades.
Absolutely. What about on the other side of this, though? We heard from Chuck Schumer yesterday sort of ticking off what could be some talking points here. What are you learning from Senate Democrats in terms of their plan on how to deal with this, how to talk about this?
Yeah, so Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said that he's going to move forward with a plan to vote on a new version of the Women's Health Protection Act next week, but there's still a lot that needs to happen before that does. The big question right now is what is that new draft going to look like if the draft that we had seen last February didn't even make it to the Senate for a vote? Now we've seen that the Democrats would need two Republicans, the two moderate Republican senators, Murkowski and Collins, to join on board with them to even have a chance of getting this passed. But those two have said that they have a problem with the language in one line of that version that has to do with possible punishments for providers who refuse to give women abortions due to religious beliefs, Aaron.
All right, Ali Rafa for us on the Hill today. Thank you, Ali.
Meanwhile, the battle over abortion rights in Texas is heating up. It's become a central issue in the Democratic runoff for a House seat in the state's 28th district. NBC's Garrett Haig joins us now from Austin, Texas. Garrett, first, just talk to us about the candidates in this race. I mean, who are they and what are they saying about this hot button issue?
Well, Morgan, abortion rights are going to be on the ballot in the 28th district, just a little south and west of where I am now. The district stretches from San Antonio down to Laredo, and it features Henry Cuellar, who's a longtime incumbent Democrat. He's represented that district since 2005. He is currently the only Democrat in the House caucus who describes himself as pro-life. He is the only Democrat to vote against the Women's Health Protection Act, which codifies Roe when that came up last year. And he has been reelected time and time again by wide margins in this district. But he's being challenged now for the second election in a row by Jessica Cisneros, an immigration activist who describes herself as a supporter of abortion rights. And she and progressive allies have really tried to put Cuellar on the back foot over his opposition to abortion. I asked him last night if he feels like he's out of touch with the Democratic Party. This is how he pushed back.
I think it's important that we represent the country, our district in Washington, D.C., and not represent the party. I'm a Democrat, but my loyalty is to my district. I got two girls, and I voted for Planned Parenthood funding, even though they say I haven't, and I've supported women's health. But sometimes we might have differences on religion for religious belief, but I tell you, that's one issue.
Cisneros' response on that is essentially those differences are well and good, but that this issue is too important to have one Democratic vote be a potential outlier, Morgan.
Which is interesting that he sort of drew that distinction between the national party and his local district. But I know that you mentioned in your reporting, Garrett, that it normally takes something pretty extraordinary for House leaders to not back an incumbent. So what are you hearing from those reps in the House?
Leadership is standing by Henry Cuellar, so much so that Jim Clyburn, the number 3 House Democrat, was in San Antonio yesterday for that rally. He says even he doesn't agree with Cuellar on every issue, but it's important to support him. Here's what he told me.
I don't agree with Cuellar on that issue, but there's so many other issues that we agree on. And I don't know that it's a healthy relationship to always agree on everything.
Morgan, the leadership position on this is that they're going to back their incumbents. Cuellar is part of Clyburn's whip team. He has been in Congress for a very long time. He's a powerful member in his own right, and leadership is sticking behind him so far.
Speaking of that, Garrett, the reality is that this is just one part of sort of the national conversation. Of course, everyone is also watching that governor's race down there in Texas. I mean, what are those candidates saying about abortion rights?
Well, Texas passed 2 really restrictive laws when it comes to abortion rights last year. There's SB 8, which most people are familiar with. That's that heartbeat bill that bans most abortions after 6 weeks. But they also passed one of those so-called trigger laws that would go into effect after Roe is overturned, if indeed that is the case. Governor Greg Abbott has made those bills part of his persona, both here in Texas and his national political profile. Although, interestingly, he's had almost nothing to say on this issue since that leaked draft came out. Beto O'Rourke, who is challenging him, is really hoping to galvanize Democratic voters, moderates, independents, suburban voters who feel, as most Texans do, according to the polling, that abortion rights do need to be protected in some way. He's speaking here in Austin later this morning and holding a big rally on this issue in Houston on Saturday. Morgan?
All right, Garrett Haag back in his old stomping grounds there in Texas. Garrett, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
And we're following some breaking news at this hour in the tech world. New details emerging about Elon Musk's plans for Twitter once his $44 billion takeover is complete. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac is tracking the new developments for us. He joins us now. So, Steve, CNBC has some new reporting that Musk himself is actually going to run Twitter if and when this takeover is approved. We know that Elon Musk is in charge of some pretty major companies already going into this thing. What's the thinking here? Why add this to his plate?
Yeah, well, let's keep in mind, Aaron, this is being billed right now as a temporary takeover. So he'll be CEO for a little while, and then the idea is he'd find someone else to run in his place. That being said, Elon is the most unpredictable executive right now, so who knows if he's going to hang on to that CEO role. But what we're hearing right now is he'll transfer it to someone else. It'll just be a temporary CEO role after the acquisition is complete, Aaron.
So, we know that Elon Musk is the richest guy in the world right now. $44 billion is a lot of money, though, to be paying for Twitter or for anything. What do we know about sort of where the money is coming from to buy Twitter at this point?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. And so the new thing we learned today is Elon Musk called up a bunch of his rich friends and said, hey, help me out with this transaction. So he has Larry Ellison, the co-founder of Oracle, putting in $1 billion, and some notable firms like Andreessen Horowitz and Sequoia, these Silicon Valley venture capitalist firms, also putting in money. And today he disclosed he has about $7 billion in funding to help fund this transaction.
Those are the friends to have, it would appear.
Yeah.
CNBC Steve Kovac for us today. Steve, thank you.
Thanks.
Now let's talk about your money. Borrowers, beware, because costs are going up. The Federal Reserve announced it will raise interest rates by 0.5 percentage point, which is the biggest hike in 22 years. Now, it's all about fighting skyrocketing inflation. The Fed is trying to bring down prices for consumers and businesses, which are rising at a 40-year record. And to hurt shoppers even more, the size of products continue to get even smaller. Shrink inflation is actually causing consumers to get less bang for their buck. So NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen joins us now with a closer look at this so-called shrinkflation. Vicki, what is it? How is it affecting us?
Hey, Morgan, it's affecting us from our grocery store shopping list to what we order in the drive-thru. Retailers really like to use this shrinkflation strategy because they're banking on you and I not really noticing when something gets a little bit smaller or maybe you get a little bit less in the package. This morning, how bad it's going to get and what to look out for.
From housing and gas to clothing and home goods, record high inflation has impacted all of that and a bag of chips. Feeling the economic crunch, one expert says makers of popular snacks like Doritos, Sun-Made raisins, Chobani yogurt, as seen on this website, now give you less for the same amount of money. None of those brands responded to our request for comment, but market watchers believe it's a sign of growing inflation.
Shrinkflation is a real thing. How do you define it?
Manufacturers can either raise the price of an item or they can give you less. So when they give you less, that's called downsizing or shrinkflation. It's a sneaky way to pass on a price increase.
Ed Dworsky, founder and editor of Consumer World, says shrinkflation has existed since the days of the 5-cent candy bar.
I've never seen it as bad as it is now. We're having product after product that are downsizing.
Where are we seeing the most shrinkflation?
Well, where are we not seeing it? Paper products traditionally have been one of the big categories where we're seeing downsizing happening.
I can't spare a square. This classic Seinfeld scene possibly becoming a reality. Dworsky says Cottonelle mega rolls now come with 312 one-ply sheets instead of 340, which amounts to an entire roll now gone from each package. Kimberly Clark, the maker of Cottonelle, did not respond to our request for comment on the alleged change. Also making Dworsky's updated list, Miracle-Gro, Gatorade, and personal care items like Dove body wash. But the companies behind each of these products telling NBC News inflation is not behind any changes to their packaging. Gatorade saying its change to a 28-ounce bottle was part of a years-long ergonomic plan to phase out the 32-ounce container. But at the drive-thru, consumers seeing real change. Burger King announced it would reduce the number of chicken nuggets in a meal from 10 pieces to 8. And with beef prices up 16% from last year, the fast food giant also putting its signature burger out to pasture, removing the Whopper from its value menu. How does this add up for the average consumer when it comes to the household goods they buy?
We're seeing some items being, in essence, increased by 10% in cost because you're getting 10% less, sometimes 12% less. Multiply that times the number of items you buy, and that's really going to hit your pocketbook.
Dworsky says many are shifting to store brands, which are often the last to downsize, and that has household names like Clorox and Kraft taking notice. Both companies have introduced new products to compete, and Clorox says it will also increase promotions if cheaper brands keep ending up in carts. When it comes to finding the best deal, Dworsky says use unit pricing to compare different brands and sizes, switch brands or buy store brands if they're cheaper, and use coupons to shop, make a meal plan, and stick to your shopping list to stay on budget.
Research really shows that consumers are so sensitive to price hikes, and that's why we're more likely to see something going up $1 than to notice 5 chips missing from our bag. Companies do this so they can save without spooking consumers, but now you know.
Well, you
Morgan?
did spook me with the Chobani yogurt. I use that for my famous Morad fish taco sauce. So I'm spooked now, Vicki. You got me.
I can't wait to try those, Morgan, next time.
You're invited to Harlem anytime. Thanks, Vicki.
Awesome.
Well, we know that shoppers aren't the only ones feeling the pinch right now. Small businesses are getting squeezed by rising costs and how people are spending. CNBC restaurant and small business correspondent Kate Rogers is joining us now. So, Kate, I know that CNBC took a deep dive at what small businesses are dealing with right now. Overall, how are they feeling about the economy today?
Yeah, Aaron, good to see you. We polled more than 2,000 small business owners, and things are not looking so good right now. Overall, their confidence is near an all-time low, the score of 46, but it did increase by 2 points this quarter with some slight movement in those who say business conditions are good and those who expect immigration policy in particular will have a positive impact on their business in the next year. But take a look at this data. We found that 8 in 10 owners said they feel certain a recession will hit in 2022. That's due to the overall state of the economy, with only 6% saying the economy's excellent right now, 44% say it's poor, and nearly a third say that it's fair. We also polled the general public, and 77% say that they also expect a recession this year as well. So, as I said, things not looking so good on Main Street.
So there's your 30,000-foot view then, Kate. What are the small businesses saying are sort of their top concerns right now?
What you were all just talking about, inflation is the top issue on Main Street right now. It's all about that topic. It's a key issue for nearly 4 in 10 small business owners. 75% are paying more for their own supplies, but few are actually raising prices themselves so far. Just 17% say that now's a good time for businesses to raise selling prices. More than a third saying it's a bad time to hike prices. About half say they're mixed on whether or not to raise their prices right now, but more owners are considering doing this in the future if things continue in this direction. We're also seeing more owners saying they're just absorbing those costs themselves. They're likely concerned to lose customers at a time when everyone is paying more for everything. So inflation is that top issue. Coming in second with about 19%, supply chain disruptions, well above COVID-19, labor shortages, and also cybersecurity. It's just interesting to see that shift in focus over to inflation because labor has been the hot topic for so long.
All right, CNBC's Kate Rogers for us today. Kate, thank you.
Thank you.
Donald Trump Jr. facing some tough questions from the House committee investigating the Capitol riots.
That's right. Still ahead, what the former first son did and did not say about that day. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making news right now, no relief for crews battling wildfires across New Mexico. That state bracing for dry, windy conditions that will fuel more flames. Right now, 7 wildfires are burning across New Mexico. President Biden approved a disaster declaration for that state yesterday. A tragic end to the search for a missing Yale University employee. Police say 44-year-old Anton Sovitov's body was found on a Long Island, New York shoreline last Saturday. Sovitov had last been in touch with colleagues days before he was reported missing on February 9th. Yale says his death is under investigation. And a bizarre trend on Texas beaches. Look at this. Residents on Padre Island have been finding these creepy-looking dolls all along the shoreline there. Many of them have been at sea so long, it seems, that barnacles are sort of growing out of the eyes and mouth and ears. Yeah, it's weird stuff. The dolls apparently have been showing up for a couple of years now. Nobody really knows where they're coming from. And Morgan, as long as they don't walk up onto the beach, we're okay.
I was about to say, what if I mailed one of those to your doorstep? I mean, what would you do if that just like arrived?
I'm giving up the house. I'm not going back. The doll can have it.
I might leave it outside your office door tomorrow. You never know.
I'll be somewhere else.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Well, now it is the bottom of the hour, and here are the latest headlines coming out of the war in Ukraine. The fighting has yet to let up at the steel plant in the port city of Mariupol. A Ukrainian presidential advisor said that Russian forces want the occupation of the factory as a gift to Vladimir Putin.
President Zelensky says more than 300 civilians were rescued from Mariupol and the surrounding area late Wednesday. He vowed to continue evacuations for those who remain. And First Lady Jill Biden is set to leave tonight for her trip to that region. She plans to travel to Romania and Slovakia. The White House says she will meet with Ukrainian mothers and children who have been forced to flee the violence.
Let's begin our coverage right now with NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, I know that you've been sort of taking a look at the process that Ukrainian refugees really have to go through in order to make it to the United States. So what's the latest? I mean, how long are they waiting? What are they facing while they wait?
Yeah, well, right now, DHS hasn't been able to say that any of these people have been approved to come to the United States. And in fact, a lot of groups, nonprofits, religious organizations, and refugee resettlement agencies were disappointed to find that they couldn't sponsor Ukrainians to come here. Instead, it has to be up to individuals who can prove that they themselves can financially support Ukrainians who come over. So I spoke to Svetlana Rogers, who is trying to bring her sister and her sister's family over from Poland to live with her in Princeton, New Jersey. She said she's been up against a mountain of paperwork. Not only does she need to show her own financial footing is sound, she has to show that her sister could support herself, be able to prove what income she could make in the United States, be able to show her home value in Ukraine. They were actually able to get friends who are still on the ground in Ukraine to help track down vaccination records for her family and to find the deed of their home. An incredibly hard thing to do during a war zone. And she said, if it's this hard for me, imagine how hard it is for everyone else.
I mean, that's just an impossible situation to imagine. I mean, how is the Biden administration responding to all of this, especially sort of what you mentioned in terms of the role of nonprofits in this process?
That's right. Now, they say that nonprofits can financially back an individual, but it still has to be an individual's name signing that application. They have asked for more money from Congress to be able to allow some taxpayer money to go towards supporting these people when they come here. But right now, it's a tough process. They say they're working to streamline it. They're adding more people to a hotline for people to call with questions. But Svetlana told me when she tried to call that hotline, she would wait at least an hour every time to get answers. Things like, how much money do I have to have in my bank account to sponsor my sister? They really didn't have an answer for that. They say there's no minimum, but it's all part of a total package that they'll look at in determining whether or not to approve someone. Now, DHS says this is all to try to prevent anyone from trafficking in Ukrainians, but it's also to make sure that they can be financially supported when they get here. But for people fleeing war, they say that they're worried the process is going to take too long and allow too few people to actually enter the United States.
Yeah, I mean, it's daunting, especially coming at, presumably the worst time in someone's life, right? Julia Ainsley, thank you so much for your reporting on this. We appreciate it.
Daria Kaleniuk joins us now. She is the executive director of the Anti-Corruption Action Center in Ukraine. Daria, we appreciate you being with us. I do want to get your perspective on support that's coming from the West right now. There's a senior U.S. defense official who says 90% of the howitzers that were promised to Ukraine are now in Ukrainian hands. How much of an impact do you believe that sort of support is having in Ukraine? All right, it appears that Daria's signal may have frozen on us. One more quick check. Daria, you there? No? All right, we'll try to get her back and see if we can come back to her. Morgan?
Meanwhile, we are following two big developments this hour about that Capitol riot. Another member of the Trump family has now cooperated with the investigation. Donald Trump Jr. voluntarily met virtually with the House committee on Wednesday, answering questions for 2 hours. A member of the far-right group, the Oath Keepers, has also told a court the group's founder tried to speak directly with President Trump on the night of that attack. He says the goal was to use militia groups to stop the transfer of power. We're going to dig into that element of the story in just a moment, but first, let's begin with new testimony from Donald Trump Jr. and with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, do we know anything more about the specifics of that testimony?
Yeah, Morgan, my source telling me that Donald Trump Jr. met with the committee after a few weeks of saying that this was going to be happening, finally coming before them virtually and voluntarily, the whole thing lasting just a few hours, in the words of my source. And look, to remind you why they wanted to talk to Donald Trump Jr., of course, Trump's family and the family members have always held a special place in Trump world, especially if you covered that orbit. You knew that the family were often clued into things sometimes that official advisors were not. But also there's speculation around Donald Trump Jr. because of some of the text messages that have since become public between him and then Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. For example, this one that you can see on your screen, Donald Trump Jr. texting Meadows on the 6th saying he's got to condemn this ASAP. The Capitol Police tweet is not enough. Meadows, of course, responding to the president's son saying, I'm pushing it hard. I agree. Donald Trump Jr. then coming back saying, we need an Oval Office address. He has to lead now. It has gone too far and gotten out of hand. Of course, we know we never got an Oval Office address from former President Trump on that day. And so Donald Trump Jr. can potentially speak to maybe not the conversations he was having with his father, but certainly the conversations he was having with others in the West Wing, including Meadows.
But Ali, square something for me. I mean, what do we make of the fact that members of Trump's family have met with the January 6th committee, but members of Congress, who arguably have a more distant relationship with the former president, will not cooperate with the committee?
Yeah, a more distant relationship maybe, but Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, they don't have to face voters. These lawmakers do. And most of them, if you look in the case of people like Kevin McCarthy, who we've seen over the last few weeks, how he's balancing his ambitions for a speakership should Republicans retake the House, as well as his relationship with Trump. And then, of course, the other members who have been asked, people like Mo Brooks, who was up until recently a very close ally of the former president, Ronnie Jackson, his former former physician, comes from a place in Texas where it's a heavy Trump-based population in the district that Jackson represents. All of these people have ties to Trump, both politically in their personal sense, but also politically in who they report to back home. That's key to the politics up here on the Hill, and also when these lawmakers go home and have to confront their constituents who may say to them, why are you cooperating with this January 6th committee probe that you have told us is partisan and a witch hunt? They can't necessarily cooperate after rhetoric like that.
Well, speaking of that cooperation, I mean, the committee has spoken with more than 800 witnesses thus far.
Yeah.
Do we know how many more may still be ahead, Allie?
Well, Donald Trump Jr. was one of two people who we were waiting on as the committee tries to tie up all its fact-finding loose ends in May and then move forward into public hearings on June 9th, as Chairman Thompson has told us. This was one of two. Donald Trump Jr. was on the list, in Chairman Thompson's words, last week, and so was Rudy Giuliani, the former president's lawyer, who led so many of those legal challenges and who obviously was key in the conversations between the White House and outside allies about ways that they could possibly look to overturn the election results on a state level. All of those are important threads for the committee to follow. And so if I'm looking at big names that are left on the list, yes, of course, we're looking at what happens with those criminal contempt referrals for people like Mark Meadows, Peter Navarro, and Dan Scavino. But those are off in the DOJ world now. In terms of what the committee can actually control, Rudy Giuliani is really the last big name on the list that I'm looking for.
All right, NBC's Allie Vitale covering it all for us. Allie, thank you.
Thanks.
The founder of the far-right Oath Keepers tried to speak directly with President Donald Trump, the former president, on the night of January 6th. That's according to new testimony from a member of the group who said the group's leader wanted to use militia groups to stop the transfer of power. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is joining us now. So, Ryan, tell us about this testimony in court yesterday. Any big revelations there?
Yeah, there was. So as Allie was just talking about, you had people in Trump's family like Donald Trump Jr. trying to get in touch with the president on the evening of January 6th. As it turns out, the head of the Oath Keepers was also trying to get in touch with the president that evening. He went to the Phoenix Park Hotel, which is just off the grounds of the Capitol, and sat in a suite there and put some unidentified Trump intermediary on the phone. And what the testimony said yesterday from this other member of the Oath Keepers from North Carolina is that that Stuart Rhodes implored this individual to encourage Trump to call up the militias, to call upon groups like the Oath Keepers to violently seize control and take over and stop the transfer of power on January 6th and in the lead up to the inauguration on January 20th. So it was a pretty significant revelation. And the big question is sort of who this Trump intermediary was, because prosecutors included this in the document, saying that this Trump intermediary did not actually did not put Rhodes into touch with Trump, but that indicated that they had the power to put them in touch with Trump. So it's a really interesting question right now, who exactly this Trump intermediary is, and certainly something that federal grand juries and prosecutors and the January 6th committee are going to be interested in going forward.
Yeah, a lot of tentacles here for sure. I know you've been digging into all sorts of angles on this for a while now. Can you expand a little bit on what we know about the former president's ties to the Oath Keepers?
Yeah, so, the Proud Boys, for example, Donald Trump actually during one of the debates came out and said, stand back and stand by. So, this was a group that was very supportive of him, and Donald Trump likes groups that are supportive of him. So the Oath Keepers was supportive of him, and he liked them as well. There are a lot of people in Trump's orbit who have some sort of Oath Keeper ties. The Oath Keepers provided security often for a lot of these Trump-affiliated individuals. So there was definitely some overlap in the groups, and there's really only like 1 degree of separation between, a Stuart Rhodes figure and a Donald Trump. It didn't seem like Stuart Rhodes had a direct way to contact Trump, but what prosecutors and what the January 6th committee is obviously very interested in now is what those lines of communications were and just how much, given that, the big question, I suppose, is how much foresight Donald Trump could have had about the violence that was pretty clear to everybody was going to be happening on January 6th, and how much pre-knowledge he had about the plans of some of these organizations is obviously the big lingering question that a lot of people are looking at here.
Yeah, for sure it is. I do want to ask you, what happens next here, both in terms of, this case and potential prosecutions down the line?
Yeah, so the individual who pleaded guilty yesterday, who was the third oath keeper, he's actually testifying before a federal grand jury today. That's private. We're not going to know what exactly happens or indeed what the focus of that testimony is. It could be something that he's testifying in terms of the other members of the oath keepers. There's certainly a lot of them who have not yet been charged, who were involved in the Capitol attack, including an entire contingent from North Carolina who have been identified by online sleuths and were on the grounds of the Capitol and in various places that day. So that's something he could be looking at. Or there could be this other question about the pre-planning and some of the questions about that phone call, and who exactly was on the other end of that line. Because, that's someone who obviously we need to find out who it was. That's a really key question right now, who that potential connection between this extremist group and the president of the United States was.
All right. NBC's Ryan Riley. Ryan, thank you.
Thanks.
They call it getting souls to the polls.
Up next, the black pastors playing a pivotal role in rallying the Democrats' most loyal base ahead of the midterms.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, so black church pastors across the country have consistently delivered votes to the Democratic Party. They were crucial in handing Joe Biden the Democratic nomination and the presidency back in 2020 after an incredible turnaround in the South Carolina primary. But as Democrats sort of aim to drum up midterm support, how are these black communities now responding? NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson did a deep dive for this week's Meet the Press reports and joins us now live. Joshua, it is great to see you. First off, sort of what are the blind spots for the Democratic Party when it comes to understanding and earning support from black voters? Because especially, out on the trail, I always hear black voters say, the Democratic Party should not take our vote for granted.
Yeah, Morgan, I think it's going to vary depending on who you talk to. Although the pastors that I spoke to all mentioned the idea of being taken for granted as an issue in terms of the relationship between the party and black voters. What that means is going to vary depending on who you talk to. For some folks, it's going to mean just understanding how to relate to voters. I spoke to the Reverend Al Sharpton, and he said one of the things that made him like Barack Obama early in his presidency was that he said, I'm not going to agree with you on everything, and I'm not going to do everything you ask for, but here is what we can do together. He said that engendered enormous respect because at least he knew where he stood, and he knew that President Obama wasn't just trying to say what he had to say to get what he wanted. Other people told me that it has to do with the issues that are on the agenda. We spent time at a church in Milwaukee that does a Souls to the Polls, Power to the Polls operation. And some of the things they talked about were just basic stuff, like dealing with reckless drivers, people who steal cars and zip up and down residential streets. So it has to do, in part, I think, from the conversations we had, with being treated with integrity, with being, politicked to on the basic issues that matter to everyday people. And then from there, theologically, your mileage can vary dramatically.
But even that is somewhat theoretical, right? When we're talking about relatability and things like integrity. But what does that look like in practice? I mean, day to day, what do people want to see? What inroads does the Democratic Party really need to make in Black communities to really secure those votes in the future, if that's what they want?
Well, I think inroads is the key, Morgan, and that's kind of why Black churches are so powerful, right? Because every Sunday, sometimes multiple times on Sunday, sometimes multiple times a week, depending on what kind of church you grew up in.
Honey, sometimes 4 hours a day, okay? Look alive. 4 hours a day, okay? Sweating until 2 p.m. Talk about it. Testify. Go ahead and testify. Look, with the auntie passing the mints, you got to get the little mint, your little church clap on the side. Look, don't sleep on it.
Did you go to my church?
No, you know what I'm saying? I may have been a couple times, My grandfather was into that. Yeah, no, he made me come.
But see, that's the point, though, is that you are in church for very long periods of time. Politicians show up once when they want to vote. And part of the issue is that consistency, right? That's why Black churches are so powerful as a place to coalesce voting blocks, because you have these very deep relationships. One of the issues that came up with a number of the pastors we spoke to, Reverend Sharpton, Bishop Leah Daughtry over in Brooklyn, is that they know they're going to hold these politicians accountable after they've left the pulpit. Sometimes the politicians don't think about that. They figure they show up, say the right thing, get the amen from the amen corner, collect some email addresses and leave. But increasingly, and I think really always, but now it's just more apparent, Black congregations of all kinds, not just Protestant congregations, and not just progressive congregations. But Black congregations are not stupid, and they know that their votes are valuable. It's that idea of being gentle as doves but wise as serpents, right? It's that biblical concept of knowing who you're dealing with and understanding that the Bible has political guidance. I mean, Isaiah chapter 10 says, woe to those who make unjust laws. So there is an understanding in a lot of Black religious communities that politics matter. If politicians understand that and they speak authentically to those communities, particularly Democratic politicians, they might make deeper inroads.
This may be what the church folk call a word, Mr. Johnson. I feel like this is the part where I say, neighbor, thank you for that report. Neighbor. I appreciate you, neighbor. All right, listen, y'all got to make sure to watch Joshua's report. It's happening tonight. Meet the Press reports. You can watch that here on NBC News Now, or you can watch it anytime on Peacock starting tomorrow. So make sure that you catch it.
Donald Trump is making a wave of endorsements across the country, and his influence is now being put to the test, in particular in a local race. Tennessee Republicans voted to remove candidate Morgan Ortagus from the primary ballot for that state's 5th congressional district on Tuesday. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us now. Mark, so why are Tennessee Republicans focused on ending this particular campaign?
Yeah, Aaron, it all comes down to the residency requirements that the state Republican Party has in its bylaws. And they said that Ortagus, who's a former Fox News contributor, as well as Mike Pompeo's press secretary when he was Secretary of State in the Donald Trump administration, had not lived in the Nashville area for long enough and certainly not participated in local Tennessee elections. And that is why they knocked her off the ballot.
And how's the Ortagus campaign responding to this effort now, Mark?
Yeah, obviously they were upset and disagreed with the ruling, but they are not fighting it. And Ortagus, according to my colleague Alan Smith, ended up putting out a statement saying that she hopes to further the Republican Party's mission nationally and also in the state of Tennessee.
So does this have any broader implications? You talk about nationally, broader implications for Donald Trump's influence on local elections as we move forward into the midterms?
There is no doubt that Donald Trump still remains the greatest singular force in Republican Party politics. But I think what we learned in Tennessee, or at least so far, is that sometimes local politics can be more powerful than national politics. And it is notable that, to me also, that Donald Trump, who likes to put out a whole lot of statements to the news media, really never ended up putting out a statement after the local Tennessee Republican Party did what it did about Ortegas. And so that kind of silence, at least right now, speaks volumes to me.
All right, Mark Murray with us today. Mark, we appreciate it. Thanks.
A fan with a fake gun and a knife made it past security and tackled Dave Chappelle on stage.
After the break, the investigation into that security breach and what the suspect's brother is saying about him.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
New details are now unfolding about that shocking attack on comedian Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, Chappelle put out a statement about that on-stage attack, and the suspect, who's being held on bail now, is facing some assault charges. Here's NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz.
Yeah, a lot of people are asking how that suspect, 23-year-old Isaiah Lee, was able to smuggle a weapon past security and past metal detectors at LA's iconic Hollywood Bowl. Authorities have not revealed a motive, but the suspect brother tells Rolling Stone Lee suffers from mental health issues.
May
Make some noise for hip-hop history.
Just seconds after being attacked by a member of the audience, Dave Chappelle was back on his feet and back to making jokes.
Thank God that was clumsy.
In eyewitness video obtained by TMZ, the suspect can be seen surrounded by security, as well as Chappelle's close friends Busta Rhymes and Jamie Foxx.
Whenever you're in trouble, Jamie Foxx will show up in a sheriff's hat.
Comedian Tehran was also nearby as the suspect approached.
If it wasn't for his clumsiness and Dave Chappelle's prowess, something worse could have happened.
The suspect, 23-year-old Isaiah Lee, appeared bloody and bruised before being booked on suspicion of felony assault with a deadly weapon.
He's back there getting stomped.
Police say Lee was carrying this replica gun with a bayonet-style blade. The suspect's brother telling Rolling Stone Lee suffers from mental health issues and has been in and out of homeless shelters. Despite jokes later cracked on stage by Chris Rock and others,
was that Will Smith?
Industry professionals say the attack shows the need for improved security measures to protect performers.
It's almost like a Secret Service kind of type of awareness you might need to have, because we've seen so many examples of how quickly things can escalate and how quickly somebody can get to the stage.
The company that manages the Hollywood Bowl saying in a statement, the safety of our artists, visitors, and staff is our top priority. While Netflix, which sponsored the comedy festival where the attack occurred, saying, we strongly defend the right of stand-up comedians to perform on stage without fear of violence. Confrontations like this 2018 incident at a comedy club in South Carolina have become more common in recent years, according to club owners and comedians like Tehran, who says the shared connections between performers and audiences needs to be preserved.
This is a safe space not only for the comedians on stage, but for the audience as well. And it means everything for this to remain a safe space.
And a rep for Chappelle says the comedian wants his 4-night run at the Bowl to be remembered for more than just one ugly incident, writing the performances by Chappelle at the Hollywood Bowl were epic and record-breaking, and he refuses to allow last night's incident to overshadow the magic of this historic moment. Back to you.
Breaking news on NBC News Now, the rush to help. America pushing to get more weapons to Ukraine. Just how soon Congress could pass billions more in aid.
1 million deaths, America marking a staggering COVID milestone. The growing concern years into this pandemic about another surge.
And preparing to fight. Just days after the Supreme Court draft opinion leak, political battle lines are being drawn over abortion rights.
And, well, hello, Dolly. All those years working 9 to 5 really paying off for Dolly Parton, the high honor just bestowed on country music's beloved singer. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with breaking news. Ukraine now asking the U.S. for more weapons to help it fight off Russian fighters.
At the top of that wish list, anti-ship missiles to defend ports in the Black Sea. That's according to former Army Ranger and Democratic Congressman Jason Crow. He says he spoke with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky recently. The UK has already pledged to send those missiles to Ukraine.
Now, the impact of American military is already apparent. A senior defense official tells NBC News that 90% of the howitzers promised to the country have already been delivered, and some are already being used in combat. We've got a lot to unpack this hour, including the First Lady's trip to visit Ukrainian refugees, as well as new reporting on Russia's cyber capabilities. Let's start with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who's live on the ground in Ukraine. Matt, I know that last night more than 300 evacuees from Mariupol arrived in the city where you are right now. What kind of help are they receiving sort of since getting there?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, those people weren't arriving from the Azovstal steel plant, but they were arriving from Mariupol and the environs around it. This is because we're starting to see more and more people coming out, again, not from under that steel plant necessarily, but as the guns are falling silent for a ceasefire imposed to get people out of there, people are taking advantage, piling into their cars, and heading to where I am here in Zaporizhia. Earlier today, I was at kind of a relief distribution center where you could see markings for USAID, UNHCR, the UN's refugee agency, Dutch Red Cross, Red Crescent, all sorts of organizations that are sending all kinds of aid here. And folks here can line up, and there was a huge line out in front. but they can only do it one time. So they only get the benefit of that aid once, and after that, they can be turned away. And that's because the need here is so acute. Now, the organizers that I spoke with, who had sort of set up this exhibition center and sports center and turned it into a relief agency and relief center, they said that they get as many as 1,000 to 3,000 visitors every day. But again, all of those families and people can only visit once. And after that, they have to find other ways of getting relief, or they're at the mercy of local aid agencies or other organizations. So the fact is that the need for humanitarian relief is piling up here in Zaporizhia and throughout the eastern part of the country, because we're starting to see those people finally getting out of the war-torn areas to the southeast of where I am and finally getting to safety. But as I've said time and time again, those people, while they're grateful to be free, they have sons, husbands, and fathers who are still inside Azovstal Steelworks, who are still fighting for it to be free, fighting against Russian troops who are now in the midst of a renewed assault on that huge factory. And they have to watch that. Now they have all the information available. And also, those people, their journeys are really just beginning. So many of them that I spoke with, they said they had no idea where they were going to be headed. They didn't necessarily have relatives or friends elsewhere in the country who could take care of them. So for them, the uncertainty of their lives, even if they are spared from immediate danger, is just beginning. Guys.
Yeah, and that's such an important point, that uncertainty is still sort of just beginning. Matt Bradley there on the ground in Ukraine. Matt, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli now. Mike, we know that the First Lady, Jill Biden, is set to visit Slovakia and Romania when she leaves tonight. What do we know about her itinerary and really the ultimate goal of this visit for the First Lady?
Yeah, Aaron, the White House had announced earlier this week that the First Lady, would be traveling to Romania and Slovakia, of course, two of Ukraine's neighbors who are dealing with the fallout of Russia's invasion, especially on the humanitarian side. Just in the last few minutes now, we're learning more details about specifically what the First Lady's itinerary will look like. And most significantly, we have to note the timing of this visit. Sunday is Mother's Day. The First Lady will be traveling directly to the eastern border of Slovakia that it shares with Ukraine. She'll be at that border, seeing and meeting with, in fact, mothers and children who have been fleeing Ukraine because of, as the White House puts it, Putin's war. This trip really, Aaron, also is going to showcase both the role that Dr. Biden plays as a professional educator. She's, of course, a community college professor, but also the work that she's done both as the spouse of a vice president and now the president in supporting military families. Her first stop on Friday, tomorrow afternoon, she'll be at an air base near the Black Sea in eastern Romania, where she'll actually serve dinners to some of the U.S. service members who are part of the NATO rotational deployments there. She'll also meet with Romania's First Lady, who, like her, has kept teaching, even as she is the spouse of the Romanian president. Also on Monday, she'll be meeting with the first female president of Slovakia. So an interesting four-day visit. And we have to note, of course, several of the president's closest advisors, Secretary of State Blinken, Secretary of Defense Austin, have traveled into Kyiv to really meet with Ukrainian officials directly. But the First Lady is an advisor to this president without peer in the administration. And so she'll be able to bring back some of these personal stories from refugees that will certainly have an impact on how the president continues to shape our policy there.
All right, Mike Memoli for us in Washington. Mike, thanks.
Meanwhile, top U.S. officials are sounding the alarm, saying that Russia's cyber warfare capabilities may actually be a lot stronger than we think. Russian hackers may have launched a series of destructive cyber attacks against targets in Ukraine, and the U.S. could be next. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC's Ken Delanian, who's following this for us. Ken, sort of specifically, what types of cyber attacks has Russia deployed against Ukraine? And frankly, has Ukraine been able to sort of defend itself?
Yeah, you know, Morgan, the general impression is that Russia hasn't done much against Ukraine in cyberspace, but that's not quite true. Microsoft said last week that at least 6 Russian-backed hacking groups have launched more than 200 cyber attacks against Ukraine, including nearly 40 destructive attacks that targeted government agencies and critical infrastructure. And some of these were in tandem with military strikes. For example, on March 1st, the same day a Russian missile was fired at Kyiv's TV tower, Microsoft says media companies in the capital were hit by destructive attacks. So it has had some impact, Morgan.
And Ken, I mean, what about here at home? I mean, is the U.S. sort of susceptible to these types of Russian hacks?
Well, look, much the way Ukraine has been able to fend off Russia from completely turning off the power in Ukraine, the U.S. has some pretty strong cyber defenses. But look, we are absolutely vulnerable. We have been for years to Russian attacks against the power grid, against chemical plants, against dams. But those would be acts of war, Morgan. And most people don't think the Russians would do that. What they might do, though, is the kind of attack we saw a year ago against Colonial Pipeline, which shut down the nation's largest provider of gasoline on the East Coast, caused a lot of economic disruption and inconvenience, but was short of an act of war. And that's why the nation's Cyber Defense Agency has this Shields Up campaign encouraging companies and networks to shore up their cyber defenses, Morgan.
NBC's Ken Delaney and live from Washington. Ken, as always, thank you.
You bet.
Now to the pandemic. America has just passed a staggering milestone in the coronavirus pandemic. According to NBC News data, the U.S. has lost more than 1 million people to COVID-19. The first known death in this country was reported on February 29th of 2020, more than 2 years ago now. The World Health Organization now saying the global death toll from COVID is closing in on 15 million people. And the virus is surging yet again across this country. Over the last 2 weeks, 46 states have seen an increase in the number of new cases. They're up nearly 60% in the last 14 days. Deaths, however, are down by a little over 17% in that same time period. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is in Kirkland, Washington, where the first confirmed case was discovered 2 years ago. So, Steve, I'm curious, today, here we are now 2 years later, how are people there reflecting on this moment as we mark this milestone?
You know, I was here those 2 years ago and then a year following for the first year anniversary. And I think obviously there's a sense of sadness every year around this time in a place that really took the opening salvo of this pandemic, which spread across the country. I think obviously that emotion is kind of permeating through this community. But there's also a sense of anger, you know, that people here didn't have the luxury of a vaccine, a luxury of really even knowing what this was. People were getting sick and dying before people even knew what COVID was, and then didn't know that wearing masks and healthcare workers wearing gloves would help stop the spread. So to see that people, you know, weren't taking vaccines or wearing masks across the country as they watched this continue to spread, I think, you know, really affected people here. But there was also obviously a reflection on that fear when it first started. You may remember a woman standing outside of one of these windows right over my right shoulder, because she had her mother inside this care facility where 39 residents died and didn't know the status of her own mother. So she's standing out there on the phone trying to get a hold of her. Her name's Carmen Gray. We spoke to her about the anniversary. Here's what she told me. Listen to this.
Nobody knew. And fear just kept escalating. And then you saw the ambulances leaving and people not coming back, and it just kept escalating. The fear, you know, my mom was in there, you know, we couldn't go in, she couldn't come out, and it was just a waiting, you know, who knew that it would become a pandemic.
So Carmen's 79-year-old mother survived, but she may never recover from the COVID that she suffered, still in assisted living to this day. Yeah. Back to you, Aaron.
You know, Steve, we also have to think about the Herculean effort that doctors and nurses and all the frontline healthcare workers who work in these facilities have had to make over the last 2 years. What are they saying about this milestone today?
Well, remember here, again, when COVID first hit, this was truly the first epicenter across the country. So again, people were treating patients, firefighters were carrying people in ambulances without wearing protective equipment, no masks, no gloves, no face wear to really protect them against the spread of the virus. So they were getting sick in droves. 70 healthcare workers at this facility got sick. The entirety of the Kirkland Fire Department had to quarantine at one point. And there was just this sense of never being above water because of everything that kept happening. I spoke to a doctor at nearby Evergreen Health where that first confirmed death came in. Here's what he told me about those early days. Listen to this.
I don't think any of us anticipated the scope, the breadth of this outbreak. There was quite a bit of concern about perhaps taking this home to your family. And I mean, I know many people who checked into hotels until this was clearly, there was some sense of how transmissible this was.
This community obviously is still suffering, just as everyone is with this virus, but they've obviously put a lot of implementations in place and gotten a hold of this virus pretty quickly and early on in its life cycle. Now, obviously, still much a culture of working from home because of the scars that they suffered very early on. Aaron?
Steve Patterson for us in Kirkland, Washington. Steve, thank you.
Now, of course, behind those numbers, there are people. 1 million names of loved ones taken all too soon because of COVID. Many of them never even got a chance to say goodbye to their families due to those isolation protocols. NBC's Dasha Burns reflects on this painful moment in American history.
1 million. That's how many Americans have lost their lives to COVID-19. A ghastly milestone after 2 years of enduring a pandemic that's still disrupting communities worldwide. For every life lost, there is a story, a memory, and a grieving family. To get a sense of the scale of the tragedy, COVID-19 has now taken more American lives than World Wars I and II combined. Or, looking at it in a different way, it's like wiping out almost the entire population of Delaware. And when compared to the last deadly pandemic, the Spanish flu of 1918, which killed about 675,000 Americans, over 300,000 more lives have perished from COVID. The death toll also surpasses those of many other significant and tragic events in U.S. history. The Civil War claimed about 620,000 lives. At the peak of the AIDS crisis in the early 90s, about 43,000 people died each year, a number well below the yearly average of U.S. COVID deaths. COVID-19 remains the third leading cause of death in the United States, associated with approximately 460,000 deaths in 2021, behind heart disease and cancer, according to a CDC report. Unintentional injuries come after, with more than 219,000 deaths. Influenza, no longer in the top 10, killed almost 42,000. To put that into perspective, COVID has taken more than 10 times the number of lives as the flu in 2021. While these numbers may seem abstract or detached from your reality, this grim marker means that on average, there are roughly 111 deaths per 100,000 people in the U.S., or 1 in 492 Americans, depending on where you live. In states like Texas, 1 in every 341 people has died. Hard-hit cities include LA, where 1 in every 128 people has died. And New York City remains one of the hardest hit, where 1 in every 319 people has died. Also devastating is the number of preventable deaths since vaccines were made available to adults. According to an analysis from Peterson KFF, up to 234,000 deaths since June of last year could have been prevented with vaccinations. That represents 60% of all adult COVID deaths since then. Though there is a drop in deaths in the U.S. and worldwide, experts point to a loss in the quality of data collected as more Americans get vaccinated and cities open back up. And as we approach the new normal with vaccines and boosters readily available, millions of Americans will continue to mourn the loss of so many.
That was Dasha Burns reporting. And just a reminder, you can always follow our COVID coverage online at NBCnews.com. There you can get the latest headlines from our digital health reporters. We even have an interactive data dashboard. You're looking at that on your screen. It gives you up-to-date information down to the county that you live in. That is all online right now at NBCnews.com.
The battle over abortion rights is raising political tensions nationwide. Reaction is boiling over after that leak of that Supreme Court draft opinion. We know it was written by Justice Samuel Alito, and it says the issue of abortion rights should fall to the states. Justices can still potentially change their votes here before any actual final decision is released by the court. Now, in a moment, we're going to talk about what abortion access has meant to women. But let's begin with the latest on that leak and the response to it. NBC Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander is joining us now to help break that down for us. Hi, Peter.
Hey, Aaron, good morning to you. So that explosive leaked draft opinion obviously has ignited emotions across this country, sparking new security concerns, leading law enforcement here in Washington to fortify the perimeter outside the Supreme Court. They put up a new 8-foot fence, just like the one that they installed after the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
Overnight, this new non-scalable fencing being installed around the Supreme Court after heated clashes in recent days on the steps of the court and nationwide between Americans on both sides of the abortion battle. The question this morning, what happens next if the Supreme Court follows through on its leaked draft opinion that overturns Roe v. Wade? President Biden slamming the draft.
This is about a lot more than abortion.
Warning the conservative court could unravel other privacy rights like same-sex marriage and contraception, and taking aim at former President Trump's MAGA movement.
Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history, in recent American history.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi slamming the draft as an assault on women.
Did violence not only to women, but to the Constitution of the United States.
But Republicans like Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida are taking a wait-and-see approach, largely focusing on the leak.
You know, you can leak stuff out of a court, which was really unprecedented, but let's see when you actually have something rendered.
Overturning Roe would not outlaw abortion, but would leave it up to state legislatures to decide whether there should be restrictions. North Dakota is among the 13 states with so-called trigger laws that would ban abortion with exceptions for the health of the mother if Roe is overturned.
It means lights out in North Dakota.
Abortion rights opponents say it will be the moment they've worked toward for 50 years.
It looks like we may have an opportunity to build consensus and pass laws to save lives all over the country.
It's already heating up as a crucial issue heading into this fall's midterms, with Democrats looking to capitalize, but Republicans insisting it won't matter in November.
We're going to win in 2022, and Roe v. Wade is not going to change the outcome.
You know, Peter, we're seeing more and more calls for Senate Democrats to do something to protect abortion rights. What are you hearing about that? Does that look likely?
Well, their options are limited, Aaron, as we report. You know, they're on track to hold a vote next week that would guarantee abortion rights nationwide, even though they do not still have the votes and it's doomed to fail. But their goal here, as described to us, is to force every senator to put their position on the record. You know, with Democrats fearing that they're poised to lose control of the House and Senate this fall. I've been speaking to Biden advisors. One top advisor says that they're hoping this threat to abortion rights really is a call to action focused on the midterms that will re-energize their base, Aaron.
All right, Peter Alexander for us at the White House today. Peter, thanks.
News of Roe v. Wade potentially being struck down has led to an outpouring of personal stories. Today, parents reporter Danielle Campamore joins us now with some of those stories. Danielle, I know that you spoke to 7 mothers after the Supreme Court news broke. What did they tell you?
I did. Thank you so much for having me as part of our ongoing coverage at Today Parents on this issue and many others that affect parents. I spoke to 7 moms, all who've had abortions either before or after they became parents. And the collective feeling that they all shared with me was one of great sadness and anger, and none of them were surprised. In fact, to Peter's point earlier, with the ability of the current administration and the House and Senate, they all shared that they don't think that anyone's coming to quote unquote save us, that we have to save ourselves, they said, and they're going to invest in their communities and hold each other up. Because again, 60% of people who have abortions have at least one child at home. Of those who don't have parents, 66% will go on to become parents when they're ready. And so for them, this is a parenting issue.
I mean, when you listen to these stories, right, from women across the spectrum, was there anything sort of that surprised you, Danielle?
Actually, no, none of them were very surprising, but they were all very powerful. And 2 women, portions of their story really resonated with me and are something that I'm still thinking about today. One was from a woman who lives in Texas. She had an abortion when she was 19, and she says that abortion in no uncertain terms saved her life, that she was in an abusive relationship, and if she had been tethered to that person, she doesn't think that she would have been alive in order to become a mom later on. And another story was from a mom who's actually a lawyer. She has 2 daughters, and she shared with me that she feels like in some way she has failed her daughters, that she was born into a country that had Roe v. Wade. This is a protection that she has already and has always had. And she says that now she fears that her daughters won't have that very same protection. And she had an abortion after she was a mom in her 40s, and that abortion made it possible for her to continue to parent the children she already has.
All right, Danielle Campamore, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve made its most aggressive move yet to curb skyrocketing inflation and bring prices down for consumers and for businesses. It raised interest rates by 0.5 percentage point on Wednesday, which means that credit cards, mortgages, new car loans, all of that will get a little bit more expensive. Now, some investors are fearing that a recession could be around the corner. Meanwhile, breaking news is unfolding on Wall Street. The Dow tumbling more than 1,000 points at this hour. NBC's Jolene Kent and CNBC's Dominic Chu are all here to break it down for us. Jolene, let's start with you. What more do we know about this rate hike and really what it means for consumers everywhere?
Yeah, Morgan, on that note, I know Dom's going to touch on this in just a minute, but basically what we're seeing now on the Dow has erased all of the gains from yesterday when the markets reacted so favorably to the Fed's decision not to raise by 3/4 of a point going forward, right? But this is part of the most aggressive step that we've seen in 22 years by the Fed when they raised interest rates yesterday by 0.5 point. The idea is to fight inflation, bring down prices that you're paying. Gasoline right now, $4.25 a gallon on average across the country. That's 11 cents higher than just a week ago. So we're moving back up in the direction that no one wants right now. And so the Fed raising that benchmark rate is one of several actions the government's trying to take to get some relief to families and small businesses that are struggling to make ends meet.
The price of borrowing money is going up again to help bring everyday prices down.
We need to do everything we can to restore stable prices. We'll do it as quickly and effectively as we can.
On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve raised the interest rate by 0.5 percentage point, the biggest hike in 22 years. The increase makes borrowing money more expensive, from new mortgages to auto loans to credit card rates. It's designed to cool down consumer demand and curb inflation, now at a 40-year high. President Biden trying to address the problem, too, vowing to cut the federal deficit by another $1.5 trillion this year.
We reduced federal borrowing, and we help combat inflation.
Meanwhile, the new rate hike is a mixed bag for small businesses hoping to expand. Nearly a third say they're dealing with inflation by borrowing money on a regular basis. In Oklahoma City, Jeff Reagan's family business makes energy bars. But with rates going up, he says it's harder to get affordable loans to buy equipment and boost production.
It puts just even more pressure to not only try and thrive, which is our goal, but really just to survive.
In Chicago, restaurant owner Terry Evans welcomes anything that lowers inflation after surging costs forced her to raise menu prices. But now she worries higher rates may cause her customers to cut back even more on dining out.
It does present cause and concern for me that our business could potentially start to dip based on the fact that people are going to have to change their buying habits.
So, Joe, I mean, should we expect to see even more rates like this, in the year ahead?
Yes, absolutely. You're going to see more rate hikes throughout the rest of the year, possibly into 2023. And Terry there, you saw from Windy City Ribs and Whiskey, the idea is that she's worried about a recession because even though things are good, they've already overcome so much to get to this point. But yesterday, the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, saying there's, quote, nothing to suggest that we're close to that, the R word, recession, because unemployment is so low. We get a new jobs report tomorrow for the month of April. But they say because of the job situation, Powell at least doesn't believe that we are close to a recession. But very interesting to see how this plays out going forward. But yes, several more rate hikes to come, no doubt, Morgan.
Ooh, fingers crossed that recession stays at bay and doesn't come anywhere near us. Jo Ling, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Sure.
So let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu now. He's been following this breaking news on Wall Street for us. Dom, I've got the CNBC website pulled up here, watching the numbers fall for not just the Dow, but some of the other indices as well. A wild morning there. What is going on?
I mean, first of all, I mean, this is not, we're not trying to be melodramatic, but it's not often that you see a 1,000-point drop in the Dow. It just doesn't happen very often. And so it's not that I'm trying to kind of, pour fuel on this fire, but there's a reason that there's traders that are concerned out there. Now, if we were to have this conversation just 2 to 3 hours ago, Aaron, I would have told you a completely different story, because the market narrative earlier today would have been that we are kind of pulling back a little bit fractionally after those massive stock market gains that we saw yesterday. Now, of course, we're still pulling back, but what you're witnessing right now in the lower corner of your screen is that we've lost way more than we've gained kind of, at this point yesterday. So what seemed like it was going to be a relief rally in the markets, pegged by many folks because of those maybe not as hawkish comments from Jay Powell that we're not going to raise interest rates by 0.75%, as Joe points out. That was one of the reasons why the markets maybe rallied a bit. That was taken as a signal the Fed isn't ready to be very aggressive yet. But right now, what you have is a concern that inflation is still a problem and that the economy is still at risk right now. And for that reason, it's the market selling off. And by the way, Aaron, it's the places that you would expect. It's the high growth areas of the market that needed those lower interest rates to maintain valuations in the stock market. We're talking companies like Netflix, like Meta Platforms, the company, formerly known as Facebook. Now, all of those types of companies, PayPal, NVIDIA, those are the ones you got to focus on a lot more, Aaron.
So, listen, I get nervous when I see you tweet that you're displeased with what's happening in the markets. There are a lot of people who are going to hear this and sort of push the panic button. Break this down for us for everyday Americans. Should people be concerned about our money when we see a Dow drop like we saw today?
There's absolutely a reason for you to be concerned, Aaron. The issue is, how concerned should you be? For those folks out there who need this money imminently, who need it for retirement in the next few months or years, who need it for a college education to finance that, who need it for perhaps a down payment on a house at some point, this market volatility should give you a huge moment of pause. For those people out there, like myself, who have liabilities that are years down the line. My daughter's not going to go to college for another 13 years. These types of things are opportunities for certain people out there to put money to work at cheaper prices. So it all depends on what kind of age bracket that you're in. For me, I was joking, as you point out on Twitter, I was joking that I hope this happens on my next payday, because that's when my 401k contributions get made every 2 weeks on autopilot. That's where it's going to be kind of an opportunity for some folks out there.
All right. I'm with you. I got you. I understand.
I'm with you, too.
Dom Chu for us at CNBC. Thank you, Dom.
Well, stay with us, because actress Amber Heard is back on the stand today accusing her ex-husband, Johnny Depp, of abuse.
Coming up, the new details she's sharing publicly for the first time. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, severe storms across Oklahoma led to extensive flooding Wednesday night. Several areas are under flood advisories today, with heavy rainfall making some of those roads impassable. Meanwhile, take a look at this enormous debris fire in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. If you look at your screen, you can see the number of firefighters that it's taking just to battle those flames. The cause of that fire is not yet clear, but people are being told to stay away for now. And he still feels the need for speed. Tom Cruise arrived at the Top Gun Maverick premiere in San Diego by helicopter. The long-awaited sequel premieres on May 27th, 36 years after the original release.
Bottom of the hour right now, and here are the latest headlines in the war in Ukraine. A city official in Mariupol says shelling of that steel plant there has been going on non-stop. A Ukrainian military commander said late Wednesday that Russian forces were inside the plant and that, quote, bloody battles were happening.
Fighting along the eastern front is now escalating as well. In fact, in just the past 24 hours, the Ukrainian National Police says at least 35 civilian facilities were destroyed in the Donetsk region. A senior U.S. defense official, however, has described the Russian offensive as slow and uneven. The European Union is now stepping up measures against Russia by proposing a total ban on Russian oil. We begin our coverage this half hour with Sky News anchor Ian King.
In its sixth sanctions package against Russia, the EU said it would stop buying Russian crude in the next 6 months and refined products such as gasoline and kerosene by the end of the year.
Some member states are strongly dependent on Russian oil, but we simply have to do it. So today we will propose to ban all Russian oil from Europe.
However, as the EU requires the unanimous consent of all 27 member countries for a ban, particularly intensive users of Russian crude like Hungary and Slovakia will be given until the end of next year to wean themselves off Russian crude. Both indicated they would need longer. Despite the focus on gas, oil is a bigger export earner for Moscow, which typically sells between 60 and 70% of its crude exports to Europe. In 2020, when oil prices were depressed during the pandemic, Russia made $74.4 billion from crude exports. That rose to $110.1 billion last year. And with oil prices higher, thanks mainly to the war on Ukraine, it was expected to take in some $180 billion worth of sales this year. The measure will also come at a cost to Europe, which last year depended on Russia for 27% of its crude supplies. It is not clear where heavy users of Russian crude, such as Germany, will be able to access alternatives, with other big suppliers such as the US and Saudi Arabia operating at close to their capacity. But Ukraine has been horrified that the EU has continued to buy Russian crude.
This is what exactly need to stop Russian war and Russian aggression to Ukraine. Of course, we in Ukraine are like a maximalist and would like to have a ban like as soon as possible, immediately, tomorrow or even yesterday. But we do thankful for the European Union for this unity that they are trying to show, although there are some nations who have some doubts.
And that has influenced Brussels, where the view is that this move, which was accompanied by further sanctions against Russian banks and broadcasters, simply had to be taken. Ian King, Sky News.
Let's bring in foreign policy expert Lester Munson now. He's a senior fellow at the National Security Institute, as well as principal at BGR Group, a government relations firm in Washington. So, Lester, first, what do you make of this move by the EU, this proposal to ban Russian oil in Europe?
Well, I think it's an admirable initiative. We should support that. There are some hurdles here, as was discussed. Also, I think we should all be very realistic. This is not going to change anything on the ground immediately in the near or medium term. This is something that Europe should be doing, but it's going to take a while to implement, and we need to be realistic about that.
We heard President Zelensky of Ukraine say today that Ukraine's membership in the European Union, quote, must be an absolute reality. What do you make of that statement? What do you think about whether that will actually happen?
Well, it turns out he's a very persuasive man, and he has done some amazing things in the last 2 months. And the fact that Ukraine is being considered for EU membership at all is amazing. I think this is directly related to his leadership and the success of Ukrainian military forces on the ground. Having said that, this would require unanimity among the EU. They haven't added any members in 10 years. So this is a big hurdle to get over. But I think as Ukraine is more and more successful on the ground, this could become a real thing. Again, this is not something that will change anything immediately in terms of the military invasion of Ukraine right now. But in the long run, this is a good thing. And I would expect success for Ukraine in EU membership will be directly related to its success militarily.
I want to ask you, too, before we let you go, about the military aid and the humanitarian aid that's being provided to Ukraine by the U.S., by other Western countries. How significant of an impact do you think those things are having today?
This is the effort that matters now. Military assistance for Ukraine from the United States in particular, but from other countries as well, hugely important and is really key to Ukraine prevailing over this Russian move to go from the Donbass to Crimea and perhaps further west. So this is really critical. This is what matters today and tomorrow and next week. Really important that the U.S. get that right and get material to the Ukrainians as quickly as possible.
All right, Lester Munson, we appreciate your time and perspective today. Thank you.
Thank you.
It has been nearly a week since an accused killer escaped from an Alabama jail with a female corrections officer who authorities believe is helping him. Now we've learned that the officer had actually been in contact with that inmate while he was behind bars for 2 years. NBC's Sam Brock joins us now live from Florence, Alabama, which is the last place that their getaway car was seen. Sam, look, it sounds like this relationship between these two actually goes back a lot further than people initially thought. What more can you tell us?
Morgan, I can tell you this is getting really weird. It's starting to feel like we are living out a Dateline episode in real time, and the Netflix documentary is coming soon. Of course, I'm being a little sarcastic here, but it is extremely strange. So here's where we go with respect to Casey White and Vicky White's relationship. Casey White came to Florence, Alabama a couple of months ago related to proceedings for a murder trial. Okay, so he was here. We know there was contact then. The sheriff informs us yesterday it actually goes back 2 years to when Casey was here for a different court proceeding, and that they definitely had contact then. The sheriff also said that she was making visits to a state penitentiary to see him from 2020 to 2022. Now today, he retracted that statement but said she was calling him. This is, again, a convicted felon. A woman who's a deputy corrections officer with a squeaky clean record was calling him over the course of a couple of years at state penitentiary. Here's the exchange that we had with the sheriff yesterday.
He was here in 2020 for an arraignment and preliminary hearing, and when he finished that, he went back to state prison. We do know that they remained in touch while he was in state prison.
So their relationship, in whatever parameters you would define it, is at least 2 years old?
Yes.
Morgan, as for the car that you mentioned, the patrol cruiser that they were originally in, that was right behind me underneath that Florence Square sign. It's a busy traffic area here in Florence. So it's kind of surprising no one would have seen someone who was 6'9", potentially in an orange jumpsuit, getting out of the car and going into another vehicle. They also, we found out, alerted folks around the country that they were in a Ford Edge a day early. There was miscommunication with the local police department. They're worried that that alerted certainly the people on the run, that we know what car you're in, and they ditched that.
Ooh, 6'9", almost as tall as you, Sam Brock. Listen, this is all leading to new questions about sort of other crimes that the inmate may have committed. I mean, that he hadn't actually been previously connected to. So what do we know about his history?
Let me run you through this. So he was serving Casey White a 75-year prison sentence. This is as of a couple of years ago for a home invasion that also involved carjacking and a police chase. He also was being charged with capital murder for the death of a 58-year-old woman, Connie Ridgway. That stems from 2015. But here is the newest development, Morgan. We also found out that a death that was ruled a suicide in 2008. The woman's name was Christy Shelton in Limestone County, not that far from where we are right now. They are reopening in that county an investigation to find out if Christy, who was dating Casey White at the time, was actually killed by him and did not commit suicide. She died by a shotgun shot to the chest. Whoa. They're looking at that again, so it's possible there are multiple murders among other crimes that could be linked directly to Casey White.
Yeah, that's heavy. Wow. Sam Brock covering every angle of this story, the story that just kind of keeps on giving here. So many twists and turns. Sam from Alabama, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Well, a day full of emotional testimony on the stand from actress Amber Heard. She is being sued for defamation by her ex-husband, Johnny Depp, over a 2018 essay she wrote in the Washington Post. Now, Heard wrote that she was a survivor of domestic violence, though she never mentioned Depp in that essay by name. Amber Heard is countersuing Depp for $100 million. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following the trial for us from Los Angeles. So, Maggie, bring us up to speed here. What's happening in the courtroom today?
Yeah, so Aaron, this is day 2 of Amber Heard's testimony, already another gutting day. This morning, she's been focusing a lot in her testimony on Depp's battle with addiction to drugs and alcohol, telling the jury he would drink and use drugs and then become abusive, and kind of saying it's like a vicious cycle, or it was, in their relationship. Her team even showing photos of Depp seemingly passed out in different locations like the Bahamas and Los Angeles. And then she told the jury stories of Depp seemingly drunk and high, abusing her, including one in 2014 when she was starring opposite James Franco in a movie called The Adderall Diaries. And she said she boarded a private plane with Depp, who quickly accused her of basically cheating with Franco. And then she testified he slapped and kicked her, saying it was the first time that he had ever done it in front of people, and she was just really stunned. And we should note, Depp has repeatedly denied and testified that he has never abused Heard. Nevertheless, here is part of this morning's testimony.
My back is turned to him, and I feel this boot in my back. He just kicked me in the back. I fell to the floor. I caught myself on the floor, and I just felt like I was looking at the floor of the plane for felt like a long time. And I thought to myself, I don't know what to do. I can't believe he just kicked me. No one said anything. No one did anything. It was like you could hear a pin drop on that plane. You could feel the tension, but no one did anything. And I just remember feeling so embarrassed. I felt so embarrassed that he could kick me to the ground in front of people.
And guys, I'll just remind you again, Johnny Depp has testified that in this trial that he has never abused Amber Heard. He has said at times that she was the violent one. She denies that. And Aaron has countersued him in this case for $100 million.
So, Maggie, where does this go next? Who are the other witnesses that the lawyers are expected to call to the stand?
Sure. So as you know, we can usually get witness lists during a trial like this. Originally, we did get a witness list from Amber Heard's team, and it included James Franco. It also included Tesla CEO and now Twitter owner Elon Musk. Heard dated Musk for a period of time, but recently reports have come out that both men no longer expected to testify. Musk's attorney confirming that to NBC, not giving a reason why. No comment from James Franco's camp. So we'll see who's up next at this point.
All right, Maggie Vespa for us out in L.A. today. Maggie, thank you.
And a fight over a new Ford Motors plant is brewing in Tennessee. The company wants to build one of its largest factories ever for its electric F-150 pickup. But even before there's a single shovel in the ground, there is already controversy. NBC's Priscilla Thompson went to the small town that's at the center of this fight. Priscilla, what did you find?
Well, Morgan, a few weeks ago, residents in Mason, Tennessee received a letter from the state comptroller urging them to turn over their town's charter or face a financial takeover by the state. And as you mentioned, all of this happening as Ford is preparing to build one of the largest auto plants ever, just 5 miles away. Land as far as the eye can see, a necessity for any major auto plant. But we're a long way from Detroit. Why Tennessee?
We looked at 15, 20 different states, and this site that we're standing on really stood out above all others.
Ford is among several major automakers looking to dominate the electric vehicle market, and they're setting up shop in the South to do it.
Today, we're announcing the largest investment in American manufacturing in the history of our company.
That investment, an ambitious $5.6 billion mega campus called Blue Oval City, where the electric version of America's most popular vehicle, the Ford F-150 truck, will be built.
We needed a site that has the size, the flexibility, and the breadth of what we need in terms of the infrastructure. An electric battery plant requires 5 times the electricity that a normal assembly plant requires today.
Volkswagen, General Motors, and Nissan all churning out cars in factories across the state. What impact do you think this will have in Western Tennessee?
I think it's going to be transformational. I think it'll bring the next generation of jobs and tech jobs to this area.
Already, Ford has begun recruiting local 8th graders.
It's an amazing sight to see, though. You know, you see all these companies, big companies like Ford, here to give us an opportunity to see what our future could look like.
Ford's Blue Oval City will be one of the largest U.S. auto plants ever. The 3,600-acre campus will cover nearly 6 square miles and employ about 6,000 people. With this expected boom will come money, lots of it. The more than $1 billion the state has already already committed to the area to attract Ford, just the beginning, with the potential to send property values in towns near the plant soaring. Towns like Mason. The predominantly black town of around 1,100 people has a median household income of only $35,000 a year. The median home value just under $90,000.
I think it's a good idea, it's bringing in new jobs and, just something new for Tennessee because they definitely need it.
I think it's going to be good for the community, a lot of opportunities for a lot of people. Very excited about it. Can't wait.
I'm excited because I want to, see change.
But just when the town of Mason thought hope was on the horizon,
citizens of one small West Tennessee town are fighting to keep their community under their control.
It all started with a letter sent by the state comptroller to the town residents.
We were blindsided. We had two options. One was to relinquish our charter. If we did, they would come in and take over the finances of the town.
Giving up the charter would place the predominantly black and Democratic town in the hands of Tipton, the majority white and Republican-leaning county that Mason is part of.
That means that no citizen that is now in Mason will have any say-so whatsoever. They would come in and do whatever they want to any of us, however they want to do us.
For more than a century, Mason was run by white elected officials. That all changed in 2016 when almost all the town officials resigned amid fraud and mismanagement allegations. Now, all of Mason's leaders are black.
He was determined to try to divide our city by causing the people to turn against the elected officials that they had placed in office.
The comptroller says his office is only looking out for Mason's best interest, writing in that letter that the town has been poorly managed for at least 20 years, then highlighting opportunities that the new Ford plant could bring before adding, people and companies will not invest their money in a poorly run town. The comptroller denies race played any role. He declined to be interviewed on camera for this story, but a spokesperson tells NBC News that their office has worked with Mason for years to pay down the roughly $500,000 that was owed to the state when the letter was sent, adding, due to the fact that previous attempts at corrective action with the town were unsuccessful, the comptroller has taken the final step of enhanced financial supervision.
The comptroller has said, this isn't about race, there's no bias. He just wants to best position Mason so that they can reap all the benefits when Blue Oval City comes.
That's bull. These people laying here, the value is going to skyrocket. So yes, you want to take control of the land and the money that's coming down the line because you don't want us to have control of it.
Last month, the NAACP got involved, suing the state to stop the financial takeover.
When we looked across the state, cities and towns that had problems with their finances, they were never asked to give up their charter. We saw it as clear discriminatory practices.
But a judge ruled the comptroller has broad authority over local government operations, including requiring state approval for any town expenses over $100, writing, the court recognizes the harsh realities imposed upon an administration that did not contribute to the financial burden of the town. But the court must also take into account the state's interest in moving the town towards financial stability and a balanced budget.
If this debt is not paid off by the time Blue Oval is up and running, by the time those businesses and people do start coming, what then?
Well, it's going to be paid. We're going to do it. I just believe God's going to make a way.
And the state and town have now reached an agreement under which Mason would drop their lawsuit and the state comptroller would allow a public accounting firm to take over the finances, approving anything over $1,000 instead of $100. But the vice mayor says it's not a done deal just yet. Morgan?
Just such an important story. Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much for bringing that to us. We really appreciate it. More than 200 families trying to figure out how their children developed unusual cases of liver damage.
Up next, the search for answers as Ohio doctors report new cases.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's growing concern about mysterious cases of liver damage being found in healthy children. Doctors at the Cincinnati Children's Hospital in Ohio are now the latest to add to a growing list of hospitals in 10 different states now that have reported treating severe hepatitis in previously healthy kids. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards is joining us now. She's been tracking this down. So, Erica, what do doctors actually know about these mysterious cases?
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, you know, mysterious is really the key word here because right now there's no one thing linking all of these cases, all these more than 200 cases now worldwide. The current theory is that it's a kind of virus called an adenovirus, but that has not been discovered in all of them. What we do know is that most of these children are relatively young, under age 5, although some cases have been reported in kids up to age 16. All were previously healthy before they developed hepatitis. And Aaron, I can tell you, adding to those cases that you just mentioned from Cincinnati Children's Hospital, right before we came on the air, we also heard from the Indiana Department of Health. They too are investigating some of these cases.
Well, Erica, do we know how severe these cases have been, what the kids are experiencing, and is there any treatment available to them?
Yeah, so generally they come in with stomach problems, right? Vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, sometimes the sniffles. However, doctors say what really is key to look out for is this severe yellowing of the skin and of the whites of the eyes. That's a clear signal that it's time to call the doctor. Now, fortunately, for the most part, most of these kids have been able to recover. The liver tends to heal itself with time, proper hydration, nutrition. However, 10% of these cases worldwide have had to have a liver transplant. A handful of children have died. That's why doctors say it's really critical to keep an eye on these kids. Aaron.
All right, Erica Edwards for us in Charlotte today. Erica, thank you.
All right, and for all the parents out there, if you feel more exhausted than in the past, well, you are not alone. In fact, a new Ohio State study shows that more than 66% of working parents are feeling burnt out or overwhelmed, and the researchers say this may just be the beginning. But there is good news. They've also shared some very real and very practical ways to help.
I'd say we do, we feel a little burnt out.
It's a daily struggle.
Some days it's just total chaos.
Playing out for parents nationwide.
Had to do everything on top of your normal duties and then some.
Sit down on your bottom. Parental burnout, feeling overwhelmed, overworked, and plain exhausted over long periods of time. A challenge Kate Golick knows firsthand.
Okay, you can.
As a working mother of 4 living near Columbus, Ohio, and a professor at the Ohio State University's College of Nursing.
There was one point during the pandemic where I really felt like I was being forced to be this superhuman. I had to be an elementary school teacher. I had to be a caregiver. I had to be a spouse, a cook, a cleaner. I had to be emotional support for everyone. And it's not feasible for you to have to take on so many different roles. And it's inevitable almost that there's not some degree of burnout present.
Which is why she co-authored a new study just released today that found that out of more than 1,200 parents surveyed in the middle of the pandemic, 66% of them reported burnout, a phenomenon that was more common among women and in homes with 2 or more children.
When we talk about burnout, how do you distinguish that from just a pretty rough day or being tired one day?
Burnout in parents is that physical, emotional, over-exhaustion and that feeling of just, I need a break. And I think it's very shaming for parents to think that they can be burned out in this role of being a parent, because obviously we all love our kids and it's too much on us to be asked to do all of these different things.
What happens as a society if we do not address this problem?
I do feel like it's a public health problem. It's not that I'm depressed. It's not that I'm anxious. It's actually that I'm just burned out in this role.
And it can manifest in harmful ways. In some cases, the research shows anxiety and increased alcohol consumption for parents, along with increased likelihood of insults or even physical harm through spanking aimed at children. As for the kids, parents experiencing burnout reported they saw more signs of unhappiness, more trouble concentrating, and increased difficulty interacting with other children. The good news, says Dean Bernadette Melnick, who co-authored the study with Golick, is that there are also strategies that can help. Things like being kind to yourself and lowering expectations, asking for help or talking to someone you trust, and self-care, even something as small as 5-minute recovery breaks.
For parents who are struggling with this feeling of burnout every single day, what can they do?
Take 2 minutes, make a hot drink, sit, sip it slowly, focus on the present moment, count your blessings, not what you don't have. Just 4 to 5 abdominal deep breaths can so relieve stress. It's these types of simple practices that can make a big difference for anybody who's stressed.
A tiny bit of advice for parents everywhere, taking it one step at a time.
All right, so what's really cool is that those researchers actually included a helpful self-check survey in that study. You can find it on our website online, NBCnews.com or todayshow.com. It's a 10-point checklist that really lets you know where you are on a scale of 1 to 10 or even higher on burnout. It also gives you usable steps that you can take depending on where you are on that scale to really help you manage those feelings. They also underscore there is real courage in asking for help because, as they say, you cannot pour from an empty cup. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. It has been our pleasure. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. On NBC News Now, a tragic milestone. America officially surpassing 1 million COVID-related deaths. The threat the latest surge is now posing more than 2 years into the pandemic.
And breaking news, aid from America. New U.S.-made weapons arrive in Ukraine, and they're already being used on the battlefield. How much more firepower could be coming to the front lines?
Supreme fury and more Americans expressing outrage over the leaked Supreme Court draft opinion set to overturn Roe v. Wade. How lawmakers on both sides are making this a key factor ahead of the midterms.
And attacked on stage. New details emerge about the suspect who targeted Dave Chappelle during his stand-up show. How the comedian is responding to what happened. Happy Thursday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with the pandemic and a sobering milestone that a lot of people thought wasn't possible. More than 1 million people in the United States have now died as a result of COVID-19. The World Health Organization saying today the global death toll is nearing 15 million.
Now, this is all happening as the number of new COVID cases continues to rise nationwide. In fact, nearly 100,000 new cases were confirmed just yesterday. The U.S. has seen a 60% increase in cases in just the last 2 weeks alone. Deaths, however, are down a little more than 17% in that same time frame.
Now, we're going to talk to Dr. Bob Lahita about all this in just a moment here. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, though. Gabe, bring us up to speed.
Hi, Aaron. Good morning. You know, back in March of 2020, we interviewed a White House official who back then said that we should expect anywhere from 100,000 to 200,000 COVID-related deaths if we did everything right. Well, now here we are, 1 million deaths and counting.
It's perhaps the grimmest milestone of the pandemic. At least 1 million COVID deaths in the U.S., according to an official NBC News count.
That number is devastating, but in the modern context, 1 million deaths in a very advanced country is unthinkable.
Dr. Umesh Gidwani with Mount Sinai Hospital was on the front lines in New York City, one of the earliest epicenters of the pandemic.
It's very hard to lose a patient that you've been fighting for.
His cardiac ICU was converted into a full-time COVID unit.
Back in March of 2020, what was the worst case scenario back then?
When we started off, we were completely unawares. We were caught unawares, and we were not very clear about where this would go.
Dr. Angela Chen diagnosed the first confirmed COVID case in New York.
What I replay and recount is, the patients that I've encountered with COVID and kind of being with them in their final days.
Here in New York, new COVID hospitalizations are on the rise again, topping 2,000 for the first time since late February. There are also concerns of a possible fifth or sixth wave in some parts of the country. California cases are up 10% over the last week. But 1 million is much more than just a number for so many Americans. Lisa Wilson in Palm Beach County, Florida, lost her grandmother, Lily Mae, to COVID last summer.
It was so terrifying. My aunt called me one Sunday morning, I think, and she said something is wrong with her. She was laid across the bed, and she was like gasping for air. She was gasping for air.
In all, 6 relatives claimed by COVID.
It was very, very hard. Everyone was just confused about the whole situation.
We love you.
You know, Gabe, here we are now with these more aggressive variants and subvariants out there. Pandemic fatigue is at an incredibly high level. People are trying to get on with their lives. What is the CDC expecting to happen now in the next few weeks with new cases in this country?
Well, Aaron, the CDC is forecasting that over the next 4 weeks, deaths will rise at least slightly in this country. But we're already starting to see, as you heard in the piece, rising cases in places like New York, California, and I actually just spoke with the superintendent of a school in Maine where, get this, 30% of this elementary school of students and staff have just come down with COVID just in the last few days, forcing the school to go back to virtual learning. So in the coming weeks, with this very contagious subvariant that we're seeing, at least here in the Northeast, expect more cases, Aaron.
All right, here we go again. Gabe Gutierrez for us today. Gabe, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Bob Lahita, a professor at the Hackensack Meridian School of Medicine there in New Jersey. Dr. Bob, it's great to see you this afternoon. And just first up, there are two new subvariants of Omicron out there right now. We're talking BA4 and BA5. But how worried are you as a medical professional about this? I mean, how do we respond sort of as a nation? Is this something that we should just continue to expect to see?
You're going to continue to expect to see these, Morgan, because these subvariants arise very, very quickly, and we must not let our guard down. First of all, these are very infective, but they're not very severe, thank goodness. They're very evasive. They're evasive of the vaccinations that most of us have had. So if you were infected before Omicron, you don't have much immunity to BA4 and 5. If you were infected with Omicron but had no vaccination, you are definitely at risk and should be vaccinated.
Which is interesting because, we're sort of seeing this spike in COVID cases now across the country. In Washington State, for example, there's news of a COVID outbreak on a Carnival cruise ship that just docked there. I mean, I guess my question to you, Dr. Bob, is should we be concerned about any of this? I mean, how are you sort of advising your own patients to navigate this new normal?
Well, it's very difficult to navigate. First of all, you have to know that Omicron is very immune evasive. That means that if you've been vaccinated, you're still at risk. Regarding the cruise ships, the CDC has a very interesting scale of variability and infectivity going from green to red. And of the 74 of the 92 ships are not green, which means they are either meeting the CDC profile very, very scarcely, or they're not meeting the CDC profile at all and have infectivity within that ship. Grayscale are foreign ships that have no adherence to CDC policy. So before you take a cruise, I suggest you get on the web and look at the CDC profile for your cruise ship. Very important. Very important, especially as people try to get away this summer after being locked up for nearly 2 years inside their homes. Dr. Bob Lahita, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it as always. Thank you.
Let's turn to breaking news now in the war on Ukraine, where fighting is escalating in the city of Mariupol. Russian forces are zeroing in on that steel plant we've been talking about all week here. It's the last remaining holdout in that key port city. One official there saying shelling on the facility went on nonstop overnight. Ukrainian forces say Russia is planning a parade next week to mark Victory Day. That's when it defeated the Nazis in 1945. Fighters and civilians remain trapped in the plant, with Russia saying it would pause military activity today to let more people evacuate. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying more than 300 people were rescued from that area yesterday, and he vowed to save those still left behind. We have a team of correspondents following the latest developments for you. We'll begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella in Ukraine for us again today. Kelly, it's not just Mariupol that we're talking about here facing this shelling. The Donetsk region north of Mariupol is also seeing this right now. Where do things stand today in Ukraine?
Yes, that's right, Aaron. Some intense fighting in Donbass. In fact, some of the most intense fighting in the country is in that Donbass region where the Russian forces are continuously shelling villages, cities, trying to break the defenses of the Ukrainians along that front line, trying to get through to that magic goal of conquering all of the Donbass, which is one of the goals that President Putin set when he declared this, what the Russians call not an invasion, but a special military operation. They're still struggling to get through those front lines, according to the Ukrainians and according to a senior U.S. defense official, but it still is having a massive impact on civilians there, as you can imagine. Scores of people killed over the past couple of weeks. People are fleeing, and they're coming to places like this, to Dnipro. At that steel plant as well, as you mentioned, the fight is continuing there. There's meant to be a ceasefire, according to the Russians, but we haven't had any confirmation that the fighting has stopped there yet. And 300 more people being evacuated from the city of Mariupol, not from the steel plant, but the city itself. It just underscores once again the massive displacement that this war has caused. 12 million Ukrainians have had to flee their homes. We've been talking to them over the past week, and the stories are just absolutely devastating. People who have nothing to go back to, Aaron.
Yeah, it's hard. I want to bring in our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce here. Dan, Ukraine is asking asking the Biden administration for anti-ship missiles to try to secure these port cities we've been talking about blocked by Russia's Navy. What do you know about that effort?
Aaron, President Zelensky told a U.S. congressional delegation that visited Kyiv last weekend that Ukraine desperately needs anti-ship missiles so it can open up those ports that have been blocked by Russia's Navy. Ukraine is desperate to export millions of tons of grain and foodstuffs for the sake of its economy. And then, of course, also in the Middle East and Africa, you have food shortages already and price spikes because of that blockade. Ukraine is also asking for more advanced drones and multiple rocket launchers. They believe that would help them strike Russian forces at a longer distance in that battle now underway in the country's east. But it's unclear if the Biden administration is ready to provide these weapons. The White House has previously indicated that it's not ready to give them those Harpoon anti-ship missiles. They said they weren't a good fit for the Ukrainian Navy, but pressure is growing on both sides of the aisle in Congress, Aaron.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in Washington, Kelly Kobiela in Ukraine. Thank you both.
Meanwhile, the Russian Orthodox Church is pushing back on Pope Francis's comments criticizing him over the war in Ukraine. In a recent interview with an Italian newspaper, the Pope says the head of the church can't, quote, transform himself into Putin's altar boy. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome. Claudio, talk to us first about these comments from the Pope. I mean, what was he sort of intending to say? What was his message here?
Hey, Morgan. Yes, this is an interview that was published in an Italian newspaper on Tuesday, and the Pope essentially was saying that during a Zoom call that himself and the Patriarch, the leader of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill, had after the start of the war, he said that Kirill, for the first 20 minutes of that conversation, just read from a piece of paper a very long list of justifications for the war, which kind of reflected the rhetoric that has been used by Vladimir Putin and Russia to justify the war. And that is the main reason why the Pope said that Kirill should not act as Vladimir Putin's altar boy and that spiritual leaders like them should not talk politics, but peace, Morgan.
Which is interesting, Claudio. I mean, what has the Russian Orthodox Church sort of said in response to all of this?
Well, they didn't take it well. Yesterday, they issued a statement saying that the Pope's words were regrettable, that was the wrong tone, and that it certainly does not help the dialogue between the Russian Orthodox and Catholic Church. And a demonstration and proof of that is that the two leaders were meant to meet in Jerusalem in the middle of June. Well, that meeting has been canceled, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Claudio Lavanga for us there. Claudio, as always, thank you so much.
We are still bracing for the Supreme Court's final opinion in that case that potentially overturns Roe v. Wade. An 8-foot-high fence was installed around the Supreme Court building overnight. You can see some of the video here. Now, this comes following days of sometimes tense demonstrations. The leaked draft opinion says the issue of abortion should fall to the states. It does not make abortion illegal. The draft is written as the majority, but justices can still potentially change their votes. We're looking at the political fight over abortion rights this hour. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake is in Texas. We'll begin in Washington, though, with Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. So, Ali, NBC News has some new reporting today on the Republican messaging surrounding the abortion issue. Where is it coming from? What are some of the key points there?
Yeah, Aaron, so one ripple effect of this leaked draft that we're seeing is this weight that up until now candidates did not feel as much on exactly where they stand on abortion rights. Now we're seeing that whatever they say will definitely stick with them into the midterm election. So now we're seeing Democrats and Republicans put each other into positions on abortion that they know won't play well in November. We saw that the National Republican Senatorial Committee came out with new polling as well as new messaging for candidates this week, urging them to act as a, quote, compassionate consensus builder. They say that Republicans should target Democrats for, quote, extremist views and having an obsession over abortion rights. And according to this memo, the committee also wants candidates to say they will, quote, not take away contraception or women's health care and would prioritize the mother's health. So, Aaron, there's no guarantee that any of this messaging will work, but one thing that is for certain, that this has shined a brand new light on abortion messaging that we have not seen for decades.
Absolutely. What about on the other side of this, though? We heard from Chuck Schumer yesterday sort of ticking off what could be some talking points here. What are you learning from Senate Democrats in terms of their plan on how to deal with this, how to talk about this?
Yeah, so Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said that he's going to move forward with a plan to vote on a new version of the Women's Health Protection Act next week, but there's still a lot that needs to happen before that does. The big question right now is, what is that new draft going to look like if the draft that we had seen last February didn't even make it to the Senate for a vote? Now we've seen that the Democrats would need two Republicans, the two moderate Republicans, Senators Murkowski and Collins, to join on board with them to even have a chance of getting this passed. But those two have said that they have a problem with the language in one line of that version that has to do with possible punishments for providers who refuse to give women abortions due to religious beliefs, Aaron.
All right, Ali Rafa for us on the Hill today. Thank you, Ali.
Meanwhile, the battle over abortion rights in Texas is heating up. It's become a central issue in the Democratic runoff for a House seat in the state's 28th district. NBC's Garrett Haig joins us now from Austin, Texas. Garrett, first, just talk to us about the candidates in this race. I mean, who are they and what are they saying about this hot-button issue?
Well, Morgan, abortion rights are going to be on the ballot in the 28th district, just a little south and west of where I am now. The district stretches from San Antonio down to Laredo, and it features Henry Cuellar, who's a longtime incumbent Democrat. He's represented that district since 2005. He is currently the only Democrat in the House caucus who describes himself as pro-life. He is the only Democrat to vote against the Women's Health Protection Act, which codifies Roe when that came up last year. And he has been reelected time and time again by wide margins in this district. But he's being challenged now for the second election in a row by Jessica Cisneros, an immigration activist who describes herself as a supporter of abortion rights. And she and progressive allies have really tried to put Cuellar on the back foot over his opposition to abortion. I asked him last night if he feels like he's out of touch with the Democratic Party. This is how he pushed back.
I think it's important that we represent the country, our district in Washington, D.C., and not represent the party. I'm a Democrat, but my loyalty is to my district. I got two girls, and I voted for Planned Parenthood funding, even though they say I haven't, and I've supported women's health. But sometimes we might have differences on religion for religious belief, but I tell you, that's one issue.
Cisneros' response on that is essentially those differences are well and good, but that this issue is too important to have one Democratic vote be a potential outlier, Morgan.
Which is interesting that he sort of drew that distinction between the national party and his local district. But I know that you mentioned in your reporting, Garrett, that it normally takes something pretty extraordinary for House leaders to not back an incumbent. So what are you hearing from those reps in the House?
Leadership is standing by Henry Cuellar, so much so that Jim Clyburn, the #3 House Democrat, was in San Antonio yesterday for that rally. He says even he doesn't agree with Cuellar on every issue, but it's important to support him. Here's what he told me.
I don't agree with Cuellar on that issue, but there's so many other issues that we agree on. And I don't know that it's a healthy relationship to always agree on everything.
Morgan, the leadership position on this is that they're going to back their incumbents. Cuellar is part of Clyburn's whip team. He has been in Congress for a very long time. He's a powerful member in his own right, and leadership is sticking behind him so far.
Speaking of that, Garrett, you know, the reality is that this is just one part of sort of the national conversation. Of course, everyone is also watching that governor's race down there in Texas. I mean, what are those candidates saying about abortion rights?
Well, Texas passed two really restrictive laws when it comes to abortion rights last year. There's SB 8, which most people are familiar with. That's that heartbeat bill that bans most abortions after 6 weeks. But they also passed one of those so-called trigger laws that would go into effect after Roe is overturned, if indeed that is the case. Governor Greg Abbott has made those bills part of his persona, both here in Texas and his national political profile. Although, interestingly, he's had almost nothing to say on this issue since that leaked draft came out. Beto O'Rourke, who is challenging him, is really hoping to galvanize Democratic voters, moderates, independents, suburban voters who feel, as most Texans do, according to the polling, that abortion rights do need to be protected in some way. He's speaking here in Austin later this morning and holding a big rally on this issue in Houston on Saturday. Morgan?
All right, Garrett Haig back in his old stomping grounds there in Texas. Garrett, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
And we're following some breaking news at this hour in the tech world. New details emerging about Elon Musk's plans for Twitter once his $44 billion takeover is complete. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac is tracking the new developments for us. He joins us now. So, Steve, CNBC has some new reporting that Musk himself is actually going to run Twitter if and when this takeover is approved. We know that Elon Musk is in charge of some pretty major companies already going into this thing. What's the thinking here? Why add this to his plate?
Yeah, well, let's keep in mind, Aaron, this is being billed right now as a temporary takeover. So he'll be CEO for a little while, and then the idea is he'd find someone else to run in his place. That being said, Elon is the most unpredictable executive right now, so who knows if he's going to hang on to that CEO role. But what we're hearing right now is he'll transfer it to someone else. It'll just be a temporary CEO role after the acquisition is complete, Aaron.
So, we know that Elon Musk is the richest guy in the world right now. $44 billion is a lot of money, though, to be paying for Twitter or for anything. What do we know about sort of where the money is coming from to buy Twitter at this point?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. And so the new thing we learned today is Elon Musk called up a bunch of his rich friends and said, hey, help me out with this transaction. So he has Larry Ellison, the co-founder of Oracle, putting in $1 billion, and some notable firms like Andreessen Horowitz and Sequoia, these Silicon Valley venture capitalist firms, also putting in money. And today he disclosed he has about $7 billion in funding to help fund this transaction.
Those are the friends to have, it would appear.
Yeah.
CNBC Steve Kovac for us today. Steve, thank you.
Thanks.
Now let's talk about your money. Borrowers, beware, because costs are going up. The Federal Reserve announced it will raise interest rates by 0.5 percentage point, which is the biggest hike in 22 years. Now, it's all about fighting skyrocketing inflation. The Fed is trying to bring down prices for consumers and businesses, which are rising at a 40-year record. And to hurt shoppers even more, the size of products continue to get even smaller. Shrink inflation is actually causing consumers to get less bang for their buck. So NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen joins us now with a closer look at this so-called shrinkflation. Vicki, what is it? How is it affecting us?
Hey, Morgan, it's affecting us from our grocery store shopping list to what we order in the drive-thru. Retailers really like to use this shrinkflation strategy because they're banking on you and I not really noticing when something gets a little bit smaller or maybe you get a little bit less in the package. This morning, how bad it's going to get and what to look out for.
From housing and gas to clothing and home goods, record high inflation has impacted all of that and a bag of chips. Feeling the economic crunch, one expert says makers of popular snacks like Doritos, Sun-Made raisins, Chobani yogurt, as seen on this website, now give you less for the same amount of money. None of those brands responded to our request for comment, but market watchers believe it's a sign of growing inflation.
Shrinkflation is a real thing. How do you define it?
Manufacturers can either raise the price of an item or they can give you less. So when they give you less, that's called downsizing or shrinkflation. It's a sneaky way to pass on a price increase.
Ed Dworsky, founder and editor of Consumer World, says shrinkflation has existed since the days of the 5-cent candy bar.
I've never seen it as bad as it is now. We're having product after product that are downsizing.
Where are we seeing the most shrinkflation?
Well, where are we not seeing it? Paper products traditionally have been one of the big categories where we're seeing downsizing happening.
I can't spare a square. This classic Seinfeld scene possibly becoming a reality. Dworsky says Cottonelle mega rolls now come with 312 one-ply sheets instead of 340, which amounts to an entire roll now gone from each package. Kimberly Clark, the maker of Cottonelle, did not respond to our request for comment on the alleged change. Also making Dworsky's updated list, Miracle-Gro, Gatorade, and personal care items like Dove body wash. But the companies behind each of these products telling NBC News inflation is not behind any changes to their packaging. Gatorade saying its change to a 28-ounce bottle was part of a years-long ergonomic plan to phase out the 32-ounce container. But at the drive-thru, consumers seeing real change. Burger King announced it would reduce the number of chicken nuggets in a meal from 10 pieces to 8. And with beef prices up 16% from last year, the fast food giant also putting its signature burger out to pasture, removing the Whopper from its value menu.
How does this add up for the average consumer when it comes to the household goods they buy?
We're seeing some items being, in essence, increased by 10% in cost because you're getting 10% less, sometimes 12% less. Multiply that times the number of items you buy, and that's really going to hit your pocketbook.
Dworsky says many are shifting to store brands, which are often the last to downsize, and that has household names like Clorox and Kraft taking notice. Both companies have introduced new products to compete, and Clorox says it will also increase promotions if cheaper brands keep ending up in carts. When it comes to finding the best deal, Dworsky says use unit pricing to compare different brands and sizes, switch brands or buy store brands if they're cheaper, and use coupons to shop, make a meal plan, and stick to your shopping list to stay on budget.
Research really shows that consumers are so sensitive to price hikes, and that's why we're more likely to see something going up $1 than to notice 5 chips missing from our bag. Companies do this so they can save without spooking consumers, but now you know.
Well, you
Morgan?
did spook me with the Chobani yogurt. I use that for my famous Morad fish taco sauce. So I'm spooked now, Vicki. You got me.
I can't wait to try those, Morgan, next time.
You're invited to Harlem anytime. Thanks, Vicki.
Awesome.
Well, we know that shoppers aren't the only ones feeling the pinch right now. Small businesses are getting squeezed by rising costs and how people are spending. CNBC restaurant and small business correspondent Kate Rogers is joining us now. So, Kate, I know that CNBC took a deep dive at what small businesses are dealing with right now. Overall, how are they feeling about the economy today?
Yeah, Aaron, good to see you. We polled more than 2,000 small business owners, and things are not looking so good right now. Overall, their confidence is near an all-time low, the score of 46, but it did increase by 2 points this quarter with some slight movement in those who say business conditions are good and those who expect immigration policy in particular will have a positive impact on their business in the next year. But take a look at this data. We found that 8 in 10 owners said they feel certain a recession will hit in 2022. That's due to the overall state of the economy, with only 6% saying the economy is excellent right now, 44% say it's poor, and nearly a third say that it's fair. We also polled the general public, and 77% say that they also expect a recession this year as well. So, as I said, things not looking so good on Main Street.
So there's your 30,000-foot view then, Kate. What are the small businesses saying are sort of their top concerns right now?
What you were all just talking about, inflation is the top issue on Main Street right now. It's all about that topic. It's a key issue for nearly 4 in 10 small business owners. 75% are paying more for their own supplies, but few are actually raising prices themselves so far. Just 17% say that now's a good time for businesses to raise selling prices. More than a third saying it's a bad time to hike prices. About half say they're mixed on whether or not to raise their prices right now, but more owners are considering doing this in the future if things continue in this direction. We're also seeing more owners saying they're just absorbing those costs themselves. They're likely concerned to lose customers at a time when everyone is paying more for everything. So inflation is that top issue. Coming in second with about 19%, supply chain disruptions, well above COVID-19, labor shortages, and also cybersecurity. It's just interesting to see that shift in focus over to inflation because labor has been the hot topic for so long.
All right, CNBC's Kate Rogers for us today. Kate, thank you. Donald Trump Jr. facing some tough questions from the House committee investigating the Capitol riot.
That's right. Still ahead, what the former first son did and did not say about that day. Stay with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Making news right now, no relief for crews battling wildfires across New Mexico. That state bracing for dry, windy conditions that will fuel more flames. Right now, 7 wildfires are burning across New Mexico. President Biden approved a disaster declaration for that state yesterday. A tragic end to the search for a missing Yale University employee. Police say 44-year-old Anton Sovitov's body was found on a Long Island, New York shoreline last Saturday. Sovitov had last been in touch with colleagues days before he was reported missing on February 9th. Yale says his death is under investigation. And a bizarre trend on Texas beaches. Look at this. Residents on Padre Island have been finding these creepy-looking dolls all along the shoreline there. Many of them have been at sea so long, it seems, that barnacles are sort of growing out of the eyes and mouth and ears. Yeah, it's weird stuff. The dolls apparently have been showing up for a couple of years now. Nobody really knows where they're coming from. And as Morgan, as long as they don't walk up onto the beach, we're okay.
I was about to say, what if I mailed one of those to your doorstep? I mean, what would you do if that just like arrived?
I'm giving up the house. I'm not going back. The doll can have it. I'm sorry.
I might leave it outside your office door tomorrow. You never know.
I'll be somewhere else.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Well, now it is the bottom of the hour, and here are the latest headlines coming out of the war in Ukraine. The fighting has yet to let up the steel plant in the port city of Mariupol. A Ukrainian presidential advisor said that Russian forces want the occupation of the factory as a gift to Vladimir Putin.
President Zelensky says more than 300 civilians were rescued from Mariupol and the surrounding area late Wednesday. He vowed to continue evacuations for those who remain. And First Lady Jill Biden is set to leave tonight for her trip to that region. She plans to travel to Romania and Slovakia. The White House says she will meet with Ukrainian mothers and children who've been forced to flee the violence.
Let's begin our coverage right now with NBC News correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, I know that you've been sort of taking a look at the process that Ukrainian refugees really have to go through in order to make it to the United States. So what's the latest? I mean, how long are they waiting? What are they facing while they wait?
Yeah, well, right now, DHS hasn't been able to say that any of these people have been approved to come to the United States. And in fact, a lot of groups, nonprofits, religious organizations, and refugee resettlement agencies were disappointed to find that they couldn't sponsor Ukrainians to come here. Instead, it has to be up to individuals who can prove that they themselves can financially support Ukrainians who come over. So I spoke to Svetlana Rogers, who is trying to bring her sister and her sister's family over from Poland to live with her in Princeton, New Jersey. She said she's been up against a mountain of paperwork. Not only does she need to show her own financial footing is sound, she has to show that her sister could support herself, be able to prove what income she could make in the United States, be able to show her home value in Ukraine. They were actually able to get friends who are still on the ground in Ukraine to help track down vaccination records for her family and to find the deed of their home. An incredibly hard thing to do during a war zone. And she said, if it's this hard for me, imagine how hard it is for everyone else.
I mean, that's just an impossible situation to imagine. I mean, how is the Biden administration responding to all of this, especially sort of what you mentioned in terms of the role of nonprofits in this process?
That's right. Now, they say that nonprofits can financially back an individual, but it still has to be an individual's name signing that application. They have asked for more money from Congress to be able to allow some taxpayer money to go towards supporting these people when they come here. But right now, it's a tough process. They say they're working to streamline it. They're adding more people to a hotline for people to call with questions. But Svetlana told me when she tried to call that hotline, she would wait at least an hour every time to get answers. Things like, how much money do I have to have in my bank account to sponsor my sister? They really didn't have an answer for that. They say there's no minimum, but it's all part of a total package that they'll look at in determining whether or not to approve someone. Now, DHS says this is all to try to prevent anyone from trafficking in Ukrainians, but it's also to make sure that they can be financially supported when they get here. But for people fleeing war, they say that they're worried the process is going to take too long and allow too few people to actually enter the United States.
Yeah, I mean, it's daunting, especially coming at, presumably the worst time in someone's life, right? Julia Ainsley, thank you so much for your reporting on this. We appreciate it. Meanwhile, we are following two big developments this hour about that Capitol riot. Another member of the Trump family has now cooperated with the investigation. Donald Trump Jr. voluntarily met virtually with the House committee on Wednesday, answering questions for 2 hours. A member of the far-right group, the Oath Keepers, has also told a court the group's founder tried to speak directly with President Trump on the night of that attack. He says the goal was to use militia groups to stop the transfer of power. We're going to dig into that element of the story in just a moment. But first, let's begin with new testimony from Donald Trump Jr. and with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, do we know anything more about the specifics of that testimony?
Yeah, Morgan, my source telling me that Donald Trump Jr. met with the committee after a few weeks of saying that this was going to be happening, finally coming before them virtually and voluntarily, the whole thing lasting just a few hours, in the words of my source. And look, to remind you why they wanted to talk to Donald Trump Jr., of course, Trump's family and the family members have always held a special place in Trump world, especially if you covered that orbit. You knew that the family were often clued into things sometimes that official advisors were not. But also there's speculation around Donald Trump Jr. because of some of the text messages that have since become public between him and then Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. For example, this one that you can see on your screen, Donald Trump Jr. texting Meadows on the 6th saying he's got to condemn this ASAP. The Capitol Police tweet is not enough. Meadows, of course, responding to the president's son saying, I'm pushing it hard. I agree. Donald Trump Jr. then coming back saying, we need an Oval Office address. He has to lead now. It has gone too far and gotten out of hand. Of course, we know we never got an Oval Office address from former President Trump on that day. And so Donald Trump Jr. can potentially speak to maybe not the conversations he was having with his father, but certainly the conversations he was having with others in the West Wing, including Meadows.
But Ali, square something for me. I mean, what do we make of the fact that members of Trump's family have met with the January 6th committee, but members of Congress who arguably have a more distant relationship with the former president will not cooperate with the committee?
Yeah, a more distant relationship maybe, but Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, they don't have to face voters. These lawmakers do. And most of them, if you look in the case of people like Kevin McCarthy, who we've seen over the last few weeks, how he's balancing his ambitions for a speakership should Republicans retake the House, as well as his relationship with Trump. And then, of course, the other members who have been asked, people like Mo Brooks, who was up until recently a very close ally of the former president. Ronnie Jackson, his former physician, comes from a place in Texas where it's a heavy Trump-based population in the district that Jackson represents. All of these people have ties to Trump, both politically in their personal sense, but also politically in who they report to back home. That's key to the politics up here on the Hill, and also when these lawmakers go home and have to confront their constituents who may say to them, why are you cooperating with this January 6th committee probe that you have told us is partisan and a witch hunt? They can't necessarily cooperate after rhetoric like that.
Well, speaking of that cooperation, I mean, the committee has spoken with more than 800 witnesses thus far. Yeah. Do we know how many more may still be ahead, Ali?
Well, Donald Trump Jr. was one of two people who we were waiting on as the committee tries to tie up all its fact-finding loose ends in May and then move forward into public hearings on June 9th, as Chairman Thompson has told us. This was one of two. Donald Trump Jr. was on the list, in Chairman Thompson's words, last week, and so was Rudy Giuliani, the former president's lawyer, who led so many of those legal challenges and who obviously was key in the conversations between the White House and outside allies about ways that they could possibly look to overturn the election results on a state level. All of those are important threads for the committee to follow. And so if I'm looking at big names that are left on the list, yes, of course, we're looking at what happens with those criminal contempt referrals for people like Mark Meadows, Peter Navarro, and Dan Scavino. But those are off in the DOJ world now. In terms of what the committee can actually control, Rudy Giuliani is really the last big name on the list that I'm looking for.
All right, NBC's Ali Vitale covering it all for us. Ali, thank you.
Thanks.
The founder of the far-right Oath Keepers tried to speak directly with President Donald Trump, the former president, on the night of January 6th. That's according to new testimony from a member of the group who said the group's leader wanted to use militia groups to stop the transfer of power. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is joining us now. So, Ryan, tell us about this testimony in court yesterday. Any big revelations there?
Yeah, there was. So as Ali was just talking about, you had people in Trump's family like Donald Trump Jr. trying to get in touch with the president on the evening of January 6th. As it turns out, the head of the Oath Keepers was also trying to get in touch with the president that evening. He went to the Phoenix Park Hotel, which is just off the grounds of the Capitol, and sat in a suite there and put some unidentified Trump intermediary on the phone. And what the testimony said yesterday from this other member of the Oath Keepers from North Carolina is that that Stuart Rhodes implored this individual to encourage Trump to call up the militias, to call upon groups like the Oath Keepers to violently seize control and take over and stop the transfer of power on January 6th and in the lead up to the inauguration on January 20th. So it was a pretty significant revelation. And the big question is sort of who this Trump intermediary was, because prosecutors included this in the document, saying that this Trump intermediary did not actually did not put Rhodes into touch with Trump, but that indicated that they had the power to put them in touch with Trump. So it's a really interesting question right now, who exactly this Trump intermediary is, and certainly something that federal grand juries and prosecutors and the January 6th committee are going to be interested in going forward.
Yeah, a lot of tentacles here for sure. I know you've been digging into all sorts of angles on this for a while now. Can you expand a little bit on what we know about the former president's ties to the Oath Keepers?
Yeah, so, the Proud Boys, for example, Donald Trump actually during one of the debates came out and said, stand back and stand by. So, this was a group that was very supportive of him, and Donald Trump likes groups that are supportive of him. So the Oath Keepers was supportive of him, and he liked them as well. There are a lot of people in Trump's orbit who have some sort of Oath Keeper ties. The Oath Keepers provided security often for a lot of these Trump-affiliated individuals. So there was definitely some overlap in the groups, and there's really only like 1 degree of separation between, a Stuart Rhodes figure and a Donald Trump. It didn't seem like Stuart Rhodes had a direct way to contact Trump, but what prosecutors and what the January 6th committee is obviously very interested in now is what those lines of communications were and just how much, given that, the big question, I suppose, is how much foresight Donald Trump could have had about the violence that was pretty clear to everybody was going to be happening on January 6th, and how much pre-knowledge he had about the plans of some of these organizations is obviously the big lingering question that a lot of people are looking at here.
Yeah, for sure it is. I did want to ask you, what happens next here, both in terms of, this case and potential prosecutions down the line?
Yeah, so the individual who pleaded guilty yesterday, who is the third Oath Keeper, he's actually testifying before a federal grand jury today. That's private. We're not going to know what exactly happens or indeed what the focus of that testimony is. It could be something that he's testifying in terms of the other members of the Oath Keepers. There's certainly a lot of them who have not yet been charged, who were involved in the Capitol attack, including an entire contingent from North Carolina who have been identified by online sleuths and were on the grounds of the Capitol and in various places that day. So that's something he could be looking at. Or there could be this other question about the pre-planning and some of the questions about that phone call, and who exactly was on the other end of that line. Because, that's someone who obviously we need to find out who it was. That's a really key question right now, who that potential connection between this extremist group and the president of the United States was.
All right. NBC's Ryan Riley. Ryan, thank you.
Thanks.
They call it getting souls to the polls.
Up next, the black pastors playing a pivotal role in rallying the Democrats' most loyal base ahead of the midterms.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, so black church pastors across the country have consistently delivered votes to the Democratic Party. They were crucial in handing Joe Biden the Democratic nomination and the presidency back in 2020 after an incredible turnaround in the South Carolina primary. But as Democrats sort of aim to drum up midterm support, how are these black communities now responding? NBC News Now anchor Joshua Johnson did a deep dive for this week's Meet the Press Reports and joins us now live. Joshua, it is great to see you. First off, sort of what are the blind spots for the Democratic Party when it comes to understanding and earning support from black voters? Because especially, out on the trail, I always hear black voters say, the Democratic Party should not take our vote for granted.
Yeah, Morgan, I think it's going to vary depending on who you talk to. Although the pastors that I spoke to all mentioned the idea of being taken for granted as an issue in terms of the relationship between the party and black voters. What that means is going to vary depending on who you talk to. For some folks, it's going to mean just understanding how to relate to voters. I spoke to the Reverend Al Sharpton, and he said one of the things that made him like Barack Obama early in his presidency was that he said, I'm not going to agree with you on everything, and I'm not going to do everything you ask for, but here is what we can do together. He said that engendered enormous respect because at least he knew where he stood, and he knew that President Obama wasn't just trying to say what he had to say to get what he wanted. Other people told me that it has to do with the issues that are on the agenda. We spent time at a church in Milwaukee that does a Souls to the Polls, Power to the Polls operation. And some of the things they talked about were just basic stuff, like dealing with reckless drivers, people who steal cars and zip up and down residential streets. So it has to do, in part, I think, from the conversations we had, with being treated with integrity, with being, politicked to on the basic issues that matter to everyday people. And then from there, theologically, your mileage can vary dramatically.
But even that is somewhat theoretical, right? When we're talking about relatability and things like integrity. But what does that look like in practice? I mean, day to day, what do people want to see? What inroads does the Democratic Party really need to make in Black communities to really secure those votes in the future, if that's what they want?
Well, I think inroads is the key, Morgan, and that's kind of why Black churches are so powerful, right? Because every Sunday, sometimes multiple times on Sunday, sometimes multiple times a week, depending on what kind of church you grew up in.
Honey, sometimes 4 hours a day, okay? Look alive. 4 hours a day, okay? Sweating until 2 p.m. Talk about it. Testify. Go ahead and testify. Look, with the auntie passing the mints, you got to get the little mint, your little church clap on the side. Look, don't sleep on it.
Did you go to my church?
Now, you know what I'm saying? I may have been a couple times, My grandfather was into that. Yeah, no, he made me come.
But see, that's the point, though, is that you are in church for very long periods of time. Politicians show up once when they want to vote. And part of the issue is that consistency, right? That's why Black churches are so powerful as a place to coalesce voting blocks, because you have these very deep relationships. One of the issues that came up with a number of the pastors we spoke to, Reverend Sharpton, Bishop Leah Daughtry over in Brooklyn, is that they know they're going to hold these politicians accountable after they've left the pulpit. Sometimes the politicians don't think about that. They figure they show up, say the right thing, get the amen from the amen corner, collect some email addresses and leave. But increasingly, and I think really always, but now it's just more apparent, Black congregations of all kinds, not just Protestant congregations, and not just progressive congregations. But Black congregations are not stupid, and they know that their votes are valuable. It's that idea of being gentle as doves but wise as serpents, right? It's that biblical concept of knowing who you're dealing with and understanding that the Bible has political guidance. I mean, Isaiah chapter 10 says, woe to those who make unjust laws. So there is an understanding in a lot of Black religious communities that politics matter. If politicians understand that and they speak authentically to those communities, particularly Democratic politicians, they might make deeper inroads.
This may be what the church folk call a word, Mr. Johnson. I feel like it's the part where I say, neighbor, thank you for that report. Neighbor. I appreciate you, neighbor. All right, listen, y'all got to make sure to watch Joshua's report. It's happening tonight. Meet the Press reports. You can watch that here on NBC News Now, or you can watch it anytime on Peacock starting tomorrow. So make sure that you catch it.
Donald Trump is making a wave of endorsements across the country, and his influence is now being put to the test, in particular in a local race. Tennessee Republicans voted to remove candidate Morgan Ortagus from the primary ballot for that state's 5th congressional district on Tuesday. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray is joining us now. Mark, so why are Tennessee Republicans focused on ending this particular campaign?
Yeah, Aaron, it all comes down to the residency requirements that the state Republican Party has in its bylaws. And they said that Ortagus, who is a former Fox News contributor, as well as Mike Pompeo's press secretary when he was Secretary of State in the Donald Trump administration, had not lived in the Nashville area for long enough and certainly not participated in local Tennessee elections. And that is why they knocked her off the ballot.
And how's the Ortagus campaign responding to this effort now, Mark?
Yeah, obviously they were upset and disagreed with the ruling, but they are not fighting it. And Ortagus, according to my colleague Alan Smith, ended up putting out a statement saying that she hopes to further the Republican Party's mission nationally and also in the state of Tennessee.
So does this have any broader implications? You talk about nationally, broader implications for Donald Trump's influence on local elections as we move forward into the midterms?
There is no doubt that Donald Trump still remains the greatest singular force in Republican Party politics. But I think what we learned in Tennessee, or at least so far, is that sometimes local politics can be more powerful than national politics. And it is notable that, to me also, that Donald Trump, who likes to put out a whole lot of statements to the news media, really never ended up putting out a statement after the local Tennessee Republican Party did what it did about Ortagus. And so that kind of silence, at least right now, speaks volumes to me.
All right. Mark Murray with us today. Mark, we appreciate it. Thanks.
A fan with a fake gun and a knife made it past security and tackled Dave Chappelle on stage.
After the break, the investigation into that security breach and what the suspect's brother is saying about him.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison. A strange story and a career of strange stories. All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
New details are now unfolding about that shocking attack on comedian Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, Chappelle put out a statement about that onstage attack, and the suspect, who's being held on bail now, is facing some assault charges. Here's NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz.
Yeah, a lot of people are asking how that suspect, 23-year-old Isaiah Lee, was able to smuggle a weapon past security and past metal detectors at LA's iconic Hollywood Bowl. Authorities have not revealed a motive, but the suspect brother tells Rolling Stone Lee suffers from mental health issues.
Make some noise for hip-hop history.
Just seconds after being attacked by a member of the audience, Dave Chappelle was back on his feet and back to making jokes.
Thank God that was clumsy.
In eyewitness video obtained by TMZ, the suspect can be seen surrounded by security, as well as Chappelle's close friends Busta Rhymes and Jamie Foxx.
Whenever you're in trouble, Jamie Foxx will show up in a sheriff's hat.
Comedian Tehran was also nearby as the suspect approached.
If it wasn't for his clumsiness and Dave Chappelle's prowess, something worse could have happened.
The suspect, 23-year-old Isaiah Lee, appeared bloody and bruised before being booked on suspicion of felony assault with a deadly weapon.
He's back there getting stomped.
Police say Lee was carrying this replica gun with a bayonet-style blade. The suspect's brother telling Rolling Stone Lee suffers from mental health issues and has been in and out of homeless shelters. Despite jokes later cracked on stage by Chris Rock and others,
Was that Will Smith?
Industry professionals say the attack shows the need for improved security measures to protect performers.
It's almost like a Secret Service kind of type of awareness you might need to have, because we've seen so many examples of how quickly things can escalate and how quickly somebody can get to the stage.
The company that manages the Hollywood Bowl saying in a statement, the safety of our artists, visitors, and staff is our top priority. While Netflix, which sponsored the comedy festival where the attack occurred, saying, we strongly defend the right of stand-up comedians to perform on stage without fear of violence. Confrontations like this 2018 incident at a comedy club in South Carolina have become more common in recent years, according to club owners and comedians like Tehran, who says the shared connections between performers and audiences needs to be preserved.
This is a safe space not only for the comedians on stage, but for the audience as well. And it means everything for this to remain a safe space.
And a rep for Chappelle says the comedian wants his 4-night run at the Bowl to be remembered for more than just one ugly incident, writing the performances by Chappelle at the Hollywood Bowl were epic and record-breaking, and he refuses to allow last night's incident to overshadow the magic of this historic moment. Back to you.
Breaking news on NBC News Now, the rush to help. America pushing to get more weapons to Ukraine. How soon Congress could pass billions more in aid.
1 million deaths, America marking a staggering COVID milestone. The growing concern years into the pandemic about another surge.
And preparing to fight. Just days after the Supreme Court draft opinion leak, political battle lines are being drawn over abortion rights. How Congress is planning to intervene.
And burnout, feeling exhausted or overwhelmed? The new study about working parents and what you can do to ease the stress. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with breaking news. Ukraine now asking the U.S. for more weapons to help it fight off Russian fighters.
At the top of that wish list, anti-ship missiles to defend ports in the Black Sea. That's according to former Army Ranger and Democratic Congressman Jason Crow. He says he spoke with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky recently. The UK has already pledged to send those missiles to Ukraine.
Now, the impact of American military is already apparent. A senior defense official tells NBC News that 90% of the howitzers promised to the country have already been delivered, and some are already being used in combat. We've got a lot to unpack this hour, including the First Lady's trip to visit Ukrainian refugees, as well as new reporting on Russia's cyber capabilities. Let's start with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who's live on the ground in Ukraine. Matt, I know that last night more than 300 evacuees from Mariupol arrived in the city where you are right now. What kind of help are they receiving sort of since getting there?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, those people weren't arriving from the Azovstal steel plant, but they were arriving from Mariupol and the environs around it. This is because we're starting to see more and more people coming out, again, not from under that steel plant necessarily, but as the guns are falling silent for a ceasefire imposed to get people out of there, people are taking advantage, piling into their cars and heading to where I am here in Zaporizhia. Earlier today, I was at kind of a relief distribution center where you could see markings for USAID, UNHCR, the UN's refugee agency, Dutch Red Cross, Red Crescent, all sorts of organizations that are sending all kinds of aid here. And folks here can line up, and there was a huge line out in front, but they can only do it one time. So they only get the benefit of that aid once, and after that, they can be turned away. And that's because the need here is so acute. Now, the organizers that I spoke with, who had sort of set up this exhibition center and sports center and turned it into a relief agency and relief center, they said that they get as many as 1,000 to 3,000 visitors every day. But again, all those families and people can only visit once. And after that, they have to find other ways of getting relief, or they're at the mercy of local aid agencies or other organizations. So the fact is that the need for humanitarian relief is piling up here in Zaporizhia and throughout the eastern part of the country, because we're starting to see those people finally getting out of the war-torn areas to the southeast of where I am and finally getting to safety. But as I've said time and time again, those people, while they're grateful to be free, they have sons, husbands, and fathers who are still inside Azovstal Steelworks, who are still fighting for it to be free, fighting against Russian troops who are now in the midst of a renewed assault on that huge factory. And they have to watch that. Now they have all the information available. And also, those people, their journeys are really just beginning. So many of them that I spoke with, they said they had no idea where they were going to be headed. They didn't necessarily have relatives or friends elsewhere in the country who could take care of them. So for them, the uncertainty of their lives, even if they are spared from immediate danger, is just beginning. Guys.
Yeah, and that's such an important point, that uncertainty is still sort of just beginning. Matt Bradley there on the ground in Ukraine. Matt, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli now. Mike, we know that the First Lady Jill Biden is set to visit Slovakia and Romania when she leaves tonight. What do we know about her itinerary and really the ultimate goal of this visit for the First Lady?
Yeah, Aaron, the White House had announced earlier this week that the First Lady, would be traveling to Romania and Slovakia, of course, two of Ukraine's neighbors who are dealing with the fallout of Russia's invasion, especially on the humanitarian side. Just in the last few minutes now, we're learning more details about specifically what the First Lady's itinerary will look like. And most significantly, we have to note the timing of this visit. Sunday is Mother's Day. The First Lady will be traveling directly to the eastern border of Slovakia that it shares with Ukraine. She'll be at that border seeing and meeting with, in fact, mothers and children who have been fleeing Ukraine because of, as the White House puts it, Putin's war. This trip really, Aaron, also is going to showcase both the role that Dr. Biden plays as a professional educator. She's, of course, a community college professor, but also the work that she's done both as the spouse of a vice president and now the president in supporting military families. Her first stop on Friday, tomorrow afternoon, she'll be at an air base near the Black Sea in eastern Romania, where she'll actually serve dinners to some of the U.S. service members who are part of the NATO rotational deployments there. She'll also meet with Romania's First Lady, who, like her, has kept teaching, even as she is the spouse of the Romanian president. Also on Monday, she'll be meeting with the first female president of Slovakia. So an interesting four-day visit. And we have to note, of course, several of the president's closest advisors, Secretary of State Blinken, Secretary of Defense Austin, have traveled into Kyiv to really meet with Ukrainian officials directly. But the First Lady is an advisor to this president without peer in the administration. And so she'll be able to bring back some of these personal stories from refugees that will certainly have an impact on how the president continues to shape our policy there.
All right, Mike Memoli for us in Washington. Mike, thanks.
Meanwhile, top U.S. officials are sounding the alarm, saying that Russia's cyber warfare capabilities may actually be a lot stronger than we think. Russian hackers may have launched a series of destructive cyber attacks against targets in Ukraine, and the U.S. could be next. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC's Ken Delaney, who's following this for us. Ken, sort of specifically, what types of cyber attacks has Russia deployed against Ukraine? And frankly, has Ukraine been able to sort of defend itself?
Yeah, you know, Morgan, the general impression is that Russia hasn't done much against Ukraine in cyberspace, but that's not quite true. Microsoft said last week that at least 6 Russian-backed hacking groups have launched more than 200 cyber attacks against Ukraine, including nearly 40 destructive attacks that targeted government agencies and critical infrastructure. And some of these were in tandem with military strikes. For example, on March 1st, the same day a Russian missile was fired at Kyiv's TV tower, Microsoft says media companies in the capital were hit by destructive attacks. So it has had some impact, Morgan.
And Ken, I mean, what about here at home? I mean, is the U.S. sort of susceptible to these types of Russian hacks?
Well, look, much the way Ukraine has been able to fend off Russia from completely turning off the power in Ukraine, the U.S. has some pretty strong cyber defenses. But look, we are absolutely vulnerable. We have been for years to Russian attacks against the power grid, against chemical plants, against dams. But those would be acts of war, Morgan. And most people don't think the Russians would do that. What they might do, though, is the kind of attack we saw a year ago against Colonial Pipeline, which shut down the nation's largest provider of gasoline on the East Coast, caused a lot of economic disruption and inconvenience, but was short of an act of war. And that's why the nation's cyber defense agency has this Shields Up campaign, encouraging companies and networks to shore up their cyber defenses, Morgan.
NBC's Ken Delaney, and live from Washington. Ken, as always, thank you.
You bet.
Now to the pandemic. America has just passed a staggering milestone in the coronavirus pandemic. According to NBC News data, the U.S. has lost more than 1 million people to COVID-19. The first known death in this country was reported on February 29th of 2020, more than 2 years ago now. The World Health Organization now saying the global death toll from COVID is closing in on 15 million people. And the virus is surging yet again across this country. Over the last 2 weeks, 46 states have seen an increase in the number of new cases. They're up nearly 60% up nearly 60% in the last 14 days. Deaths, however, are down by a little over 17% in that same time period. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is in Kirkland, Washington, where the first confirmed case was discovered 2 years ago. So, Steve, I'm curious, today, here we are now 2 years later, how are people there reflecting on this moment as we mark this milestone?
You know, I was here those 2 years ago and then a year following for the first year anniversary. And I think obviously there's a sense of sadness every year around this time in a place that really took the opening salvo of this pandemic, which spread across the country. I think obviously that emotion is kind of permeating through this community. But there's also a sense of anger, you know, that people here didn't have the luxury of a vaccine, a luxury of really even knowing what this was. People were getting sick and dying before people even knew what COVID was, and then didn't know that wearing masks and healthcare workers wearing gloves would help stop the spread. So to see that people, you know, weren't taking vaccines or wearing masks across the country as they watched this continue to spread, I think, you know, really affected people here. But there was also obviously a reflection on that fear when it first started. You may remember a woman standing outside of one of these windows right over my right shoulder, because she had her mother inside this care facility where 39 residents died and didn't know the status of her own mother. So she's standing out there on the phone trying to get a hold of her. Her name's Carmen Gray. We spoke to her about the anniversary. Here's what she told me. Listen to this.
Nobody knew. And fear just kept escalating. And then you saw the ambulances leaving and people not coming back, and it just kept escalating. The fear, you know, my mom was in there, you know, we couldn't go in, she couldn't come out, and it was just a waiting, you know, who knew that it would become a pandemic.
So Carmen's 79-year-old mother survived, but she may never recover from the COVID that she suffered, still in assisted living to this day. Back to you, Aaron.
You know, Steve, we also have to think about the Herculean effort that doctors and nurses and all the frontline healthcare workers who work in these facilities have had to make over the last 2 years. What are they saying about this milestone today?
Well, remember here, again, when COVID first hit, this was truly the first epicenter across the country. So again, people were treating patients, firefighters were carrying people in ambulances without wearing protective equipment, no masks, no gloves, no face wear to really protect them against the spread of the virus. So they were getting sick in droves. 70 healthcare workers at this facility got sick. The entirety of the Kirkland Fire Department had to quarantine at one point. And there was just this sense of never being above water because of everything that kept happening. I spoke to a doctor at nearby Evergreen Health where that first confirmed death came in. Here's what he told me about those early days. Listen to this.
I don't think any of us anticipated the scope, the breadth of this outbreak. There was quite a bit of concern about perhaps taking this home to your family. And I mean, I know many people who checked into hotels until this was clearly, there was some sense of how transmissible this was.
This community obviously still suffering, just as everyone is with this virus, but they've obviously put a lot of implementations in place and gotten a hold of this virus pretty quickly and early on in its life cycle. Now, obviously, still much a culture of working from home because of the scars that they suffered very early on. Aaron?
Steve Patterson for us in Kirkland, Washington. Steve, thank you.
Now, of course, behind those numbers, there are people. 1 million names of loved ones taken all too soon because of COVID. Many of them never even got a chance to say goodbye to their families due to those isolation protocols. NBC's Dasha Burns reflects on this painful moment in American history.
1 million. That's how many Americans have lost their lives to COVID-19. A ghastly milestone after 2 years of enduring a pandemic that's still disrupting communities worldwide. For every life lost, there is a story, a memory, and a grieving family. To get a sense of the scale of the tragedy, COVID-19 has now taken more American lives than World Wars I and II combined. Or, looking at it in a different way, it's like wiping out almost the entire population of Delaware. And when compared to the last deadly pandemic, the Spanish flu of 1918, which killed about 675,000 Americans, over 300,000 more lives have perished from COVID. The death toll also surpasses those of many other significant and tragic events in U.S. history. The Civil War claimed about 620,000 lives. At the peak of the AIDS crisis in the early 90s, about 43,000 people died each year, a number well below the yearly average of U.S. COVID deaths. COVID-19 remains the third leading cause of death in the United States, associated with approximately 460,000 deaths in 2021, behind heart disease and cancer, according to a CDC report. Unintentional injuries come after, with more than 219,000 deaths. Influenza, no longer in the top 10, killed almost 42,000. To put that into perspective, COVID has taken more than 10 times the number of lives as the flu in 2021. While these numbers may seem abstract or detached from your reality, this grim marker means that on average there are roughly 111 deaths per 100,000 people in the U.S., or 1 in 492 Americans, depending on where you live. In states like Texas, 1 in every 341 people has died. Hard-hit cities include LA, where 1 in every 128 people has died. And New York City remains one of the hardest hit, where 1 in every 319 people has died. Also devastating is the number of preventable deaths since vaccines were made available to adults. According to an analysis from Peterson KFF, up to 234,000 deaths since June of last year could have been prevented with vaccinations. That represents 60% of all adult COVID deaths since then. Though there is a drop in deaths in the U.S. and worldwide, experts point to a loss in the quality of data collected as more Americans get vaccinated and cities open back up. And as we approach the new normal with vaccines and boosters readily available, millions of Americans will continue to mourn the loss of so many.
That was Dasha Burns reporting. And just a reminder, you can always follow our COVID coverage online at NBCnews.com. There you can get the latest headlines from our digital health reporters. We even have an interactive data dashboard. You're looking at that on your screen. It gives you up-to-date information down to the county that you live in. That is all online right now at NBCnews.com.
The battle over abortion rights is raising political tensions nationwide. Reaction is boiling over after that leak of that Supreme Court draft opinion. We know it was written by Justice Samuel Alito, and it says the issue of abortion rights should fall to the states. Justices can still potentially change their votes here before any actual final decision is released by the court. Now, in a moment, we're going to talk about what abortion access has meant to women. But let's begin with the latest on that leak and the response to it. NBC Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander is joining us now to help break that down for us. Hi, Peter.
Hey, Aaron, good morning to you. So that explosive leaked draft opinion obviously has ignited emotions across this country, sparking new security concerns, leading law enforcement here in Washington to fortify the perimeter outside the Supreme Court. They put up a new 8-foot fence, just like the one that they installed after the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
Overnight, this new non-scalable fencing being installed around the Supreme Court after heated clashes in recent days on the steps of the court and nationwide between Americans on both sides of the abortion battle.
My body, my choice. Pro-life is pro-woman.
The question this morning, what happens next if the Supreme Court follows through on its leaked draft opinion that overturns Roe v. Wade? President Biden slamming the draft.
This is about a lot more than abortion.
Warning the conservative court could unravel other privacy rights like same-sex marriage and contraception, and taking aim at former President Trump's MAGA movement.
Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history, in recent American history.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi slamming the draft as an assault on women.
Did violence not only to women, but to the Constitution of the United States.
But Republicans like Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida are taking a wait-and-see approach, largely focusing on the leak.
You know, you can leak stuff out of a court, which was really unprecedented, but let's see when you actually have something rendered.
Overturning Roe would not outlaw abortion, but would leave it up to state legislatures to decide whether there should be restrictions. North Dakota is among the 13 states with so-called trigger laws that would ban abortion with exceptions for the health of the mother if Roe is overturned.
It means lights out in North Dakota.
Abortion rights opponents say it will be the moment they've worked toward for 50 years.
It looks like we may have an opportunity to build consensus and pass laws to save lives all over the country.
It's already heating up as a crucial issue heading into this fall's midterms, with Democrats looking to capitalize, but Republicans insisting it won't matter in November.
We're going to win in 2022, and Roe v. Wade is not going to change the outcome.
You know, Peter, we're seeing more and more calls for Senate Democrats to do something to protect abortion rights. What are you hearing about that? Does that look likely?
Well, their options are limited, Aaron, as we report. You know, they're on track to hold a vote next week that would guarantee abortion rights nationwide, even though they do not still have the votes and it's doomed to fail. But their goal here, as described to us, is to force every senator to put their position on the record. You know, with Democrats fearing that they're poised to lose control of the House and Senate this fall. I've been speaking to Biden advisors. One top advisor says that they're hoping this threat to abortion rights really is a call to action focused on the midterms that will re-energize their base, Aaron.
All right, Peter Alexander for us at the White House today. Peter, thanks.
News of Roe v. Wade potentially being struck down has led to an outpouring of personal stories. Today, parents reporter Danielle Campamore joins us now with some of those stories. Danielle, I know that you spoke to 7 mothers after the Supreme Court news broke. What did they tell you?
I did. Thank you so much for having me as part of our ongoing coverage at Today Parents on this issue and many others that affect parents. I spoke to 7 moms, all who've had abortions either before or after they became parents. And the collective feeling that they all shared with me was one of great sadness and anger, and none of them were surprised. In fact, to Peter's point earlier, with the ability of the current administration and the House and Senate, they all shared that they don't think that anyone's coming to quote unquote save us, that we have to save ourselves, they said, and they're going to invest in their communities and hold each other up. Because again, 60% of people who have abortions have at least one child at home. Of those who don't have parents, 66% will go on to become parents when they're ready. And so for them, this is a parenting issue.
I mean, when you listen to these stories, right, from women across the spectrum, was there anything sort of that surprised you, Danielle?
Actually, no, none of them were very surprising, but they were all very powerful. And 2 women, portions of their story really resonated with me and are something that I'm still thinking about today. One was from a woman who lives in Texas. She had an abortion when she was 19, and she says that abortion in no uncertain terms saved her life, that she was in an abusive relationship, and if she'd been tethered to that person, she doesn't think that she would have been alive in order to become a mom later on. And another story was from a mom who's actually a lawyer. She has 2 daughters, and she shared with me that she feels like in some way she has failed her daughters, that she was born into a country that had Roe v. Wade. This is a protection that she has already and has always had. And she says that now she fears that her daughters won't have that very same protection. And she had an abortion after she was a mom in her 40s, and that abortion made it possible for her to continue to parent the children she already has.
All right, Danielle Campamore, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve made its most aggressive move yet to curb skyrocketing inflation and bring prices down for consumers and for businesses. It raised interest rates by half a percentage point on Wednesday, which means that credit cards, mortgages, new car loans, all of that will get a little bit more expensive. Now, some investors are fearing that a recession could be around the corner. Meanwhile, breaking news is unfolding on Wall Street. The Dow tumbling more than 1,000 points at this hour. NBC's Jolene Kent and CNBC's Dominic Chu are all here to break it down for us. Jolene, let's start with you. What more do we know about this rate hike and really what it means for consumers everywhere?
Yeah, Morgan, on that note, I know Dom's going to touch on this in just a minute, but basically what we're seeing now on the Dow has erased all of the gains from yesterday when the markets reacted so favorably to the Fed's decision not to raise by 3/4 of a point going forward, right? But this is part of the most aggressive step that we've seen in 22 years by the Fed when they raised interest rates yesterday by 0.5 point. The idea is to fight inflation, bring down prices that you're paying. Gasoline right now, $4.25 a gallon on average across the country. That's 11 cents higher than just a week ago. So we're moving back up in the direction that no one wants right now. And so the Fed raising that benchmark rate is one of several actions the government's trying to take to get some relief to families and small businesses that are struggling to make ends meet.
The price of borrowing money is going up again to help bring everyday prices down.
We need to do everything we can to restore stable prices. We'll do it as quickly and effectively as we can.
On Wednesday, the Federal Reserve raised the interest rate by 0.5 percentage point, the biggest hike in 22 years. The increase makes borrowing money more expensive, from new mortgages to auto loans to credit card rates. It's designed to cool down consumer demand and curb inflation, now at a 40-year high. President Biden trying to address the problem, too, vowing to cut the federal deficit by another $1.5 trillion this year.
We reduced federal borrowing, and we help combat inflation.
Meanwhile, the new rate hike is a mixed bag for small businesses hoping to expand. Nearly a third say they're dealing with inflation by borrowing money on a regular basis. In Oklahoma City, Jeff Reagan's family business makes energy bars. But with rates going up, he says it's harder to get affordable loans to buy equipment and boost production.
It puts just even more pressure to not only try and thrive, which is our goal, but really just to survive.
In Chicago, restaurant owner Terry Evans welcomes anything that lowers inflation after surging costs forced her to raise menu prices. But now she worries higher rates may cause her customers to cut back even more on dining out.
It does present cause and concern for me that our business could potentially start to dip based on the fact that people are going to have to change their buying habits.
So, Joe, I mean, should we expect to see even more rates like this, in the year ahead?
Yes, absolutely. You're going to see more rate hikes throughout the rest of the year, possibly into 2023. And Terry there, you saw from Windy City Ribs and Whiskey, the idea is that she's worried about a recession because even though things are good, they've already overcome so much to get to this point. But yesterday, the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, saying there's, quote, nothing to suggest that we're close to that, the R word, recession, because unemployment is so low. We get a new jobs report tomorrow for the month of April. But they say because of the job situation, Powell at least doesn't believe that we are close to a recession. But very interesting to see how this plays out going forward. But yes, several more rate hikes to come, no doubt, Morgan.
Ooh, fingers crossed that recession stays at bay and doesn't come anywhere near us. Jo Ling, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Sure.
So let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu now. He's been following this breaking news on Wall Street for us. Dom, I've got the CNBC website pulled up here, watching the numbers fall for not just the Dow, but some of the other indices as well. A wild morning there. What is going on?
I mean, first of all, this is not, we're not trying to be melodramatic, but it's not often that you see 1,000-point drop in the Dow. It just doesn't happen very often. And so it's not that I'm trying to kind of, pour fuel on this fire, but there's a reason that there's traders that are concerned out there. Now, if we were to have this conversation just 2 to 3 hours ago, Aaron, I would have told you a completely different story, because the market narrative earlier today would have been that we are kind of pulling back a little bit fractionally after those massive stock market gains that we saw yesterday. Now, of course, we're still pulling back, but what you're witnessing right now in the lower corner of your screen is that we've lost way more than we've gained kind of, at this point yesterday. So what seemed like it was going to be a relief rally in the markets, pegged by many folks because of those maybe not as hawkish comments from Jay Powell that we're not going to raise interest rates by 0.75%, as Joe points out. That was one of the reasons why the markets maybe rallied a bit. That was taken as a signal the Fed isn't ready to be very aggressive yet. But right now. What you have is a concern that inflation is still a problem and that the economy is still at risk right now. And for that reason, it's the market selling off. And by the way, Aaron, it's the places that you would expect. It's the high growth areas of the market that needed those lower interest rates to maintain valuations in the stock market. We're talking companies like Netflix, like Meta Platforms, the company, formerly known as Facebook. Now, all of those types of companies, PayPal, NVIDIA, those are the ones you got to focus on a lot more, Aaron.
So, listen, I get nervous when I see you tweet that you're displeased with what's happening in the markets. There are a lot of people who are going to hear this and sort of push the panic button. Break this down for us for everyday Americans. Should people be concerned about our money when we see a Dow drop like we saw today?
There's absolutely a reason for you to be concerned, Aaron. The issue is how concerned should you be? For those folks out there who need this money imminently, who need it for retirement in the next few months or years, who need it for a college education to finance that, who need it for perhaps a down payment on a house at some point, this market volatility should give you a huge moment of pause. For those people out there, like myself, who have liabilities that are years down the line. My daughter's not going to go to college for another 13 years. These types of things are opportunities for certain people out there to put money to work at cheaper prices. So it all depends on what kind of age bracket that you're in. For me, I was joking, as you point out on Twitter, I was joking that I hope this happens on my next payday, because that's when my 401k contributions get made every 2 weeks on autopilot. That's where it's going to be kind of an opportunity for some folks out there.
All right. I'm with you. I got you. I understand.
I'm with you, too.
Dom Chu for us at CNBC. Thank you, Dom.
Well, stay with us because actress Amber Heard is back on the stand today accusing her ex-husband, Johnny Depp, of abuse.
Coming up, the new details she's sharing publicly for the first time. Stay with us.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, severe storms across Oklahoma led to extensive flooding Wednesday night. Several areas are under flood advisories today, with heavy rainfall making some of those roads impassable. Meanwhile, take a look at this enormous debris fire in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. If you look at your screen, you can see the number of firefighters that it's taking just to battle those flames. The cause of that fire is not yet clear, but people are being told to stay away for now. And he still feels the need for speed. Tom Cruise arrived at the Top Gun Maverick premiere in San Diego by helicopter. The long-awaited sequel premieres on May 27th, 36 years after the original release.
Bottom of the hour right now, and here are the latest headlines in the war in Ukraine. A city official in Mariupol says shelling of that steel plant there has been going on nonstop. A Ukrainian military commander said late Wednesday that Russian forces were inside the plant and that, quote, bloody battles were happening.
Fighting along the eastern front is now escalating as well. In fact, in just the past 24 hours, the Ukrainian National Police says at least 35 civilian facilities were destroyed in the Donetsk region. A senior U.S. defense official, however, has described the Russian offensive as slow and uneven. The European Union is now stepping up measures against Russia by proposing a total ban on Russian oil. We begin our coverage this half hour with Sky News anchor Ian King.
In its sixth sanctions package against Russia, the EU said it would stop buying Russian crude in the next 6 months and refine products such as gasoline and kerosene by the end of the year.
Some member states are strongly dependent on Russian oil, but we simply have to do it. So today we will propose to ban all Russian oil from Europe.
However, as the EU requires the unanimous consent of all 27 member countries for a ban, particularly intensive users of Russian crude like Hungary and Slovakia will be given until the end of next year to wean themselves off Russian crude. Both indicated they would need longer. Despite the focus on gas, oil is a bigger export earner for Moscow, which typically sells between 60 and 70% of its crude exports to Europe. In 2020, when oil prices were depressed during the pandemic, Russia made $74.4 billion from crude exports. That rose to $110.1 billion last year. And with oil prices higher, thanks mainly to the war on Ukraine, it was expected to take in some $180 billion worth of sales this year. The measure will also come at a cost to Europe, which last year depended on Russia for 27% of its crude supplies. It is not clear where heavy users of Russian crude, such as Germany, will be able to access alternatives, with other big suppliers such as the US and Saudi Arabia operating at close to their capacity. But Ukraine has been horrified that the EU has continued to buy Russian crude.
This is what exactly need to stop Russian war and Russian aggression to Ukraine. Of course, we in Ukraine are maximalist and would like to have a ban as soon as possible, immediately, tomorrow or even yesterday. But we do thankful for the European Union for this unity that they are trying to show, although there are some nations who have some doubts.
And that has influenced Brussels, where the view is that this move, which was accompanied by further sanctions against Russian banks and broadcasters, simply had to be taken. Ian King, Sky News.
Let's bring in foreign policy expert Lester Munson now. He's a senior fellow at the National Security Institute, as well as principal at BGR Group, a government relations firm in Washington. So, Lester, first, what do you make of this move by the EU, this proposal to ban Russian oil in Europe?
Well, I think it's an admirable initiative. We should support that. There are some hurdles here, as was discussed. Also, I think we should all be very realistic. This is not going to change anything on the ground immediately in the near or medium term. This is something that Europe should be doing, but it's going to take a while to implement, and we need to be realistic about that.
You know, we heard President Zelensky of Ukraine say today that Ukraine's membership in the European Union, quote, must be an absolute reality. What do you make of that statement? What do you think about whether that will actually happen?
Well, it turns out he's a very persuasive man, and he has done some amazing things in the last 2 months. And the fact that Ukraine is being considered for EU membership at all is amazing. I think this is directly related to his leadership and the success of Ukrainian military forces on the ground. Having said that, this would require unanimity among the EU. They haven't added any members in 10 years. So this is a big hurdle to get over. But I think as Ukraine is more and more successful on the ground, this could become a real thing. Again, this is not something that will change anything immediately in terms of the military invasion of Ukraine right now. But in the long run, this is a good thing. And I would expect success for Ukraine in EU membership will be directly related to its success militarily.
I want to ask you, too, before we let you go, about the military aid and the humanitarian aid that's being provided to Ukraine by the U.S., by other Western countries. How significant of an impact do you think those things are having today?
This is the effort that matters now. Military assistance for Ukraine from the United States in particular, but from other countries as well, hugely important and is really key to Ukraine prevailing over this Russian move to go from the Donbass to Crimea and perhaps further west. So this is really critical. This is what matters today and tomorrow and next week. Really important that the U.S. get that right and get material to the Ukrainians as quickly as possible.
All right, Lester Munson, we appreciate your time and perspective today. Thank you.
Thank you.
It has been nearly a week since an accused killer escaped from an Alabama jail with a female corrections officer who authorities believe is helping him. Now we've learned that the officer had actually been in contact with that inmate while he was behind bars for 2 years. NBC's Sam Brock joins us now live from Florence, Alabama, which is the last place that their getaway car was seen. Sam, look, it sounds like this relationship between these two actually goes back a lot further than people initially thought. What more can you tell us?
Morgan, I can tell you this is getting really weird. It's starting to feel like we are living out a Dateline episode in real time, and the Netflix documentary is coming soon. Of course, I'm being a little sarcastic here, but it is extremely strange. So here's where we go with respect to Casey White and Vicky White's relationship. Casey White came to Florence, Alabama a couple of months ago related to proceedings for a murder trial. Okay, so he was here. We know there was contact then. The sheriff informs us yesterday it actually goes back 2 years to when Casey was here for a different court proceeding, and that they definitely had contact then. The sheriff also said that she was making visits to a state penitentiary to see him from 2020 to 2022. Now today, he retracted that statement but said she was calling him. This is, again, a convicted felon. A woman who's a deputy corrections officer with a squeaky clean record was calling him over the course of a couple of years at state penitentiary. Here's the exchange that we had with the sheriff yesterday.
He was here in 2020 for an arraignment and preliminary hearing, and when he finished that, he went back to state prison. We do know that they remained in touch while he was in state prison.
So their relationship, in whatever parameters you would define it, is at least 2 years old?
Yes.
Morgan, as for the car that you mentioned, the patrol cruiser that they were originally in, that was right behind me underneath that Florence Square sign. It's a busy traffic area here in Florence. So it's kind of surprising no one would have seen someone who was 6'9", potentially in an orange jumpsuit, getting out of the car and going into another vehicle. They also, we found out, alerted folks around the country that they were in a Ford Edge a day early. There was miscommunication with the local police department. They're worried that that alerted certainly the people on the run, that we know what car you're in, and they ditched that.
Ooh, 6'9", almost as tall as you, Sam Brock. Listen, this is all leading to new questions about sort of other crimes that the inmate may have committed. I mean, that he hadn't actually been previously connected to. So what do we know about his history?
Let me run you through this. So he was serving, Casey White, a 75-year prison sentence. This is as of a couple of years ago for a home invasion that also involved a carjacking and a police chase. He also was being charged with capital murder for the death of a 58-year-old woman, Connie Ridgway. That stems from 2015. But here is the newest development, Morgan. We also found out that a death that was ruled a suicide in 2008, the woman's name was Christy Shelton in Limestone County, not that far from where we are right now. They are reopening in that county an investigation to find out if Christy, who was dating Casey White at the time, was actually killed by him and did not commit suicide. She died by a shotgun shot to the chest. Whoa. They're looking at that again, so it's possible there are multiple murders among other crimes that could be linked directly to Casey White.
Yeah, that's heavy. Wow. Sam Brock covering every angle of this story, the story that just kind of keeps on giving here. So many twists and turns. Sam from Alabama, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Well, a day full of emotional testimony on the stand from actress Amber Heard. She is being sued for defamation by her ex-husband, Johnny Depp, over a 2018 essay she wrote in the Washington Post. Now, Heard wrote that she was a survivor of domestic violence, though she never mentioned Depp in that essay by name. Amber Heard is countersuing Depp for $100 million. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following the trial for us from Los Angeles. So, Maggie, bring us up to speed here. What's happening in the courtroom today?
Yeah, so Aaron, this is day 2 of Amber Heard's testimony, already another gutting day. This morning, she's been focusing a lot in her testimony on Depp's battle with addiction to drugs and alcohol, telling the jury he would drink and use drugs and then become abusive, and kind of saying it's like a vicious cycle, or it was, in their relationship. Her team even showing photos of Depp seemingly passed out in different locations like the Bahamas and Los Angeles. And then she told the jury stories of Depp seemingly drunk and high, abusing her, including one in 2014 when she was starring opposite James Franco in a movie called The Adderall Diaries. And she said she boarded a private plane with Depp, who quickly accused her of basically cheating with Franco. And then she testified he slapped and kicked her, saying it was the first time that he had ever done it in front of people, and she was just really stunned. And we should note, Depp has repeatedly denied and testified that he has never abused Heard. Nevertheless, here is part of this morning's testimony.
My back is turned to him, and I feel this boot in my back. He just kicked me in the back. I fell to the floor. I caught myself on the floor, and I just felt like I was looking at the floor of the plane for felt like a long time. And I thought to myself, I don't know what to do. I can't believe he just kicked me? No one said anything. No one did anything. It was like you could hear a pin drop on that plane. You could feel the tension, but no one did anything. And I just remember feeling so embarrassed. I felt so embarrassed that he could kick me to the ground in front of people.
And guys, I'll just remind you again, Johnny Depp has testified that in this trial that he has never abused Amber Heard. He has said at times that she was the violent one. She denies that. And Aaron has countersued him in this case for $100 million.
So, Maggie, where does this go next? Who are the other witnesses that the lawyers are expected to call to the stand?
Sure. So as you know, we can usually get witness lists during a trial like this. Originally, we did get a witness list from Amber Heard's team, and it included James Franco. It also included Tesla CEO and now Twitter owner Elon Musk. Heard dated Musk for a period of time, but recently reports have come out that both men no longer expected to testify. Musk's attorney confirming that to NBC, not giving a reason why. No comment from James Franco's camp. So we'll see who's up next at this point.
All right, Maggie Vespa for us out in L.A. today. Maggie, thank you.
And a fight over a new Ford Motors plant is brewing in Tennessee. The company wants to build one of its largest factories ever for its electric F-150 pickup. But even before there's a single shovel in the ground, there is already controversy. NBC's Priscilla Thompson went to the small town that's at the center of this fight. Priscilla, what did you find?
Well, Morgan, a few weeks ago, residents in Mason, Tennessee received a letter from the state comptroller urging them to turn over their town's charter or face a financial takeover by the state. And as you mentioned, all of this happening as Ford is preparing to build one of the largest auto plants ever, just 5 miles away. Land as far as the eye can see, a necessity for any major auto plant. But we're a long way from Detroit. Why Tennessee?
We looked at 15, 20 different states, and this site that we're standing on really stood out above all others.
Ford is among several major automakers looking to dominate the electric vehicle market, and they're setting up shop in the South to do it.
Today, we're announcing the largest investment in American manufacturing in the history of our company.
That investment, an ambitious $5.6 billion mega campus called Blue Oval City, where the electric version of America's most popular vehicle, the Ford F-150 truck, will be built.
We needed a site that has the size, the flexibility, and the breadth of what we need in terms of the infrastructure. The electric battery plant requires 5 times the electricity that a normal assembly plant requires today.
Volkswagen, General Motors, and Nissan all churning out cars in factories across the state. What impact do you think this will have in Western Tennessee?
I think it's going to be transformational. I think it'll bring the next generation of jobs and tech jobs to this area.
Already, Ford has begun recruiting local 8th graders.
It's an amazing sight to see, though. You know, you see all these companies, big companies like Ford, here to give us an opportunity to see what our future could look like.
Ford's Blue Oval City will be one of the largest U.S. auto plants ever. The 3,600-acre campus will cover nearly 6 square miles and employ about 6,000 people. With this expected boom will come money Lots of it. The more than $1 billion the state has already committed to the area to attract Ford, just the beginning, with the potential to send property values in towns near the plant soaring. Towns like Mason. The predominantly black town of around 1,100 people has a median household income of only $35,000 a year. The median home value just under $90,000.
I think it's a good idea, it's bringing in new jobs and, just something new for Tennessee because they definitely need it.
I think it's going to be good for the community, a lot of opportunities for a lot of people. Very excited about it. Can't wait.
I'm excited because I want to, see change.
But just when the town of Mason thought hope was on the horizon,
citizens of one small West Tennessee town are fighting to keep their community under their control.
It all started with a letter sent by the state comptroller to the town residents.
We were blindsided. We had two options. One was to relinquish our charter. If we didn't, they would come in and take over the finances of the town.
Giving up the charter would place the predominantly black and Democratic town in the hands of Tipton, the majority white and Republican-leaning county that Mason is part of.
That means that no citizen that is now in Mason will have any say-so whatsoever. They will come in and do whatever they want to any of us, however they want to do us.
For more than a century, Mason was run by white elected officials. That all changed in 2016 when almost all the town officials resigned amid fraud and mismanagement allegations. Now, all of Mason's leaders are black.
He was determined to try to divide our city by causing the people to turn against the elected officials that they had placed in office.
The comptroller says his office is only looking out for Mason's best interest, writing in that letter that the town has been poorly managed for at least 20 years, then highlighting opportunities that the new Ford plant could bring before adding, people and companies will not invest their money in a poorly run town. The comptroller denies race played any role. He declined to be interviewed on camera for this story, but a spokesperson tells NBC News that their office has worked with Mason for years to pay down the roughly $500,000 that was owed to the state when the letter was sent, adding, due to the fact that previous attempts at corrective action with the town were unsuccessful, the comptroller has taken the final step of enhanced financial supervision. The comptroller has said this isn't about race, there's no bias. He just wants to best position Mason so that they can reap all the benefits when Blue Oval City comes.
That's bull. These people laying here, the value is going to skyrocket. So yes, you want to take control of the land and the money that's coming down the line because you don't want us to have control of it.
Last month, the NAACP got involved, suing the state to stop the financial takeover.
When we looked across the state, cities and towns that had problems with their finances, they were never asked to give up their charter. We saw it as clear discriminatory practices.
But a judge ruled the comptroller has broad authority over local government operations, including requiring state approval for any town expenses over $100, writing, the court recognizes the harsh realities imposed upon an administration that did not contribute to the financial burden of the town. But the court must also take into account the state's interest in moving the town towards financial stability and a balanced budget. If this debt is not paid off by the time Blue Oval is up and running, by the time those businesses and people do start coming, what then?
Well, it's going to be paid. We're going to do it. I just believe God's going to make a way.
And the state and town have now reached an agreement under which Mason would drop their lawsuit and the state comptroller would allow a public accounting firm to take over the finances, approving anything over $1,000 instead of $100. But the vice mayor says it's not a done deal just yet. Morgan?
Just such an important story. Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much for bringing that to us. We really appreciate it. More than 200 families trying to figure out how their children developed unusual cases of liver damage.
Up next, the search for answers as Ohio doctors report new cases.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state houses.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
There's growing concern about mysterious cases of liver damage being found in healthy children. Doctors at the Cincinnati Children's Hospital in Ohio are now the latest to add to a growing list of hospitals in 10 different states now that have reported treating severe hepatitis in previously healthy kids. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards is joining us now. She's been tracking this down. So, Erica, what do doctors actually know about these mysterious cases?
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, you know, mysterious is really the key word here because right now there's no one thing linking all of these cases, all these more than 200 cases now worldwide. The current theory is that it's a kind of virus called an adenovirus, but that has not been discovered in all of them. What we do know is that most of these children are relatively young, under age 5, although some cases have been reported in kids up to age 16. All were previously healthy before they developed hepatitis. And Aaron, I can tell you, adding to those cases that you just mentioned from Cincinnati Children's Hospital, right before we came on the air, we also heard from the Indiana Department of Health. They, too, are investigating some of these cases.
Well, Erica, do we know how severe these cases have been, what the kids are experiencing, and is there any treatment available to them?
Yeah, so generally they come in with stomach problems, right? Vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, sometimes the sniffles. However, doctors say what really is key to look out for is this severe yellowing of the skin and of the whites of the eyes. That's a clear signal that it's time to call the doctor. Now, fortunately, for the most part, most of these kids have been able to recover. The liver tends to heal itself with time, proper hydration, nutrition. However, 10% of these cases worldwide have had to have a liver transplant. A handful of children have died. That's why doctors say it's really critical to keep an eye on these kids. Aaron.
All right, Erica Edwards for us in Charlotte today. Erica, thank you.
All right, and for all the parents out there, if you feel more exhausted than in the past, well, you are not alone. In fact, a new Ohio State study shows that more than 66% of working parents are feeling burnt out or overwhelmed, and the researchers say this may just be the beginning. But there is good news. They've also shared some very real and very practical ways to help.
I'd say we feel a little burnt out.
It's a daily struggle.
Some days it's just total chaos.
playing out for parents nationwide.
Had to do everything on top of your normal duties and then some.
Sit down on your bottom.
Parental burnout, feeling overwhelmed, overworked, and plain exhausted over long periods of time. A challenge Kate Golick knows firsthand.
Okay, you can.
As a working mother of 4 living near Columbus, Ohio, and a professor at the Ohio State University's College of Nursing.
There was one point during the pandemic where I really felt like I was being forced to be this superhuman. I had to be an elementary school teacher. I had to be a caregiver. I had to be a spouse, a cook, a cleaner. I had to be emotional support for everyone. And it's not feasible for you to have to take on so many different roles. And it's inevitable almost that there's not some degree of burnout present.
Which is why she co-authored a new study just released today that found that out of more than 1,200 parents surveyed in the middle of the pandemic, 66% of them reported burnout, a phenomenon that was more common among women and in homes with 2 or more children.
When we talk about burnout, how do you distinguish that from just a pretty rough day or being tired one day?
Burnout in parents is that physical, emotional, over-exhaustion and that feeling of just, I need a break. And I think it's very shaming for parents to think that they can be burned out in this role of being a parent, you know, because obviously we all love our kids and it's too much on us to be asked to do all of these different things.
What happens as a society if we do not address this problem?
I do feel like it's a public health problem. It's not that I'm depressed. It's not that I'm anxious. It's actually that I'm just burned out in this role.
And it can manifest in harmful ways. In some cases, the research shows anxiety and increased alcohol consumption for parents, along with increased likelihood of insults or even physical harm through spanking aimed at children. As for the kids, parents experiencing burnout reported they saw more signs of unhappiness, more trouble concentrating, and increased difficulty interacting with other children. The good news, says Dean Bernadette Melnick, who co-authored the study with Golick, is that there are also strategies that can help. Things like being kind to yourself and lowering expectations, asking for help or talking to someone you trust, and self-care, even something as small as 5-minute recovery breaks.
For parents who are struggling with this feeling of burnout every single day, what can they do?
Take 2 minutes, make a hot drink, sit, sip it slowly, focus on the present moment, count your blessings, not what you don't have. Just 4 to 5 abdominal deep breaths can so relieve stress. It's these types of simple practices that can make a big difference for anybody who's stressed.
A tiny bit of advice for parents everywhere, taking it one step at a time.
All right, so what's really cool is that those researchers actually included a helpful self-check survey in that study. You can find it on our website online, NBCnews.com or todayshow.com. It's a 10-point checklist that really lets you know where you are on a scale of 1 to 10 or even higher on burnout. It also gives you usable steps that you can take depending on where you are on that scale to really help you manage those feelings. They also underscore there is real courage in asking for help because, as they say, you cannot pour from an empty cup. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. It has been our pleasure. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Tech dump. Stock's worst day of the year. The Dow wiping out all of yesterday's gains. Will the markets recover or keep selling off into the close? More than 1 million COVID deaths now in the United States, all since 2020. Steve Patterson takes us back to Kirkland, where it all started, and a boomtown battle. Tennessee revving up to become one of the biggest electric car makers in the country. The small town charter, though, that could keep it from happening. We start on Wall Street, where the markets are heading for their worst day of 2022. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins me now. All right, so Joe, let's look at how bad things are in this last hour of trade. Why not just hit everybody with all that's ugly? I think we have a live look at the big board right now. Yeah, there it is, down 1160. Yesterday, the market shot up almost 1,000 points after the Fed hiked rates. So what's driving them into the ground today? What's the problem?
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, Allison. Yeah. So what you need to know is all of those gains were wiped out. But the gains yesterday were driven by the fact that Fed Chair Powell said, look, I am not going to raise rates above by 3/4 of a point in future rate hikes. And that really had folks relieved because there was concern it would be more aggressive action down the road. He said he expects most of the future rate hikes to be, half a point or so over the next few months at least. And so that's basically been wiped out today, because there's still a persisting concern about inflation and what that does to a lot of these companies on the Dow. And so the NASDAQ also headed towards its worst fall since June 2020. And if you look at this, it's really big tech that was hit really, really hard, because basically, investors are looking for safer stocks, and tech stocks for a long time have been pretty overpriced. But we also want to note that, some of the overperformers during the pandemic are down, some by like 60%. And we're talking about the classic pandemic stocks like Peloton, Netflix, and Zoom. So you also see the tech stocks not doing so well either. Amazon and Meta, the parent company of Facebook, those are both down by about 7%. And then if you take a look, I think, at Microsoft, Apple, and Alphabet, owner of Google, those have also fallen by about 5%. So Shopify also not doing really well. And it's earnings season right now. So we're getting a close look at a lot of these companies and their numbers and what really happened over the last 3 months. And investors are certainly reacting to that.
Yeah, you're hard pressed, Joe, to find a stock that's having a good day today. It's just such a mess. Let's look ahead to tomorrow, because maybe we'll get a bit of good news there. We've got the April jobs report out, but we got ADP's private payroll data yesterday, and that was way below estimates. So what's the sense of what could happen tomorrow?
Yeah, in fact, a lot of small businesses did not hire as much as expected last month, and a lot of the big businesses had to make up for that. It was mostly led by, tourism jobs, hospitality jobs coming back. But the April jobs report that's coming out tomorrow from the Labor Department is expected to show that the recovery is slowing down. Now, it's still a recovery, but the pace of growth is slowing down, right? And so we're getting closer to full employment, and Wall Street's expecting, 400,000 jobs created in April, and that unemployment will tick down from 3.6% to 3.5%. And we've already seen, a lot of other data showing that people are also quitting their jobs, at least in the month of March. 4.5 million people quit their jobs. And so that's not a great picture for employers right now. And if you look at the bigger picture, there's almost 2 jobs available for every worker candidate. The labor shortage is so real, and that plays into the bigger picture for the next Fed rate hike, because Fed Chair Jerome Powell has been saying, look, the labor market is really strong, jobs are good, unemployment is low, but you look at the other side and you've got a huge labor shortage too, Allison.
We've just got some really funky things going on in our economy, and a hot mess on the markets today. Joe, we love to see you at the top of the show. I just prefer when we have you on the top of the show for good news. Maybe tomorrow it'll look a little better.
We're always saying that. Maybe next time. We'll keep hoping.
I know. I feel like we just always have you on a rough day on the markets, but we are grateful that you were here to do it.
Happy to help.
Thank you. All right, now we're moving on to the pandemic, a pandemic that has killed more than 1 million Americans so far. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is in Kirkland, Washington. It's just outside of Seattle, where the first COVID death in the country was recorded way back in February of 2020. Steve, I remember you standing there 2 years ago. At that time, the healthcare workers, you, I, the whole country, we just had no idea what we were in for. Now that you're back, now that you're talking to those healthcare workers again, given all that has happened in 2 years, what have they been telling you?
Haunting to be standing here again and talking to you in the same way, Allison. The healthcare workers, I think it's a very somber milestone. I think there's obviously reflecting on the fear and the chaos from back then. But you have to remember that a lot of these healthcare workers were patients themselves. I mean, really at one point, and we got a truck going by now, there was no distinction between the healthcare workers and the patients because they were getting sick so rapidly. This sound is actually familiar because this would be replaced by ambulances that were rolling in and out of here about 2.5 years ago. But they got so sick because they didn't have the proper protection. They didn't know what this was. They couldn't identify it. They weren't wearing masks or gloves, and they were treating patients without even really knowing what COVID was. One of them was Sheila Julich. She was 79 when she was a nurse at this care facility treating patients, got sick herself, and then felt this sort of survivor's guilt after all this passed. I want you to hear what she said. Listen to this.
Wasn't on the radar at all. Nobody, there weren't any cases. We just had this respiratory outbreak, and we're doing the best we could. You have survivor's guilt. You know, why did I survive? And some of these other people whose lives were, you know, still promising in front of them didn't survive.
Sheila is healthy and happy and doing well now. This community has tried to move on, although obviously, you know, this time of year, these emotions come back, and it's really difficult here. Allison.
Steve, it's a miracle that she's here when we think about what people were going through, her age, all of the factors in there. How wonderful that she was here to still speak to you. How about the families?
Yes.
Families of people who got sick in those early days, families who lost loved ones because we just simply didn't know enough, and doctors and nurses could not save them.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, there was so much confusion here, and I can't state that enough because I was here. I was standing in this same spot, as you mentioned. So many people were trying to get answers, trying to figure out what was happening at this care facility, at the hospitals where patients were taken, where their family members and loved ones were taken really without a second word, and trying to get answers from the general community, from the CDC, and there were no answers at the very beginning. So frustrating and so scary. And back then, when your family member was taken away to be quarantined, there was almost no communication. You couldn't fight this together with your mother or your grandfather or your father or anybody really. And so you had people standing at these windows that you can see behind me trying to find their loved ones. One of them was Carmen Gray, this woman who had her mother inside this facility. Here's what she told me about that search for answers and how haunting it was. Listen to this.
I remember being struck by the respiratory outbreak phrase because that's what was posted on the doors at Life Care Center. But it was not referring to coronavirus. It was referring to just their, as they put it, every year outbreak. Okay. And then the next day, getting a phone call saying that there had been 2 positives in Life Care Center just blew my mind. You know, we didn't know what it was. Fear just kept escalating, and then you saw the ambulances leaving and people not coming back, and it just kept escalating. The fear.
Heartbreaking to hear her words. 39 residents would eventually die here and 7 others attributed to this facility. 1 million individual tragedies, and this COVID story obviously still marches on. This is not history. The numbers are still ticking up, and I think it's important to remember that. Allison?
Yeah, very important to remember that. And Steve, thank you so much for going back there for us. I can't imagine what it feels like to be there looking around today, knowing all that we know and remembering what it was like in 2020. We are always so grateful for your reporting.
Thanks, Allison.
The abortion debate taking center stage ahead of the midterms. Democrats are rallying voters in Texas, which, as you know, has one of the country's strictest abortion laws. Meanwhile, Republicans have some new messaging to work with. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake is in Austin, Texas with the Dems. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Raff is in D.C. with the new GOP strategy. Garrett, we're going to start off with you. Democrat Beto O'Rourke running for governor in Texas. He spoke to reporters near the governor's mansion this afternoon. What did he say about the leaked draft opinion from SCOTUS?
Well, O'Rourke is really trying to elevate the issue of abortion in this race. As you pointed out, Texas has one of the strictest abortion laws already. They also have an even stricter trigger law that would go into place if and when Roe is in fact overturned. And O'Rourke sees polling that shows he's on the right side of this issue. It is a small fraction of Texas voters, only about 15%, who favor an outright ban on abortion in the state. And so O'Rourke is trying to galvanize the rest of those voters and turn this into the kind of issue that can move campaigns, and he is laying the blame for this expansive and restrictive abortion rights measures that have been passed here squarely at the feet of Governor Greg Abbott. Take a listen to what he said earlier today.
This is not about life. This is about control. This is about power. This is about controlling the lives of the women of Texas and taking power away from them. The only way to get this back is to win political power and then give that power to the people of the state of Texas.
O'Rourke went on to say that if this was an issue about life, you'd see the legislature here behind me, the governor, working on things like the Texas foster care system, which is one of the most broken in the country. He wants to try to elevate this issue. He's having a rally focused entirely on this issue on Saturday in Houston, the state's biggest city. We'll be watching that very closely, Allison.
Garrett, Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar is in a tough primary battle. His own party criticizing his anti-abortion views. How's he defending himself?
So I went down to San Antonio last night to watch Cuellar in action, and if O'Rourke is trying to elevate this issue, Cuellar is trying to do the exact opposite. Okay. He is making the argument that there are other issues that are more important in his district, be they inflation, be they the infrastructure bill on which he worked, be they border security, which is important in a district that stretches from San Antonio down to Laredo. And he argues that the progressives who have been hammering him over his opposition to expanding abortion rights have his district all wrong. Here's what he had to say when I asked him about this last night.
The Democratic Party was set up to be a big tent party where you allow different people from different ideas, philosophies that come in. And that's the way the party should be. We should not purify people and say, you have to be 100% like me to look like you and I. That's wrong. And that's not healthy for the country.
Cuellar's opponent, Jessica Cisneros, has raised a lot of money since this decision or this leaked decision came out. She is trying to focus on this issue, argue that this district needs a more pro-abortion rights representative. But again, the proof will come out in this runoff expected a few weeks from now.
Garrett, I understand you also spoke with House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn, who rallied with Congressman Cuellar last night. What did he say about Cuellar's stance on abortion and how the Democrats are looking as we head closer to November?
Well, this was kind of interesting because Cuellar is such an outlier on this issue within his party. Cisneros had argued that the Democratic leadership should strip Cuellar of their endorsements, that they should not back him because he is outside of what the rest of the Democrats believe on this issue. Clyburn says no. He says it's a big tent party, and while he disagrees with Cuellar on the issue of abortion, he agrees with him on so much else and feels like Cuellar is best positioned to defend this district, which is getting a much more significant targeting by Republicans this midterm cycle, Allison.
All right, Garrett Hake in Austin for what feels like several days now. Thank you so very much.
You bet.
Contraception and women's health care are safe. Late-term abortions are not. Be a compassionate consensus builder. That's some new nationwide messaging from the Senate GOP campaign committee. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Raffa joining us now from the Hill. So, Ali, the firm that put that messaging together has a pretty long history with Rick Scott, the National Republican Senatorial Committee chair. Tell us more about these new focal points.
Yeah, Allison. Well, one ripple effect we're seeing really play out in real time after the leak of this draft is a real reckoning on where candidates stand, not only on abortion, but also on abortion rights legislation. And now we're seeing Republicans and Democrats really put each other in positions that they know won't play out well come November in the midterm elections. We saw the the Republican Senatorial Committee come out with new messaging as well as polling data this week out to GOP candidates, urging them to act as a, quote, compassionate consensus builder, targeting Democrats for, quote, extremist views and having a, quote, obsession with abortion rights. According to this memo, the committee also wants candidates to say they will, quote, not take away contraception or women's health care, and say, quote, restricting late-term abortions is a reasonable consensus opinion. Now, NRSC Chairman, as you mentioned, Rick Scott, is responding to this today in a statement saying, quote, no matter what the Supreme Court decides, what's clear is that the Democratic Party is well outside the mainstream on the issue of abortion. They support late-term abortion up until the moment of birth and oppose any restrictions whatsoever. So there's a bit of back and forth with Republicans here on Capitol Hill today, and just following the leak of this draft this week on where this stands. It's not clear whether this messaging will stick, Allison, but one thing it is really doing is shedding a light on rights that really haven't been touched on in decades. We're really shedding a light on just the controversy over abortion rights between these two parties.
Allie, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announcing the Senate will vote Wednesday on codifying Roe, but we already know he doesn't have enough votes. So what is the plan here?
Yeah, so Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Democratic leadership actually held a presser about 30 minutes ago, and they were fired up, as we saw yesterday and today. They're saying that this vote will be the most important Democrats take in this century. They're saying that this is a 5-alarm fire. He's saying that he knows that Democrats do not have the vote on this, but it's still important that they do so. They're moving forward with plans to codify Roe next week. Listen to a little bit more of his presser from earlier.
All week, we've seen Republicans try to duck, dodge, and dip from their responsibility for bringing Roe to the brink of total repeal. This is about to change. Republicans will have two choices. They can own the destruction of women's rights, or they can reverse course and work to prevent the damage. Count me as skeptical that they'll do the latter.
But Allison, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done before this vote. The big question now is, what will this draft of the Women's Health Protection Act look like next week when they plan to vote on it? Because we know that the draft that was voted on in the Senate wasn't good enough to attract support from several Republicans. It wasn't good enough to be voted on. And so the question is now, what needs to change from that draft to gain not only all Democrats' support, but also some Republicans? Because as we know, Democrats standing alone do not have the numbers to get this done. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he's aware of that, but at the very least, he's happy with the fact that this will finally get all senators on the record with where they stand on abortion rights and legislation when this is voted on next week, Allison.
All right, Allie Refa on the Hill, thank you. We've got more threats of severe weather in the South today. Last night, several tornadoes caused some pretty bad damage in Oklahoma and in Texas. Look at that. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns here in studio. Have we had you here every day this week?
Almost.
Yeah, it sure feels. I have a feeling it's going to be a very busy May for you. We're going to see a lot of you.
Breaking news too, so it's like this week's been nuts. But thankfully, there's one positive spin. We haven't had any fatalities from any of our tornadoes. Excellent. So we had a bunch yesterday. We had a bunch on Monday. We made it through those events. I didn't even hear of any injuries that were reported. Right. We did get some destruction, so we have people that have to do a lot of cleanup. And so that gets us to today. We early today watched these storms in areas of Texas. This tornado watch went up at 10 a.m. It goes till 6 p.m. It does include the Shreveport area to Lufkin, just north of San Antonio, just north of Houston, in the Waco area. Dallas, you're now in the clear. All the worst weather is now to your east. And we had significant flooding last night just to the east of Oklahoma City. That area is finally drying out after another round of storms. And we still have a severe thunderstorm watch. The difference is if you're in a watch, it means you don't really have a great chance of having tornadoes, but you could see large hail and damaging wind. And that's the case from Memphis to Tupelo, Mississippi, over to Greenville. So there's one area that we have been watching. There has been a confirmed tornado near Henderson, Texas. That was right here about a half hour ago. That storm still is tornado warned. It's just south of Interstate 20, heading into East Texas, just south of the Marshall area. That's the only confirmed tornado so far today. And I haven't heard of any reports of any damage out of that. But we still have a lot of problems with flash flooding near the Waco area up to Hillsborough. Interstate 35 does have some water on it. So for the rest of today, 13 million people in the risk area from Shreveport to Lufkin. We will see isolated strong storms in Oklahoma, and then these storms will head towards Memphis later. tomorrow, this same storm pushes to the east, and we're going to be watching a lot of people. Huge population centers get in the way of these storms tomorrow. If we're going to get tornadoes, they'd most likely be in areas of Alabama to central Georgia, maybe a little area here near Roanoke to Raleigh, and then a lot of wind damage is possible with these storms coming through tomorrow. This map, it looks like my kids drew it. The green shows you where we have a flash flood watch. Everywhere you see the little maroon lines, these are river flood warnings. So we've had a lot of problem with these thunderstorms dumping too much rain right around Arkadelphia. This is a flash flood warning for that area. And then finally, and I hate to do it because this weekend is going to be ugly. So this storm system with the severe weather pushes through the southeast. And this forecast really for Allison here in New York, D.C., Philly. Friday night is just heavy rain, cold, windy conditions. It lasts all day on Saturday. And for the moms in areas of the mid-Atlantic, it looks cloudy, 40s on Sunday.
Come on,
so,
Bill.
yeah, I'm already going to ruin Mother's Day for some people.
Yeah, I got two important questions. Am I going to get my run-in on Saturday?
In the rain.
Not happening.
Good practice.
Okay, not happening. And what about brunch for Mom on Sunday?
In the New York area, just bundle up. It should be dry. Other people to the south in D.C., probably wet.
Mom, I booked a table indoors. We're going to be all right. Bill,
good for you.
Thank
Smart
you so
thinking.
much. Thank you. Coming up, lots of unknowns, major roadblocks for Ukrainians trying to get into the U.S., their visa struggles next.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
All right, let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, what is going on?
Hey, Allison, we start with Elon Musk, who is expected to serve as Twitter's temporary CEO. Today, an SEC filing also revealed he secured over $7 billion from friends and investors to buy the company.
The Ohio man who was duct taped to his seat after assaulting flight attendants on Frontier Airlines last year has been sentenced to jail. The 23-year-old will serve 60 days. Turkey facing skyrocketing inflation, up nearly 70% in April. By comparison, the highest U.S. inflation in 4 decades was 6.6% last month. Critics blame the Turkish president's economic policies. Israeli police entering a holy site in Jerusalem, clearing Palestinian protesters to make way for Jewish visitors. In recent weeks, the compound has seen several clashes between the groups. And a Wyoming judge dismissing a $25 million defamation suit against Alec Baldwin. The suit alleges a fallen Marine's family was subject to online abuse after Baldwin posted a photo falsely tying the Marine's sister to the January 6th Capitol riots. Allison.
All right, Maya, thank you. Heavy, bloody battles raging inside a steel plant in Mariupol, where the city's last defenders are holding out against Russian attacks. This is according to the commander of the Ukrainian troops there. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is in Kyiv for us. Cal, an advisor to Mariupol's mayor, giving a bleak update today. What did he say?
Basically that the situation is dire. And to remind our viewers, we sort of have this last holdout, right? This steel plant. It's the last place where we now understand fighting is raging. We have part of his statement. We can put it on the screen. He basically says, look, the last 11 square kilometers of freedom in Mariupol have been turned into hell. And he's been using this term for the last week. Earlier today, in a separate statement, he said if there was hell on earth, it would be here in Mariupol. We have seen fierce fighting now for 2 months in this city, heavy bombardment, and then today, word coming down that for the first time Russia has again broken into that compound, into those outer defenses. They're using small arms fire, artillery, airstrikes. They seem to be now in sort of what we think is the last stages of this all-out assault, Allison.
Cal, the Kremlin spokesperson is denying reports that Russian forces have entered that steel plant. How is he describing the situation in the city?
So he's talking around it, and this is very typical of what we see from the Russian defense minister in sort of these daily statements. We have his statement as well. We can put that up. It says, our president and supreme commander, that's Russian President Vladimir Putin, publicly gave the order to refrain from launching an assault on the Azovstal plant. No other orders have been announced. So lightly stepping around it, right? Not talking about whether or not the assault is happening, just saying, oh, we haven't given the order. And I should remind everybody, sort of a week ago, we had this shot of Vladimir Putin at the now infamous long table saying that they would not assault the plant. He wanted it to be secured so that not even a fly could get out, but that they wouldn't attack it. And we know that they have. At least a dozen or so times in just the last week, there have been these assaults to try to, again, take what is the last sort of remnants of fighters. It should be noted, however, there are civilians, of course, in this plant as well, sheltering at least a few hundred, possibly up to 30 children. And that's what I think, Ukrainian officials are most worried about.
Yeah, let's talk more about the civilians. The Red Cross saying another group of more than 300 managed to evacuate and reach Zaporizhzhia yesterday. What else do we know about them and about the people still trapped in the steel plant?
So this was a group that managed to make it out late in Monday, even sort of in the early hours of Tuesday morning. You're seeing video of that there. It takes 2 or 3 days to get to Zaporizhzhia. One of the reasons it takes 2 or 3 days, we're told by survivors, is they're being stopped along the way at Russian checkpoints that surround Mariupol. And they're being quizzed. And it's incredibly scary, obviously, as people try to make their way out of the city. We're also hearing stories of how fierce the fighting is. Here's some sampling of sort of what survivors told the media when they arrived in Zaporizhzhia.
In April, the shelling became stronger and heavier, and we started hearing the sound of new missiles. We could differentiate whether it was coming from a plane or a warship. When an anti-personnel missile exploded, we heard a shot, then a 5 to 10 second pause. Then it would shatter into small pieces, and there were additional explosions. This was insanely frightening as well. But I'm terribly worried about the civilians and wounded soldiers that are still there in Azovstal. Walking past the plant the day before yesterday, we saw that everything was ablaze in black smoke.
And Allison, where we know Russian soldiers are now, it's quite likely those civilians will be the last ones, at least the last ones to be evacuated by international aid groups.
All right, Cal Perry in Kyiv for us. Thanks so much for your reporting, Cal. Ukrainians escaping the conflict are now struggling to get U.S. visas, saying a government website is making the application process too difficult. NBC News justice correspondent Julia Ainsley writing, the web portal known as Uniting for Ukraine is now the only viable path for Ukrainians fleeing war to come to the United States. Julia joins me now. Julia, you spoke with a woman in New Jersey. She's trying to get her sister's family to the U.S. Tell us what they've been through. What did she share with you?
Yeah, that's right. I spoke to Svetlana Rogers. She's living outside Princeton, New Jersey, trying to get her sister Olena's family to the United States. Olena and her family left their very bombed out city in southern Ukraine to go to Poland. They've been there for a little over a month now, but it's hard for them to find work. And Svetlana says, look, this is an incredibly complicated process. What she was asked for, not only to prove her own financial footing to show that she could support her sister and her sister's family if they came here, but also things like vaccination records of her sister's whole family, which they said they had to get paper records of in these hospitals that are already overwhelmed by the war. They also had to get a deed for their house to show how much it would be appraised for. Again, this is a house that's not even able to be connected to utilities in the middle of a war zone. She said it was just incredulous. She was incredulous and it was unnecessary. And she said, look, I'm someone who has experience with visas. She came to the United States 10 years ago and is now married here and working here. She says if she has experience and other people are doing the same thing, they can't even figure out how they would be able to make it work. She said it's taken her 10 days. She's finally gotten in those applications, but there's no word on when she might hear back.
So, Julie, what's the latest on Ukrainian immigrants who are trying to enter the country through Mexico? Will they have to apply through that website, too? What's the process like for them?
Yeah, that's right. They are probably now in the hardest position, Allison, because they have to prove vaccination records. And so, for example, they didn't have a COVID vaccine. That would actually be a lot harder to come by in Mexico than it would be if they were living in a country in Europe outside of Ukraine, for example. DHS says this is the only viable way they're letting people in. It used to be Ukrainians could cross the southern border. They were given humanitarian parole. But since the launch of this website on April 25th, they are telling everyone they have to go this route. And they have to show that an American could sponsor them to come here. Even faith-based organizations, nonprofits, refugee resettlement agencies can't sponsor Ukrainians. It has to be an individual signing that application. And a lot of people say that that's just too hard for the thousands trying to escape, and especially too hard considering that Biden himself set a goal of bringing 100,000 Ukrainians to the United States. At this rate, they don't think this is the solution to get to that number.
Julia, you also wrote that nonprofits, religious organizations, they're trying to sponsor Ukrainians and they're having a hard time. Why is that? And is DHS talking about how hard this has been? What are they saying?
Yeah, it's interesting. I spoke to the CEO of the Lutheran Immigration Refugee Service. That's a group that has settled a quarter of the Ukrainians who have come since the war in Crimea started in 2014. They're used to resettling this population. They know exactly what resources to get them, where there are other populations of Ukrainians around the country that they can plug into those neighborhoods and really be successful when they come to the United States. But right now, they can't do anything. Not only are they not getting funding from the Biden administration, but even if they privately fundraised, they themselves cannot be the sponsor of Ukrainians to bring over. They have to be able to have an individual's bank account and financial information on that application. It's something I asked DHS about. They said, look, those organizations can fundraise, but yes, it has to be an individual, at least at this point. But they say they are trying to streamline to make the process easier, Allison.
All right, Julia Ainsley, live with us from D.C. Thank you.
Thanks.
Pope Francis taking issue with the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, saying he cannot become President Putin's altar boy. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga is in Rome with the latest on this religious war of words.
Well, after Pope Francis, during an interview published on an Italian newspaper on Tuesday, said that Patriarch Kirill, who's the leader of the Russian Orthodox Church, should not act as Vladimir Putin's altar boy. Well, the Russian Orthodox Church said yesterday in a statement that that was the wrong tone, that it is regrettable that he said that, and that certainly doesn't help the dialogue between the Russian Orthodox and the Catholic Church. But why did the Pope say that? Well, during that interview, interview, he said that during a Zoom call that the Pope and the Patriarch had after the start of the war, he said that the Patriarch spent the first 20 minutes reading from a piece of paper a long list of justifications for the war in Ukraine. Among them was the persecution, or the so-called persecution of Russian speakers in Ukraine, which is part of the rhetoric used by Vladimir Putin to justify the war. So that's why the Pope replied. He said that two spiritual leaders like them, they shouldn't talk about war, they shouldn't talk about politics, they should talk about peace. And that may be one of the reasons why he said that Kirill should not be Putin's altar boy. But the Pope certainly is not the only person who's noticed that Kirill is an outspoken supporter of not only Vladimir Putin, but also the war in Ukraine. The European Union is said to have added Patriarch Kirill to the blacklist of people who will be added to the sanctions that will be presented later this week.
Coming up, 7 days on the run, new surveillance video on that Alabama manhunt for an escaped murderer and a corrections officer next.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
New video on the manhunt for Alabama corrections officer Vicky White and escaped inmate Casey White. A gas station surveillance camera recorded the police cruiser the two escaped in just before they left it in a shopping center parking lot. The presumed couple, not related, now on the run for 7 days. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock live in Florence, Alabama with the story that, Sam, I just have to say, our stage manager said is the story that has been getting her through the week. Everyone here is obsessed with this story. You spoke to people at that shopping center. It's right along a busy road. I know you're a tall guy, but Casey White is, what, 6'9"? He was presumably wearing an orange jumpsuit. Did anybody notice them?
Yeah, look, there's certainly morbid fascination right now nationally with this story, Allison. And I'm standing in the shopping center right now where that patrol car was dropped off. Over the course of this report, you'll probably see trucks coming through. It's very busy. Over my shoulder, you see some cars right down there. That's a car lot, essentially an impromptu car lot where people come and drop their cars off for sale. So the fact that Vicky White thought she could leave the patrol cruiser there and have it be unnoticed, maybe she was onto something, because no one did notice. And that's really the question. I talked to all these folks here. How would it be possible that someone who is 6'9", potentially in an orange jumpsuit, gets out of the car, walks in the middle of this parking lot, and no one sees a thing? The running theory right now is that he might have changed Casey White his clothes. Here's what I heard from some folks that were shopping around the area. Are you surprised no one noticed this 6'9" man walking out of the car?
I am surprised. And what about the cameras? We notice things like that around here. That'd be different.
So how do you explain this?
I don't know. It's a lot of scenarios, a lot of different ideas, and it's probably not going to be any of them we've thought of.
So, Allison, they ditched the patrol car for a 2007 Ford Edge, which was promoted online on social media by a local police department here. It was miscommunication. They did it prematurely. And unfortunately, the sheriff in Lauderdale County now was worried that tipped off Vicky and Casey White to the fact that they knew what kind of car they were in early, and they probably ditched that car. It's also notable there were 2 aliases for Vicky White on that flyer. We haven't heard anything about that again, but it prompts the question, why did a deputy and corrections officer have multiple aliases? So many questions here.
Yes, so many questions. I want to ask you, Sam, a question about potential weapons involved. We know now that Vicky White had access to an AR-15. Do we know anything about where she got it? And what else is the sheriff saying about any potential weapons, any other things they might have?
Right. Not clear how she obtained the AR-15, but it sounds like, from what I heard from the sheriff, there's kind of an arsenal here. She had an AR-15, a shotgun, a pistol, and then her work weapon as well, which is not to speak to whatever weapons Casey White also had on his person or was able to obtain based on who they met up with. So that's why you're hearing from officials here they're considered armed and dangerous. And there's a deep level of concern that another police officer or law enforcement official from another county somewhere in the country would come across one of them and, in the words of the sheriff, try and do something brave. He said, please do not do that.
Sam, I got to ask you about the thing that everyone is asking about. I mean, literally, it's the #1 question we get about this story. The sheriff believes Vicky White's a willing accomplice here, saying the two have a special relationship. Have you learned any more about their relationship?
Yeah, that is definitely the top question so far. The phrasing of it is so bizarre.
Yeah.
What we do know, according to the sheriff, is that because of all of the surveillance cameras in the jail, they don't think there was a physical relationship within the confines of the jail. They don't think. What this actually entailed, though, was extra food on the plate of Casey White, visits after work hours, according to the sheriff, after Deputy White's hours were over. He also, for a second, thought that she was driving to and from a state correctional facility, a state prison, 2 hours near Birmingham. It turns out that was not true, but she was communicating with him by phone. So you have a Department of Corrections officer, deputy, communicating with someone who's been charged with capital murder regularly. Seems like that would have been material to the investigation. We're just now learning more about that aspect of their special relationship.
Sam Brock, you are truly on the most fascinating story of the week. We look forward to your next updates. Thank you very much.
Me too. Thanks, Allison.
From the pulpit to the ballot box, Democrats looking to the power of the black church once again, but do voters still have faith in the party? That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any more expensive to buy a home, the Fed said, hold my beer. Mortgage rates the highest they have been since 2009. CNBC senior real estate correspondent Diana Olick here with the bad news. So Diana, you're reporting home affordability has not been this bad since July of 2006. Where are mortgage rates right now?
Well, Allison, we just went over 5.6% on the 30-year fixed. And remember, we were down, we were down near a record low of around 3% at the end of last year. So this is a sharp and a painful rise right in the midst of the very important spring housing market. 2 years of pandemic-induced low rates and strong demand, they've caused home prices to shoot up 34% since March of 2020. That's just an incredible jump. But again, the lower the mortgage rate, the more buyers can afford on that monthly payment. And that's what lit the fire under home prices.
So in spite of that bad news, weekly mortgage applications went up last week for the first time since early March. How come?
Well, I'm just going to say that was a little bit of a blip.
Okay.
Last week, rates came down slightly for a few days, and that gave the few folks who could still benefit from a refinance to just run in and do it.
Wow.
Refis have been tanking for months. Also, we did see a little bump in home buyer demand because probably more houses came on the market for May, but I would not expect to see that mortgage demand go much higher.
Props to those people who snuck in there. As someone who refinanced myself over the pandemic, that is a tough thing to do. Diana, Americans have never been more bearish about buying a house. Just 30% of adults say now is a good time to buy. This is according to a new Gallup survey. What else are Americans saying about home buying right now?
Well, they're just plain and simple saying it's too expensive. For homebuyers today, with both higher home prices and higher interest rates, listen to this. The monthly mortgage payment for the average home is now about $1,800 more than it would have been on the same home at the start of the pandemic.
Wow.
So as a result, 95% of the 100 biggest U.S. housing markets are less affordable than their long-term levels. And that figure was just 6% at the start of COVID. One more note on that survey, even with rates going up, most consumers actually still think prices are going higher, which I hate to say it, they probably will.
Oh my gosh, I think you're right. Diana Olick, great to see you again. Thanks for being on the show.
You too. Thanks.
Black pastors delivered souls to the polls for Joe Biden in 2020, helping him to secure the Democratic nomination, especially in the South. 65% of voters there favored then-candidate Biden, compared to just 16% for Bernie Sanders. But now the question, can black pastors resurrect that same voter enthusiasm for the midterms? NBC News anchor Joshua Johnson here with me now. So Joshua, in this week's Meet the Press reports, you're looking at how the faithful are staying organized. What'd you find out?
Well, we found out that a lot of the faithful are trying to follow their faith in terms of how they pursue politics. It's a concept from the book of Galatians about reaping a harvest at the proper time for those who do not give up. And trying not to give up is, for some of these pastors, the hard part. Granted, there are lots of different ways in which black churches are moving forward with activism as they see it in line with their faith. And there is no one black church. There are many different ways that black folks do church. Some do it through knocking on doors as a way to kind of have grassroots connections. Others do it through trying to secure community partnerships, including with the Barclays Center here in Brooklyn, where the Brooklyn Nets play. But it's hard to talk to black pastors and not hear concern about apathy, about engagement, about having politicians who will speak to the everyday bread and butter issues that people face, as well as the larger, more systemic issues like voting rights. And then, of course, just the difficulty of remaining motivated, of allowing your faith to sort of starve your fears to death. We met a pastor in Milwaukee named Greg Lewis, who leads one of their local Souls to the Polls ministries. Here is a clip from one of our conversations that was in Meet the Press Reports about some of the struggles he deals with keeping his faith active and keeping him politically motivated. Watch.
But it's not easy to get voters fired up, especially without a big race on the ballot. Reverend Lewis says his own fire goes out often.
Yeah, I quit every day, man. And like you understand, how frustrating it can be. You can't even imagine because, you said something, man, I'm not responsible for you. But see, that's why it hurts me so much because I know that I am.
You feel that responsibility. What is that responsibility? Can you elaborate on that?
See, I know these people, and that's why I don't give up, because I can see it. I know one of these days, wow, things are going to be different. I know it. So if I stop now, the blessing God has for us, for me, will be lost. So I can't stop.
Reverend Lewis was speaking to us on his birthday. He took time out of his birthday to talk to us. And then after our conversation, to go lead another group of volunteers to knock on more doors to try to keep them engaged ahead of the midterms, Allison.
Joshua, as Democratic politics, we see they've become more secular. How does that influence black pastors and the power that they wield and the influence that they had? Kind of how has that change playing out?
Well, I don't know if secular is the right word. I think that's easy to perceive it that way, but the Bible is also quite a political document. I mean, Isaiah chapter 10 says, woe to those who make unjust laws. The Bible is very, very clear about oppression and injustice being not just harmful, but sinful. So depending on who you speak to in black Christian circles, they may view all of the issues that are within the purview of Democrats, Republicans, and others as very squarely in line with their faith. And that's what the pastors I spoke to told me. They said their allegiance is primarily to God. Insofar as a politician's policies line up with their theologies, then they can work together. And when they diverge, they diverge. But the idea that helping people get jobs and find economic opportunity, or even can help people live in a more just and equitable society, the pastors I spoke to said that that is perfectly in line with what their theology teaches. Now, whether that's enough to get their congregants to show up on election day and to remain politically engaged between elections, that's where the challenge lies.
Joshua Johnson, great to see you. Thanks for coming on the show this afternoon.
Anytime.
And you can catch Meet the Press Reports tonight on NBC News Now. That's at 10:30 p.m. Eastern or on demand on Peacock every Friday morning. But you don't have to wait till then. You can catch Joshua Johnson every weeknight on Now Tonight. That's at 8 Eastern right here on NBC News Now. Ford seeing green in Tennessee, the multi-billion-dollar EV plant that's setting off a boomtown battle. Next.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A battle over land in West Tennessee, a predominantly black and Democratic community making a tough decision, relinquish their charter or hand over the town's finances. It all started when Ford agreed to build one of its largest car plants there. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
Land as far as the eye can see, a necessity for any major auto plant. But we're a long way from Detroit.
Why Tennessee?
We looked at 15, 20 different states, and this site that we're standing on really stood out above all others.
Ford is among several major automakers looking to dominate the electric vehicle market, and they're setting up shop in the South to do it.
Today, we're announcing the largest investment in American manufacturing in the history of our company.
That investment, an ambitious $5.6 billion mega campus called Blue Oval City, where the electric version of America's most popular vehicle, the Ford F-150 truck, will be built.
We needed a site that has the size, the flexibility, and the breadth of what we need in terms of the infrastructure. The electric battery plant requires 5 times the electricity that a normal assembly plant requires today.
Volkswagen, General Motors, and Nissan all churning out cars in factories across the state.
What impact do you think this will have in Western Tennessee?
I think it's going to be transformational. I think it'll bring the next generation of jobs and tech jobs to this area.
Already, Ford has begun recruiting local 8th graders.
It's an amazing sight to see, though. You know, you see all these companies, big companies like Ford, here to give us an opportunity to see what our future could look like.
Ford's Blue Oval City will be one of the largest U.S. auto plants ever. The 3,600-acre campus will cover nearly 6 square miles and employ about 6,000 people. With this expected boom will come money. Lots of it. The more than $1 billion the state has already committed to the area to attract Ford, just the beginning, with the potential to send property values in towns near the plant soaring. Towns like Mason. The predominantly black town of around 1,100 people has a median household income of only $35,000 a year. The median home value just under $90,000.
I think it's a good idea, you know, it's bringing in new jobs and, you know, just something new for Tennessee because they definitely need it.
I think it's going to be good for the community, you know, a lot of opportunities for a lot of people. Very excited about it. Can't wait.
I'm excited because I want, you know, see change.
But just when the town of Mason thought hope was on the horizon,
citizens of one small West Tennessee town are fighting to keep their community under their control.
It all started with a letter sent by the state comptroller to the town residents.
We were blindsided. We had 2 options. One was to relinquish our charter. If we didn't, they would come in and take over the finances of the town.
Giving up the charter would place the predominantly black and Democratic town in the hands of Tipton, the majority white and Republican-leaning county that Mason is part of.
That means that no citizen that is now in Mason will have any say-so whatsoever. They will come in and do whatever they want to any of us, however they want to do us.
For more than a century, Mason was run by white elected officials. That all changed in 2016 when almost all the town officials resigned amid fraud and mismanagement allegations. Now, all of Mason's leaders are black.
He was determined to try to divide our city by causing the people to turn against the elected officials that they had placed in office.
The comptroller says his office is only looking out for Mason's best interest, writing in that letter that the town has been poorly managed for at least 20 years, then highlighting opportunities that the new Ford plant could bring before adding, people and companies will not invest their money in a poorly run town. The comptroller denies race played any role. He declined to be interviewed on camera for this story, but a spokesperson tells NBC News that their office has worked with Mason for years to pay down the roughly $500,000 that was owed to the state when the letter was sent, adding, due to the fact that previous attempts at corrective action with the town were unsuccessful, the comptroller has taken the final step of enhanced financial supervision. The comptroller has said, this isn't about race, there's no bias. He just wants to best position Mason so that they can reap all the benefits when Blue Oval City comes.
That's bull. These people laying here, the value is going to skyrocket. So yes, you want to take control of the land and the money that's coming down the line because you don't want us to have control of it.
Last month, the NAACP got involved, suing the state to stop the financial takeover.
When we looked across the state, cities and towns that had problems with their finances, they were never asked to give up their charter. We saw it as clear discriminatory practices.
But a judge ruled the comptroller has broad authority over local government operations, including requiring state approval for any town expenses over $100, writing, "The court recognizes the harsh realities imposed upon an administration that did not contribute to the financial burden of the town. But the court must also take into account the state's interest in moving the town towards financial stability and a balanced budget."
If this debt is not paid off by the time Blue Oval is up and running, by the time those businesses and people do start coming, what then?
Well, it's going to be paid. We're going to do it. I just believe God going to make a way.
Cover your eyes if you don't want to see it. That's the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the day. The Dow down over 1,000 points. Let's go to an NBC News special report with Lester Holt.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good afternoon. We're coming on the air with breaking news. It is 4 o'clock here on the East Coast, which means the stock market has just closed, and it has been a grim day on Wall Street. The market suffered one of its worst days of the year, plunging across the board. The Dow down more than 1,000 points, the S&P 500 down nearly 3.5%, and the NASDAQ down nearly 5%. Wall Street reacted positively yesterday to the Fed, suggesting there would only be a small rate hike moving forward, but yesterday's massive gains are now entirely wiped out and then some. NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Ruhle is here. What led to the sell-off? Yesterday they seemed to be okay with the Fed hike.
Well, no celebrating on this Cinco de Mayo. You said it. Yesterday when the Fed raised rates, we saw the market go up about 900 points. And then investors went to bed and they woke up this morning and said maybe not. Remember, the Fed is raising rates of the hope of slowing down inflation, but it's a tricky balance. If they raise rates too much too quickly, that could tip us into recession, and that slows business. That could mean jobs start to go away. But on the other side, if they don't raise rates enough and do it quickly, then inflation will continue to spiral higher and higher. So today markets are digesting that, and at least for now, they don't like it.
So is there a sense that maybe the Fed didn't move quickly enough in the first place?
Absolutely. That has been a concern for months now, but here we are. So for those who are saying, I'm not a normal investor, what do I do here? Well, let's relax. Remember, market volatility, though we don't see it every day, is a normal occurrence. And if you are someone who doesn't necessarily invest every day, you're more a retirement savings, a 401k type of person, don't use a time like this to jump in and sell or jump in and buy. At a time like this, you want to hang tight. And maybe the most important thing to remember, while the market is important, the stock market and the economy are not the same thing. And looking at the market go down doesn't mean the economy is doing poorly. We still have a very strong jobs picture. We're getting the jobs number tomorrow. We know we're in economic recovery. But because of the situation in Ukraine, things have slowed somewhat. We've got those supply chain issues that are lingering. But don't just look at the markets and think, oh, the sky is falling.
All
markets
right,
move.
Stephanie, thank you for carving that out for us. We appreciate it. We'll have much more on the market fallout and what it means for the economy coming up on Nightly News. I'm Lester Holt in New York. Good afternoon, everyone.
We're going to start here with that breaking news on Wall Street. The market's done for the day and not a moment too soon. The Dow tumbling more than 1,000 points in its worst session of the year. The S&P 500, the tech-heavy NASDAQ also having a rough run. CNBC senior markets correspondent Bob Pisani live at the New York Stock Exchange. And you know it's a big day on the markets when we've got Bob here to start off the hour. So, Bob, so much for yesterday's relief rally after the Fed rate hike. Why did investors turn so quickly? What happened today?
Well, you know, yesterday we had this big rally because Jay Powell, the Fed chairman, came out and said, well, we're not going to necessarily raise interest rates as aggressively as Wall Street thought. Everybody thought great news. Unfortunately, Mr. Powell did not repeal inflation, and it's a major problem. Look what happened today in oil. It was $103 to start, went to $111, closed around $108. That's inflation. That's a tax on consumers. What inflation does is it eats away potentially at the profit of corporations, just like it eats away at the profits or the budget of a household. So the concern here is now we're going to have higher inflation and a potentially slower economy, and all of that is bad news for the stock market.
So, Bob, tech stocks, I'm going to start that again. Tech stocks, there we go, really struggled today. I mean, I know this was largely across the board. You were hard-pressed to find a stock that had a good day today, but where else did you see the worst of the selling?
Well, look at home builders, for example. So mortgage rates were 3%, 3.25%, 3 or 4 months ago. Now they're like 5.5%. That's a significant increase. We've seen home prices go up dramatically in the last several years. Here's the only piece of good news. They're likely to stop going up if we see these interest rates keep going up and the mortgage rates keeping up. So there's a little bit of good news. Everybody who's complaining about high home prices looking for another home, it's likely you're not going to pay as much going forward. The prices aren't going to keep going up. That's the one little piece of good news.
Well, thanks for that. We need some of it today. Bob, I got to ask, what are you hearing on the trading floor today? Because our viewers see a day like this and they feel like their 401ks, their portfolios are evaporating. What's it like down there today?
Well, nobody's happy because
sure.
Traders tend to be bullish by nature.
Right.
But look, the 401ks are not evaporating. First off, the problem is almost nobody has seen a down year, a down quarter in decades.
Right.
So 2010, 2009, the market's been almost nothing but straight up. Just since 2019, the S&P 500, which is the biggest indicator, the broadest indicator of the stock market, it's up more than 60%. That includes the whole drop during COVID, and it includes the drop that we've had this year. In 3 years, up 60%. Now, I don't know if the market's going to be up or down this year. It's looked like it's struggling, obviously. But if we have a down year, it'd certainly be the first one that we've had in a very, very long time. And listen to Stephanie, who spoke at the top there. If you're a long-term investor, if you're going to be in the market for the next 20 years or so, then next year and this year are really going to be blips. Overall, believe in the U.S. economy, believe in capitalism.
Yep.
I hate to sound like a little bit of a booster here, but the economy tends to improve over time and always tends to heal itself.
Sure. Bob Pisani with an important reminder. We have been spoiled lately on these markets. These things are going to happen. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's wonderful to have you on the show.
Anytime.
And we've got some breaking news from the White House today. President Biden announcing Karine Jean-Pierre will become the new press secretary, replacing Jen Psaki, who is leaving the role next week. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee live in Washington, D.C. Carol, this is the first big departure of the Biden administration. What's President Biden saying about the change?
Well, Allison, President Biden announced that Karine Jean-Pierre will take over on May 13th. That'll be Jen Psaki, the current White House press secretary's last day. And it's notable that comes right before a big foreign trip that the president is going to make over to Japan and South Korea. But the president, for his part, is issuing a statement saying that Karine not only brings the experience, talent, and integrity needed for this difficult job, but she will continue to lead the way in communicating about the work of the Biden-Harris administration on behalf of the American people. Jill and I have known and respected Karine a long time, and she will be a strong voice for me in this administration. Now, Karine Jean-Pierre has been essentially the understudy of White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. That's technically called the principal deputy press secretary. So she's been at the podium. She's briefed on Air Force One. She hasn't been in the job, though, in the way it's a little more intense when you're actually White House press secretary, so that will be a bit of a transition for her. It's notable, Allison, that she is the first black woman to serve in this role and the first LGBTQ official to openly serve in this role. So the little history being made here, and the president also thanked Jen Psaki for her time at the podium. We've known for several weeks that she was intending to leave. It was just a matter of when, and Karine Jean-Pierre was the natural sort of successor to Jen Psaki, just given her role.
All right, we had that breaking news. Now we have some other news to shift to with the First Lady. Jill Biden is heading to Europe tonight. She's going to spend 4 days in Romania and Slovakia. The highlight of this trip, she's heading to the Ukrainian border this Sunday, Mother's Day. What else is on her itinerary, Carol? What can you tell us about her trip?
Sure. Well, she first lands in Romania and meets with U.S. troops at an air base there. And then she will meet with the First Lady of Romania, who is also an educator, as is the First Lady Jill Biden, and still working while in her role. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic there. And then she goes on to meet with Ukrainian refugees, students at a school. She will also meet with embassy staff there. And she then goes to Slovakia, where she has that very significant trip to the border that you just mentioned, Allison. And this is something where she will meet with aid workers, she'll meet with refugees, she'll spend time both in Romania and in Slovakia with Ukrainian mothers, noting this is Mother's Day weekend. And she's the latest top U.S. official to make a high-profile visit to the region to really emphasize what's happening in Ukraine and how the suffering there that's happening with all of these refugees.
Carol, the U.S. has announced nearly $390 million in humanitarian aid, new humanitarian aid for Ukraine today. Could you tell us what you know about where that money's going specifically?
Yeah, a number of things, Allison. It's going to, help with food, particularly getting food into some of the hard-to-reach areas of Ukraine, medical supplies, other things that have to do with safe drinking water, things that if you're in a war zone or you're in refugee camps that you would need, and so things that will hopefully bring some relief to some of the people who have had to flee Ukraine and who are still really suffering inside of Ukraine. And so healthcare is another thing that some of this money will go to, things like that.
Carol Lee at the White House, thank you so much. Always good to see you.
You too.
The U.S. giving intelligence to Ukraine that's allowed their troops to target Russian generals. This is according to the New York Times, the paper citing senior government officials who say the U.S. is not divulging intel on senior Russian leaders. NBC News has not verified this story, but we do have NBC News correspondent Cal Perry, who's joining us now from Kyiv. So, Cal, the National Security Council is saying in a statement, quote, the headline of the story is misleading and the way it is framed is irresponsible. The United States provides battlefield intelligence to help the Ukrainians defend their country. We do not provide intelligence with the intent to kill Russian generals. So what do you know about this report tonight? What is the Kremlin saying about it?
Well, look, I think U.S. intelligence, the Pentagon, pushing back a little bit because the truth, and again, we don't have this independently verified, the truth seems to be somewhere in the middle. Yeah. Obviously, the U.S. is sharing intelligence with Ukrainian forces, but Ukrainian forces are gathering their own intelligence, and I think they're marrying the two together. Now, the outcome of that could be dead Russian generals. It certainly seems to be on the ground, but the U.S. making sure to stop short of saying it is their intelligence that is leading to this. For a little bit more, we have this today from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby. Take a listen.
I'm not going to detail the intelligence that we're providing to Ukraine. I won't go any further than what I've said before, certainly no further than I went today. We do provide them useful intelligence, timely intelligence that allows them to make decisions to better defend themselves against this invasion. And I think the less said about that, honestly, the better.
One of the fascinating things about this conflict has been what the U.S. military is choosing to disclose and what it refuses to talk about. We've heard details on weaponry, details on how some of those weapons are getting in, but then stopping short of talking about direct intelligence sharing. Here is the Russian response for what it's worth. This is from Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov, and he says, quote, our military is well aware that the United States, Great Britain, and NATO as a whole are constantly transmitting intelligence and other information to the Ukrainian armed forces. This is well known, is how he finishes his statement. Russia has threatened to hit weapons as they come into this country. They have, in the last 72 hours, been hitting the rail lines. We know that the rail lines are being used to take weapons to the east. But, of course, overhanging this entire conflict is NATO's concern that the conflict could widen, that Russia could attack a NATO country if it holds it responsible for either sharing intelligence or sharing weapons. I'm not saying that that's what happened here, but it is something that all of the NATO members are keeping their eyes on.
Absolutely. Cal, a Russian airstrike injured at least 7 people in the city of Kramatorsk. I hope I'm saying that correctly. According to the country's prosecutor general, NBC News has not been able to confirm that yet. But what's the latest there? And what else can you tell us about what's going on in eastern Ukraine?
And if you take a look at this video, and you pronounced it perfectly, if you take a look at this video, over 100 apartments were damaged. 400. Over 400 apartments have been damaged in over 20 apartment buildings. 25 people wounded. And this is a city that is central to the eastern front of this war. It is something the Russians have constantly been focusing their attention on. It is a central city in the Donbass region. So it has come under renewed shelling. We've seen renewed attacks in the last 3 days. We've seen over 24 cruise missiles coming into the central part of the country and the western part of the country, as Russia seems intent on picking apart infrastructure. Now, there's no question that these apartment buildings are not either military infrastructure or infrastructure of any kind. These are residential areas, and we have seen a pattern of the targeting of residential areas or the indiscriminate shelling of residential areas. Certainly that seems to be the case in Kramatorsk today.
Cal, Ukrainian forces are claiming that Russia's preparing for a parade in Mariupol on May 9th. I have a hard time even saying that out loud. Tell us what you know about that and why that date in particular.
So May 9th is Victory Day in Russia. It marks the surrender of Nazi forces during World War II. And so every year there are parades in Moscow. It is a chance for Russia to show off to the world its weaponry. So you can expect to see a parade in Moscow. Now, what we're hearing from Ukrainian officials, and we've been hearing this for about a week now, they say Russian forces are cleaning up parts of the city of Mariupol. And they're actually threatening local residents and making them clean up the streets of Mariupol. Government officials here say it could be because they think Russia may have some kind of a parade via remote from Mariupol. We just don't know. It's something we just couldn't possibly say. What we do know is that we can expect to see something on May the 9th. And you have a lot of people here delaying returning home until they see what happens on May the 9th. There is a fear here that we could see, at the very least, renewed airstrikes across the country, Allison.
Oh, gosh, Cal, I just can't even fathom what the people of that city have been through. Thank you so much for all of your reporting today. Europe close to an agreement on new sanctions against the Kremlin, including a ban on Russian oil imports. That's according to the EU's top diplomat. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins me now. So, Dan, that EU official is saying the negotiations are almost there. Do we have any sense of when Brussels might vote on those sanctions and what they could potentially do to oil prices here in the U.S.?
Yeah, Allison, the negotiations are coming down to the wire. I think it could come any day now. There are 27 members of the European Union, so every government has to sign off on it, and some of them, like Hungary and Slovakia, are more dependent on Russian oil, so they're asking for exemptions, and that has to be hammered out. And as far as global oil prices, there's no question this would almost certainly further drive up the oil market price, the oil price in the world, and it would have a knock-on effect on gasoline prices here in the U.S.
So, Dan, this plan would sanction more than just Russian oil. Let's walk through what else they're targeting, what else is involved here.
That's right. The EU wants to go after Russia's largest bank, Sberbank, and kick them out of the SWIFT messaging system. And they also want to impose sanctions on various senior military officers and other officials. It's really just another attempt to ratchet up the pressure on Russia's economy. And of course, even before they announced these, Russia is already expected to enter into a pretty significant recession as all of these sanctions begin to gain traction.
Dan, President Zelensky is renewing his call for Ukraine to join the EU. Could you tell us more about that?
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. You have the Ukrainian president saying the best way to respond to Russia's invasion of Ukraine is to rally unity within Europe and between Ukraine and the rest of Europe. Here's what President Zelensky had to say.
Because this Russian war against Ukraine was planned as a prelude to a hit on a united Europe, more unification is a powerful response. And that is why Ukraine's membership in the European Union must be an absolute reality.
So again, really just another example of how the Russian invasion has backfired and how Putin has miscalculated. He's actually driving Ukraine further to the Western orbit, rallying the European Union. You have Sweden and Finland now seriously considering joining the NATO alliance. So really a lot of blowback for Putin.
Yes, certainly. Dan DeLuce in Washington, thank you. Parents burning out during the pandemic, the long-term effects, and why more moms are at risk. Next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eagling. She has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hi, Allison. We start with Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones recovering after a minor car crash briefly sent him to the hospital. Authorities have not confirmed the identities of the individuals in the other car. The body of a missing Yale University employee has been found alongside the Long Island shoreline. The 44-year-old was reported missing in February. Officials say his cause of death is still under investigation. Israeli officials tightening its grip on the West Bank with more restrictions. The new policy, set to take effect later this year, puts regulations on marriage and those moving to the West Bank to work, study, or teach. New Zealand's getting close to wiping out a painful cow disease. The 4-year campaigns cost the country hundreds of millions of dollars and has resulted in the killing of nearly 175,000 cows. And after more than 4 decades since its release, Ms. Pac-Man is now part of the World Video Game Hall of Fame. Other inductees include Dance Dance Revolution and Candy Crush Saga. Allison.
All right, Maya, thank you. It is an absolutely staggering number. 1 million people in the United States have now died of COVID. It's a number we couldn't really even imagine back in early 2020, especially when the Trump White House was downplaying the virus.
Now the Democrats are politicizing the coronavirus. This is their new hoax. And so far, we have lost nobody to coronavirus in the United States.
That was February 28th, 2020. Just a day later, a man in Washington state was the first person in this country to die from the virus. The White House went on to declare a national emergency on March 13th. Now here we are, more than 2 years into this pandemic. COVID deaths have certainly slowed down, but this still isn't over. Here's NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns.
1 million. That's how many Americans have lost their lives to COVID-19. A ghastly milestone after 2 years of enduring a pandemic that's still disrupting communities worldwide. For every life lost, there is a story, a memory, and a grieving family. To get a sense of the scale of the tragedy, COVID-19 has now taken more American lives than World Wars I and II combined. Or, looking at it in a different way, it's like wiping out almost the entire population of Delaware. And when compared to the last deadly pandemic, the Spanish flu of 1918, which killed about 675,000 Americans, over 300,000 more lives have perished from COVID. The death toll also surpasses those of many other significant and tragic events in U.S. history. The Civil War claimed about 620,000 lives. At the peak of the AIDS crisis in the early 90s, about 43,000 people died each year, a number well below the yearly average of U.S. COVID deaths. COVID-19 remains the third leading cause of death in the United States, associated with approximately 460,000 deaths in 2021, behind heart disease and cancer, according to a CDC report. Unintentional injuries come after, with more than 219,000 deaths. Influenza, no longer in the top 10, killed almost 42,000. To put that into perspective, COVID has taken more than 10 times the number of lives as the flu in 2021. While these numbers may seem abstract or detached from your reality, this grim marker means that on average there are roughly 111 deaths per 100,000 people in the U.S., or 1 in 492 Americans, depending on where you live. In states like Texas, 1 in every 341 people has died. Hard-hit cities include LA, where 1 in every 128 people has died. And New York City remains one of the hardest hit, where 1 in every 319 people has died. Also devastating is the number of preventable deaths since vaccines were made available to adults. According to an analysis from Peterson KFF, up to 234,000 deaths since June of last year could have been prevented with vaccinations. That represents 60% of all adult COVID deaths since then. Though there is a drop in deaths in the U.S. and worldwide, experts point to a loss in the quality of data collected as more Americans get vaccinated and cities open back up. And as we approach the new normal with vaccines and boosters readily available, millions of Americans will continue to mourn the loss of so many.
Millions of parents hoping to hit a more positive milestone in this pandemic: vaccines for kids under 5. They are the only group still not eligible for the shot. As NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson shows us, parents are getting anxious.
Scarlett Prince Miller turns 5 this weekend, and she's been counting down the days for months.
She knows that once she gets the shot from the virus, she might be able to get on a plane and go visit her Auntie Em in Philadelphia.
But for Mom Megan, for now, life's looking limited. No planes, no indoor dining, so she feels abandoned by talk of a new normal.
There absolutely is no normal for a family that cannot get their child vaccinated who wants to. It is very, very real for us. At this point, we are being left behind in the pandemic.
Kids under 5 are not eligible to be vaccinated right now and won't be probably until June at the earliest. CDC statistics show they're at lower risk than other age groups, though the risk is not zero. People over 75, for example, make up 7% of the population, but account for more than half of COVID deaths. Kids under 5, 6% of the population, and 0.1% of deaths. The risk-benefit calculation looks different for different families. The Zerons, including 3-year-old Nico, are starting to open up their lives cautiously.
He looks at me and he says, Mommy, is this safe? Can I do it? And that breaks my heart a little bit. So that makes me want to not be as risk adverse.
Do you feel like the CDC, the administration, as they're making decisions about returning to normal, have parents like you in mind?
It's been very confusing, quite honestly.
That confusion is partly why some parents turn to outside experts like Emily Oster, an economist focusing on parenting and COVID data.
This risk is small, even if it is very salient. And that's just a very hard thing to navigate.
What do you say to parents of kids under 5?
When people say, well, I'm not ready yet, I would encourage them to a little bit to say, what are you waiting for? What are the kind of next steps that you see that would let you move forward?
For some, it's the vaccine, even though only 1 in 5 parents of young kids say they'll get the shot as soon as it's approved.
Look at you.
Prince Miller will and has no regrets about the precautions she's taken so far.
Now, if you have to put on my gravestone, she was overly cautious in a global pandemic with regard to the health of her 2 small children. I'm okay with that.
When do you think you will get back to a new state of normal?
Part of me hopes it's sooner rather than later, because I don't want my child to live in fear and have anxiety over things. But I think that it's going to take time for everyone just to get comfortable.
The new normal, for some parents, anything but.
Yeah.
2/3 of working parents say they suffered parental burnout at the height of the pandemic. It's according to a new study from The Ohio University, calling it a major public health issue. NBC News Now co-anchor Morgan Radford has more on the study and the long-term effects of pandemic burnout.
I'd say we do, we feel a little burnt out.
It's a daily struggle.
Some days it's just total chaos.
Playing out for parents nationwide.
Had to do everything on top of your normal duties and then some.
Sit down on your bottom. Parental burnout, feeling overwhelmed, overworked, and plain exhausted over long periods of time. A challenge Kate Golick knows firsthand.
Okay, you can.
As a working mother of 4 living near Columbus, Ohio, and a professor at the Ohio State University's College of Nursing.
There was one point during the pandemic where I really felt like I was being forced to be this superhuman. I had to be an elementary school teacher. I had to be a caregiver. I had to be a spouse, a cook, a cleaner. I had to be emotional support for everyone. And it's not feasible for you to have to take on so many different roles. And it's inevitable almost that there's not some degree of burnout present.
Which is why she co-authored a new study just released today that found that out of more than 1,200 parents surveyed in the middle of the pandemic, 66% of them reported burnout, a phenomenon that was more common among women and in homes with 2 or more children.
When we talk about burnout, how do you distinguish that from just a pretty rough day or being tired one day?
Burnout in parents is that physical, emotional, over-exhaustion and that feeling of just, I need a break. And I think it's very shaming for parents to think that they can be burned out in this role of being a parent, because obviously we all love our kids and it's too much on us to be asked to do all of these different things.
What happens as a society if we do not address this problem?
I do feel like it's a public health problem. It's not that I'm depressed. It's not that I'm anxious. It's actually that I'm just burned out in this role.
And it can manifest in harmful ways. In some cases, the research shows anxiety and increased alcohol consumption for parents, along with increased likelihood of insults or even physical harm through spanking aimed at children. As for the kids, parents experiencing burnout reported they saw more signs of unhappiness, more trouble concentrating, and increased difficulty interacting with other children. The good news, says Dean Bernadette Melnick, who co-authored the study with Golick, is that there are also strategies that can help. Things like being kind to yourself and lowering expectations, asking for help or talking to someone you trust, and self-care, even something as small as 5-minute recovery breaks.
For parents who are struggling with this feeling of burnout every single day, what can they do?
Take 2 minutes, make a hot drink, sit, sip it slowly, focus on the present moment, count your blessings, not what you don't have. Just 4 to 5 abdominal deep breaths can so relieve stress. It's these types of simple practices that can make a big difference for anybody who's stressed.
A tiny bit of advice for parents everywhere, taking it one step at a time.
Coming up, while you're paying more for less, from liquid soap to lighter snack bags, we've got the skinny on shrinkflation.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It is time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. It's no secret. Shoppers are getting less bang for their buck these days, but in some cases, they're also getting less of what they paid for, too. Blame it on shrinkflation. Here's NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Wynn.
From housing and gas to clothing and home goods, record high inflation has impacted all of that and a bag of chips. Feeling the economic crunch, one expert says makers of popular snacks like Doritos, Sun-Made raisins, Chobani yogurt, as seen on this website, now give you less for the same amount of money. None of those brands responded to our request for comment, but market watchers believe it's a sign of growing inflation.
Shrinkflation is a real thing. How do you define it?
Manufacturers can either raise the price of an item or they can give you less. So when they give you less, that's called downsizing or shrinkflation. It's a sneaky way to pass on a price increase.
Ed Dworsky, founder and editor of Consumer World, says shrinkflation has existed since the days of the 5-cent candy bar.
I've never seen it as bad as it is now. We're having product after product that are downsizing.
Where are we seeing the most shrinkflation?
Well, where are we not seeing it? Paper products traditionally have been one of the big categories where we're seeing downsizing happening.
I can't spare a square. This classic Seinfeld scene possibly becoming a reality. Dworsky says Cottonelle Mega Rolls now come with 312 one-ply sheets instead of 340, which amounts to an entire roll now gone from each package. Kimberly Clark, the maker of Cottonelle, did not respond to our request for comment on the alleged change. Also making Dworsky's updated list, Miracle-Gro, Gatorade, and personal care items like Dove body wash. But the companies behind each of these products telling NBC News inflation is not behind any changes to their packaging. Gatorade saying its change to a 28-ounce bottle was part of a years-long ergonomic plan to phase out the 32-ounce container. But at the drive-thru, consumers seeing real change. Burger King announced it would reduce the number of chicken nuggets in a meal from 10 pieces to 8. And with beef prices up 16% from last year, the fast food giant also putting its signature burger out to pasture, removing the Whopper from its value menu.
How does this add up for the average consumer when it comes to the household goods they buy?
We're seeing some items being, in essence, increased by 10% in cost because you're getting 10% less, sometimes 12% less. Multiply that times the number of items you buy, and that's really going to hit your pocketbook.
Dworsky says many are shifting to store brands, which are often the last to downsize, and that has household names like Clorox and Kraft taking notice. Both companies have introduced new products to compete, and Clorox says it will also increase promotions if cheaper brands keep ending up in carts. When it comes to finding the best deal, Dworsky says use unit pricing to compare different brands and sizes, switch brands or buy store brands if they're cheaper, and use coupons to shop. Make a meal plan and stick to your shopping list to stay on budget.
How will corporate America respond if Roe v. Wade is overturned? Employees and customers alike pressuring business leaders to take a stand. CNBC correspondent Perry Russum reports.
The Supreme Court draft to knock down Roe v. Wade is being felt in boardrooms across the country. The yells of protesters are being met with corporate silence.
I don't know how much neutrality can continue to be the position.
Erica Seth Davies works with companies on their benefits policies and says abortion is being stigmatized. A private issue has become a moral issue.
I think it is very clear that more businesses will have to speak up and just take the risk.
Consumers may force companies to pick a side on which way the Supreme Court leans. Right now, some are choosing no side. JP Morgan, Verizon, and Microsoft all declining to comment when asked about the Supreme Court draft. A spokesperson for Business Roundtable, a group that represents the country's top CEOs, writes they do not have a position on this issue. The group did have positions on other issues, releasing statements on the Build Back Better Act, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, and the January 6th insurrection. Companies may be apprehensive to take a stance after the Disney-DeSantis battle in Florida. The governor signed a bill preventing school instruction on gender identity and sexual orientation. Disney CEO Bob Chapek called for the law to be repealed or struck down.
All in favor say aye. All opposed no.
The Republican-controlled Florida state legislature then voted to take away Disney's self-governing authority. As states began passing abortion laws, companies including Apple, Amazon, and Levi Strauss began offering to cover travel costs for employees who need the procedure. Jen Stark helps companies navigate social justice change and says companies have to think about their role in advocacy and public policy.
Abortion is part of the constellation of care that women need to show up at work. We know when women lack access to abortion, they're 3 times more likely to leave the workplace and 4 times more likely to be in poverty.
New questions about the safety of telehealth after a mental health startup says it won't prescribe Adderall to new patients. That's next.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
More cases of severe hepatitis hitting young kids from as young as 18 months to 10 years old. At least 228 cases have been reported in 20 countries. 10% of those kids needed liver transplants, according to the World Health Organization. Chief of Adolescent Medicine at Mass General for Children, Dr. Scott Hadlin's here now. Dr. Hadlin, so many of these kids are developing acute hepatitis, and doctors aren't sure why. So for parents who are concerned about their own kids, what should you look out for?
The key symptoms that you really want to be looking out for are jaundice, which is yellowing of the skin or of the eyes, vomiting, changes in mental status. So, if kids are looking really lethargic, showing a lot of truly profound fatigue, fever, intense itching, these are all signs that somebody might be going into liver failure. And these are the things for parents to watch out for.
We know liver transplants are in extreme cases. How else do you treat this infection?
The care right now is supportive. We think this is probably caused by a virus called adenovirus, which is a very common virus that normally infects kids and doesn't lead to this sort of hepatitis or liver failure the vast majority of the time. And so at this point, the liver experts that I'm speaking to at our institution are telling me we're providing supportive care. Most cases don't go on to having, a need for a liver transplant, but we're watching this really closely.
The World Health Organization is saying that there's no link to one geographic area, common exposure to particular foods or animals, travel or toxins. What other possibilities would you even explore here? And how concerning is it to you that we have no idea where this is coming from?
Well, this is still really early. One thing that is clear is that these cases are very clustered. And so here in the U.S., we had a recent cluster in Alabama. We've had clusters in Ohio, and then there are clusters throughout the world in England and Israel. So it's clear that there are these groupings of them. It's unclear exactly what's causing it. If it is adenovirus, then it's typically spread in many of the same ways that the common cold is spread. But I want to reemphasize that the rates right now are pretty low. So we can rest reassured that most kids, that if they were to come across this infection, probably would not have these severe consequences.
Okay, good to know. And thank you for all the wisdom, especially for parents who are concerned right now. Dr. Hadland, appreciate it. Telehealth startup Cerebral won't prescribe Adderall to new patients. Wall Street Journal reporter Rolf Winkler writing, Cerebral and other telehealth startups that prescribe stimulants for ADHD have begun to face scrutiny over prescribing practices for the medicine. Rolf is here with me now. So Rolf, Cerebral says it'll still treat existing ADHD patients and prescribe other controlled substances. So why the change on their Adderall policy?
You had it right. The new policy is they're going to stop doing stimulants for new ADHD patients. And this comes after some questions were raised about some of the practices at Cerebral and at other companies that are prescribing ADHD meds online, specifically controlled substances for ADHD, stimulants like Adderall. Some nurse practitioners who diagnosed on the platform had spoken to us about a month and a half ago and talked to us about how they felt pressured to prescribe these stimulants, and the appointments, the evaluations were too short to do a proper diagnosis. The company said they don't pressure nurses to do it too quickly, don't instruct them that they have to do these meds. But the nurses pointed to things like medication audits that they said did pressure them. And that was among the reasons that some controversy has surrounded this company.
Yeah, let's talk about something specific that they said. Some nurse practitioners at Cerebral said the company, quote, applied pressure on clinicians to prescribe stimulants. And some of them said the company's initial 30-minute video evaluations often weren't sufficient, to diagnose ADHD. This is all according to a journal report from March. How else is Cerebral addressing those allegations?
Well, the way they address it is they say, look, nurse practitioners aren't required to do a diagnosis of ADHD in half an hour. And they say they're not required to put them on any particular medication. And then what the nurses said is, look, as I mentioned, there's this auditing practice that they were doing that said, if you have diagnosed ADHD and you don't have someone on Adderall, then you should either change the diagnosis or put them on the medication. And that was something they said, look, this is my job as a clinician. This is what I should be deciding. And coming out of that, there were some other developments. Larger pharmacies, Walmart, CVS, they have had issues with controlled substance prescriptions coming out of the opiate epidemic, of course. But surrounding these Adderall prescriptions, they were blocking or delaying some prescriptions from these companies, from Cerebral, from rival companies like Dunn, and Walmart in some cases was blocking prescribers. That led to a mail order pharmacy that was Cerebral's preferred pharmacy, TruePill, saying they were not going to fill Adderall prescriptions at all going forward. So they were just going to stop doing that.
Okay.
And shortly after that, Cerebral said, we're gonna stop doing these controlled substance for ADHD as well.
That's it. They're out. All right, Rolf. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Appreciate your reporting.
Thank you.
Coming up, Amber Heard back on the stand. Johnny Depp's ex-wife talking about the demons she says Depp was battling throughout their marriage.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Another emotional day in court for Johnny Depp's ex-wife. Amber Heard testifying for a second day. Depp suing Heard for $50 million in damages over a 2018 essay she wrote for the Washington Post. Heard is countersuing him for $100 million. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. Maggie, Amber Heard spent the entire day on the stand. What did she talk about today?
Well, she and her team started off by painting a really graphic picture of what they say was kind of this vicious cycle of addiction and abuse that she experienced allegedly at the hands of Depp. They even at one point showed photos that Heard said she took in 2013 showing Depp seemingly passed out after she said he had used drugs and alcohol. Cut to perhaps the hardest moment, definitely the hardest moment, we would say, of the day. She was recounting a fight that the couple had in 2015 in Australia. And she gave a really graphic account of a violent sexual assault that she says she endured at the hands of Johnny Depp. We're not going to play a lot of the most violent graphic parts that she said, but we just want to show you kind of the tone of what it's been like in that courtroom today. Take a listen.
I'm on the countertop. It had me by the neck, and he felt like he was on top of me, and I'm looking at it in his eyes. And I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was black. I've never been so scared in my life. It was black. I couldn't see him. And he was looking at me, and I was trying to get through to him. I was trying to say to him in some way that it was me. I was trying to get through to Johnny. and I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him at all. And my head was bashing against the back of the bar, and I couldn't breathe. And I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping, my arms were slipping on the countertops. And I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think he knew what he was doing.
Our entire team just silent watching that moment play out. There were times after that where Heard just stopped and at one point kind of said something like, I can't do this, and really had to take breaths. We should note in this moment, Johnny Depp has denied ever abusing Heard. He testified earlier that on that trip, that was the trip where he says Amber Heard threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his figure. He denies abusing her. She denies abusing him. But as you can see, I mean, just another really dark day in that courtroom, Allison.
Yeah, so hard to watch that, Maggie. As you mentioned, Johnny Depp has denied that he abused Heard. He did that when he took the stand last week. Today, though, attorneys for Amber Heard showed the jury apologetic emails from Johnny Depp. What can you tell us about those?
They did. They showed a few emails. I'll read part of one now. It was sent in December of 2014, and he just says, I'm truly sorry to have upset you to the degree that I have. I couldn't be more sorry. Ruining your day. I do, of course, take your generosity, your selflessness, your affection. It goes on and on, saying your sweet doting deeply into my heart. They showed multiple emails like this, and Amber Heard kind of responding back, saying things like, thank you for your words, saying she had just left his mom's house. So they're just trying to paint a picture that he, in acknowledging, they say, the behavior that he now denies, his side saying, again, the couple had several heated fights, and they've already testified. Johnny Depp has already testified that he believes in those fights she was the main aggressor, but her side now trying to kind of take control of the narrative, and those emails are part of it, for sure.
Maggie, I understand this trial takes a break after today. When does it pick back up again?
Yeah, it definitely does. So they're going to take a break until the 16th, which is a Monday. And then her team, Amber Heard's team, expected to take 2 full weeks to kind of present the rest of their case. We are expecting closing arguments on Friday, the 27th, Allison.
Maggie, do we have a sense of anyone else we might hear from? Anything else that you're particularly keeping an eye out for in the weeks to come in this case?
Definitely. You know that at this point, often in trials, we can get witness lists from both sides. And at this point, Depp's side has rested, so that would just be Heard's side. They're not giving an updated witness list as to who we expect to hear from at this point. They did give an original list, which included actor James Franco and Tesla CEO Elon Musk, and now Twitter owner Elon Musk. Heard starred opposite Franco in a movie, The Adderall Diaries, and she dated Musk for a time. But camps for both men reportedly saying they are now not expected to testify. But again, we haven't seen that updated witness list from Heard's side. They're not releasing it at this point, and again, expecting a long break here until the 16th. So at this point, we are in a wait and see situation as to who takes the stand next.
All right, Maggie, thanks so much. Dolly Parton is officially a rock star. 2 months after declining the title, the country icon is the newest member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer has more.
Dolly Parton, the queen of country, will take her seat among rock royalty with her induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class of 2022. Parton posted on social media, I am honored and humbled by the fact that I have been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Of course, I will accept it gracefully. It comes after a 2-month back and forth between the self-described backwoods Barbie and the organization. Hits include Jolene, I Will Always Love You, and 9 to 5, originally said she would respectfully bow out of the process, adding that she felt she had not earned that right. But the Hall of Fame sent out its 1,200 ballots days before Dolly said she wanted to drop out. And last week, Parton changed her previous stance, telling NPR she would accept if chosen.
I will just say thanks, and I will accept it. But when I said that, it was always my belief that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was for the people in rock music. And I have found out lately that it's not necessarily that.
She told Billboard Wednesday that when people have called her a rock star, I thought they just meant that I was cool. But now I'm going to have to take it literally. This is not the first time Parton has turned down a major honor. Parton revealed to Hoda and Jenna she declined the Presidential Medal of Freedom not once, but twice.
I don't work for those awards. It'd be nice, but I'm not sure that that I even deserve it.
Now the country music legend is punching her ticket to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, adding to a long list of achievements during her remarkable career.
That does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on the air with a big U-turn on Wall Street, the worst day of the year so far, with the markets tanking, tech stocks sinking, even though just 24 hours ago things were looking up. We'll talk about what it means for you and what the labor secretary is telling me about it. Plus, a bloody battle at a key steel plant in Ukraine as the U.S. pushes back hard on reports it's giving Ukraine intel on where Russian generals are. We're live overseas to explain. And the biggest drug lord since Pablo Escobar is now in New York to face trial. It only took a decade and 500 troops to capture him. The message officials want to send with his extradition in a dramatic story that feels made for the movies. Plus, a story you will see first right here on this show. Hundreds of thousands of troops demanding accountability from 3M over what they say are defective earplugs. What one veteran's telling us about what a big deal this all is in tonight's original. And we take you behind the scenes of what one Ukrainian family faced as they tried to seek asylum here in the U.S. That's in the backstory later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're starting tonight with what is going down, and I mean that literally, on Wall Street. You've got the markets having their worst day since 2020. It's whiplash from what we saw just yesterday. Check this out. You've got the Dow closing down more than 1,000 points, the S&P down more than 150, and the NASDAQ, which is tech-heavy, down just about 5%. It's because of tech stocks dragging things down. Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, all falling. So why, right? And what's next? We're going to talk about the why piece of this in a second, but we already know what's next. This jobs report that everybody's looking to out tomorrow after Fed Chair Jerome Powell hiked interest rates this week to try and fight inflation. I asked Secretary of Labor Marty Walsh about this. What is your level of concern about the impact of inflation on the job market?
Well, certainly, you know, we're working at this every single day. When you look at the Dow over the last few months here, it's been consistently up for the most part, but we do have some of these ups and downs. What we'll focus on here, what I'm focused on, quite honestly, is continuing to get people workforce development trained up to get into better paying jobs. We're doing everything around supply chain to continue to try and bring those costs down.
CNBC's Frank Holland is joining us now to talk more about what the deal is here. So, Frank, good day yesterday in the markets. Safe to say, bad day today. Why? What happened here?
You know, a very difficult day, as you mentioned, worst day of the year. So you got to remember, it wasn't a great day yesterday. It was a good back end of the day. The day really rallied. Markets rallied after the Fed announced it would hike rates by 50 basis points expected. But then unexpectedly, Fed Chair Jay Powell, he said he pretty much ruled out a 75 basis point hike in June. The markets really liked that. We also saw the benchmark 10-year note, which is really a measure of inflation and interest rates. We saw that fall below 3%. Markets like that even better. We saw stocks really rise and rally at the end of the day. And then overnight, that yield on the 10-year note, that actually ticked back up above 3%. Markets really didn't like that. You're seeing the market action that we saw today. So as you mentioned, tech is such an important part of the market. In 2021, 31% of the growth of the S&P, often seen as a gauge of the broader market, that came from those big tech names you're just talking about. Microsoft, Apple, etc. So when tech has a bad day and tech is hurt by interest rate pressure, basically the markets are having a bad day.
Okay, Frank, we adore you to no end on this show because of your CNBC brilliance. And we also love when you throw around words like the 10-year notes and yield and whatever. In super plain English, right, when you look at how the markets did today, when you look ahead to this jobs report, that's an important one that's coming out tomorrow for April. What is the level of concern that, you know, the average American, I'm not talking about the super wealthy investors, et cetera, but like most of us in this country, what should our concern be about the potential for a recession and the Fed moves not combating inflation here?
Well, listen, in general, if you're someone who has, years to go before retiring, you shouldn't even look. If you look today, of course it's going to be down. The markets are down, period. If you're someone with a shorter horizon before retirement, you might want to think about readjusting your portfolio. Have to say, full disclosure, I'm not a financial advisor, but just common sense. If you're someone who needs to take that money out sooner than later. So the real question here is, can the Fed do what it wants to do, which is make a softish landing? That's raising rates while still keeping the economy strong, but slowing down inflation. You just heard the Labor Secretary, Marty Walsh, talk about some of the factors that are impacting inflation. So the question is, longer term, can the Fed actually achieve this goal?
So what do you think for the April jobs report? Not to get too in the weeds again, because that's not where we live on this show, but there was this weekly unemployment claim report out today that was sort of worse than I think what economists had predicted, right? It was higher than what economists had thought. Does this signal what we may see in this April jobs report, which, by the way, the market's going to react to tomorrow, too?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to have a big impact on the market. A good jobs report's led to a lot of the rallies that we've seen in the back end of 2021, and a lot of these stocks that we're talking about right now rising. Just really hard to predict. Obviously, the report that we saw today wasn't as good as expected, but we've seen a lot of surprises in the April jobs report. The real question is, where do we see the gains? If we see those gains in the hospitality sector, that's very encouraging for the markets. That means that people are back out and spending.
Frank Holland, great to see you from CNBC. I know you're going to be a busy man, I think, over the next 24 hours. Appreciate it. To the war in Ukraine now, and some big headlines there with tonight. 2 officials denying that the U.S. shares intelligence with Ukraine to try to help kill Russian generals. Pushing back hard on this report from the New York Times, saying that the U.S. does just that. But there's some nuance here, right? Officials familiar with this tell NBC News it's against U.S. policy to share intel explicitly intended to kill, to take out top Russian commanders. Although nobody denies the U.S. does work with Ukraine on the intelligence sharing front. With the Pentagon's press secretary saying they can't control what Ukraine does with the information that they get. Watch.
Ukraine combines information that we and other partners provide with the intelligence that they themselves are gathering on the battlefield. And then they make their own decisions and they take their own actions.
The Kremlin's hitting back, saying neither NATO nor Ukraine can stop Russia from doing what it wants to do. And it's all happening as Ukrainian commanders on the ground say there's this bloody battle happening inside a key steel plant in the port city of Mariupol. What are you looking at? These are the latest videos that we're getting from the area. Obviously, you see smoke coming out of a bunch of different places, a bunch of different locations. At this particular steel plant, it's believed that civilians, innocent people, are still sheltering inside. Cal Perry is in Kyiv. Cal, let me start with this news that came out from the New York Times that the U.S. is sharing intel, and as the Times says, it is leading to the deaths of top Russian commanders. I actually talked with Helene Cooper, who's the reporter who broke this story. She's standing by it, of course, even as the former ambassador to Russia tells me we should all stop talking about intel. He says the Ukrainians don't like it because it makes them look like they don't have a handle on things.
So I think what you said is key, which is everybody's living in the gray area here, right? And with the threats from Russia on NATO nations, I think the gray area is where the U.S. wants to be on this. And I think what you heard from John Kirby is what we're going to hear from the U.S. government, which is, look, we're sharing intelligence with the Ukrainians. What they do with it is up to them. And if it leads to the death of Russian generals, that's something that happened downrange. It wasn't necessarily our intelligence. Let me give you the NSC, though, comment, because it's very straightforward. And they say, quote, the United States provides battlefield intelligence to help Ukrainians defend their country. We do not provide intelligence with the intent to kill Russian generals. It may not be with the intent to kill Russian generals, but certainly Russian generals are dying on the battlefield. At least 12, that according to Ukrainian officials. And look, part of this is what Ukrainian officials will tell you. Russian generals are being sloppy with their operational security. They're talking on cell phones that are not secure. We're able to geolocate that intelligence and then carry out some kind of attacks. Now, the U.S. may be a part of some of that intelligence. The U.S. is just making it clear they're not connecting all of those dots, that is sort of up to Ukraine, again, downrange in these battles.
So talk about what it looks like actually on the battlefield, right? Because a senior U.S. defense official says a majority of Russian forces have left Mariupol. But what does that mean for some of the video we've just seen, some of the fighting and how it relates to that steel factory there where some civilians are sheltering?
It seems like it's bad news for the steel factory. We understand from talking to officials in and around that steel plant today that it could be the final stages of a Russian assault, that Russian forces, these remaining 2,000 forces, are on the ground. They've breached that outer perimeter, and they're now fighting over top of where civilians are huddled. The government is losing touch with fighters inside that facility. They have been today and yesterday losing touch, as I said, with people who are there. So it's quite possible that Russia is redeploying the majority of its forces to the east, to the Donbass region, where we've seen fighting spike, where we've seen this second push, and they're leaving behind just what they need to clear that steel plant. Again, there are possibly hundreds of civilians underneath that plant, and we just don't know their fate at this hour.
Hey, real quick, Cal. Kherson, this biggest city controlled by Russia. Ukraine is saying it's retaken some settlements there. We can't confirm it. We don't know if that's true, but if it is, huge win for Ukraine, no?
Yeah, and a huge moral victory. This was the first city to, quote-unquote, fall to Russian forces. The other thing we're keeping an eye on is Kharkiv in the north, a counterattack there. We understand taking back villages. These are battlefield gains by Ukrainian forces. It's a credit to their military here on the ground, and it's frankly a credit to all the weapons that the U.S. and NATO nations are sending.
Cal Perry, live for us in Kyiv. Cal, it's great to have you. Thank you. Let's bring it back here to Washington, because next week the Senate will try and will probably fail to make the protections under Roe versus Wade into federal law. You've got Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer saying he'll hold a vote Wednesday on abortion rights. Okay, but he doesn't have the votes right now. And that's partly because the two abortion rights Republicans, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, you see him here, they've given no sign they'd change Senate rules, which is a step that would need to happen, to be able to codify Roe. Knowing that, some advocates want President Biden to protect abortion rights himself. But as we're learning from the Washington Post, officials worry that any executive action would end up challenged by GOP attorneys general, right, that they would lose in court. President Biden's Attorney General Merrick Garland saying today the federal government will work to protect abortion rights regardless of what happens at the Supreme Court.
If the law changes, we will address appropriate next steps at that time. But what will not change is our commitment to defending the rights of women and all Americans.
Let me bring in Carol Lee, who is outside the White House for us tonight. So, Carol, the White House, the Biden administration would certainly, if they could, love to codify the protections under Roe into law. They can't do that. That's Congress's job, right? So what is the strategy for the building behind you?
Well, look, Hallie, they're basically turning over every rock and every stone across the administration. So every department that might be able to have some role in protecting abortion rights in some way. So everything from HHS to the FDA to the Justice Department. And as you heard the Attorney General there, one of the things that the Justice Department is going to have to do is they're going to be looking to bring lawsuits where they can and also defend abortion rights. So this is a whole other, they're going to be very busy. This is not something that they've had to do if this winds up being the decision. But the administration is in this position where they want to be able to do something, but there's not really much they can do. And the political pressure from Democrats is only going to intensify, particularly if this decision becomes final in this summer. And so they're trying to figure it out. They've been talking about this for some time, though. The president even said that himself. And they still don't have an exact, clear strategy, just because, as in any executive action, it's not just with abortion rights. There's always going to be that potential legal challenge to it. And in an issue that is this divisive and polarizing, that's even going to be even more the case.
Carol, there's also, as you look at what's happening, down Pennsylvania Avenue from where you are, there's what's playing out with Democrats and Republicans. Republicans on the Senate side out now with these, set of talking points, if you will, showing they want candidates to focus, right, Senate candidates in these battlegrounds, to focus on restricting late-term abortions, which, as we know from the trigger laws we've been covering, that's not what would happen in many states, right? Many of those states with these trigger laws would basically outlaw abortion altogether. Have you heard from sources about what the political strategy is from the Democratic side on how to combat those talking points, or anything from the Republican side on how pragmatically realistic those are, those discussions are for some of these candidates in these tough states?
Well, from the Republican side, you can see how they're in this bind, right? Because they've raised a ton of money off of pro-abortion rights, that part of the party. The overturning Roe versus Wade, however, is not something that is broadly popular. And so they're trying to, which is why you see Republican leaders focusing on the fact that this was a draft decision that was leaked. So it's all about the leak. And you're seeing them focus on things that are have more support across the spectrum. So things like late-term abortions, as you mentioned. And what they're going to try to do is focus on that. What the Democrats in the White House are trying to do, and the challenge for them is going to be to continue to relentlessly point out what specifically is in all of these laws, these trigger laws that are already on the books. And you've started to see the president try to do that by just saying that this is extreme and the views of the so-called MAGA party are extreme. And they're also trying to then broaden it out, right, to say, hey, if you think they're just going to come after your abortion rights, they are going to also come after what you do in your bedroom, all kinds of things. And so that's where the Democrats are, and that's where the Republicans are, and they're all kind of arguing over some overlap of voters who just aren't on the extremes of either side.
Carol Lee, outside the White House for us tonight. Carol, thank you. We got to get to some breaking news out of Israel, where medics are saying 3 people have been killed and another 4 have been hurt near Tel Aviv. You've got Israeli media reporting 2 attackers, one with a gun, the other with an axe, targeted people at a park in the city of Elad. 2 of the people who were hurt are in serious condition. Police don't know who did this, but they do think it was somehow of the aftermath. This is stuff coming into us just from the scene in the last couple hours. It's all happening as Israeli and Palestinian tensions have gone way up in the last few weeks after attacks in Israel, military operations in the occupied West Bank, and violence at the holy site in Jerusalem. Raf Sanchez is joining us now on the phone. Raf, what else do we know about what happened here? Bring us up to speed.
Hallie, there is an enormous manhunt underway at this hour across central Israel. As you can imagine, there is a huge number of police being supported by the Israeli military, searching for whoever was responsible for this attack. They have deployed a helicopter. They appear to have deployed military drones, and there are checkpoints popping up on the highways all over central Israel right now, trying to cut off any possible escape. Now, as you said, Israeli media is reporting 2 attackers. You and I have both covered mass shootings, Hallie. Often there is reporting of multiple attackers, and then it ends up being 1 attacker. But the reporting out of Israel, unconfirmed right now, is at least 2 attackers using a gun and an axe in this city of Elad. Now, this is east of Tel Aviv. I should stress, this is a city inside of Israel. This is not a settlement in the occupied West Bank. This is inside of Israel. And this is a very religious city. It's an ultra-Orthodox city, so a very, very observant community there. The focus of this manhunt at this hour seems to be on a wooded area to the edge of the city. They're combing through that, trying to find these attackers. But the headline, 3 dead, 4 wounded in Elad, and that manhunt still underway.
Is there any discussion, Raf, about the timing of this? Today is Israel's Independence Day, right? And it is the day of this attack. Has that been something that's been brought up by officials in discussing this so far?
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody thinks that this is a coincidence, that this attack is happening on Independence Day. This is Israel's July 4th. This is a day of celebrations. People have barbecues usually. They go to the beach and the weather is good. There's a big air show all across the country with aerial acrobats. Israel's foreign minister, Yair Lapid, is saying the joy of Independence Day was cut short in an instant. A murderous attack in Elad terrifies the heart and soul. He goes on to say, we will continue to fight together for our independence and the security of the citizens of Israel. Hallie, as you said, this coming after weeks and weeks of tension in Jerusalem, other parts of Israel, and the occupied West Bank.
Raf Sanchez reporting on that for us tonight. Raf, thank you. We're going to stay on top of that story and bring you any developments as we get them. How about this next story? It's something like you'd read in a Hollywood script, right? One of the most wanted, one of the most feared drug lords in the world, like on the level of Pablo Escobar, arraigned today in New York for drug trafficking charges, according to the feds. We're talking about accused Colombian kingpin Dairo Osago, known as Otoniel. Last year, it took 500 soldiers, 500 troops, right? 500 people to take this guy down, acting on intel from the U.S. and the U.K. He was hiding out in Colombia's jungle. 8 rings of security were protecting him. I told you, it's like a movie script. This is him. He's wearing a bulletproof vest during his extradition. The feds say Otoniel is the boss of one of the most powerful drug cartels in the world. His organization said to be trafficking nearly 200 tons of cocaine every single year. I want to bring in Tom Winter now. This is an extraordinary case, Tom.
Yeah. It really is, Hallie. I mean, you're talking about 500 troops, but you're also talking about 22 helicopters that they needed. And they say that because he was living off the reservation, in their words, no phones, no sort of electronic communications around him at all, trying not to get captured as he controlled this enormous cartel and empire, primarily almost exclusively in cocaine. They say that he hid out in the jungle and that he employed a number of sicarios, people who would kill on his behalf. We're talking about alleged killings involving Colombian police officers, alleged killings of the Colombian military. They also were involved with a number of killings, as you would imagine, given what we know about the drug trade, of individuals that both worked for him and he thought would be a traitor to him or had turned government witness on top of that, as well as people that would try to stand in his way, and, of course, rival cartels. You know, we haven't heard a lot about this individual. He hasn't been talked about in the press a lot, obviously a focus of law enforcement. We've been so focused, Hallie, on what's been going on with the opioid epidemic and its natural kind of follower, if you will, the transition to heroin laced with fentanyl, and fentanyl, which, of course, is so deadly and has been such a scourge in this country for so long, primarily trafficked by Mexican cartels with precursor chemicals coming from China. In the meantime, they say that this person's, Otoniel's organization, has been involved in cocaine. When they would seize and make busts, we're talking about boats filled with cocaine, multi-ton busts. So this isn't somebody who, they pick up a package at an airport or they intercept some sort of a UPS or FedEx box. This is a situation where they're picking up tons of cocaine at a time. Obviously somebody who they've wanted for a long time involved in this drug trade.
And such a big deal. It's obviously gotten the attention, too, of the Colombian president, right, who's tweeting that he wants Otoniel to see justice, basically, to face justice. What's also interesting here, I mean, I think he faces something like, well, I don't know. How long does he face in prison? But also the extradition itself. I mean, that is significant here, as it feels like feds here in the U.S. are trying to send a message.
Definitely trying to send a message. So he does face up to life in prison if convicted, Hallie. He pleaded not guilty just a few moments ago in court in Brooklyn, New York. He didn't even try to fight the detention, so it wasn't even as if he asked for bail or had some sort of a beef with prosecutors. I mean, somebody like this, he knows he's going to be held pending trial. That's what they asked for, and that's what he's gotten. So he does face a significant penalty here, obviously, with life in prison. You know, for somebody like this, the idea is that even if you're at the top, even if you think you're living quote unquote off the grid, even if you think that you're surrounded by this tremendous security, and you mentioned the 500 members of the Colombian military that they needed to get him, that the U.S. can still get you. And that's their message, and that's what they're trying to send.
Tom Winter, live for us on that. Tom, keep an eye on it for us, will you? Appreciate it.
Sure thing.
The Justice Department today says they're creating a new office to help enforce laws around the environment and toxic pollutions, which they say really hurts poor and marginalized communities. This new office is going to work with the EPA to investigate companies or state governments that seem to violate federal laws. It's all part of the Biden administration's push to try to address inequities historically, something that some activists say he really has yet to deliver on. To the COVID pandemic, with tonight cases of the virus going up, as we get some grim new numbers that show just how much of an impact COVID has had here in the U.S. and around the world. The World Health Organization today says they estimate nearly 15 million people. Think about that. Nearly 15 million people have died from COVID. More than double sort of the official number, because that includes excess deaths from other causes related to health systems that are just overtaxed. According to NBC News data, the U.S. has lost more than 1 million people to COVID. Over the last 2 weeks, 46 states, so nearly every state in the country, has seen an increase in the number of new cases. Steve Patterson is live for us in Kirkland, Washington, near Seattle. And Steve, I'm having deja vu because I remember watching you in the early days of the pandemic. It is where you are outside the location where the first COVID death was confirmed in this country more than 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, a lot has changed here. Obviously, I think people have updated their policies. They've implemented a lot of things, both in the hospital system and the healthcare system, and these chains behind me, these life care centers, to which they were able to fight back against the virus. But in a lot of ways, you know, they can't move on because of what happened here 2.5 years ago. I mean, this was a place where sirens were swirling constantly, ambulances constantly. People had family members inside this life care center. 39 people, residents, died inside there. 7 more attributed to this place. And nobody knew what was going on early on. I remember, I mean, people weren't wearing masks. EMT workers weren't wearing masks and gloves. They were handling these COVID patients, so they were getting sick themselves. And there was a sense from people that had family members in places like this of trying to find answers from the CDC, from hospitals, from their own family members, because once quarantine happened, a lot of times that was the last time they saw their loved ones. There was no sophisticated way to video conference or to Skype somebody. They simply just got taken away. So it was a time of abject fear that still permeates through this community because COVID is obviously not over, but they've done a lot to try to move on from where we were all those years ago.
You've had a chance, you know, there's so many families now, right? Where there are 1 million families, roughly 1 million families who are grieving the loss of somebody who died from COVID. You talked with a woman whose mom was inside life care when it became, you know, ground zero for the pandemic here.
Yeah, if you could think back, you might remember those stunning images of a woman who would be right over my right shoulder here at Life Care. There's one of the windows there. This woman, Carmen Gray, her mother was inside there. This is when of course. I mean, I think we all do. The pandemic was raging at that point. There were a number of people dying. She didn't know what was happening. She couldn't contact her mother, and so she's sitting up at that window on the phone, trying to get a hold of her to say anything. And she just told me about what that experience, the fear, all of that was like at the time. I just want to play it for you. Listen to this.
I just really wish that if in the beginning they would have told people, your loved one's going to die alone. You're not going to get to see him. You're not going to get to bury him. You're not going to get to celebrate their life. Maybe it would have made people react differently.
And that maybe is the most haunting thing about this virus, is that it's separated so many families and so many then that would just pass away without knowledge, especially here early on, you know, when there was no communication. That's what she experienced. Fortunately, her mother did survive, still in assisted living, but obviously made it through the virus.
Steve Patterson, live for us there in Kirkland. Steve, it's really great to have you back tonight, although it is such a grim and difficult milestone, I think, for so many in this country. Thanks, Steve. Tonight, millions of people from Little Rock to Dallas are getting ready for strong wind, hail, maybe even tornadoes. The system that spawned a tornado that hit Oklahoma overnight, ripping off roofs and damaging homes. Same system that's now expected to keep moving through. Look at that video. Oof. You'd hate to be the guy in that truck, right? You saw flooding from up to 6 inches of rain, closing some roads in Missouri today. A woman even had to be rescued when her car was swept away from the flooding. If you live in the Mid-Atlantic, get ready because the threat is shifting to you tomorrow. People here in D.C., up on north, can expect a very wet start to the weekend. Coming up, Beijing is bracing for a new wave of COVID cases, while the people who live there are really on edge over the country's restrictions. We'll have the latest from China. And did you hear about this? Elon Musk expected to be Twitter's temporary CEO once his deal to buy the company wraps up. How's that going to work? We'll talk about it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
New reporting out from CNBC says Elon Musk is going to be Twitter's CEO, at least temporarily, after his deal to buy the company gets finalized. You may be thinking, wait a second, didn't Twitter just get a new CEO? They did. He started only like 5 months ago after taking over from Jack Dorsey. This whole thing is coming as a new SEC filing shows Musk has rallied friends and investors to put down another $7 billion towards his push to buy Twitter. He wants to own it. He looks like he's gonna. The biggest investor, Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison, gave $1 billion. Venture capital firm Sequoia gave $800 million. Fidelity gave more than $300 million. Musk has agreed to pay $44 billion to buy Twitter. Steve Kovac from CNBC joins me now. Steve, some of us don't, if you don't know those big companies, the point is some rich people are helping a really rich guy buy Twitter at this point. And this rich guy, Elon Musk, wants to take over not just the company from an ownership perspective, but like the operations of it from the CEO perspective. What does this mean for somebody like Musk, who has been extremely clear about where he stands on things like free speech, opening up the platform, maybe make people pay to use it, et cetera?
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. You nailed it. What we're learning now, and we reported on today, is that Elon Musk, in this kind of pitch to those wealthy friends and investors that you're just talking about, also said, hey, I'm going to be CEO, at least temporarily, till I can find someone else to take over the company. And look, we already know kind of the direction he plans to take Twitter in. We've been talking for the last month or so about his free speech principles and his ideas around being less dependent on advertising. Now, at the same time, after this transaction is complete, or if it's complete, he's going to have to figure out a completely new business model to make these new investors happy. If he really does get away from advertising, which is 90% of Twitter's money right now, he's going to have to find a new way to make money on the platform.
You talk about this conversation over free speech, and just to catch people up on it, the conversation is, Elon Musk has been very vocal about concerns that Twitter, for example, cracked down too much on free speech. Of course, the Twitter response is it's disinformation. It's lies about stuff like COVID or the election, and that's the issue here. It's a lot for Musk to have to deal with if he does become the CEO. Is he still going to run SpaceX and Tesla? Like, what happens?
Yeah, Elon Musk has a lot of time on his hands, I guess, because he's already running Tesla, like you said. He has SpaceX, which is a private company. And keep in mind, he has two other companies that he's not exactly CEO of, but deeply involved in. There's the Boring Company, which wants to dig tunnels underground to alleviate traffic. And there's another one called Neuralink, which is trying to basically hook your brains up to computers. So Twitter is just another part of his new empire. So, his attitude is, look, I can do it all. He doesn't sleep much. We know his tweeting habits already. So, all hours of the night, he's working constantly. He's not a normal 9-to-5er like you and me. You don't become the richest guy in the world if you work 9 to 5 Monday through Friday.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you and I aren't 9-to-5ers either, but boy, I already have 3 jobs. I don't want 7. Steve Kovac, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Great reporting. Really glad to have you on. Thanks.
Thanks, Hallie.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Karine Jean-Pierre will be the next White House press secretary. The Biden administration making that announcement not too long ago. She's going to be replacing Jen Psaki. Jean-Pierre will be the first black woman and the first openly gay person to hold that role. It is an historic pick from President Biden. Number 2, this guy, Congressman Madison Cawthorn, says blackmail will not win after an opposition group released a video that appears to show him naked in bed on top of somebody else. The 26-year-old lawmaker is responding on social media. He's saying he was just trying to be funny with a friend. It all comes less than 2 weeks before the Republican primary election in Cawthorn's district. Number 3, oil companies are reporting some major profits since the start of the year. Shell announced first quarter earnings of more than $9 billion, its highest ever since 2008. If you're thinking, wait a second, oil companies are making a lot of money, I'm spending a lot on gas. You're right. And that's not expected to change as we head into the summer. Number 4, the man leading Amazon's union was at a Senate hearing today. Christian Smalls slammed his former employer and said the company violates labor laws and workers' rights. Smalls and other organizers for unions for Starbucks and REI were also invited to the White House to talk about their unionization push. Apparently, President Biden even popped into that meeting, too. Number 5, TikTok's pushing a new way for creators to make some money. TikTok Pulse. It's an ad program that'll let marketers buy spots in the top 4% of all videos. It's a first, according to TikTok, and says it's going to benefit creators with at least 100,000 followers. You've got parts of China relaxing some of their pandemic restrictions today, as Dr. Anthony Fauci called China's COVID situation a disaster in a new interview. You've got Hong Kong coming out of its deadliest wave of outbreaks. It's reopening beaches and pools, broadening the limit on the number of people who can eat out together at restaurants. Think about that. They had limited who you could go out to eat with. That's changing now. In Beijing, you've got officials also easing up some of their tough quarantine rules for people coming in from overseas. But with China's zero COVID approach, there are still a lot of restrictions in place. And in some ways, they're hurting the country. Businesses, production lines and factories shutting down for weeks. You've got some people really furious over all the rules more than 2 years now into this pandemic. Here's Janice Mackey-Freyer with more.
Hallie, officially, there isn't a lockdown in Beijing yet, but in many ways, it sure feels like one.
Across Beijing, schools, theaters, and theme parks are closed. There's no dining in at restaurants, only takeout and delivery. And a mass testing dragnet. 20 million people tested multiple times, in some areas every day. So far, just over 500 cases have been reported. The anxiety that a wide-scale lockdown might still be coming. 2 years into the pandemic, China's tough zero COVID policy faces a moment of truth here. Shanghai's lockdown is nearing 6 weeks. There's a decline in cases, but public anger is simmering over chaos to get food or to get into hospitals, and over videos like this, showing a funeral home worker refusing to take a COVID victim because the person was not dead. That the video went viral here led to government officials admitting the mistake and ordering an investigation. Across China, there are now close to 400 million people living under some form of COVID restrictions or lockdown, with low expectations for a return to normal life or open borders soon.
I hereby pronounce you, Matt and Janelle, husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride.
This expat couple in Shanghai went ahead with their wedding over Zoom. The ceremony was officiated from the U.S. They had a get-together outside, but because of the lockdown, couldn't go past their front gate. That China's 2 largest cities are hobbled and supply chains are strained is reviving debate. Some public health experts argue zero COVID is not sustainable.
People need to realize that it is a challenging environment and it's not getting any easier.
But China's government calls it a magic weapon that for a while kept cases largely contained here until now. In Beijing, disinfecting teams are back on the streets. Dozens of subway stations are closed. If even a single positive case is detected, the entire neighborhood gets walled off. That a huge makeshift hospital used during the SARS epidemic has been reopened and mass quarantine centers are being built suggests there's little chance zero COVID is easing anytime soon.
Officials say the outbreak is still challenging, but the economy is already suffering. Manufacturing and services are at their lowest point since the beginning of the pandemic, and global markets are anxious. Still, China's government is not relenting, and so the slow squeeze here will continue. Hallie?
Janice Mackey-Freyer, thank you for that. Still to come here on the show, earplugs meant to protect soldiers during combat did the opposite, apparently, at least according to thousands of veterans now suing 3M over hearing damage. We're going to break that down in the original in a story you will see first on this show right after the break.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The U.S. says more help is on its way to Ukraine, but refugees trying to get into this country are having some problems. We'll talk about one woman's fight to help her sister coming up in the backstory. But first, tonight's original, with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. And tonight's is a story you will see first on this show. About a little something you may not have really considered before. You see them right here on your screen, military earplugs. Right now, you've got nearly 300,000 current and former service members waiting for some kind of accountability, they say, against the company 3M, a company that may sound familiar because you've probably seen boxes of their earplugs at the store, wherever you shop. They're facing these claims that a version of their product issued by the U.S. military to troops for more than 15 years was, quote, dangerously defective. Its latest battle in court just a few days ago, where a jury in Florida ruled in favor of one vet over all this, costing 3M $2.2 million. Courtney Cuby spoke with another vet suing 3M who says he feels betrayed. He feels betrayed by the mistakes that were made.
Joseph Sigmund was in high school on September 11th.
I watched a plane fly into the tower, and I realized all the people that were dying.
He joined the Army in 2006 and deployed to Iraq, where he faced grueling combat. A few years later, he deployed again, this time to Afghanistan as an artilleryman.
On a typical day, what kind of sounds would you be exposed to while you were serving in the military?
Incoming mortars, small arms fire, cannon fire. But even our generators were so loud that you had to wear the earplugs, or if we were standing beside it, you would not hear me and I could not hear you.
The U.S. military issued Joseph 3M's version 2 combat arms earplugs, or KV2, a dual-ended device designed to allow troops to hear directional sounds while also providing hearing protection. Originally developed by Aero Technologies, U.S. troops used these earplugs from 1999 until 2015. 3M bought Aero in 2008. Now, veterans like Joseph have come forward alleging the earplug design was dangerously defective, allowing potentially damaging sounds to penetrate.
You would have those on, and there was some loud noise. What was it like?
I guess you would say you could compare it to sometimes even a pinprick on your eardrum, or maybe something more blunt, a pencil lead, you could just feel it.
After 2 combat deployments, Joseph says he came back to the U.S. changed.
It didn't feel exactly right.
Joseph was diagnosed with tinnitus, a persistent ringing in his ears, even though he maintains that he always wore his earplugs.
I was religious with this. I mean, I was religious with every piece of my equipment because I wanted to come home. I wanted to see my family again.
The types of noise that the military exposes their soldiers to are not your normal type of noise.
Dr. Fenya Matson, who is not part of the 3M litigation, treats veterans suffering from hearing ailments, which she says are often caused by repeated exposure to loud noises and have varying symptoms that make them very difficult to diagnose.
So many different aspects to it. It's hard to pinpoint when and how that happens.
Joseph is one of about 290,000 former and current service members suing 3M for hearing problems that they claim resulted from their KV2 earplugs, making it one of the biggest multi-district litigations in U.S. history. Since 2021, 12 service members have won cases against 3M stemming from this earplug litigation, with juries awarding plaintiffs more than $220 million in damages. Juries have sided with 3M in 6 cases.
The amount of suffering caused by these earplugs is really off the charts.
The lawsuits began after a 2018 settlement between the Justice Department and 3M, in which the government alleged the earplugs were defective and that 3M failed to disclose a design flaw that made the earplugs too short to fit all users properly. In 2018, 3M paid $9.1 million to resolve the claims, but did not admit any wrongdoing. 3M maintains the U.S. military dictated the design, so 3M is protected from liabilities by the government contractor defense.
It is 3M and Arrow's contention at this point that they are entitled to the government contractor defense because they were given specifications of a product. They gave that product to the military, and they told the military, if there was an issue, what is it and how do you resolve it?
According to 3M lawyer Eric Rucker, the military purchased approximately 4 million KV2 earplugs that are effective with proper training.
It is 3M's position now that this product works.
A Pentagon spokesperson declined to discuss the earplugs, citing ongoing litigation. With one more trial scheduled to begin Monday in Florida and another 1,000 in the pipeline, the plaintiffs' lawyers say they aim to hold 3M accountable.
What exactly would justice look like for those people who are suing 3M?
I think the right thing at this point is for 3M to do the right thing by combat veterans, to talk about a compensation program that'll take care of them and their needs.
As for Joseph, who recently got a hearing aid, he says a sense of betrayal still lingers.
Our uniforms were fully functional. Our gloves were fully functional. Our iPro was fully functional. Somewhere along the way, something happened. Somebody dropped the ball on that.
Courtney Kuby is joining us now for more on her in-depth reporting here. Courtney, I'm so glad you're with us. When you look at the scale of this, right, the scope of this, it is big. And yet since last year, there's only been a dozen cases that service members have won. When you have so many people all kind of saying the same thing against the company, and you've laid out 3M's defense here, right? What is the timeline for some kind of a resolution?
So that's exactly why some of the plaintiff attorneys are asking for 3M to set up some sort of a compensation program that we've seen in other cases where there are thousands or tens of thousands, in this case, literally hundreds of thousands of plaintiffs who are claiming that they may have been harmed by this product. And so they're calling on the company to set up some sort of a program where everyone could come together, their cases could be individually tried and looked at, and then potentially they could get some sort of compensation or payout much faster than what we're already seeing. But it's important to point out, yes, there have been a dozen cases in this time frame, but we're already talking about tens of millions of dollars that have been paid out. In the meantime, there are still a lot of veterans and active duty service members who claim that they're suffering because of this product.
Courtney Kuby, thank you so much for bringing us your reporting right here on the show. We look forward to seeing your follow-ups down the road. Thanks. Still ahead, Ukrainians leaving their home country because of the war are having a tough time getting into the U.S. in search of safety. We've got more on this in tonight's backstory. Plus, officials say a smash and grab in New York City is tied to nearly 20 other robberies. Yikes, look at that video. We've got some details coming up in the local.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
She was a nurse who got the COVID vaccine on TV. Then she fainted, and a conspiracy theory was born. This is how one person's life became a weapon in an information war. Tiffany Dover is dead. An NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau. Check this out. Surveillance video shows thieves using a sledgehammer to bang their way into a jewelry store in the Bronx in New York. Officials say it's connected to at least 18 other robberies with nearly $250,000 worth of stuff stolen. Police are still looking for those guys, those people, the suspects. From our Midwest Bureau, the Chicago mayor announced the winning bid for the city's new casino license today. They're teaming up with Bally's to build a nearly $2 billion casino in the River West neighborhood. The mayor, Lori Lightfoot, and the officials say the move will help boost Chicago's economy. And from our West Coast Bureau, California is now the first state looking into how to adapt to cryptocurrency and regulate it. The governor, Gavin Newsom, signed an executive order for state agencies to work with the federal government on this. He wants the state, he says, to get ahead of the curve and to be a leader on the crypto front. Breaking news just into us as we've been on the air here on the show. The FDA has just restricted the J&J vaccine because of the risk of blood clots. Here's the deal. The agency says in a statement the shot should now only be given to adults who cannot get a different vaccine or who specifically request the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The FDA says they're making this move after taking another look at data on the risk of life-threatening blood clots within 2 weeks of vaccination. For months, health officials have recommended that Americans starting their COVID vaccinations use the Pfizer or Moderna shots instead. Wanted to let you know that. Time now to get to the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. Today, you've got the U.S. announcing another $380+ million in humanitarian help to Ukraine. But for Ukrainian refugees trying to come to the U.S., it's a really tough process. One woman, Svetlana Rogers, has been working around the clock to try to bring her sister, Olana Kopchak, on the left, to live with her and her family in New Jersey. They live in Princeton. When the war started, Olana hid with her family in a basement before escaping to Poland. So for weeks, her sister's been trying to get together all the documents they need to get her here, and it's a lot. Rogers has had to prove how much money she's making. She's had to prove her sister's family was healthy. That meant calling friends on the ground in Ukraine to get vaccination records from doctors' offices. By the way, doctors' offices that are now closed because there is a war in that country. She needed the deed to the house that they left when Russia invaded, even proof of how much money they could make once they got to the U.S. Julia Ainsley's been reporting on the story and joins us now. And Julia, for the last few months, we've seen these refugee numbers go up and up and up. This is an issue that you cover, not usually as it relates to Ukraine, right, but as it relates to other countries and immigration, et cetera. What drew you to telling this one particular family story? How did you find out about it?
Well, you're right, Hallie. I cover a lot of what happens at the U.S. southern border, and actually that was a story that converged with the Ukrainian war story this year because there were Ukrainians crossing over from Tijuana into California, starting to be thousands of them because that was their only route to get here. And then just about a week and a half ago, President Biden launched this website for Ukrainians to be able to come to the U.S. They were no longer able to cross the southern border, but this was seen as a safer route. Americans living here could sponsor Ukrainians, show know that they were able to provide for them here and they could come over. Well, I wanted to follow up on that because if that's the only route to get here, let's see how viable that is. So I started to get in touch with some of the refugee resettlement agencies that would normally resettle Ukrainians who would be coming through a normal route, not during this emergency situation that the Biden administration has now launched in order to get them here really quickly. And I said, look, what's happening? What are you hearing from people? And they're like, you know what? Here are a number of families you should talk to directly because the refugee resettlement agencies aren't able to do anything for them right now. The only way they can come is if an individual sponsors them. So I got in touch with Svetlana. I talked to her when she was really excited about the website launching. And then we've just stayed in touch. We text about every day. I hear what's happening.
Wow.
She sends me screenshots of what's online. And I just couldn't believe it. I mean, you know, I was outside the Supreme Court on Tuesday covering the leaked Roe versus Wade, and I was getting shots from her showing how she had to go find the deed to their home, to her sister's home that she left. You can see the last time they were there, they were in a bunker in that house. And I just couldn't believe it until I got on the website myself and went through. And sure enough, exactly what Svetlana was telling me she was required, that's what this website was laying out. I went to my sources at DHS and they said, yes, I mean, that's our process now. It's not that it's all required. There's no black and white. If they don't have this, we'll deny them. But we're asking for it all because we want to see it all. It's part of a whole package, and then we'll decide whether or not they can come. It kind of blew my mind, honestly.
That's super interesting, Julia, because I was going to ask you, this backstory segment is all about pulling back the curtain, talking behind the scenes about how the reporting actually happens. You've seen a lot, so to hear something that surprises you, I think it's interesting. What else stood out to you as you were talking with this family, like in going through sort of their journey?
Yeah, well, so just today, even, I had the chance to speak to Svetlana's sister, who's in Warsaw, and she told me about, in order to get some of those vaccination records, what they did. At first, I thought, it was just doctor's offices. She said, no, the doctor's offices were closed. So then they had to go to hospitals. Their mother is a nurse. She had a connection inside a hospital to get someone to go through a hospital that is already completely overwhelmed with victims of the war and go find paper vaccination records to show they had polio vaccines as children. This isn't like they have an electronic healthcare medical record system like we do here. This is a paper and a filing drawer in the middle of a hospital in a war zone. That's the kind of thing they've been required to provide. They've now provided it, and they're waiting to hear what their fate will be.
Julia Ainsley, thank you very much for bringing us that reporting. It's great to hear how this comes together. It's a fascinating look. Appreciate it. We got to get to some breaking news now, also related to Ukraine. An exclusive that has popped here on NBC News just in the last, looking at my clock, in the last couple of minutes here. Here's the deal. Officials say that Ukraine used U.S. intelligence to sink that Russian flagship, the Moskva. Remember, we talked about this? The name of the ship literally translates to Moscow. It sank in the Black Sea a few weeks ago, April 14th, after it was hit by 2 Ukrainian anti-ship missiles. This was a huge headline when it actually happened because it seemed like such a significant win for Ukraine. Ken Delanian is among the team breaking that story for us, along with Courtney Kuby and Carol Lee. Ken, tell us more about it.
Well, Hallie, a lot of people speculated at the time that maybe the Ukrainians had some help finding the Moskva to target it. And that's what we've confirmed today. And it took a lot of work to confirm that U.S. did share some information with the Ukrainians, some location information, and in fact confirmed to the Ukrainians that it was the Moskva, this flagship vessel. This was really one of the most humiliating moments in the war for Vladimir Putin, Hallie. The idea that the Ukrainians could take down this advanced ship, which is bristling with cannons and missiles. And there's a lot of mystery still about exactly how they did it. The U.S. has said that 2 Neptune anti-ship missiles struck the Moskva, and that caused it to sink. But there's still some mystery about why Russian anti-missile systems on the ship didn't work or why they didn't see the missiles coming. But one thing we do know in our reporting tonight is that the U.S. helped the Ukrainians confirm the identity of that ship and locate it. Now, officials are saying the U.S. had no role in the actual attack and that they viewed this provision of intelligence as defensive because the Moskva posed a threat to Ukraine as part of this Russian invasion of Ukraine. And this is a really delicate balancing act, Hallie, because